Right. Let me fix this camera. I don't know why it's so wide. I'm so depressed because I'm fucking short once again. Not a lot. There's only fucking one day I work this week or this whole fucking month. So fucking stressed out, man.
Bot Rix has correctly joined the channel.
Anything I can even focus to play RuneScape, man. Fuck.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're talking about nursing homes. There comes a time in many people's lives when it's too hard to take care of grandma or grandpa and you gotta throw them into a nursing home. Nursing homes allow families to stay in touch with their elderly loved ones while avoiding the mental and financial burden of full-time care, aka not living in my basement or house. Hi, Grandma. Most people believe they are doing the right thing by trying to make their grandparents' last few years as comfortable as possible. However, once you walk through those front doors and leave your loved ones behind, they are subjected to a nightmarish world of abuse, violence, and death, which was inevitable, but this is death that came too soon. Or maybe not soon enough, I don't know. So buckle up as we take a look at the neglect and abuse inside nursing homes. If you go online, you can find numerous reports and articles about how the conditions within nursing homes are akin to those inside asylums from the 1800s and 1900s. It's true. If you've ever been to one, I visited my grandparent, and one, not going to get into it. She was a bit of a dicey duck herself, but let me tell you, literally people on the floor screaming, you know, I mean, it was like a giant preschool for like people's brains that are like mentally deteriorating. It was fucking frightening. It literally did look like an asylum. Robes and like people eating food, like looking out a window, Greg, screaming for their children. Is Greg coming? And like the person walking by that works there is just like, no, I can stop. That kind of thing. It was fucked up. It was the 90s back then, but people are not crazy for saying this. That's all I'm going to say. There are stories that can back up the claims. In the US, nursing homes are rated 1 to 5 stars, and all 1-star facilities have the worst stories, obviously, right? Like a care facility in Will County, Illinois, where residents complained about cold food, employees not helping them, and keeping them awake, and withholding messages from family members.
Oh, Grant, my son, I love him.
Can you just send this to? I haven't heard from them so long. Ben. In response to these complaints, the staff would point across the street to a cemetery. Have you heard from my daughter? Go. Go.
Like a dog.
Yeah, right. You get over there. Oh. What's fucked up too is if, like, you know how people buy their coffins? Do you think the nursing home people, they're just like, let's see if it fits because it's going to be real soon? It sounds like that, right? Something, you'll be in there soon. You're going to be worm meat.
Do you think they let them sleep in them? You're going to be sleeping here for a long time.
Isn't it comfy? It's kind of stiff. And they shut it and they like fucking lock it shut. When the administration was asked about the complaints, she said, quote, yes, were cited, but those things did not happen. Anybody can say anything. You're gonna believe all these fucking old pieces of shit? And at another facility, all the hallways and public areas were clean and orderly, but inside the patient rooms lay the horrible conditions. Because that's all you have to do is whenever people are inspecting the facilities, oh, look how nice this is. Can we check out one of the rooms? We have a vacant room down here that we'll show you. They have like a showroom, you know, but everything else is horrible. Which inspectors arrived at the Berwyn home for a surprise inspection and were immediately greeted by the smell of urine. When they entered the room, they saw a 97-year-old woman on her bed with dried pieces of poop on her sheets, like a cat.
A cat?
Yeah, you know, like I don't know, like a dog or something. It's like, you know, it's like when you find out that your cat or dog took a shit in the house, you're like,
Oh, yeah.
how the fuck did I not know? It's like all hard and shit. How did I not know about this? It's like
Been
that.
here for a while.
Yeah, they haven't checked on her in a long time. What if they knock and they're like, can we come in? No.
Yes. All right.
Yeah.
See ya.
Please.
Help me.
Lock the door again.
He's fine.
He's fine. On top of the dry poop, she had sores in her butt that were larger than a golf ball, and her left heel was quoted as being, quote, red and mushy, like a piece of wet red velvet cake. Staff didn't change her catheter, which was sitting in the poop, and every time... Okay. All right. And every time they pumped it, she would wince in pain.
Stop.
Stop that. She also had bruises on her body from a lift machine being improperly used.
You never seen those lift machines?
Oh, to get him out of the bed?
Yeah, it's like one of those things like fucking mechanics use to get a engine out. Ow, ow, with the catheter
They
still
probably
in.
just fucking wrapped it to her ankle, and she's like, no, being dragged off. And the inspectors came back multiple days and saw that this same woman had been continually left in her own feces. Her conditions were so bad that she was diagnosed with pneumonia and gangrene in her left foot. And worst of all, the inspectors came back again to check up on the woman after the gangrene diagnosis and found that her bandaged gangrenous foot was soaked with diarrhea. What? And the staff neglected to change it. What are these inspectors doing? Are they just like, come on?
Yeah, it's like when a cop writes a fix-it ticket.
Yeah, come on, get this changed. I like how the staff too is just like, I'm not going to. Okay, well, guys, please. With sugar on top. When confronted about these horrible conditions, the nurse said that she refused treatment for both her sores and her foot. So she's just like, I'm not touching that gross old woman. It's probably pretty normal for them to have to give baths and stuff, so they probably just weren't even bathing her either.
No.
You think they gave her like that, you know, like that in like movies when it's like a Roman soldier's hurt, like it's bath time, and they just like rub her head, and she's like, oh. But that's it.
Yeah.
You're like Julius Caesar.
Can I see my family now?
That's her probably all hours of the day. She doesn't even sleep anymore.
It's kind of sad if you think about it.
Horrible. I mean, it's fun to do. I was kind of it's kind of like a stimming for me. I was like, feels good on my lips.
Hunter, I have something to tell you.
An ad.
What is it, Mom?
You may want to put that energy drink down. I don't think your heart.
Real. But I'm out of here. A giant baby cake by giant crib. Get me out of here. I want to walk around. I want to walk. Put me in my chair. I want to go to the cafeteria. This neglect resulted in the death of an obese patient who got stuck between the rails and the bed. Me, dude. My arm and shoulder got stuck. I'm like, I can't breathe.
Was he trying to roll out, or like?
I think he's probably trying to go in between them. Or he got stuck between them and he just couldn't breathe. Greg! Greg! A few months after the inspection crew left, a few months. What did this inspection crew do? A few months after the inspection crew left, a respiratory therapist walked into a patient's room and found him stuck between his air mattress and the guardrails. When asked about the situation, the therapist said, quote, I've seen residents trapped like this before, so I knew what to do. I immediately deflated the mattress, implying that this was a regular occurrence at these nursing homes. He's like, it happens all the time. They get stuck, they die. They're basically on their way out. And that's probably the mentality too, right? Mentality too, there's just like, they're basically at the fucking door anyways. They got 1 foot out already, and the air mattress got them. It happens.
I've known people who have worked in nursing homes, and they've said that the mentality, they actually become very resentful of the people staying there because they're very hard to take care of and they don't get paid enough.
Oh, the nurses? Oh, sure.
Yeah, so it's like what happens is they'll have like patients that just get on their nerves because they're like quote unquote needy.
Yeah,
They
pudding,
need some-
pudding.
Yeah.
Pudding.
Or they're like, you know,
Pudding. And they're just like, say pudding again. I'll fucking sock you in the mouth. Especially, too, they're just like, you get to die and go to hell. I have to wake up tomorrow and come back here. That's all you hear all day.
Pudding. Pudding. Pudding.
I want to walk.
Pudding.
I mean, how much money do you think you would need? How is it? Is it worth it? I don't think there's one person, no one inspires to be, can I work at a nursing home?
my mom got $200 for a weekend to watch over old people and wipe their butts.
Why didn't she stay?
Oh, why didn't she stay? I think they died.
$200 well secured. But even with the mattress lowered, the man didn't fall. His head was still stuck in the railing, and his skin had begun to turn blue. Staff were able to free him, but it was too late. When the resident reached the emergency room, he was pronounced dead. But yeah. Where they told me like, yeah, his fucking neck is all blue and purple. Like, take him to the hospital. Why? Like, he's literally like this in between the railing.
I think He's still breathing.
Call an ambulance. His heels are mashed potatoes and he's got sores all over his body. He's not blinking and his eyes are black. Hurry, resuscitate this man.
Fuck, I turn up the heat. Oh, fuck. Ugh.
Do you think they them deflating the mattress made it worse?
I don't think it matters. I think they deflated it. And I'm just imagining his body like moving with the deflation. So he's just like already dead, right? So he's black and blue. And he's just like, like moving down with the deflating mattress. They called the paramedics because they were like, if we don't, it's gonna look like he was dead on the spot.
It's definitely a cover up to be like
Cover up, 100%.
It was a lie.
I can't. Oh, he passed away at the hospital.
His head got stuck. I don't.
Well, he was old. His head got stuck. Many of these stories are never heard by the general public. One, because I don't think people care, but also it's allowing their malpractice to continue unchecked. However, with the advent of social media, the public gets a better glimpse at what goes on inside. In November 2015, a video was posted to Instagram of a nurse at a Los Angeles nursing home bending over residents' faces. Okay. A video was posted to Instagram of a nurse at a Los Angeles nursing home bending over residents' faces and heads and farting. The nurse was quickly fired, which just goes to show that if a person in 2015 was doing this, can you imagine what they were doing like in the 80s?
Oh yeah.
Like literally probably like spreading their ass cheeks open, having like the tip of the person's nose on their asshole and like blowing huge farts in their faces.
I'm gonna tell my family.
I want to go for a walk. I'm gonna tell my daughter, Sarah. She died in a drunk driving accident 2 years ago. What? Don't say that. In her wheelchair? No. No. Take me back to my room.
Well, also the staffing would just be like, "Who's gonna believe you?
Who's gonna believe you? Remember you fell down the steps earlier? I did. That's why you have those bruises that look like baseball bats on your legs. That's from falling downstairs. Oh, I should be more careful. At Rosewood Care Center in St. Charles, Illinois, got a lot of Illinois ones. Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck is going on up in Illinois in these Steele's nursing homes?
All of this came from one research document.
Oh, so this is all one, okay.
It was like on Illinois, yeah.
So this is just the same center, okay. At Rosewood Care Center in St. Charles, Illinois, a nurse posted a video to Snapchat of another nurse slapping a dementia patient with a nylon strap as they begged them to stop. Both workers pleaded guilty to misdemeanor battery. They talk about like the little snap-on thing. And they're like, stop! Enough of that! Two nurses recorded videos of residents vomiting, resident getting help with their blocked bowel, aka they're unclogging the shit out of their fucking stomach. And those nurses were charged with misdemeanor, disorderly conduct, and invasion of privacy, but both pleaded no contest to those charges. And a facility in St. Petersburg, Florida reported a medical assistant for recording two residents having sex and posting it to Snapchat. The worker immediately confessed to their crime and was arrested and charged with multiple counts of voyeurism.
So he just cracked the door open and they do this every night.
Their sex too, it's just them both in their chairs, like knees, and they're just like looking at each other like this. Where am I? What am I doing? What is this? Soup, hot want soup. In Clarksville, Iowa, an employee posted a picture of a resident's butt and posted another picture of a resident's poop in his hand saying, "This is what I do at my job." It's unclear whether the worker was fired, as the administration refused to comment on the situation to the media. He's like, "That's just good, clean fun." Gave him the Jim Halpert. Yeah. This is what I do for a living. Over in Oklahoma at the Cleveland Manor nursing home, one nurse willingly confessed to a horrible crime he committed against a patient. During a routine shift, 24-year-old Nicholas Kank had to care for an individual who experienced diarrhea reportedly up to 10 times. You get that boy some water. Get him a Gatorade. Need his electrolytes up. After having to clean up poop for the 10th time, he grew infuriated and wadded up 8-inch ball of toilet paper and shoved it into the resident's ass.
Oh
See,
god.
that's where the resentment starts coming. The 8th time! The 8th time!
Yeah, exactly, the 10th time. I don't think anybody's really innocent here, all right? I'm saying that it's a two-way road. I've been in one before, Nick. I hear how they talk to him, too. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. You're fucking ugly. You're fat. No, I've heard that shit before. You're so fat. I don't want you to touch me. You'll make me fat. That kind of stuff. So he was sitting there. He's just like, I'm going to do it again. And again.
Yeah, taunting him.
And again. You might as well bring a cot in here because you're going to have to sleep here with me all night. Which, granted, I don't think that would ever send me into... I'd probably just quit. I don't think I'd ever wad up a ball of thing and be like, bend over, I'm putting this up your ass. No! It didn't take long for the man to complain about the massive toilet paper in his ass to another nurse and basically had it removed. Not long after it was removed, the nursing home director called the police and Nicholas confessed to his actions, resulting in his arrest. He sat in jail with a $40,000 bond, but his sentencing was never publicly stated. AKA, they paid for that motherfucker to get out of there. Come back.
Come back.
Yeah, come back. The guy sitting there, he's like, oh, thank God Nicholas is gone. The door slowly creaks open. He's like wrapping a thing of toilet paper around his hand like that. Oh. Nursing homes are especially at risk during natural disasters because many residents can't move on their own. This became a serious problem when one Louisiana nursing home had to endure a hurricane. Hurricane Ida, a Category 4, hit Louisiana on August 16th, 2021, and was the second deadliest since Katrina in 2005. Bob Dean owns 7 nursing homes in New Orleans, with more than 800 residents under his care. To prepare for the approaching storm, he moved all of them to a warehouse in Independence, a town just north of New Orleans. This warehouse was not equipped for this many people, especially with how many that had specific needs they need met. Many tenants were rushed out to their rooms and went days without proper medication. Generators of the warehouse failed, leaving people without air conditioning as temperatures rose to dangerous levels inside. The building's ceilings leaked, and the bathrooms failed due to this storm and the excessive use by people trapped inside. Mattresses
This heat fucking works too. As soon as I hear it, as soon as it doesn't. I'm just gonna fucking shut my eyes and try to sleep. Like depression is causing me stress and shit.
that were laid out on the floor were soaked by the thin layer of floodwater, and many residents had to lay in their own poop as there was no one there to clean them.
So they basically just put a bunch of old people in a warehouse.
It seems like they took everybody from these nursing homes, went to an empty lot, opened up the door, and just rolled all their like wheelchairs and beds in and just shut the door.
Locked it up. You'll be safe in here, guys.
Dean also neglected to put enough food and water inside the warehouse, leaving many residents to starve and go days without any proper nutrition, which it just seems like literally he left a dog bowl with kibble and water there, and there was no nurses there. He's just like, just stay here. I'll be back in a couple weeks or a month when this whole thing blows over. I bet he was sitting there watching TV and he's like, oh shit.
Yeah,
gets up.
Yeah. Fuck.
Oh, I forgot they're still up there. The cherry on top of this whole situation was that he was obstructing police officers and medical officials from entering the warehouse to inspect conditions. He's like,
yeah, they're fine.
They're fine in there. Just stop.
Yeah,
Stop.
fine,
And
I'm
after
a
the storm ended,
professional.
5 people had passed away, and Dean was in serious trouble. He flew in from Georgia and turned himself in to the authorities. In total, he faced 15 charges, 8 cruelty to the infirmed, 5 counts of medical fraud, and 2 counts of obstruction of justice. Dean faced over 20 years in prison, but the judge chose to give him 3 years of probation because he had a clean criminal record, and he was old by the time he was sentenced. He's like, ah, fucking whatever. Just don't leave your house. He's just like, hey, you got it, judge. Like, all these like families are like, what the fuck? The only real repercussions he had to face were paying over $20 million in multiple lawsuits on behalf of the victims. Well, there you go. At least he had to pay something.
5 people did die.
People had to lay in their poop. They were kept in basically an oven for for weeks or whatever, and he wouldn't let people go inside there, but at least he paid a little something, right? In the medical field, nurses and doctors are the people you trust the most because they're the ones who take care of you. Yet, many abuse that trust. One nurse in Pennsylvania went on a 3-year power trip that made her potentially one of the most prolific serial killers in U.S. history. I'm, of course, talking about Heather Presty. She was a veterinary technician for nearly 15 years and spent most of her time putting down animals. I wonder how this is going to translate.
Foreshadowing.
Is that foreshadowing me things? In 2018, she obtained her nursing license after initially failing to earn her degree. She went on to work at 12 different nursing homes throughout the Pittsburgh area. Right off the bat, her fellow coworkers thought she was odd and even reported her to the state health department for harming patients. But little did they know she was doing things way worse than just harming her patients. In May of 2023, people began noticing that she was administering insulin to tenants who didn't require it. This launched an investigation into Presty's work, uncovering a dark secret. From 2020 to May of 2023, Heather had been giving her patients a lethal dose of insulin on purpose. She did her killings on the night shift when there was less staff and she had better access to the insulin itself. Furthermore, she used insulin because it was tough to detect in autopsies, making it seem like all of her victims passed away due to natural causes. In May of 2024, Heather pleaded guilty to 3 charges of first-degree murder and 19 charges of attempted murder, resulting in 3 consecutive life sentences, plus an additional 380 to 760 years in prison. While she pleaded guilty to 19 charges, officials believe she may be linked to 17 additional deaths that align with her pattern and timeline, placing her among the most notorious serial killers in American history. God, dude. Unfucking believable. I mean, it has to be a power trip like we said, but still.
Well, she's a vet tech, she killed animals. She might have felt bad for the animals, and I'm wondering if she purposely killed a couple.
Oh, so you're saying that she was just like, they're suffering. So yeah, that she sees like an adult guy sitting there with like a shit-filled diaper. She's like, there's just no way to live. I'll help you.
Or it could be, I like to kill.
I'm a demon. Nurses and staff are not the only things you should be afraid of in a nursing home. When you put over 100 elderly people who forgot where they are or don't want to be there, it tends to lead to resident-on-resident violence. I'm sure that's a shocker. Putting a bunch of like brain-dead giant toddlers in a room. I'm sure that's going to be fine. Some nursing homes give the option for community members to have a roommate if they're more independent. This is usually an excellent option for those seeking company, but for others, it can be a nightmare. Elizabeth Barr was a healthy 100-year-old woman who enjoyed reading books and spending time with her family. A healthy 100-year-old woman?
For 100 years old, she was in good shape.
On September 23rd, 2009, she spent the day with her son and enjoyed her favorite restaurant before returning home to her 98-year-old roommate, Laura Lundquist. The next morning, the staff came in to check on the 2 roommates when they found Elizabeth dead on her bed with a bag over her head. At first, investigators believed that she had committed suicide. All right, well, that was a fun time. Let's lay here and die. Like, what?
Then they thought she just accidentally crawled into the bag. Like a child.
I'm a 100-year-old woman. I don't know what I'm doing. But after doing a little more digging, they found that there was tension between her and her roommate. And according to the patient's records, Laura had been diagnosed with delusions, dementia, anxiety, and
like
paranoia.
so slow.
While they were roommates, she became
up.
increasingly jealous of Mrs. Burroughs because she received more flowers and more visitors. Which I will say, if you're a fucking 90-year-old like psycho, you're just like, why does she get all the attention?
The 98-year-old said that the other girl was making her life like a living hell.
I feel less than human. I'm like a goddamn lapdog. But the final straw was when a nurse moved a table from Laura and gave it to Mrs. Barrow. Following morning, they found Mrs. Barrow dead and the table back on Laura's side. The roommate was quickly arrested, but after further evaluation, she was deemed incompetent to stand trial and was sent to a hospital where she died. Across the pond in the UK, a 92-year-old amputee had the police called to his room after trying to stab a staff member with a butter knife. Donald Burgess resides at Park Beck Residential Care Home in East Sussex and required assistance with most things because his leg amputation left him in a wheelchair. One day, he poked a staff member with a butter knife, and 2 police constables, Rachel Kamado and Stephen Smith, arrived in the room. I want to say we have a video for this. I'm going to hell. After multiple attempts to peacefully get him to drop the knife, Smith had emptied his entire can of pepper spray onto Donald's face. The man is like in a bathroom. I don't know where he's at, but he's like parked back there and he has one leg and he's holding this tiny knife and they empty an entire thing of spray in his face and he's like, ah! Oh, but still not letting go of the knife, Officer Smith walked up to Mr. Burgess and struck him with a baton.
Donald!
Constable Kamado then reached into her tool belt and tased Donald.
Put it down! Taser, taser!
Kill him.
Causing his body to seize up and drop the knife. In the aftermath of this crisis, Donald was taken to the hospital where he was treated for his wounds, only to die 3 weeks later from COVID.
I feel like that was a cop-out.
That 100% was a cop-out. And that was 100% them just being like, it was probably COVID, right? You're
Yeah,
sure we
it's
could just
COVID,
make it that.
yeah.
I just want to say, watching that old man get tased, if it was my grandpa, I'd be upset. But because I don't know him, and it's just a random video, whatever, I gotta say, I laughed pretty hard. And I'm going to hell for that. I don't think it's right. I don't feel really good about it, but I will say that watching a one-legged man get tased because he's holding a butter knife is awesome. Which, to be fair, it's a butter knife. It looked kind of sharp. You could say that they could go, it could stab into their arm. Who knows? Anybody could get hurt. Seriously hurt, right? Maybe they had to tase him.
If after getting sprayed, I would have dropped the knife if I was him.
If I would have gotten sprayed with a full can of mace, I probably would have been like, you know what? I'm good. Also, I wonder if they did that too, because they're like, what if he stabs himself? So we should pepper spray him and tase him and cause his old decrepit heart to stop. Both constables were taken to court for assault, but after jury hearing, both were found not guilty. Many who have viewed the body cam footage believe the officers should have been charged with excessive force. You be the judge. Show it one more time.
Taser, taser!
Really just show the part where he's like, ah! Just keep doing that. One more time. 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 Nursing homes are intended to be safe environments where older adults can spend their days. Yet some residents are unsatisfied or tired of the living conditions, which can lead to patients escaping. When people are placed in a home, they usually remain there until they fucking die. Like this, usually, I would say the vast majority of people are just like, I guess I'm going to sit here till I die. However,
Yeah,
not all
senior on the
residents are
run.
content with staying in the home for the rest of their lives. A couple in Tennessee was able to escape their nursing home due to the husband's military experience. Workers at a memory care unit were doing their rounds when they discovered that a married couple with Alzheimer's and dementia had gone missing. I feel like out of all the places you want to like do the rounds quicker or more frequently, it'd be that.
Do you think they got like clarity for a minute? Where are we?
I always think that people escape because they're just like, Bonnie, well, especially you hear like a cute couple like this, like, Bonnie, we have to get out of here. They're treating us horribly. He's like, okay, Harold. The facility went into lockdown as staff and police searched for the missing residents. Thankfully, someone spotted them walking 2 blocks away and they were safely returned to their rooms. After returning home, the staff asked how they had managed to escape since a keypad electronically locked all the doors. To their surprise, the old man said that he was able to use his military background with Morse code and crack the door open by listening to the sound the buttons made when he pushed. He's able to do that, but he can't drive a car. But I used my instincts to Morse code. It's like, why don't you fucking wipe your own ass then and bathe yourself, dude? I can't. I'm a baby. Even though the residents were returned safely, the nursing home was fined $2,000 and forced to change all codes for the building's exits.
Of course, because now he's got him. He can tell the staff.
These are the codes. Leave while you can. They're dogs running this place. Dogs, I say.
Do you think after that, every time they're by him, they go earmuffs?
Yeah. He's like sitting in his chair doing this. Hey! Most elderly people who are placed in a home are too old and frail to be able to move around unassisted. But one woman in China was able to escape her nursing home with some insane upper body strength. Just last month in Shandong province, China, security footage captured a 92-year-old woman climbing a 7-foot metal gate in 24 seconds, which I want to say is horrifying. We've seen a lot of funny stuff. I will say seeing an old woman do that is fucking insane. Like, that is scary. Originally posted to Weibo, a Chinese social media platform, the video shows an elderly woman carefully climbing the front gate to her home, swinging her leg over and hopping down to freedom. It doesn't take long for staff to find the resident and bring her back to safety, but everyone who watched was astonished at how nimble she was for her age, and the video quickly went viral. Many people began commenting on the post, saying she doesn't need to be in a home if she's capable of doing that. However, the nursing home was quick to respond, saying that she's an Alzheimer's patient who happens to enjoy exercise and climbing. See, that's the best thing about these things. They're just like, no, she just likes to do that, even though the person's probably like, help! I want out! Elder elopement is more common than most people realize, and thankfully, most are returned safely to their rooms. However, not all return alive. A nursing home got sued by a family after one of its escapees' risk patients lost their life trying to cross a highway. Motherfucker got blasted, dude. Records showed that an 87-year-old woman had just moved into the nursing home with her family because she was showing early signs of dementia and couldn't be trusted to live on her own. She had a history of escaping the care of loved ones, so the nursing staff put her in a lockdown ward to ensure that she wouldn't be able to leave. Yet, somehow, this woman was able to disable the alarm on the outside sliding door and walk down a long driveway that led to a highway. As soon as staff realized that she was gone, police were called, but it didn't take long for her to be found. At 8:20 p.m., her body was found lying on the side of a road just 100 feet from the nursing home. She was quickly taken to the hospital but passed away shortly after. Despite being found on the side of the road, nobody has come forward admitting to hitting or seeing her before she was found. Adding mystery to her disappearance.
She didn't get very far.
No, she didn't.
You think someone swerved into her on purpose?
No, I bet you she's just right behind. I bet it was just got hit, knocked in the deal, and they're like, no one saw it. Fuck it. I'm not going to jail for that old bitch. You know what I mean? I bet you that's what they were probably thinking. Listen, nursing homes can be a frightening and hazardous environment that is often overlooked by the general public. Inside those halls, it can look like a war zone filled with neglect, abuse, and famine, all because the nurses don't care or because the elderly have gotten so out of control. Next time you visit your grandma or grandpa in the nursing home, make sure to check if they're doing okay, because you never truly know what could be going on behind closed doors. Or don't go see them. They've had a long life. They don't need you anymore. Say goodbye to grandpa and grandma. They're going to hell.
When you have kids, where do you want to end up?
Shoot me in the back of the head and throw me in the ocean. What is that? Or put me in a trash compactor. I really don't care. Please don't put me in a home.
Do you want your kids to take care of you and bathe you?
No. If I'm literally, put me down. Put me fucking down. I don't want to be a burden to anyone. And I don't want to just sit there and be like, all right, here's your pills. Here, live like this for a couple of years and then die. I would rather just be like, can you just kill me now?
They have that in Sweden, I think.
Oh, you have that here too.
Little tube.
No one will know. No one will know.
Inject me with the good stuff.
Don't even inject me. Blow my fucking head off. Literally do whatever you want with me. I don't give a fuck. All right, bye.
Yeah. Online relationship tests. Ooh, I haven't heard of these. When did these actually work?
More of a serious topic today. I know we like to joke around and stuff, but I've been holding this in for a while, and I've had some alarming news from my doctors, and I just wanted to talk about this. Getting into relationships can be hard, but maintaining a healthy one can be even harder. Some people simply don't trust their partners, whether it's because of bad treatment.
Stop. I'm gonna hit you. Hunter, open your
You should, just personal insecurities,
I mean, it's a nice outfit. I just don't think it looks good on you.
or mere superstition.
Allison, when you inevitably divorce me, what's your next wedding gonna be like?
One thing is certainly true. TikTok relationship trends are making things much worse. And I'll tell you why they're making things much worse, Nick, is because all of these things we're getting ready to talk about today are all people that are looking for a reason, in my opinion, to leave.
Oh, you think so?
I think 90% of them. Because to me, it's looking for people outside to give you validation to do the quote unquote bad thing or the hard thing. And it's bullshit. These are all so stupid, by the way. They're so dumb. Every day, millions of people go on TikTok and watch happy couples perform various tests on each other to see if they're truly meant to be, right? This has led to more and more people performing these tests in their own lives, leading to disappointing results because people can't also realize when something is fabricated.
Yeah.
Somebody doing a dumb test and be like, oh my God, he's so quirky. That made up. It's not real. Human beings don't act like that. They don't. We'll get into it. I'm jumping ahead of myself. Maybe it's just how I'm treated at home or something.
Is there something you want to talk about?
No. No.
It was really fucked up how Allison came in the other day and just started yelling at you.
No, like it's like kind of like my fault. I shouldn't have been drinking water, you know.
Yeah. I just can't stand it when she's fucking mean to you, man.
Hey, it's my fucking wife you're talking about, man.
Sorry.
She'll talk to me anyway. She'll talk to me any way she wants to. Like she always has. So, let's take a look at what TikTok can do to potentially strengthen my relationship. As far as the tests themselves, many of them are subtle. That being said, failing to pass them leads to a sea of online feedback insisting that the relationship is doomed to fail, and this is the case regarding one of the more recent trends, the bird theory, which I just want to say, that's the thing. If you don't pass the test, you're gonna have a sea of croons squawking and balking at you. Ah, red flag! Big girls and ugly men. Oh, I would never treat, you know what I love about men commenting too? I would never treat you like that. It's always just something where it's just like, hey, let me cut the line and see what I can do here.
Because they're totally gonna get that fucking pussy.
Oh, dude, online pussy, you kidding me? He's like, it probably smells so rank. But let's start off with the bird theory. The point of the bird theory is to test whether or not your partner makes an effort to care about even your smallest of interests, which is like a bird. Apparently, it's just you looking out your window and looking at a bird, right? So to perform this theory, as it were, you bring up to your partner that you saw a bird earlier in the day. If your partner acknowledges this and reacts with a genuine interest, they pass the test, right? And according to the world-renowned psychologist Dr. John Gottman, aka Dr. Cuck, this can be considered a bid for attention. I don't know why I threw there's no reason. Dr. John Gottman, this is just him saying the facts, right? Him setting it straight. Essentially, a gesture meant to receive validation or attention that can often determine the strength of a relationship. Here is the problem. If you try to make a big deal to me that you saw a bird earlier, I'm gonna be like, do you got nothing else going on in the day? Come to me with, I saw a car wreck.
Oh, there you go.
I would be like, oh my, what happened? There's your interest. I saw a bird. So did everyone else today. Okay, sweetheart? You know what this is? Do you think this, and this is me being a little rude. Jazzed up, got some coffee on me. Let me tell you something. Is it like hot girl theories? Is it hot girls doing this to be like, he doesn't even care about the little things because they have no other interests? So they have to drum up that they saw a bird?
I think it's not just hot girls. I think it's just women. Women just want drama. They're
Go ahead.
bold statement.
Nick got broken up with recently, so he's a little on edge.
I think people just want to test your relationship like it is. It's just something small where it's just like, he doesn't care about me.
Yeah, they want to complain.
Exactly.
They want to complain. I'm ending my statement there. They simply want to complain about something, don't they? This message is sponsored by Raycon. Keep your ears open and your holiday playlist rolling with Raycon's essential open earbuds. These open ear earbuds let you stay connected to your surroundings while enjoying your favorite music and podcasts. And this Black Friday and Cyber Monday, you can get up to 30% off on Raycon audio products. Raycon's essential open earbuds keep your ears open while still delivering crystal clear sound, so you can stay aware of traffic and other surroundings without sacrificing sound quality. That makes this perfect for jogging or for working out, and their super lightweight design means they won't slip out. I love the multi-point connection on the earbuds, allowing you to connect multiple devices and switch with ease. But the best part is that Raycon delivers premium audio quality at half the price. Plus, the open earbuds case has 36-hour battery life, giving you non-stop listening throughout your day.
So the best part about Raycon earbuds is that I get really sweaty when I work out, and they're not directly in my ears keeping all the sweat. As you can see, you can move around, they don't come out. So you can keep going with your workout, no problem.
These earbuds are all that you need for the holiday season, whether you're getting a gift or just something nice for yourself. Join over 3 million customers that love Raycon and try them for yourself. Click the link in the description box or go to buyraycon.com/PapaMeatOpen to get up to 30% off. That's buyraycon.com/PapaMeatOpen. Get up to 30% off Raycon's Black Friday and Cyber Monday sale. And Raycon has a 30-day evidence guarantee, so you can return if you don't love what you're hearing. So try them out and let them know we sent you. Hey, thanks Raycon for sponsoring this video. Now back to the video.
I feel like if you're doing these tests, it's one thing to just do it as a quote-unquote prank, to be like, I know he's not going to care about it. But if you are genuinely doing it to like test your relationship.
See, that's the thing, is I think that they are. Yeah. I think it's almost always genuine. I think that they go in being like, oh, it's not a big deal, but then they want people to be like, girl, sis, it is a big deal. It's a big deal, sis. And then she could be like, well, I guess he does do, and then she starts naming other things. Well, he does kind of like, I don't know, yell at me whenever I don't know, like I have my period in the bed or something. I don't know, whatever the fuck it is. Sis, that's just normal, which it could be. I don't know. I saw a 3D video of how a period happens.
Oh, this is where you get to see the uterine lining.
It's like tears open and just fucking dumps out.
There's like jelly.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen like Total Recall. Whenever Arnold Schwarzenegger's head is like his eyes are bulging out of his face on Mars, it reminded me of that. There are many examples of people passing the test, and those who fail get brutalized in the comments. One man appears confused after being told that his partner saw a pretty bird and walks away saying, "Why did you tell me that?"
Why are you telling me that?
AKA normal guy. Are we adults? Listen, if I had a daughter, A child. If a child came up to me and said, I saw a pretty bird today, I'd be like, oh, that's cool. What did it look like? You know why? Because it's a child. It has a smooth brain. Its brain is like a water balloon. There's no ridges. It's a simple creature that is innocent, right? A fully functioning adult, though, I saw a pretty bird today. You got too much free time in your hands, is what I'd say. Or I'd be like, was it like a bald eagle? I don't know, because that's another thing. If I try to get specific, that would piss me off too. Was it like a bald eagle? I don't even know.
Cool.
This is an adult conversation. That was great.
What if they're like, I saw a fucking hawk swoop down and pick up a mouse, and
that's
then another
already
hawk came and they fought.
They
midair.
fought for it. You know what that is? That's a story. And I'm like, oh my God, what happened? And then I'm intrigued. Even throwing in something mundane. You know what they got to do? What a real test would have been, I just period all in my panties today and see their reaction to that. Because I think a lot of guys would do, oh, what? See, that's going to be a test someday. What would they call that? The Red Scare.
Oh, that's good.
The Red Scare theory. They sit there. It's like, yeah, I don't know. Just all in my panties. I just felt weird. Because then other guys would be like, oh my God, are you okay? You feeling okay?
That's a
Then
good
other guys
test.
be like, yuck! Which I'd be like, oh my God, what? Hey, Victoria's Secret's a bear attack. Yikes! That kind of thing.
That's a new test.
That's an actual test.
Everybody post your Red Scare test on Reddit.
Go to your man and do a nice Red Scare and just say that you got wrecked. You have to say that too. It looked like D-Day down there in my panties. And everyone at work was solid. It was a whole thing. And I don't know. Because then you have a guy who's just like, oh my God, that's horrible. Are you okay? Or you have a guy who's just like, oh my God, this is going to be a true test. But saying that you have a bird, I don't know. I like how we already made a better one than the fucking bird theory. To say that they got just like a Wolverine attacked him down there. I tried to hop a razor wire fence. That's what it looks like. Looked like I was breaking out of Shawshank with these panties on. Some are stating that this should mean an immediate breakup, and others made fun of him for apparently dressing like a child. You know, it's a good way to respond to someone not caring about a bird. Let's just make fun of how they look. Why did you tell me that? You look like a child! That makes sense.
Attack their appearance.
Attack their appearance. Well, that goes both ways. Better be careful. Others feel like this test is deceptive because walking up to your partner of multiple years and saying that you saw a bird with zero added details is a horrible conversation starter. And honestly, you can tell, this is another thing too, you can tell which bitches have been in a long-term relationship or not. All right? You can tell what guy has been in a long-term, what fucking dog of a man has been in a relationship long enough, right? Because let me tell you guys, let me tell you something. Sex is fun. The first 2 years, oh, this is too fun. I'm having a good time. Get past year 5, then talk to me. Get to 10 years in, and then talk to me. All right? Because let me tell you, there's love there, but it completely transforms. True love is the silence. True love is the small mediation between a couple. I think the shed is like leaking or something. Yeah, of course it is. That's love. All right, you coming up? If my wife Allison, which she deals with, I hear it all the time. You think that I don't hear about animals on fucking birds? She'll be like, one of the guineas got out, and I'll be like, okay. You know what? But she also doesn't bring it to me because why would that matter? How does that affect? It doesn't matter. This is the first theory. I can't get this heated on the first theory. Which it doesn't help that at one point the man seems to realize that he's being filmed, which only makes the whole thing seem suspicious and inauthentic, and it just feels like, oh, is this like a bit? Are you doing a bit with me? And I know the whole time too, big ass gums and stuff, probably smiling back. Real Sly. Little Sly Cooper action. Another one points a phone directly at her husband and tells him, I saw a bird today?
I saw a bird today. I saw a bird today.
As if it was a question, and her confused partner continues using his phone while she repeats herself until he finally snaps at her and says, are you on shrooms? What's wrong with you?
Fuck you, are you on shrooms?
Did you see it or didn't you see it? I saw a bird today?
I saw a bird today.
I saw a bird today?
I saw a bird today.
That actually pissed me off.
Oh my God. You know what? Sometimes it's just like, sometimes you have to do it, and this is a grown-up thing. You have to pretend you don't hear somebody sometimes. Just to hope that the person can just catch what they said and be like, that's not worth it. I'll even do a little side eye every once in a while.
So that's why you ignore me, huh?
No. Well, yeah, Nick will come in and I'll be sitting here like working or something, be like looking at my deal, like typing or something. He'll be like, I saw a guy die on a forklift on a video on the internet.
Oh my God, I did. I
know you did. I saw a guy die on a forklift on a video, and I'll be like,
Jesus.
and then he'll just sit there and be like,
Just waiting for you to watch it so he could
the phone
react.
just playing in his hand. Just a Chinese guy screaming. Oh! For one TikToker, this evolved into her secretly filming herself dropping the splits in front of her boyfriend at a grocery store to see how he would react. She pulls it off and asks, "Was that epic?"
Was that epic?
Only for him to briefly look at her before going back to focusing on finding apple juice. Okay, first off, apple juice, pretty fucking important. I have a nice craving. Also, listen, dude, if you can do the splits, you're trying to think that that's not the first time we've seen her do the fucking splits. Probably been bouncing on it for how long? You know what I mean? Yeah, cool. If anything, I'd be like, why here? Your pussy's been all over the dirty floor and stuff like that. I'm telling you, ladies, Red Scare. That's a good one. Do the Red Scare in the store. Take a big thing of fucking cranberry juice and just pour it in your panties. Uh-oh. And how does he respond? Does he help or does he not? Red Scare. Red Scare theory. No, it's not communism. These viral posts had thousands of comments, mostly insisting that she run from the relationship immediately. You did the splits and he was looking at apple juice? Girl, get out of there, sis. Get out of there. He then filmed a video where he essentially apologized for not having the proper reaction. Oh, wrong.
Yep.
Wrong. Wrong. Mostly because his partner is a professional dancer and he was already aware she could pull off moves like that with no problem because AKA I've been seeing it for years. He sees thousands of people lash out at him and then he's like, well, I probably should have reacted. No, you know what? You should have doubled down. I've been like, that wasn't even her best split.
Is that grounds for breaking up?
I think that there is grounds for breaking up when people like post things about your relationship that you're like, why'd you post that? It like creates a public conversation about your relationship that's like not even necessary. To me, I'm like, why would you do that? Is that funny? I didn't think it was funny. Be like it would seriously be like if you went to your girlfriend and you were like recording her, she's like having a bad day, or let's say she's on her period, even like something like that. Like, oh yeah, she's on her period. Here, let me tell you a joke to make you laugh. Like to me, I'm like, it's like antagonistic, which that obviously mine's more aggressive, but I just mean it's just something where it's like it's obviously one way.
Well, she's posting it to be like, my boyfriend didn't respond. Of course, people are gonna fucking attack him
because I think that they try to like get away with the idea of like, oh well, it was just all in good fun, but it's like they're like berating your guys' relationship. Is that fun? Is that what this is what fun looks like, by the way? But that's more of the attention seeking theory, I guess, like trying to see how they would reciprocate giving you attention in a positive way, right? Now the next theory we have though is the orange peel theory. Try to wrap your head around what this one's going to be. Many relationships thrive on doing small things for your partner. It's a simple way to show that you care, and that is exactly what the orange peel theory is all about. The test involves one person handing their partner an orange and asking them to peel it for them. If they do it without question, they love you. If not, they're not the one.
You're not gonna peel it for me?
Dude, okay, as if I don't do enough. You're not even that special, that's the thing. Get that in your fucking skull, dude. Like, you're really not that special. Aww.
The problem with a lot of these so far, once again, Red Scare, really want to popularize the Red Scare movement. The problem is, yes, it is a nice thing to do, but at the same time, it's just you're a grown adult. You can peel an orange. You know what I mean? If I went up to my wife and I was like, could you take the trash out? And I'm right by the trash. Why don't I just do it? You know what I mean? Just that kind of shit. I don't know.
What if you can't peel it because you have tiny fingernails?
Well, show a picture of Nick's fingernails, and then I'd be like, that's a disability. You have to help him. See, and the thing about it, though, is it's all self. You did it to yourself. You know, it's not like you were born. It's like, I didn't have any fingernails when I was born. It's like you bid them up clean. So now I feel like you gotta carry a pocket knife, your orange knife. Peel it yourself.
I would pass this test because I would peel an orange for my queen.
I mean, listen, I would peel an orange, but it's at the barometer. You have the orange in your hand, just peel it. Am I wrong? Let me ask Allison.
Or I thought you were gonna do these on test on her. Secret record.
Oh shit, yeah. Well, I'm performing these tests as well, so in real time you'll see what the reactions are later. Good luck, future hunter.
What are you doing?
I just saw an interesting bird. There's like a blue bird by the window.
What?
I saw a blue bird by the window.
The bathroom window?
I saw a blue bird by the window.
They shouldn't be out this time of year.
Okay.
Which the orange peel theory has led to the demise of many relationships. It's actually quite sad. There's a lot of blood on the battlefield. One woman was inspired by this trend and decided to give a similar mundane task to her boyfriend of 7 months after feeling that she was doing more in the relationship than he was. All right, so already let me stop that. Once again, it's just the excuse to get out the door. It's just the excuse to get people to be like, you gotta leave. Okay, right? She was taking care of his 1-year-old daughter, driving him to the bar, and doing all the housework while he often just played video games. Okay, well, that's not a relationship.
Yeah, that's a mommy.
That's him getting his dick sucked and getting his dick wet every once in a while, and better be good or else that shit is not worth it. Find some validation yourself. Give yourself some self-worth, right? So she asked him to tie up her hair. and he refused. She tried again and asked him to put towels in the laundry, and he outright ignored her. This resulted in her confronting him in her car outside of his mom's house, where she tried to tell him how she felt. He rejected the conversation and asked her to take care of his daughter and drive him to the bar.
Yeah, this guy's just a piece of shit.
This guy is not a good guy. I'm not going to go into it. Not a good man. I can't say the things I want to say. At that moment, she snapped and kicked him out of the car. He was confused by her reaction, and then the couple broke up. Later on that night, she knew she dodged a bullet when his mother texted her, "Be a good mom and future wife." Fuck that. Also, first off, I guess it seems like also this is setting people up to realize what is a relationship and what isn't a relationship. You know what I mean? If anything, the theories could be beneficial in that way. Because somebody who is, I don't know, a good husband or a good boyfriend, also takes care of their own children, isn't having someone else drop them off at a bar while a child sits at home. You know what I mean? If there's all those things, and then if you are also able to communicate, like in this instance, it's a thing of, once again, she could tie up her own hair, but it'd be different if like I had my hands full. Hey, could you tie up my hair? Then they declined. To me, I'm like, well, you can't just fucking help them out really quick. That kind of, you know what I mean? I don't know. If anything, the theories could be a good test of like what is and what isn't a relationship in that regard. Because I think people do get that fucked up sometimes when they don't realize, well, I didn't know that's how I was supposed to be treated. I think that's a pretty common thing. Some people just like, they exist in that atmosphere. I think it translates from like your parents and shit, how they treat you, to now your actual relationship, to where it's like, well, I haven't known anything different.
Yeah, that's true. It's a good eye opener then.
It could be. They're also still really stupid, don't get me wrong, but in this case, it's a good instance to be like, oh, that's a huge eye-opener.
Yeah. Well, I think this one, I know it's called the orange peel theory, but just asking for small tasks, like the trash, which you already mentioned, where it's like, hey, help me with the trash. No. Help me with the dishes.
There is no reason in a relationship, if your wife's like, can we take the trash? There should never be a reason that you should ever say no. There's like never, ever a reason that you should ever be like, what? Why don't you do it? I will say though, if she was just like, you want to tie up my hair? First off, I'd be like, I don't know how do I do that? Why can't you do it? That's why I would do that. But also the same thing if she was like, can you cut up my apples? Don't fucking try to get me to do the baby shit either. All right? There's a knife, cut up your apples and fucking eat it like a chimp or whatever you want to do, dude. Whatever. I guess it's that. But if she was like making dinner and her hands, she's like with chicken and she doesn't want to have to wash them and go back and forth, I'd be like, oh yeah, cut it up. See, that's the difference. That's another thing too, is these little things, it feels like a test.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
So you fail them on purpose.
I fail on purpose because I say I never agreed to this exam. I'm not a willing participant, and I'm not going to be.
Especially if you have they have their phone out too.
Yeah, if you're recording me, what the fuck is that? No. What? What is this? Because if anything, I feel like you're pranking me. I don't want to get pranked. Not on camera.
Maybe it's the wrong thing to put up the hair. Maybe it's the wrong thing to peel up the orange.
Exactly. Too many questions. All these rules. I can't handle it. Therapists and psychologists have looked at the trend and deemed it unhealthy, saying that basing an entire relationship on a simple gesture is misleading and irresponsible. Are you sure? But TikTok doesn't even do it. Many other people agree the trend is extremely childish, with one man saying he'd divorce his wife if she tried to do it on him. Okay, well, listen, as much as I love the man's spirit, that's a bit excessive. Yeah, I don't think you break up with someone for it, but at the same time, I just don't like the idea of somebody recording me and like posting it.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
Because also, one, there's no way to delineate. I mean, you can kind of delineate what's obviously scripted and what's like a genuine, someone being like, oh, what? No. But if you're going to get lumped in with all the other bad shit. That's not good. That's no bueno.
Could you peel that for me?
No. Why would I do that?
Could you peel that for me?
No. You're an adult man.
Could you peel this one for me, please? Ow. Allison, stop. Allison, stop it.
And I gotta tell you, this next one is my least favorite thing to maybe come out of this whole ordeal. Because in 2023, the Beckham test was a popular way to test your partner. It's based on a scene from the 2023 David Beckham documentary, where the professional soccer player spontaneously dances with his wife over the song Islands in the Stream. Okay. Basing it on a scene in a documentary, already fabricated, the cameras are there, all performative. Even if that is real, to me, there's no way to separate the performance. So if my husband isn't David Beckham, he's wrong. If my hubby doesn't just dance with me randomly, bye-bye, get out of here. This began a trend of women trying to recreate the scene by filming themselves dancing to the song in the hopes that their husband would notice and join in, right? We're just palling around. We're little goofballs. I love our relationship. I love you, husband. I love you, wife.
My wifey poo.
My little wifey ding dong. Mwah, I kiss your tiny head. Many people pass the test while some appear deadpanning and gaze into the camera like their soul was sucked out of their body. AKA, that's 95% of people. Because you see the camera and you're like, what is this? What the hell is this? Also, I'll tell you what, after 8 hours a day and you get home, you're like, especially after you get into your 30s, brutal. You're fighting demons trying to stay awake. The only thing you're looking forward to is just a nice little dinner. Maybe you go home, you're like, oh, I had that teriyaki chicken. I'm very excited. A little sesame seeds on it. You're cooking it, and all of a sudden someone's just like dancing up to you to a song. Maybe I'm not in the fucking mood to dance, dude. That's my response. I don't think you have to be deadpan. You have to completely shut it down. But at the same time, me not reciprocating that to a song that I don't even like, right? Am I wrong?
No. What if they put your favorite song on, though?
I'd be dancing. It'd be hard not to. What's my favorite song? I'd have to dance. Maybe just even like a little. But I'm not going to do this thing like we go up and be like, oh, like that's obnoxious.
That's performative.
Or even, let's just say I did, and I was just like, is that enough? You acknowledge it with just a simple like.
Yeah, I think as long as you're not yelling at her and beating her.
What about this then? I'm not yelling at her, beating her. No one said that. Where did that come from? What if it sat there and you were like, God damn, Nick. What the fuck? What if you're sitting there and you like, you told her beforehand, my boss, you fucking yelled at me today in front of everybody. I don't know, it's put me in a funky mood. And then she's like,
that's grounds for hitting her.
In one example that went super viral, a TikToker danced around her husband of 9 years wearing her wedding gown, only for him to be locked in on his phone and completely ignore her. I just don't know about the wedding gown. I hate to say this because once again, misogynistic type stuff, that motherfucker's put in some work. Yeah. He's on his second tour in the force, you know what I mean? Holy hell. As usual, Minnie insisted he's not the one for her. A decade in, he's not the one for you. He didn't dance! With some even insisting that she check his phone, insinuating that he was being unfaithful, of course. Others predicted that she would soon upload My Husband's So Silly video in order to defend him from the harassment. And this is exactly what she did weeks later. This time, entering a room in a sports jersey where he immediately notices her and starts to dance alongside her. Despite being a lighthearted and staged video poking fun at the viral post, people continued lambasting him for being a terrible husband. You can't win.
No.
You can't win. Also, you know what he should have done? It would have been way funnier, and I think would have got people on his side, is if she came in the sports jersey, and instead of doing that, he was like, enough! Stop dancing! I can't fucking take it! It's every day! Then people would be like, that's awesome.
People definitely would not.
And then at the end of it, though, you guys hold hands, and then you do. And then you take a bow.
Yeah. And then you have people throw flowers in.
Yeah, and then people are in there throwing flowers.
Elsie, you want to dance with me?
No, I can pass me.
Huh?
No.
You want to dance with me, Elsie? Why don't you dance with me? It means you'll...
Getting married is something many look forward to in their life. The thought of being called someone's husband or wife is a milestone for many, making it the perfect basis for a TikTok relationship test, the husband test. It's pretty straightforward. You set up the camera, grab your partner, and while talking, briefly call them your husband or your wife to judge their reaction. Do this with somebody on your second date, by the way.
That's actually good advice because sometimes they think it's cute.
Do this on your second date and see how uncomfortable they get. It'll be really funny. Hello, wifey. Be like, what?
If they're crazy,
we went to dinner once. Yeah, but dude, if he or she is reciprocating that, you run away from that. There's no reason someone should be that emotionally attached that quickly. Hello, husband. Oh, yes.
You don't think it's cute to be like, where do you want to get married on your second date?
No.
Where should we get married? The Bahamas?
No.
And you don't talk about your like potential baby names?
I think on your first date, you can say things like, would you ever want to get married? Because you're feeling people out, right? Are you wanting kids someday? I think all those questions are fine. But the assumption on the second date to say wifey or husband is a bit absurd to me. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just got to say that would be a red flag. I'd be like, we saw Frankenstein. We saw Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein in theaters, and you're calling me husband? We split the bill. You paid for popcorn.
To be fair, if a girl did that to me, I'd be freaked out. But if I did it to them, it'd be funny.
I feel like you would really like it.
You think so?
I think so. I think the first person that ever truly commits to you, it's going to be bad. I think you gotta be able to see it and then separate yourself to get onto the next one. I think someone's going to play you like a fiddle one day, dude.
No, and I'm going to take it.
Devil went down to Georgia. It all started with a 2024 video of a woman calling her boyfriend her husband in passing. And to her surprise, as she said, my husband, he immediately corrected her and said that he was not her husband.
Today I'm going to be guessing my husband's favorite things.
I'm not your husband.
Which also could have been him being kind and being like, oh, no, we're not. Because he didn't want her to feel silly. Or maybe he's just like, and no ring. She then proceeded to sit there in silence as the man awkwardly attempted to fist bump her before she jokingly choked him out. That's not funny.
That's abuse.
That's disgusting, actually. People in the comments were surprised at how rapidly he shut it down, saying even their shitless ex-boyfriend wouldn't have done that. And others claim that he didn't love her at all because, you know, they know them. This reaction inspired other people to do it with their partners, and it is just another drop in the bucket of TikTok relationship test, which, once again, if you're dating someone for a year, I don't see a problem with that. Even after a little bit, I don't think that, I'm just saying, like, date 1 through 4.
It could work. It could be a cute thing.
I feel like you have done it. I feel like you're defending it so much to where I'm like, I feel like you've definitely done it before.
This is 4.
Hi, wife.
Hi.
As relationship tests have become increasingly popular, there are more and more people fighting back against them online. In the process, many people go on rants about how these tests are starting to ruin their relationships. Yeah, one 38-year-old man was tested repeatedly by his girlfriend, and it started with her saying she wanted to be alone for the weekend, a test he failed because he didn't surprise her with a visit regardless. Also, 40 years old and playing that, I'd be like, I can't. I can't, dude. See, that's when you start getting into like the single mom territory. Single mom of 2, you think she's gonna be saying that? No. They're gonna tell you how it is. They're going to lay out the rules and you'll be like, awesome. This is the fucking itinerary. This is how we're getting it done. Dinner here, sex here, bed then. Good night. That's what I'm telling you. I need a drill sergeant. Need some drill sergeant pussy. Attention. She kept throwing test after test at him, claiming he failed every time. It escalated to the point where she pretended to be pregnant and kept up the lie for an entire day. That is messed up. That is up. A full 24 hours too. Yep.
It's yours.
He's growing in there. You shouldn't have sneezed in me so hard. Shaking and shit.
Yeah, he's thinking about a little vitamin C overdose.
Yeah. Sees a long, tall flight of steps. Despite him passing by being calm and supportive, he broke things off after realizing that this was yet again another test and that she could no longer be trusted.
Yep. Man. That's
what is smart? Yes. Yeah. I would almost feel like I'm being like manipulated or gaslit. Like imagine being like, I feel like I should propose to her. Have I been fucking groomed to think that? I don't know. It feels like it. Feels like she has my fucking brain. You know what I mean? The fucking like ball that Sauron has, whatever. He's like, Gandalf, marry me, Gandalf. That kind of thing. Another man and his wife were approached by a group of TikTokers who wanted to test the relationship by asking them various personal questions. They both agreed, only for his wife to realize that he didn't know their anniversary, her parents' names, or what allergy she has. I know Allison's parents' names. I know her allergies. I struggle with the date sometimes. The fucked up thing is they'll do the anniversary of when we first got together, our wedding anniversary, the proposal anniversary. Too many dates. I'm bad with names. And I know her dad and mom's name. That should be good enough.
Do you know her allergies?
Yeah. I'm not going to say them. Have some guy go up, blow in her face or whatever. Listen, if you're worried about your relationship, 9 out of 10 times, it can be solved with open communication. You just got to talk to people for the love of God. Also, if someone, let's say this thing is important. The thing of like, could you peel this orange for me? And they're like, no. If you do not communicate, it will not get fixed. If you tell that person, I would really love if you just like, if I asked to do these things, they did it. And if they then reciprocate, if it never changes, that person is unwilling to change. And I think that is a red flag. A one and done, brutal. Okay? You know what I mean? If you're enacting elaborate plans to test someone, chances are it'll cause more problems than it solves, especially if you're filming it and making it into fucking content for other people. So I just gotta say, relationships are hard. They are. They're not easy. People who are like, we're happy. Good for you, unicorn. It takes a lot of work, dude. You just gotta communicate with your partner. That's the real test. Communicate with them, and if they actually reciprocate and they start changing, that's a good guy. That's a good girl. That's a relationship. Welcome to a relationship. Hi, there it is. Nobody's perfect, but people can learn to be better and people can learn to be in a relationship with specifically you and no one else. So thank you all so much. Hey, don't do these fucking theories. They're stupid. Bye.
Ugh. Parents are horrified.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're going to be talking about Karens. You've probably been familiar with Karens, as they've been around long before the phrase was even popularized. Everyone kind of always had that little whispering name in the back of their head. Karen. 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 They're often angry, old people who have the unique ability to make every situation revolve around themselves through sheer entitlement. Over the past decade, the number of Karen outbursts have only increased, leading to some pretty insane confrontations. If Karen catches you in their sights, it's already too late. Be prepared to be berated and, in some severe cases, assaulted. It doesn't matter if you're at a restaurant or a bus, Karens are everywhere, just waiting to ruin your day. So pull out your phones and press record as we dive into some of the wildest Karen interactions out there. Click record. You'll need it for the authorities. They're on their way.
I remember working at Papa Murphy's, and luckily I never got recorded, but a lot of people started recording. If you fucked up their pizza and they made us redo them.
I would do this at the camera. They start recording at me, I just do this. What is that? And I'd say, fuck off, you old bitch. And I do a boom, boom, boom. Everyone's like, and I'm like, if you watched the news recently, one Karen in particular has taken the world by storm. At a Phillies game on September 5th, a home run was hit into the stands and fans began to fight over the ball. That's usually what they do. People rustle over it to see who comes out on top with the ball. Among the crowd was a man named Drew Feltwell, who was specifically at the game not only to celebrate his son's birthday, but to catch a home run ball and give it to him as a gift for his birthday. How wholesome is that? Here you go, son. I love you, Dad. You're my dad. You're my boy. You're a good kid. Drew succeeded, grabbing the ball and returning to his family in excitement. However, what was almost a wholesome and memorable moment for the young man soon turned sour, downright rotten. An older woman. I just hate saying that, old woman. Is there anything grosser, really? Any woman after the age of 25. Yikes. 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 Yikes, 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 yikes. An older woman rushed towards the father and started berating him, claiming that he had ripped the ball directly out of her hands. Show the clip of it. I would have been like, you better get the fuck away from me. I'm going to bust the teeth out of your mouth. You hear me, you old bitch? She'd say, oh, really? Oh, really? And I'd be like, I'm on a Jumbotron. She's gumming it. I'm like, come on, son. Get one at her. He's like, ah, okay. Eye pops out a little bit. She's like, try to put her eye. Fucking wild dogs just running off the street. Start ripping at her. Not willing to fight it out with a ravenous Philly fan, he ultimately gave up the ball so the Vans family could be left in peace. This was met with aggressive disapproval from everyone surrounding them as the section began to erupt with boos. And people started yelling at her to give the ball back to the child. Yeah, right, the Phillies Karen was not gonna back down and started flipping off the entire audience in her section. She even went so far as to chase down people criticizing her to scream at them about how she was in the right. You look so tired. That's a real way to fuck up a Karen's day. God, you look so tired. Why don't you go take a nap? The whole thing was broadcast live, and on top of being projected to the entire stadium on a jumbotron, it wasn't long before her face spread throughout the internet like a wildfire, with people scrambling to discover her identity so they could ruin her life. That's maybe a bit too far, but you know, it is what it is. Meanwhile, the Sun was showered with positive energy from sports fans. Not only did other fans approach him to give him their balls, but the Miami Marlins gifted him a goodie bag, and Philly center fielder Harrison Bader, who fucking cares, is a Phillies player, met with him to give him a signed bat. I mean, that's kind of sick. You know how that evil hag ruined your day? Yeah? Not anymore, buddy.
This one's for you.
This one's for you, big man. He's like, we brought her. She's tied down on a chair out back. You know what a piñata is? Am I gonna get candy? Mm-hmm. Put it in your mouth. Just rolls her mouth.
I'm hoping she's like strung up on hooks too.
I just think give the kid the ball. She had to have been drunk, right?
No, I think she's high off the excitement. She saw a weak target, pushed him down.
Well, she didn't even grab it from him. She like went up and she's like, "You stole it from my hands," or whatever. So it's like, well, I got it before you. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. No, it's supposed to be mine. Feels like very drunk energy to me. You doing that? I'm supposed to get it. The family ended up on local TV stations for an interview where the father claimed that not only was the ball never in her hands, but he truly didn't even notice the woman at all until she suddenly started verbally attacking him. At the end of the day, he claims that he wishes no ill will on her. Well, yeah, dude, he cleaned shop. Hey, I hope nothing bad happens to her. Psych. Yeah, exactly.
You know what's crazy is that I think this happened a week after some like Swedish billionaire stole a ball from a kid too. Some player was like throwing up a hat. That's what it was. He was putting a hat up to this kid. This kid was about to grab it, and the billionaire just like swiped it. And then he turned away, and the kid was like trying to grab his attention and completely ignored him. But the same thing, like people rushed to the internet, found out he's a billionaire. And then the funny thing is he first said like, he wasn't sorry, but then the next day he immediately like,
okay, fine, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I didn't even notice the kid.
What a fucking dickhead, dude. While the concept of a Karen is not novel in any way, people are convinced that the COVID-19 quarantine from a few years back resulted in Karens multiplying. That was the real pandemic, not the fake disease that the news wanted you to worry about. There was a divide. Cells dividing, manipulated. And Karens kept forming with that fucking stupid swoosh haircut, little like lab fetuses sprawling out of. What if that was the real thing that China was doing?
Oh, and they're gonna like airdrop them
Exactly.
in America?
And they just like parachute drop them like the baby Grinch in the movie, whatever. In those little things, land down and start assaulting a child at a lemonade stand. Do you have a permit? This video is sponsored by Helix Sleep. Sleep is so important to your health. The woman was in the aisle when she saw the man with his mask down. She asked him to put his mask back on, which he refused to do because he was just pulling down momentarily to eat. Would you get pissed off about that?
No.
I lived in Portland, Oregon at the time, and let me tell you, it was like a battlefield. I didn't like the old people excuse of like, I can't breathe with it. I'm like, come on.
No, I wouldn't get mad. If you're eating, you're fine. I'll just walk away. I don't know.
Well, she's in it. She can't. She's in a plane. Even back then, I'm like, even if you have this mask on, dude, you're getting like, and if you're getting sick if you're on an airplane. There's just no way. Especially whenever you see the people that. One thing that pissed me off is like, you're gonna get mad at this guy for eating a granola bar, but you're not gonna say anything to the guy who has it like down under his nose. Yeah. Whatever, like sneezes all over the place. But you know, that being down, he's eating his granola bar, and this sent her into a fucking frenzy. She demanded he put it on repeatedly before a stewardess had to come in and break up the fight. Before she could, the woman punched the man in the face. It's kind of awesome. You would fuck you! From there, all hell broke loose as she began to spit on people and fight the flight attendants. The whole time, the man was telling her she was gonna go to jail for assault as soon as she landed. Which also, he's kind of a bit of a real Karen too. Sir, can you put it down? It's kind of the battle of the Karens right there. I think that there could be a Karen too when someone's just like, hey, pandemic, can we like just cover her face up? I don't think I will. Hey, let me tell you, I'm hungry. To me, I'm like, that's some male Karen energy too. Or even you get socked in the face, you're like, you're going to jail. I'll call the cops as soon as I land, which I would do. Eventually, a passenger stood up and dragged her away from the situation. What's ironic about all of this is that while she was berating the man for not wearing a mask, she too wasn't wearing a mask herself, which I know I want to say sounds like a snarky little Redditor comment. But it is just kind of funny, isn't it? She was all upset about it, but you know what's even weirder? She didn't even have a mask on herself when she was assaulting 4 people. And even if she didn't hit them, that's basically assault already as it is. Why is no one saying anything?
Where's my up dudes?
Can I get some karma? I saw so many fights break out over mask stuff. Well, I had to go to like the grocery store to get food. A lot of times, I really liked all the posts. I think we've said this, I've complained about this multiple times on this channel, but when people were like, we need to thank the DoorDash drivers for keeping this country well fed.
It's true. I would have starved.
I became pretty good buddies. I still hang out with the guy.
Your DoorDash guy?
Yeah. I used to get like Chipotle every day because I had like a studio outside of my house or whatever. I saw him so much, I'm like, if I got it, you got it, bro. Like, it's one of those things. Came up one time, we hung out in my studio, we just like watched Kenny versus Spenny for a while. It was fucked up. I was like, you gotta go anywhere?
Kenny versus Spenny's from Toronto.
Come on up. Just ate Chipotle. It was awesome. I'm a social guy too. I gotta have somebody to talk to. You know what I mean?
And you see him every day too.
Every day. To the point where we were like sitting outside, we were talking, you know, we're doing the social distancing thing. And then after a while, I was just like, you just want to come on up, man.
Yeah.
It almost seemed like gay sex. That's what I said. After a while, I was just like, I mean, are we doing this or?
Did he deliver you a pizza? Is that what led into the gay sex?
It was always Chipotle, which oddly felt more sexual than a pizza. How am I going to pay for it? I mean, the transaction's totally done. I got a tip inside. You got a tip inside you. You put your tip inside me. You want to go upstairs and play tummy sticks?
That's romantic.
Yeah, there's nothing more romantic than two gay guys saying, you want to play tummy sticks? Karens. We're talking about Karens. In 2021, 61-year-old Timothy Armstrong was drunk on a flight from LA. I like how this Karens thing is just going to be drunk people. That's just going to be every story. In 2021, 61-year-old Timothy Armstrong was drunk on a flight from LA to Salt Lake City. I would too. I would be too. Go back in that fucking, you just get berated by Mormons as soon as you land down. You step out of the plane. Can we take you to church this Sunday? He began to yell at an Asian woman on the plane to sit down, but she was only doing so because she had back issues. Goddamn! Sit your ass down! Stretch out her back. For fuck's sakes! He began to yell racist remarks, telling her and the flight attendants she didn't belong here. So funny plane. You get her off this plane! Who even are you? Have you seen Rush Hour? Shit! I need help! The woman refused, and as the flight attendants told him to calm down, he began to growl and chew on his mask. He then stands up and starts yelling at the staff. He told them to sit down, but convinced himself that the plane had landed and that the staff was trying to hold them against their will. Which I love that idea where it's like, look at, we have it. We're in the air. Look out the window. I'm not going to. You give me your mask. This then led them to sitting in his seat, rambling about Joe Biden, the state of America. I mean, what the fuck is Sleepy Joe even doing?
Wake up.
Wake up! You voted for him too, didn't you? As soon as the plane landed, the man was escorted off the plane by 3 officers and later was cited for public intoxication as well as disorderly conduct. A lot of Karens on planes. Also, that's the thing, people think that Karens are just, because there's not a male Karen. There's not like a male Karen, right? Name?
Ken.
Yeah, but I would just hear he's a male Karen, is what I've heard. Because Karens can be both man and women.
Exactly.
That's how exclusive they are.
Karen is gender fluid.
That's kind of hip. Me and Nick were on this flight, and this guy was just pissed because this woman was like, which to be fair, no one wants to be on a fucking plane where the flight attendants are funny. This woman was like, thank you for flying Southwest. You could have flew American. You could have flew Delta, but you chose us. Thank you for flying Southwest. She has this whole, like 3.5 minutes. I mean, it was a full number. And then she's done. She's like, so thank you again. There's a couple people that, you know, like, whatever. And this guy was like, oh, God, this stinks! Like, yelled it right at her face.
He said, don't quit your day job.
Yeah, he's like sitting there, and she was like, okay, this stinks! And everyone's like, oh my God. He's like, yeah, don't quit your day job. It was kind of fucked up. There was some other guys who did. That was a bit. I was like, well, yeah, that's excessive. You already got her once with it stinks. And he's like, yeah, don't quit your day job.
That hurt her feelings.
Yeah, hurt her feelings. I'll tell you what, yeah, she was definitely like, because you know, whenever you leave a plane, they're always just like, thank you. Thanks again. She was like, thanks. At the Short Hills Mall in New Jersey, a woman lunged at another customer in a Victoria's Secret because she was told to honor social distancing rules. Are all of these COVID?
This is the COVID section.
Oh, this is just the COVID section. Okay. And then my girl, Ijoma Okinta, was shopping for a pair of underwear. A little pair of panties at Victoria's Secret. What is Victoria's Secret? I know people say that a lot, but I want to know. Was the secret that it's just like, hey, the secret is that if you want to look sexy and get your guy all riled up, or get your woman all wet and shit, wear a pair of strawberry panties.
I think it's the secret is the lingerie. That's what's underneath.
You ever been in one of them?
Yeah, I used to always go in there when my mom was buying bras, and I'd just sit down.
I went there one time, bought Allison a pair of panties in there, and didn't know where they were at. Because I was like, what the fuck? I see all this other stuff. And it's like this other woman was like, huh, yeah, this one over here. She like pulled the thing open. It was like, and I didn't realize that you like have flat files of just panties. And they were like, which kind does she like to wear? I'm like, I don't know. I was just kind of mostly getting this for me, for a little, trying to get a little sexy action going. You know what I mean? They're like, yeah. And she said, yeah, something that's finger licking good. And I was like, we're going to Kohl's.
That didn't turn you on?
No.
I'd fucking dab her up. Be like, hell
Bruh.
yeah.
All right. Which one? She's like, yeah, I'm a bit of a bulldog. Bit of a bulldog in bed.
I'd show her pictures of my wife. If I had a wife. What would she wear?
What would you have her wear? Oh, hell. I'd dress her up pretty with some nice sheer panties. My girl, Ijoma Ukinta, was shopping for a pair of panties. While standing in the checkout line, Abigail Elphick got too close to her. COVID was at its peak, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, we're not too much more of the COVID section, but it was at its peak. So when Abigail was getting too close to her, Ijoma asked her to stand 6 feet back and to be courteous. Please, stand back! Please! Instead, Abigail became aggressive. She lunged at Ijoma, who pulled out her phone and began filming. At that exact moment, here it is.
Oh God, no! Excuse. Now you are. Oh my God! Oh my God!
Right in action. Abigail's going As soon as she saw the phone, she realized how bad she was going to look doing this, and she starts having a meltdown, crying her eyes out as she insists that she didn't try to attack her, which always makes you look innocent. I didn't do that! Anytime anyone bursts into tears and they're like being defensive, I'm always just like, motherfucker's guilty. You know what I mean? What adult? If you're a child, different story. If you're a full grown adult, you burst out, I'm like, you don't have that, you don't have your emotional state under control. I'm like,
I think I'd only cry if everybody started attacking me and I was innocent. Because then I'd feel like I'm in hell, like something's wrong.
You wouldn't just leave?
They wouldn't let me.
Also, what do you mean? How would you be wrong?
So like
give me a situation.
So like, for example, if I was getting accused of doing something, like if I
accused of what?
Let's say I grabbed some panties for my wife, and Karen's like, I want those. And then she called security on me, and then I tried explaining my situation, and then she keeps attacking me, so then the security's just like then they start attacking me. Then everybody else in the store starts pointing and laughing at me. And then when I try to leave, they won't let me because they think I stole something.
So you would just start shaking and falling? All because you're like, you wanted to buy the same pair of panties?
Yeah.
I thought you were saying that she's accusing you of stealing.
It turns into that.
Oh, okay.
So like this, I'm saying like the only.
So you're saying that it starts off with something as light as like, hey, I want those. This is the last pair. And then all of a sudden she's like, I don't know. I think he might have stolen something from me.
Yeah.
I don't know. And they're like, he probably did.
Yeah.
Look at him. He looks like a thief. And you're like, what are you talking? And it's like a lot of people. How many people's in the situation? How many people's in Victoria's Secret?
It's like 25 people.
I get weak in the knees. Start shaking.
Well, especially if I didn't do anything. If I grabbed it and then she like tried to grab it from me or said I stole it from her, see then
Would you start crying or would you just like start yelling at people?
I'd probably start yelling. But I'm saying I could see myself
What's
crying.
What's the first thing you would yell at her?
What race is she? I'm just kidding. Just kidding that.
luck, editor. At one point, Abigail even collapses to the ground and pretends to faint. After a while, this turns into another outburst where she starts to shake uncontrollably while on the floor, screaming for someone to stop her from recording her.
Ugh. Shit, that's why I don't fuck with blonde girls. Holy shit, I almost kicked my monitor off of this.
It's unbelievable. Abigail starts chasing her around the store, screaming as Ijoma laughs over the absurdity of the situation. The cops were called and they were escorted Abigail from the mall. And when the victim was called in for questioning, they didn't believe her story. Shortly after the incident occurred, both women sued each other, with Abigail claiming that the recording was motivated attack that caused her to have a mental breakdown. Who do you think won that lawsuit? The fucking goddamn old big old roly-poly on the ground, or the person who was just like, what a fucking idiot.
I don't have to back up. She's behind the counter. I'm right here. You just back up. You back up for me. First of all, you're a male. You shouldn't be approaching me. I'm a female.
Some Karens will become very desperate to make the other person look like they're in the wrong. This can result in one of the most advanced moves in the Karen's playbook, faking an injury. Love it. Have you ever seen that video of this girl being like, this girl being, you can't walk your dog here. He's like, oh, I'm just walking my dog. It's like a little dog. And she's like, it bit me.
Yeah.
He's like, what? He's like recording. He's like, what? And she's like, ow, ow. And she like falls down.
What are you doing?
I would then be like, you didn't realize this? I have a German Shepherd. And I'd be like, you know, say some German Shepherd, Zeit! Whatever, and he like runs over and starts actually attacking her.
Oh, yeah.
You're gonna put down one of my pups, you're gonna put down this killing machine. You're gonna leave a mark for it.
I've seen Karens do that with cars. They'll like stand in front of the car, and then they'll like, ow, my hip!
That's something my mom would do.
Are you calling her?
I am.
Hello?
Mom, quick question.
Yep.
If you were ever in a parking lot, would you fake like you got hit by a car for your own benefit, for just to make someone look like they hit you?
Yes. That's a weird question.
Would I freaking... No, I wouldn't do that.
Yes, you would.
No, I wouldn't unless this person was an asshole that I didn't like, and then I would.
So what would the person have to do to have you do that?
Hurt my child.
They're kind of very real, very quick. Why don't you just say yes, you would?
Yes, I would.
Thanks, Mom.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Okay, what a gross bitch. Despite Karens typically being filmed during the most obnoxious freakouts, they have no qualms with performing soccer player-esque theatrics to look like they're the ultimate victim in any situation. And people know what they're talking about. Guy barely taps his foot, he rolls around.
Yeah.
In Aurora, Van T's wine had been putting up with her bizarre landlord, Lisa Anderson, for quite some time. She signed a lease agreement with her that warned of $110 late fees for missed rent deadlines, right? Despite this, Von T's would often be pushed into paying rent early from Lisa. On the day of one particular payment, Vanese had forgotten to make the payment on time. The deadline was the first of the month at noon. And only minutes after that deadline, Lisa decided to bring over a handyman that started drilling into her door to change the locks. Minutes All right, she did this without warning, skipping the late fee entirely. And when Von Teese comes over to the door, Lisa pushes past her to enter the home. They begin to yell at each other briefly, and as Von Teese turns away for a second, Lisa yells, "Oh my God, she's choking me!"
Oh my God,
You just bars up. Really?
God, she's hurting me.
Before yelping and collapsing to the floor.
Really? Really? Really?
Claiming that she's being attacked by the woman. I'm being attacked! What'd you know what's fucked up? There's no way to prove it.
Well, see, this is a situation where I'd start crying if people started believing her. I'm innocent.
Problem with you.
That's what happened in Canada, dude. She would go to jail, dude, because all you need is somebody to say. All you need is a statement. You don't need just somebody to say something. That is more than enough to get you arrested there. One person saying that you did something. Oh yeah, that's how I lost my childhood. Oh yeah.
Those that your knuckles
Whoa,
would be all
fuck?
bruised. You'd have blood over your hands. What are you? I'm innocent. I didn't do anything. Ow. And what she doesn't realize is that her son was filming the entire thing. Not only did Lisa go to the police to attempt pressing charges, she was found wearing a boot and crutches later on. Von Teese and her family moved out days later and also discovered that many other tenants were having issues with her as well. The old boot and beat up technique, huh? She wouldn't be the first Karen to feign injury in an overdramatic fashion, because over in Texas, Chris Hampshire was driving home from Cedar Breaks Park in Georgetown when he accidentally drove down the wrong exit. The female gate attendant quickly approaches the car in hysterics before he could back out and leave properly. It was pretty much that, probably. In the video, the woman is seen calling the police while standing in front of the car, and her hand is on the hood, and she refuses to let him leave. Which I never understand that. It'd be different if someone's like, I'm not going. That's different, but someone being like, no! A human error? No! While frantically insisting that the police come down to help her, the man tells her that what she's doing is against the law. In response, she yells into the phone, "Man, he's running over me!" Man, it'd be so tempting to just let your foot press off that left brake and just kind of barely tap that accelerator.
Yeah, just give it a little.
Just let your eyes roll in the back of your head. She starts screeching for help and slamming her hands on the car until the park ranger eventually steps in. She repeatedly screams at the officer that she's being assaulted and that Chris should be arrested.
I want him arrested. I want him arrested.
Chris notes that about a mile down the road, about 15 officers with sirens blaring sped past him, actually believing that a vicious assault was taking place. He was pulled over, but was let go as soon as he showed them the video. The park gate attendant was later fired. What do you mean? This is what I was paid to do, right? Right?
They have like the most mundane job, but they take it super seriously.
It's just a power trip. I think it's always boiled in insecurity. Feeling like you wish you were doing more or something, or someone just like, making you feel small, like making you feel not valuable in the situation. When it comes to Karen hotspots, there are none better than fast food restaurants. I don't know why, but those little greasy bitches love some fast eats. Any place where people are expected to be even a little bit patient or guaranteed to be hassled by an old, grumpy customer. It's truly understated just how difficult it is for the average Karen to be just a little patient. It's common to see them pacing around the front counter, huffing and puffing as they demand the entire restaurant to stop to help them first. Me! Look at me!
It's pissing me off! Come on!
One old couple was seen physically standing in front of a woman's car because she had gotten in the drive-through line before them, despite there being literally nobody else in the lane, all right?
This is what they're doing. They want all the smoke. Exactly. I will get your ass from in front of my goddamn car.
At Jack in the Box, one rather large woman. Is it helpful that we say that?
I think it paints a good picture.
She claimed that if her incorrect order isn't fixed immediately, she will blow this whole motherfucker up.
You left my sister's shit out. Fix my shit or I will blow this whole motherfucker up.
That's a threat.
Oh fuck,
That
bomb
is. I'd be like, try it. Come out of here. And I stuff like her. Keep her covered in C4. getting out of her fucking Jeep Wrangler, which not even police officers can handle themselves when the wait is too long at these establishments. A cop from Georgia films herself crying in her car because she had to wait too long for her Egg McMuffin, only for them to get the order wrong. Her voice starts to break as she explains that she, as a cop, doesn't get treated with enough appreciation anymore, urging other people to say thank you to other cops when they see them. That would make me be like, every cop I see, I'm gonna be like, go fuck yourself. My McMuffin was wrong. It's supposed to have cheese, and it doesn't. It doesn't have cheese.
I'd be pissed if my McMuffin didn't have cheese.
I would survive. I would live. I'd be like, well, thank God the rest of it's deep fried and everything else. It's still good, and I have my giant sugary coffee as well. But I don't have cheese. Just a fuck up in the drive-thru. She went through the drive-thru. I had to wait too long. Dude, I didn't know you were in a cop car, dude. I just like how it's like, it's because I'm a cop. Because I'm 5'0". All right. They hate me. You realize that I save your life every day, right? If you thought simply leaving a restaurant would keep you safe from angry, entitled people, you'd be dead wrong. Karens can be found anywhere. And today, they haunt streets of every single city in the United States. While walking home from a school, a young boy was stopped by a grown woman in her car. She claimed that the boy was cursing around the kindergartner, saying words like hell and fuck. And then he was in big trouble, which I just want to say, that's so fucked up. For an adult to go up to a child they don't know and be like, you're in big trouble. You don't fucking like, that's horrifying for a child. The kid pulled out his phone, awesome, to record and replied that he didn't know what she was talking about. In response, the woman called him a redheaded stepchild and told him that he isn't going to have a pleasant life because he lacks respect.
Redheaded stepchild motherfucking kid recording you. You know that you're not going to have a very pleasant life, right?
I wonder if she's projecting. Is that projection?
A little bit.
Might be. She then threatens to get out of her car and smash his phone. When the kid claims that that would be assault, she claims it's actually not because she has the money to replace it after breaking it. I'm gonna buy you a new one. Like, what? The entire time, her kids are nervously looking around in the back of the woman's car, clearly uncomfortable.
Come on, Mom.
At a lake in Tennessee, two boys were enjoying their time fishing when the HOA president approached them, drunk and furious. 62-year-old Matthew Webster repeatedly told them to leave, stating that it was private lake, so they couldn't fish there. When they ignored his demands, he got in their faces and threatened to hit one of them. I love that. I'm gonna beat your ass. The boys called the police and told Matthew that they were going to stay until the police arrived. Tell you what, he didn't like it. And he began to call them disappointments and then began to interrogate them on who their parents were. Before the police could arrive, Matthew walked up to the youngest boy and snapped his rod in half while the other geriatric neighbors backed him up. Yeah, good job, Matthew. He said, that's why I'm your president. I snapped boys' rods. After the incident was uploaded, it went viral, and people began searching for Matthew's identity. As it turns out, he is one of the head chairmen for a local Catholic church. The parents of both boys decided not to press charges against Matthew, and a popular fishing content creator sent both of them Bass Pro Shop gift cards to replace the broken rods. That's awesome.
If you want free stuff, you just got to stage a Karen breakout. You need to have like an old person who's going to die soon as the martyr.
That's good.
And then anything you want, have them.
Wonder what would be the thing, though. What would you have a Karen break or smash? And then you'd have to have a scapegoat child play the innocent bystander.
An RE camera.
An $80,000 camera. That'd be so sick. That's what you need to do, is you need to have a kid who's like filming. The kid's like, oh, we're making little movies, whatever.
Get
have
off
a guy
my
come
lawn.
up, get off my fucking lawn. Slaps the camera out, stomps it, pushes the kid over. It cuts off. You upload that online. What? Notification on my phone. That's weird. Open it up. Oh, Steven Spielberg wants to send us a camera and he wants us to be on set for his new movie.
A24 wants to pay for our movie?
Exactly. A24 wants to give us money to make a new movie. It's insane. The only thing though is you'd have to have that kid around forever. From watching these videos, you may be wondering how you're supposed to survive when encountering a Karen. As cringe as it is, filming them and directly calling them a Karen is one of the most effective options. It just is. I'm sorry. That's because the phrase Karen has taken off so much that people are actually becoming afraid of being referred as one.
Human Romance is dead. I'll be watched down already. Oh, fuck, come on. Here we go. Good one, come on. That was right. Watch this one. Sure, man. Friend fairs.
Today's the last day to buy merch. Head on over to
I would say usually today we're going to be talking about the
thriller.
Renaissance Fair, which the Ren Fair is a massively popular and heavily themed event that takes place all across the country. I would say usually in the fall. People from all over adorn themselves in clothing reminiscent of the English Renaissance, but not really. It's just kind of anything that's borderline fantasy. I digress. And they all meet in a large outdoor event complete with all sorts of activities and built up fake shops, castles, role-playing stuff. It's just role play is what it is. It's a fun time. The event itself started in the 1960s during the Red Scare. Blacklisted Hollywood creatives put their wasted skills to use by putting together an event that celebrated self-expression. And today, it's one of the most popular events held in the entire country. Each one of them, tons of people go to it. It's awesome. So the reason we're talking about this today too is that I was scrolling through and I started seeing a lot of different Ren Fair stuff pop up. You know, people going, can't wait to get my turkey leg. Can't wait to get my mead. I'm dressing up as Han Solo and going to the Ren Fair. And then I started seeing some of the stuff from my local Ren Fair, and it got me thinking I hadn't been to the Ren Fair in a long time. Last time I went as Baby Yoda with my buddies. It was, I think, the Dallas Ren Fair, which is the biggest in the country. And it got me thinking I need to go back. So many of the comments are people being like, I haven't been in so long. It's lost its edge. It's always getting worse every year. That's what people say. And I want to know, how true really is that? Does the Ren Fair ever actually get worse, or does it just grow up? That's what I wanted to figure out.
Both?
Probably. Probably. But we decided to check out our local Ren Fair taking place in Kansas City to see what it was all about, right? It's been a long time since I've been to the Kansas City Ren Fair, which when I was a kid was, so exciting. The biggest things that I loved back in the day were going to the wood sword sellers. The very first sword I got was like this gold spray painted sword with like a hot glued red jewel on it. And I was like, I am a fucking god. That's how I felt. The turkey legs were beautiful. Little sweet treats and snacks, and the archery and all the little games, the mazes, watching knights joust and fake fight and feeling like it was real, Nick. I felt like I was transported back in time. And it was fun. As a kid, it was like a thing where I was like, this is so immersive and fun. And you had like the big gates at the beginning and you felt like you were really going into a different time, which was fun as a child, right? But then I kept going later and later, and then nothing really changed. So I was like, all right, well, how many times have I done this before? And then until you're kind of in college and you're just kind of like, do I want to get drunk off beer and mead? Not really. So I just stopped going. And it's been I would say it's probably been at least 15 years since I've been to the Renaissance Festival in Kansas City. So now I was like, it's been too long. I want to go back and see. And ladies and gentlemen, we did. And this video is to see, is it the same for everyone else? Because I'm going to tell you what happened on my delightful adventure into the past in this fantasy realm. Let's get into it. Intro roll.
I'm home. To think this is what the Renaissance was like. I feel like this is way cleaner. I think there should just be no toilets, and it should just be shit on the streets and stuff, dead animals lying around. This is a textbook, basically. You had this super hot chick shoot at that dragon carrying that hot chick. And I'm sure that's a pretty hot chick too. This is what the world was before COVID. Now picture this with all face masks, and now you're in hell.
Want to start off by saying, started off walking into the gates with my good friends Nick and Tucker, and we were meeting our other buddies Jacob and his wife Brooke.
Farm Dog 69.
Salutations.
And as we walked in, we were immediately greeted with somebody selling windows for your house and somebody else offering free Amazon gift cards.
You guys are homeowners. We're giving away $10,000 for the new windows and doors.
Right on, man.
We're giving away an Amazon gift card and a grill. It's a free drawing. We'll have a winner every day.
Right on.
Hello? Do not read it! That doesn't help the immersion. Let's just say that. Which I am one of the people who I say, keep the fucking sci-fi out.
Yeah.
Right? Listen, I know that I'm not going back in time, but it's just, if we're all there, we're collectively agreeing to be gay and be like, we're here, right? The fantasy's happening. That's it. But you're like, there's a dragon. I can't be Star Wars. No, you can't. So stop. So going in, I was like, I feel like if you're going to do like the weird soliciting shit, get away from the front gate.
Yeah. That was the weird thing. It's like you passed a gate.
Yeah, I've already passed one gate. And now they're like, doth ye need any new windows for thine house? Would you like a gift card? A $500 gift card, be signed up? You just have to walk past them. Can't even acknowledge them. I feel like what you need to do is you need to put them outside the gate, Nick. Then you hire one person to stand outside the gate and say, back with your evil magic. Like a wizard or something. Wouldn't that be sick?
That'd be great.
There's like, yeah, they can be there. But you have one person being like, back Look, I say, damn you to hell! Quickly into the kingdom! Get into the kingdom! One thing I've noticed this year is, at least when I was younger, I remember it being really like people really getting into character, which I know there's like some people who really get into it, but I want it to immersion. There's nothing useful or fun to buy at the Ren Fair, is what I found out. I feel like when I was younger, it was way cooler. Used to be a lot of like even armor. Like who the f needs that? But you could still buy it there. Need some armor?
I don't see any armor.
There's no armor. Not one thing of chainmail.
Isn't it illegal to have fucking
How
armor?
is it possible? Which we did walk in. There was a giant, cool, like iron dragon.
Oh yeah.
That's pretty sweet. And we were right by Mermaid Grove or Cove. Also, there was wasn't there a thing called like Children Grove or something like that?
Yeah, there's like a children's area. We couldn't enter, but
well, for good reason. But it was I don't, it's whatever. But wait, don't get burned out by your old wireless bill. Mint has got you covered, and for a limited time, Mint Mobile is offering 3 months of unlimited premium wireless service for $15 a month. Holy sh! Enjoy the wireless experience when you sign up, with no stores and no salespeople. All plans include unlimited talk and text on the nation's largest 5G network. Whoa! Including free calling to Mexico, Canada, and the UK. Plus, Mint lets you choose the data amount that's right for you, so you don't have to overpay. 5 gigabytes, 15 gigabytes, and 20 gigabytes, and unlimited data options. There is a price that works for everyone. This year, skip breaking a sweat and breaking the bank and get this new customer offer and your 3-month unlimited wireless plan for just $15 a month at mintmobile.com/papameat. That's mintmobile.com/papameat. Upfront payment of $45 required, equivalent to $15 a month. Limited time new customer offer for the first 3 months only. Speed space low. Mint Mobile. Different kind of experience than it was before.
Oh,
the magic obviously is gone.
What y'all doing? No, hold up. Poor face. The lip, dude. What the fuck, dude? Babe locked. Slam.
I've been
a
fan of Odablock for over a couple of years now. I tell myself it'll be different this time, that this is the one.
Believer.
But it never is. We all know he can't get Grandmaster, but I still am watching. I watch him scream. I watch him get upset. I have nothing to say. Are we done?
Untouchable, 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 untouchable. Can't wait till I get my GM back today, am I right, guys?
Yeah.
I see. I'm already failing. Will Odablock beat Perfect Doom this attempt? Why is there only 10k on yes? Guys, can we stop being fucking shameless? Can we stop being fucking shameless right now? Okay? Like, we're gonna get this done today, right? We're on a new start, okay? We're on a new start right now. Don't worry, I'm gonna get it for you, Syrian Mo, so you can make bank and get all the fucking points in the world right now. I got you.
Rage.
I mean, you're the top gifted subber of today's stream. I don't want to let you down. I mean, 10 gifted. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you
I got
didn't
you, bro. Oh, it's over. It's over, brother Mo. Sorry about your points, man. Sorry about your points, brother. It's just so over. You know what I mean? Take care of yourself. I appreciate the, you know.
So I've been a hard believer of O ever since I got into the community. I've always put in my points on he can do it. He can do it. That's Odablock. But after yesterday's shenanigans that he was doing, yelling, screaming, promising me that he got it this turn, and then instantly failing, that's gone. Rest in peace. We're never believing again.
Yep.
You're a believer, but a believer
Man
has
can't
to fall
get past
down
floor
sometimes, right?
too. With the fucking
You gotta
twisted bow.
disbelieve to believe and then believe to disbelieve.
Hey, happy Christmas Eve, Christmas tree.
Wait, what?
Oh, thanks, dude.
I'm not feeling 100 either.
Yeah, mine's just like depression. It's like fucking up with my stress.
Hope you feel better very soon.
Yeah, fuck. Yeah. That just them short on rent just fucking stresses me out. It just fucking makes you depressed. It fucks up my mood and shit. But Yeah. Gonna get a shovel stolen Friday. I don't know when I'm gonna come up with another 800 bucks though. Fuck. I have to go sell some asshole or something,
Hey,
man. Fuck.
believers. Wait, chat. That's the lowest amount of believers I've ever seen in my stream ever. No, you guys did not. Wait. Balerian, go look at how much points is on yes. I've never seen that in my life. 2.7 million on no, okay? So 2.7 million points on no, which is a load of points, right? There's only 4.8k points on yes. It says 0% on yes. Whoever bet those 4.8k points gets 567 times that amount of points.
Yeah,
if
but
that,
you're
if
not
I get
making it
perfect
past
doom
2.
right now. They get... Wait, let me do the math.
Past number 2 though.
4.8k times 567 times 3. They'll get a 2.7 million point return. The people that bet the points on no will get like maybe like an extra point back or something like that. Very minimal. All the disbelievers would get in the butt, literally.
No, they won't.
Oh. You have failed perfect doom. You were hit by one of Doom's attacks. Oh. I just did all that math and gassed that guy up for no reason. Sorry, believer. Yeah, it's just like, you gotta realize that I've never really formed Doom boss in my life, and I'm doing one of the hardest CAs with such very little experience. Right? So it's not really that I'm kind of getting experience while I'm doing the Doom CA right now. Oh, already failed. Choose the outcome? No. Yep. Sorry, guys. Why don't I get like some sort of switch for the halberd so I can hit harder? You know what I mean? Like Ferocious Gloves, Inferno Rancor or something. 3-way switch it because I don't need food for this combat achievement.
Fuck, man.
I feel like it would make sense. Wait, this is gonna be this is the run, guys. Look how clean I'm going. Wait. Give it some, let me Wait, are you sure you want to put 50 gifted on the line here?
Oh, yeah.
Order, every time you talk, damage gets taken. How about you just shut the fuck up?
Or just take,
I got 50 gifted on the line and I got 4 more tries. Maybe you're right. I won't talk on the next attempt and let's see what happens. Order, you got your PB with Brodor in the call.
Listen, did you know that? You think you believe in the flat Earth theory?
You dumbass!
Wait, what did he talk?
How'd he kick you? He's telling me some shit
flat
about
Earth.
flat Earth. I can't focus. I don't even know how. I think it has to do with like the brain. Like you
That's
just
just
stay
funny.
attentive. You know what it is? I feel like I'm one of the few streamers that do like.
Thanks, Matt. I appreciate it, dude. You're the first person that came in and said that to me, man. Just trying to fucking... I don't think I can get evicted for not paying my rent because I put like a deposit, a first month and a last month deposit down. So my last month is already paid for.
Like stuff like, you know what I mean, and Adderall and all that stuff. Like I've never done that in my life. So my focus is always just pretty shit because I feel like I do have ADHD. So like it's harder for me to focus. I feel like I don't lose because I can't do it.
You can talk to you can talk to hundreds of people.
I just forget to pray one of the stuff usually. All right, I'm on level 5. Huh? I've actually never completed level 5 on Perfect
myself.
Doom, so this is really good to get on level 5 already.
You get it? Lou? Nice. Oh,
Wait, that was a
fuck.
second mistake. Did I just need to be right next to it?
Yeah,
Like,
you gotta
that
be
angle
behind
was
it.
a little bit weird. Okay, let me see. Let me see how. Okay, so that's 2 mistakes so far. Let me just see if I keep going, what happens.
There's one along. There's one. I'm flashing.
Really?
Wait. I'm trying to listen. I know I just died, right? But I died because I was trying to look on the floor to see if there was any other place where I could have went. There's no other boulder there. Is that my own disability? Is that my own skill level that put me in that position?
Step, pray, 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 pray. Step, pray, pray, pray. Pause, pray, pray, and then that's it.
You know what I just realized? Pause to everything. I realized that the boulders that come down are the boulders that are placed on the ground.
Yeah. That's why we placed those at the start. That's why we placed those at the start.
I didn't know that. There was a guy calling me. There was a guy yelling out in the chat with all caps, retard boulder placement, retard boulder. And now I'm starting to realize what he meant. He didn't.
I think he's talking about your head.
No.
Online simping. It's post.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel.
Me too.
Channel, how you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about mods. Moderators online. Whether you're streaming, maybe you're in a Discord server chatting with your friends. Moderators have taken over the internet as basically hallway monitors for the internet. People that have a little sense of justice for things and fandoms or groups that need protecting. Mods are there. They are the saviors, the angels. But they're also kind of creepy. And regardless if it's a god complex over power, or maybe it's harassing women or being just like kind of creeps or incel-y behaviors, mods are this kind of conglomerate of disgusting ooze. And today, I'm very, very excited to talk about them. So today, let's dive deep, deep into the depraved and disturbed minds of online moderators. Today's video is sponsored by Opera GX, the browser that gives browser. The mods menu available from the sidebar, and you can visit the GX store, which shows the wide range of mods available to explore and create.
No, don't use Opera GX. It's fucking shitty. Slows down your computer.
It is fun stuff. There you go. Twitch. If you don't know Twitch, it's an online streaming website. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. You have a brain. There you go. We're going to be focusing a lot on Twitch moderators, and we're going to start off with a classic one that popped up a couple years ago. A moderator who mods for a user named Saint Peach. Oh my gosh, you're beautiful. Please, love me.
Damn, look at those.
First time we met her at a convention, he came his pants. Roll the clip.
I met a girl who's a streamer. I went up to her, I hugged her, and I came in my pants.
I like also, too, after he said I came in my pants, he's just like, I came in my pants.
I'm not either, I'm 200.
Just a little quirky, that's me. A little bit of clue glue. Why not, dude? Baby gravy in my pants. She didn't see it.
Wait, what the fuck? You're 6-star? Oh, you just joined his clan, I guess.
What do you think that smelled like?
What is
that name seems familiar.
Like? I hate.
I remember it's your fucking streamer.
Hope you guys feel better. Merry Xmas.
Yeah.
To speculate, but I would assume it's probably
lacking.
Salty pumpkin seeds and peanut butter. If I was a
please like the video, dogs.
Yeah, it's only it's not even Christmas here, guys. It's the 24th, guys. It's the night before. You guys. Oh, I think it's time for another little nappy poo, man.
I am brain root.
I am brain roots. Yeah, I know, dude. You just put 6-star in the front.
Exactly. Yeah, I was gonna say,
Did you always have 6-star in the front? No, you didn't.
Was she hot at least? Because if she was a big fucking porker, then it wouldn't be. That's wasted seed, dude. Was she hot? And he's like, yeah. Bro, of course she was hot. I'm not gonna mod for some weird
I'm that
porky
brain
pig, whatever. Come on. But you know what? I digress, man.
Yeah,
sure.
my boy,
Sometimes
10
you're
kids.
a guy online who feels lonely. I feel that way all the time.
French Montana, Hannah Montana.
Going through a very litigious divorce. It's not. I don't want to pry. Don't ask me. because I'm not going to tell. But even I've wanted to pick up the mantle of being a moderator to have a little bit more power in my life, a little more justice. Just like some of Amaranth's moderators. And if you don't know Amaranth, she's a big, beautiful
Christ.
queen online. Yeah, we don't
Drop
know
a like,
Amaranth,
thumbs up.
Sure, buddy. Sure, let's lie to
Thanks,
ourselves,
dude.
huh? And especially female communities usually will be the ones to have kind of the creepiest moderators. Sure, there's a lot of lovely moderators out there, but as the list goes down here, it hurts their case. You know what? I'm just gonna put it out there. Every moderator is a freak. I'm gonna put it out there, and I don't give a if you're my own moderator. You're a freak. How dare you? How dare you? What is this hat? What is that kind of hat? Like an English Bobby wears it. Here's
Yeah.
something about this clip too is that she definitely saw the hand up there.
It's like a
She definitely
French
saw
clip.
the hand too, and she walked away, and he's like, "Hey,
Why ignore it though? You just want to touch him?
I don't know, power trip? I don't know. Well, you know, I don't know the guy. He could be a nice man. It's like an awkward fan interaction. It's like sometimes you just don't want to give into it because then when you give into it, they take so much more. Give them an inch.
You
take a
see me
mile.
keep coming back, loyalty.
It's a high
Yeah.
five, but at the same time, it's just one of those things where then it's just like one high five becomes 5 high fives. Then it becomes a hug. Then it becomes,
Hell
you know,
yeah.
you just nip it at the bud.
Returning
Which he did get
customers
his
like a
revenge
McDonald's.
3 years later, Nick. He did. She put one up to him, and he rejected it, and then she looked shut down. So who really got the last laugh?
She did.
She's a millionaire. She definitely got the last laugh, I think. And a big thing to preface is that all of these, I don't think, well, I guess there's probably some mods who get some paid. Well, I would say 99.9% of mods are volunteers who do not get paid. So
Merry
this
Christmas,
kind of power
bro.
trip or this kind
Thanks,
of obsession
Doug.
is fueled
You're a
off
day
fandom,
early, though.
essentially. There
Christmas
are
is the
mods out there
25th,
who
not
are
the
just like, I'm
24th,
happy to help,
guys.
and I'm usually here, and they're respectful, and there's like usually a level of friendship. But like me and my mods, I would say we're friends. I chat with them outside of my Twitch stream. It's cool. But there's some people who take it to where I would say there's an unhealthy social, like parasocial relationship to where maybe you feel by extension that you're a part of that person's team or that you get to speak for them. Like if somebody was, let's say, Amaranth's moderator or something, I'm sure that at some
I had
point there's
such
some
bad
moderators
stress.
who are like, I'm like,
I had such high stress levels, it's fucking with my body temperature. Like I got fucking cold sweats and shit. And hot sweats and shit.
really good friends with Amaranth, and I get to speak for her
Fuck
and
it.
say these things. And I feel like at
Fuck
times
it.
there just might
Merry
be
Christmas.
moderators who don't see the line, I guess, in an unhealthy,
feeling a
weird
lot
way.
like
Or they could just look
Christmas
weird and I'm being
time.
rude. Amaranth also, by
Jeez.
extent, is a very beautiful princess. Can I say that, Nick? Can I be so frank?
You can.
Can I be so bold?
You must.
I know. Amaranth's fans, if I may be so bold, as I must, I would say a lot of them are guys who are simping. Simps! Online simps. I feel like there's a direct
Yeah,
correlation
girls.
between moderation and simps as well. Guys, which if you don't know what simps are, they're men who flock in droves. They give women all the attention because they're sexually attracted to them. Them's is the facts. Nick's done it.
Lady.
Hell, I've probably done it. Fond after a woman who definitely doesn't love you back, but you're fixated on her. And then when it's an internet personality who's there all the time and you get to watch from afar, I mean, it's a public thing. I mean, it's not like she's at her day job and you're like looking in like a bakery window like, oh my God. Beautiful women attract a lot of nasty bot flies. Bot flies sit there and they go around.
Good
as you can
luck,
see
I
in
just
various
wanted to
fan
drop and
interactions
show love
stuff.
for
It's
your
just
channel.
Kind of cringy
Thanks,
stuff.
dude.
Maybe they want to smell her. No,
Thanks,
don't play
man.
with yourself,
Appreciate
Nick.
it.
That kind of fandom is going to bring that kind of moderator. That's the connection I'm trying to make. So sexy women are going to have weird moderators as well. Doesn't mean they're all bad. Want to put that out there. Doesn't mean they're all bad. But I would say if I had to be a betting man, I'd say the majority of them are just a little weird, a little odd guys. Especially whenever the first level of interaction is, I find you sexually attractive. That's a recipe, bam, you know what I mean, for
Grab some
disaster,
beer.
I'd have to say. Which even Amaranth has gone.
Grab some beer at the store beside my house. If it's fucking open, probably is. It's an Asian convenience store, so it probably is. I wish I could stop myself. I wish I could find something else to entertain myself with. Yeah, I tried. I tried to stop. I just need entertainment. Let me see here. What do I need? What do I need? Okay. Yeah. Give me a sec, Chads. Okay, Chads. Sometimes it just hurts so fucking bad to sit down. Fuck. But if I stand too long, my back's gonna fucking start killing me. Fuck.
On fictitious dates with some of her mods. I wouldn't actually call it a real date. She would go on a date or grab like a coffee, a casual date, a friend date with some of her mods.
We should have club.
I don't think clubs open this early.
Guy on the right legit looks like a drawing. And you know what? There is nothing wrong with being a man who maybe wears like a Superman shirt. Hey, my beard is unkempt, but your hair's a little I'm not going to tell you which streamers I mod for, but I do mod for some of them. One of her ex-mods, her then mod, found out that she was married, and then it felt severely wronged by her. He felt betrayed because in this way, these moderators or simp/moderators have an unhealthy
like
relationship
dating.
where they're like, maybe one day. Every day you wake up and you're like, is today the day? Maybe. Or you live with this delusion in your mind that one day it'll happen. By being the moderator, you're one step closer to being in a relationship with her. She can trust you. You can trust me. You can trust me.
You trust me, girl.
So I'm on r/livestream fails, and there's news you have a husband. This can't be true, right?
I do have a husband, but obviously I'm not going to mention him because then people get turned off by that idea. Do you know what I mean?
I don't want people to know that I'm taken because then they won't donate me money.
Exactly. Smart. Genius. I think it's fucking... You think if Pokimane had a fucking boyfriend on stream, she'd be as famous as she is, or be as rich as she is? No. Nope.
It's essentially what it is. That's business 101, baby. Supply and demand. Supply and demand, Nick. No, I don't understand it. Why did you hide having a husband? It's just like, I don't know, dude. Use your fucking brain. The fantasy is that she is attainable. And whenever you have, hey, used goods, Nah, she's a virgin. Can you imagine looking at some of these
Virgin.
streamers being like, she's a virgin.
She's a virgin.
She's mine for the taking. And why is that any of your business anyways? I am not allowed to keep that aspect of my life private. Good point. I've been supporting you for 2 years now. I'm always moderating your chat, making sure dumbasses don't say shit about you. Do you know how much I support you? I always donate to you. I've given you thousands of dollars at this point. Also,
What you
kind of
got
fair
going
as
on
well.
today?
Do you think that in a way is it like dangling a carrot in front of a rabbit? Well, so
Very
this might
good,
be a
man.
bad person to ask because I feel like you're
I
gonna
don't
be like,
feel that
what a
well, so-
bitch. And I am still thankful for that.
I don't think I get the brain
Okay, well, I'm
capacity
still-
to
okay,
play.
thank you. And 2 months ago, do you remember?
Ruiner today, maybe later, but I just want to drink and fucking sleep, and then wake up and drink and sleep, and wake up and drink and sleep. Then go see my grandparents. I gotta see them tomorrow for dinner, but my grandpa's really sick. That's gonna suck to see him like that. Fuck.
Yeah, dangle a carrot.
Yeah, I'm just going. Well, I was watching a video.
That's no fun.
Got like a 10-minute nap. Trying to get back to nap, but my body temperature's holy shit. Look at the tits on this girl. Holy fuck. Sorry. Oh fuck. Oh, that fucking hurt. Oh, just ripped the fucking earphone right out of my fucking ear. Oh, but the fucking little plastic part got stuck in. Fuck, dude. That fucking hurt, man. That's why I hate the cords, man. You can't go to the washroom while still listening to YouTube videos. You can't fucking, you always fucking do this, so I just hit it down. Oh yeah, I forgot, you gotta put the cord over the mic arm. That's what you do, yeah. So it's out of your way completely, it's not in your way of your
It
hands.
was frozen in there.
Yeah. Yep,
Remember
well,
what you said
come
to
to
me.
Canada,
I
bud.
just got off work, and I sent you a picture of my bored but tired face on Snapchat, probably the Jim Halpert. And you said I looked cute. Obviously, you know how much I like you. I was gonna.
Oh yeah, Montana. Fuck. I saw a fucking Montana license plate. I think it was a Was it I saw a Montana license plate the other day, dude. I'm pretty sure it's Montana. What the fuck are you doing up here, dude?
Fly to TwitchCon this year, and I was hoping we'd get a few drinks afterwards, just you and me. See where the night takes us. And
Utah?
now this comes
No,
out.
Montana.
I feel like such a.
Wait, was it Utah or Montana? Is Montana even a state? The state or city? Oh yes, okay. Then it was Big Sky.
I believe it.
Okay, yeah. Then it was Montana. Okay, yeah.
Montana.
Yeah.
6-star Dr. Gigawatt Brain Rot OG, you leveled up to level 1.
Congratulations. Nice. You're level 1. I just added level systems. I'm not sure what's the whole point of it, but.
First
I
off,
see Canadians
bold.
here.
Just implying that it's gonna happen. We'd get a few Captain and Cokes.
Yeah, it's probably like not too different, like, cause like we got lots of mountains and lots of snow, and you guys probably got lots of snows because you guys got lots of mountains.
It's a border state.
Huh.
And we go back to the Hilton. What I don't understand. Now I feel like a jackass. He's like, I work at a plastic factory during the day, and I thought that I'd be with my princess and millionaire, billionaire, OnlyFans goddess. I guess I just feel a bit naive at this point. And she says, don't say that. Listen, of course you're cute. Jump up, bunny, grab it. I am so thankful to call you my friend. Ooh, that's the dagger right in the heart. And you are such a big supporter of me, but I do have a husband, and that's just how it is. I'm sorry if you had intentions in mind, but I am taken. I'm sorry if you thought that you could f me, but that's not gonna happen.
Someone else already is.
Also, you can say someone's cute. I guess between man and woman, it feels a bit wrong. Does it not, or I don't know.
Oh, I feel cute's playful. It'd be one thing if she said you're sexy.
Well, that's true. Well, yeah, it could be joking. But yeah, if someone's like, oh, you look cute today, I don't think that's bad. You're wearing cute shoes. Those shoes are cute. Oh. And he says, I don't need you. Ooh! There are a whole lot of other streamers that deserve my time this morning. Just let you know, bitch, you're not the only hot chick on Twitch, all right? As they say, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Fish without husbands, too. You
Yep.
liar skank. Whoa!
Oh, fuck, Alinity.
I'll be dedicating 1/3 of my day to moderating your chat. Let the wild
I wonder
beasts
what
roam.
Alinity's
And
doing
if you
now,
need
dude.
me, I'll be in St.
I think she's from fucking she's from Canada too, but she's the girl that fucking threw her cat across the fucking house. She like gets drunk and throws her fucking cat around the house. Twitch doesn't even ban her.
Teachers chat from now on. You may not
Fuck.
know this, but I actually do watch her streams after yours are over, and I've been a 6-month subscriber as well. I donated her $30 the other day and said her outfit looked cute. She said, "I'm a sweetheart. Things are looking up for me and down for you. This is where I bid you farewell. Have fun being a liar bitch face." Oh, and is this a tweet from the guy? Yo, at Twitch support, I need your help on a purchase I made. The girl I donated $13,000 to spent her countless hours moderating her chat and keeping creeps away, and spent time being there for an emotional level on your website is actually married and I want a refund. 13 grand. Also,
Fuck,
it is
I could
funny
survive a
because
year
then
off
you're
that,
looking at
dude.
your moderator status as basically a pimp.
No,
or
probably like
trust.
10
You're
months.
well, I've put in so much money that
13 fucking grand? That's a lot of fucking money.
After this person
Holy
leaves and
shit.
takes his juicy 13K away, the wild beast are free to roam. Well, we have to have interviews to find his replacement. I look at this guy, right? Sure, he has what I have, which
Dude,
is
if I got a $13,000 fucking donation, I'd fucking travel the world. I mean, I'd probably get fucking stranded somewhere. I'd fucking run out of money, but I'd still fucking attempt it, man. Fuck yeah, dude. If I got 5K, I'd do it. No, 5K would not be. 5K is like a fucking trip to Florida and maybe somewhere else.
Hell yeah, that would last me at least 2 HRS at the casino.
Yeah, well, I just go to the casino just to drink, dude. Fuck yeah, just go to the casino because they give you free drinks at the casino. So you just play very slowly or something. You drink as much. Actually, you're rich, right? So you don't really. Actually, you're kind of rich. You're like half rich. 13K. That's a quarter rich almost.
sleepy eyes. Probably
13K. Imagine how much money do you have to be able to donate $13,000 and not fuck up like your budget and all that. I mean, I'm sure it's obsession, and he's obsessed with her, and he thinks he's his girlfriend and boyfriend and all that shit, but 13 fucking grand? Dude, if I seen a fucking 13,000 fucking donation, I'd fucking have a heart attack, dude. I'd fucking start crying on stream.
Joking a lot while he
That's
sleeps
fucking
because he has sleep
crazy, dude.
apnea, much like myself.
What the fuck do you do when you're streaming? You fucking see a 13,000 donation coming. All right, guys, I'll see you guys next month. I'm gonna go on vacation. Yeah. How do you keep calm? Just keep streaming, dude. Fuck. Well, it's not 13. It's $13,000 over a couple years.
What is it about this situation that this guy just looks like a creep? I mean, maybe it's just because it seems pathetic.
He wants me, you know, on a pickle, floating around in the pool. I'm in.
He's willing to do
You know,
that? In a bikini?
Sure. I'll head out to, you know, Bath and Body Works or wherever they sell bikinis. I don't know.
LOL, I just spent 6K on a ring LMAO.
I'll go to any places where they sell bikinis.
Dude, you got fucking 10 kids. What the fuck, dude? Why are you buying more fucking rings, dude? You better not be getting married again and having more kids, dude. Oh yeah, she hit menopause, so I gotta get remarried so we can have more kids. Fuck, dude, isn't menopause like fucking hell, dude? Don't you go through hell? Don't they turn to like a complete bitch or something?
We
Fuck.
were not married yet.
Fucking sinners. You goddamn 10 kids. Holy shit. Yeah, I guess about time. Yeah. Fuck, I might get forward $6,000 fucking ring. Why not just get a $2,000 ring, dude? I mean, I guess, yeah. She's a really good girl. She probably deserves it, right? Helps you a lot and shit, but... Fuck,
She
dude.
is 10 years younger than me.
Nice, dude. That's what it's all about. Nice.
Victoria's Secret, Bed Bath & Beyond. They smell good, too. I will smell them. I sent it to you. But let's move on from Amaranth. This is videos and all about her. We need to talk about other beautiful little kittens. Or, as I like to say, Kiara Kitty's moderator. This might be one of my favorite videos on the internet. A man of power with his queen, and she got to hang out with him. She's hanging out with him in the car. Someone donates $5 to her, and it says, "Make the world and yourselves happier. Kiss him, Kiara. You have the longer neck, and it's 2019. Make the move." First off,
You have the longer
I'm a
neck.
Twitch person, like gooseneck, basically. You have the longer neck, so you have to be the one to instigate. There's part of me, too, here, which wonders, did he tell a person in chat to say something? Did he do something where he's like, hey, when I'm with her, give him a donation and tell her, hey, like, I don't know, kiss him. Not a bad move. Not a bad move. You know what that's called? Peer pressure. You can also see his chest start to flutter. Like, you can tell he's like, oh my God, it's happening. I love that little...
Like, oh my God, it's happening.
glance at her. Deers are skittish, so he knows that if there's any abrupt movements, she's gonna be like, no, whatever. So what does he do? He keeps it cool, but he gives her the eye dart. He does. He thinks he's even more locked in because she puts her head on his. She's playful, right? There's a little physical connection. So he sits there. He's not being pushy with it either. Her looking at him and then him looking at her like,
he's
I
erect.
guess we have to do it. And she's like,
I guess we have to do it.
Where it's just like, no. Oh, you know,
No, it's only a $2 donation.
Like, remember what they said? He looks back at her. Did you have a good time today? That's period on the day. It's already done. This interaction's done. We're just in a car together. Ooh. I think he kind of purches his lips together. He does like. What's sad too is at the end of that too, he kind of does his look back like he kind of knows he fucked
It's
up.
not even his fault, dude. Asian girls don't even show affection, dude. That's why I'd never date an Asian girl. You see the Asian couples, they're never holding hands, anything, dude. You see like an old fucking Asian couple, they're like fucking like 20 feet away, they're like walking 10 feet away from each other. We're fine, dude. No, they show no affection at all. It's fucking horrible, man.
I feel bad for them in a way. These guys dig their own graves. That's fine. I'm looking at it more from the angle of like completely delusional, like mentally unwell people. But I'm just saying, is it not, there is like a weird back and forth with something of a dangling the carrot aspect. You want to be friendly and be like, you know,
Love you,
this
long
person
time.
does spend a
Love you,
lot
long
of time in
time.
my chat, whatever. And I've
Long
gotten to
time.
know them, so I wouldn't mind meeting up with them. Because I bet you there's so many interactions where it's like, yeah, I met my mod, we're having a good time, and it can be
Yeah,
like
there's
a
a lot of
female
prostitution
guy fiasco
over
that
there.
isn't, you know, so weird. Uh-oh. As soon as you start a video and you're like in a dark room.
So Japan's really fucking weird, dude. They have like a whole bunch of like prostitutes that dress as schoolgirls.
$5
They're
love
called-
you long time.
$5, love you long time. Love you long time. 15-minute, love you long time. 15-minute, $5, 15-minute. Fuck, what was his name? Come on, pop back into my head. You can't hit it that hard, right? Because it just fell out of my mind, so it's probably back here instead of up here, so I just gotta hit it back up. Fuck, I can't remember, man. Oh yeah, Japan. In Japan, they have like these fucking girls that'll walk up to you and they'll dress like as schoolgirls. And they'll have like a menu of everything they fucking offer. For like prostitutes and shit like that. They're called JKs, I think, or GKs, or JK. I think they're called JKs.
It's like an Android cell phone webcam. Also, he's definitely like in his grandparents' house or something.
That's why schoolgirls are really popular in anime.
Oh, dude. Kind of laughs like you a little bit.
Oh, sweet child.
I think he said, oh, sweet child. Oh, sweet child.
Dear kitty, you soon will see.
That's fucked up to watch that one last because now it gives the context to everything. I mean, I'm sure he's trying to be romantic or like anime, kind of like, you'll soon see. But it just reads like a serial killer. And also had the same color grading as the Jeffrey Dahmer show with Evan Peters.
Shout out to my girl
LOL, I wanted
So
one
this
that
user
can
is
cook and
well-known
is a
in-
bit crazy. LOL, mine's Mexican.
Evan Peters.
Oh fuck. Hotel and food. $224 for a hotel and food? Fuck, dude. That must be a nice hotel. $224. Oh, you guys can't see because my camera's in the way. $224 for hotel and food. Must be a lot of food or a fucking nice hotel room, man.
out to my girl Kiara Kitty.
Please like the video, dogs.
Ah, no, it's probably just a bed bug free hotel.
Well known in many communities on Twitch, apparently. He stream type user Unicorn and appeared on her stream. Oh, look at that. Dude,
Oh,
little
God.
gremlin in the back. Oh, no! He's got that little no-neck thing. Unicorn was in New York streaming in public, and he found her so he could meet her. Which the whole interaction is just so cringy and weird, and she completely, like, keeps asking him to leave. She's like, okay, leave, please.
See you next time.
It's so weird how there's just different context with things. You put some stuff out. See, this is why I hate...
No way he's wearing a Toronto shirt.
It's so weird how
Is he
there's...
wearing a Toronto Football Club shirt?
It's so...
O-N.
It's so weird how
Or
there's just
London.
different
Toronto or
contexts of
London, I'm
things. You
not
put
sure.
some stuff out. See, this is why I hate feeling sympathy for anything, because then they do shit like this. Like, just crawls out of the ground. He just, like, shows up somewhere. Come on, man. Let's just branch out of Twitch for a second. We're looking at too many creeps walking around in the dark alleys of the world. Let's go to the digital alleys. Discord mods. So we have a user named Blaze here. Hello, Eva. I notice you have a profile picture of a very beautiful but also intelligent looking female. And I am under the presumption that this goddess is you. It is quite astonishing to see a female here in Pummel Party official Discord. What is Pummel Party?
Like a fucking party game or like a. It's like
I'm
Mario
quite
Kart,
popular
Mario
around
World
here in
party
this
game,
server.
whatever the
So if
fuck
you
it's called.
require any guidance, please throw me a mention. I will assist you at any hour, day, or night. And, before you are mistaken, I do not seek your hand in a romantic way. Although, I am not opposed in the event you are interested in me, as many women often are. Love the confidence. I'm a man of standard, and I do not bow to just any female that comes my way, unlike my peers. So rest assured that I will not be in the way of your gaming and socializing experiences. Consider me a player too, a companion, a partner, and perhaps we can enjoy some video games together sometime. I see you play Pummel Party. And are you good at minigames? I am a minigame aficionado, so I'd be happy to assist you in games. Platonically, of course. Unless you, like many others, change your mind on that. I look forward to our future together, as friends, of course. I love that cheeky little, like, as friends. But me and you know goddamn well that's not gonna happen. Why can't I have a nice Discord interaction like that, dude? Hello, I saw you had a Princess Bubblegum profile picture. At first I thought this was a boyfriend-girlfriend picture, right? Just on glance, and it's like one of my moderators flew thousands of miles to meet me. That feels pretty, like, normal. That doesn't feel too, like, I hate to use the word pathetic. It's not pathetic. I just mean like, hey, he came to fly out and we got to hang out. Cool, see you in chat. That feels fine. But then it's just his response. And he immediately starts off a little too strong. You are even more beautiful in person. That feels strong. That feels like two different conversations. One person saying that's friendly, and he kind of starts off with the romantic side. It is an honor getting to guard your Twitch chat. Here's to many more years of moderating and cheeky little donations here and there. Oh, cheeky is what really threw it there to me. Cheeky, like cute. You know, he's like, you look beautiful today. I'm outside your house. It's a $3 donation too. She's like, come on, if you're gonna stalk me, at least throw me some fucking more money. You know what I mean? We would not be talking about this kind of Discord moderatorship if we didn't throw in Pokimane.
Morning, Pokey. How are you? Good to see you. Oh, cute dance moves.
The queen bee is what I would say, right? But I like on r/Pokimane, someone just put, how do I date Pokey? I've been donating and getting her attention. She always smiles when I do. Oh, she always smiles when I do? So she's just like, and she's like, oh. We have a like, is it that kind of connection where it's like he's like, or is she just already laughing and he's like, we're so simpatico. I love when she says thank you in my Twitch username. Well, yeah, it's like a $2, $5 donation, whatever. God, Twitch names are always the worst too. Thank you, slimy panda. Where should I take her when we do? What should we do? God, I can't wait for us to get married. Okay, this might be a troll post. I can't wait for us to get married is pretty crazy. Which, because then you have also like some troll posts like this that I think are fun, but I'd like to think that they are real. But there's some screenshots here of some other stuff of Discord mods on TikTok of random things of a guy sitting crisscross and he just has like the fattest legs imaginable. I looked at his legs and I'm like, those are what my legs look like. Me at age of 34, moderating 60 Discord servers, and e-girls flagging my messages, begging for my attention. You know, it's all kinds of people taking pictures with their queens and stuff. I'm kind of short on savings, but I'll defo give $500 to drop this week. LMAO. Hope she sees this and knows how much I love and miss her. This idea that you have to hit a certain quota of money, because then it goes into like weird stuff too, where you're getting into territories where it's like you're the breadwinner of the family. It's like man shit. Okay, well I need to give her $500 so I can support her, and then you become a base to the foundation of her survivability and her living in this nice place. And you know, God, I do spoil my little princess. Kissing your mod is like kissing your brother. This woman bringing her moderator on stream and then like parading this around like, oh, I can't kiss him, whatever. He's not bad looking. Just kiss the son of a bitch if he's sitting there. It's one kiss, one peck. Little Tom Brady peck, right on the lips, dude. Taking shots too. He's like, keep taking your shots. He's barely taking shots though. He barely poured anything in that. Oh, I'm drunk too.
Pucker up.
I have small lips.
You snotted on me.
Oh, this is so cringe. His eyes are closed too. I feel bad that a man would be getting this situation and it's this pathetic, whatever, but then to like be publicly humiliated and like in front of how many viewers, and she's like, oh my God, I can't. It's like one of those things where it's like you can't give a friendly kiss to somebody. I friendly kiss my grandma. Doesn't make it fucking weird. She has great lips, by the way. Because they're saying like, look how stupid, because it's not a big deal. She barely kissed him and she screams. Come on, dude. And then she runs off scream holding her tits. He's sitting there. He's like, jackpot.
She's
Caitlin
like
told
15,
Dilly to
dude,
clean
what the
himself up
fuck?
for the kiss, she tells chat that she wanted to drink specifically because she didn't want to remember the kiss.
I only did the kiss stream because I knew I'd be kind of drinking, right? And me drinking, I won't even remember this kiss anyways, so.
He suggested he grab her by the chin to give her a kiss, and she laughs in his face. Well, I mean, that's kind of cringy. That's like definitely a fantasy he's probably had. Those are the kind of guys, too, that saw like Spider-Man 1, and they're like, the upside down kiss was probably the hottest thing on earth. She does a belly shot from Dilly. I will say that belly is not looking good. You can pay me enough to put my stomach out there like that. Are you kidding me? I got enough fucking stretch marks on my stomach that looks like a river map of Missouri. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Also, I hate that fucking room, honestly. Does it not? Does this look like a fucking toddler's room? Like, it looks like, I feel like a baby crib should be in there. What is the deal with women being like, you have to cover their fucking mouth when they laugh? Why? What is that?
You want to see their horse teeth, dude.
Is that actually, is it just insecurity about teeth? She has perfectly straight teeth. Everyone now.
Oh my god, oh my god.
And she keeps like covering her tits. I'm like, your tits have been out this entire time. If you're laughing, own your laugh. Have a little more fucking pride in your laugh, dude.
Kate's been a great friend to me since I've been out here. I've had fun every single night. She's done things that she personally didn't want to do, but for me, she would do it.
Wait, what? It sounds like he's like, so I mean, I don't know, she like licked my ass and whatever else. Mod behavior, dude. Streamers and content creators have to be very, very careful. Honestly, whenever I've done stuff, I don't have huge streams or anything, but still, yeah, there needs to be a level of decorum, right? Grace that you have with people online. Moderators online need to be careful, right? So do the creators themselves.
Oh, yeah.
Moderators out there are usually, from what we've seen today, an odd bunch. They do it because they're going to show up anyways, and that's nice. But people that take it too far, they try to find out where you live. They try to sniff your panties. They want to kiss you. Probably not the best moderators to have. Versus people who are there to just hang out and make sure that no crazy borderline racist shit said in chat. There's a big difference. So all I got to say is this. If you're a moderator who's doing the good fight, working hard, who keeps the community nice and safe, I say God bless you. If you're a moderator who's just trying to get some pussy, God bless you. No, I don't know. Find a new path. Open up Tinder. Go out there and try to meet someone in real life, because this fabricated reality you've made for yourself does no good. No good for anyone. Thank you so much for watching some moderator cringe today, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
The reason why he would sometimes turn around videos a week or two late is because he couldn't stop touching himself. I was trying to pick which word to use.
What's now, chat? What do we watch now?
I've been a fan of Odablock for over.
Oh. The most dangerous storage unit find 6 minutes ago. So you know I was watching his channel, man.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're looking into the odd and disgusting world of storage units. Is stuff starting to pile up in your house? Are you running out of room? Are friends and family starting to make weird comments about your life choices? Fear not, friend. Because there is a simple solution that may only cost you roughly $20 a month, allowing you to relocate your hoard of filth elsewhere. So first off, love Storage Wars. Fake TV show, love it. Love Storage Wars. But then I've been seeing all
Every
kinds of
TV show's
videos online
fake,
of
dude.
articles of people like, they find tons of money. It's all fake. I mean, don't get me wrong, I bet you there are storage units where people find some crazy shit, but I want to know what's some real
Yeah, there's this
crazy
one
shit.
YouTube channel that this guy always fucking does. He always fakes fucking his dumpster diving videos. He just fakes his storage. That's such a good fucking thing, dude. I mean, you have to have money first to do it, right? Because you have to buy something expensive just to fucking put in the storage locker to fake the video. But he had his dad helping him with the fucking channel, right? So his dad could fucking buy all the shit, right? Yeah.
Someone's found. I want some disgusting, depraved stuff, and that's what we're going to dive into today, all right? Storage units are a great solution for those with too many possessions. The services range from small rooms to large garages, and these labyrinths are found worldwide and hold all sorts of strange items. However, these large steel buildings are not as safe as you may think. From burglaries to insane tenants and even murder, storage facilities are the wild west of urban
Not
cities
living.
with chaos hiding behind every turn. So, grab your padlocks and steel boots as we get ready to lift the door on the strange ongoings of storage units. I lived in a storage unit for 2 months.
How was
It's
it?
horrible.
Oh.
It's horrible. It's hot. There's no power really.
Did you crank the door open a little bit? No.
I was too afraid. Just lock it. I had like a little heater in there and doesn't matter. Don't even know that about my life. If you've ever watched shows like Storage Wars, which was one of the most popular shows of the 2010s, it goes without saying that there are all sorts of crazy things to be discovered in storage units. Storage Wars followed a competitive group of buyers traveling from auction to auction, trying to see who could make the most money with the units they purchased, right? $500, sold to the guy for $500. Now I need to make $500 plus more money for profit. That's the show. That's every episode.
Yeah.
And there's some bickering here and there. It's trash television. It's also all completely fake. It doesn't matter. Still, eat it up.
No shit, the show is
Television.
fake, dude.
It's also all complete.
Purpose Dojo Stuff House also claiming the show is fake. No shit, it's fake, dude. Every fucking TV show is fake, dude. What the
Completely
fuck?
fake. It doesn't matter. Still, eat it up.
It's
All
entertainment.
day.
It's not
Love that shit.
fucking-
That's what I do. I watch. Ooh, Storage Wars is on. That's what I do. Over the years, some of the people on the show have found insane things like rare art collections and priceless vehicles. And although this might look impressive, they pale in comparison to some of the stuff we are going to talk about today. Starting in 2018, a man
make
who
it full
bought a
screen.
unit for $500 and was so excited about what he found that he approached Storage Wars auctioneers Dan Dotson to spread the word. Inside the unit was a lock safe and took multiple attempts and 2 different locksmiths before the code was finally cracked.
shoot
When
it.
they opened the safe, they were greeted with $7.5 million in cold, hard cash. I'd come. I'm not even joking. I would be leaking. I'd be oozing the honey. The maple is going down the tree. You know what I mean? It would be
Damn,
a
it's a
beehive
flip
for
of the
my
year.
pants, is what I'm saying. Sticky. News of the discovery made it back to the original owners of the unit, realizing their money had just been sold for less than 1% of its worth. They contacted the buyer with a lawyer, offering $600,000 for the unit and the money. No. After intense back and
600K
forth,
for
both
fucking
parties
7
settled
mil?
on a reward of $1.2 million, and the owner received their money back in full.
What the fuck?
Still
What an
got nothing
idiot.
out of it. But I would have been like, I'm not fucking giving
I'd be
a
like,
shit.
no, I
That's
got
also
fucking
why
bought
you
this.
lie. You lie and say, I found $3 million in a deal. I'm not going to tell people about the other
No, you say you bought it, dude.
$4.5 million. Come on.
So wait, also, is this the owner of the original storage unit?
Yeah.
Or the...
This is the owner of that's like his unit. That's his money. So he's like, wait, what? Because he's probably like, I forgot about it. It's in there. No one will ever find it. Well, how do you not pay it? I don't know. But it's suspicious in my opinion. This is a lot of, I feel like a lot of dubious
Hey, yeah,
activities,
if you got
dude.
7 mil,
How do we know it's real? That's the
aren't
thing.
you paying
Now.
your
You can't trust
fucking
anything. If anything, now
storage
it's just a
bills?
headline to get some good press. Many believe that the cash was unmarked and was being held in a locker to avoid the law. Storage lockers are typically used for non-perishable items, and while some are climate controlled, it's never a good idea to store food inside. During a routine lock check, a manager began to smell a funky, sweet smell emanating from a nearby locker. When they opened the door, they found 4 large 55-gallon drums. They slowly opened the barrels and found that inside the unit was over 200 gallons of maple syrup.
Damn.
Can you imagine that? We gotta keep those.
200
Relieved that it
gallons?
wasn't anything serious, they contacted the owner and asked why they were storing so much liquid inside the facility. The owner said nothing. The manager didn't remove the syrup, but did notice that bugs and other vermin were starting to hoard around the locker.
I think they stole the syrup. I think it was a little syrup thief.
So you think that these are people that like they went to the Aunt Jemima factory?
Yeah.
Aunt
Does
Jemima.
syrup go bad?
I don't think it does.
I think about it. I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen bad syrup. Editor note: Can syrup
No,
go
it's
bad?
natural, so it couldn't.
Editor, also, sorry, do some math. Aunt Jemima is how big? So if there's that many 55-gallon barrels, how much maple syrup is that? And is it worth the headache?
I feel like that's like $400,000 worth of maple syrup.
There's no way it's that much money. I'm gonna guess it's maybe a little over $1,000 worth of maple syrup. Like not enough to me. I'd like to have to carry the barrels in there. There's no way it's
Wait,
worth.
oh, did we say 455? I was thinking like 55
Even then, you think that's $400,000 worth of condiments? It's a condiment at the end of the day. I love how high you price maple syrup, dude. A lot of storage facilities act as graveyards for deceased people's stuff. Once the person is gone, their belongings can sit there for years until the container is auctioned off along with the stuff inside. One of the most common finds is war memorabilia left behind by veterans. Usually it's old medals, uniforms, and guns, but on rare occasions, it leads to live arsenals being discovered.
Holy
AKA
shit.
they have like a fucking bomb. Out in Rockwell, Texas, bomb squads were called to a storage space containing what they were told were live military-grade munitions. When they arrived, they were greeted with boxes of hand grenades, old ammo, and even live tank rounds. That guy's just like,
Holy shit.
my business is not done. After safely removing all the explosives, they were taken to a nearby field and detonated. God, what a fun day. How sick would
Yes,
that
that'd be fun, man.
Well, you got to use them. Look at your buddy. You're making my dreams come true. Oh, that's...
So did they get to watch?
Yeah. The people blowing them up?
Or I meant the people who bought the storage unit.
Oh, they better. I'd be like, yeah, this is fucking bullshit. You better let me blow. I'd be like, you need to rent me a tank so I can shoot this. I feel like you can rent tanks for not that much either. There's no guns. Like, they're not, but you can drive them. That's a lot of places you can do. You can like run over cars with them and stuff.
Oh, but in a location. You can't just take it to your house.
No, it's a...
Oh, okay.
No. No, the treads would tear up the road. The city would be very mad. It is unclear who the previous owner was and how they acquired such a dangerous collection.
I like to think it was a Nazi.
Why would you like to think that? Why does that like give you a smile of thinking that?
I don't know, just imagine. I don't know. I said like.
A little Freudian slip, probably. At a different facility in Pennsylvania, police removed nearly 60 homemade explosive devices.
Holy crap.
Bombs in these storage. Kind of makes me want to steer clear of them. Now every time I go by a storage unit, I'm gonna be like, motherfuckers getting ready to blow.
Probably statistically, there is probably one storage unit with explosives in every single.
I would say, yeah. If there's a storage container area, there's got to be one locker that has explosives in it. That's what they have in the contract too. There are probably explosives somewhere in here. I don't know. Sign here. Investigators discovered the bombs while investigating the owner for a massive Ponzi scheme. While searching his locker in hopes of finding more evidence, investigators instead uncovered explosives. In total, police removed 60 PVC pipe bombs and over 400 cardboard explosives. Like a Home Depot terrorist. The owner, S. von Merchenthaler, was arrested and sentenced to 11 years in prison for illegal possession of explosive and weapons.
That guy was starting a revolution.
That guy was getting ready. I'm like, some bank just got spared because that motherfucker was going in with that Office Depot fit. If you go digging through people's stuff, you were bound to find creepy items that they didn't want you to see in the light of day. In Florida, a former medical examiner's dirty secrets were aired out when he defaulted on his storage payments. Dr. Michael Birkland, a medical examiner based out of Pensacola from 1997 to 2003, was fired for not creating proper autopsy reports.
Yeah, this does not sound good.
My asshole immediately did. Following his departure, he continued performing autopsies until 2007, when he stopped altogether. And in 2012, Michael's storage locker was auctioned off for $900 as he could no longer afford it. When the new owner started digging through the stuff, he found a stack of boxes in the back corner and was disgusted by what he found. Inside were organs belonging to over 100 different people. Brains, lungs, livers, and hearts were all found in formaldehyde. That would be a smell alone. When you open that store, you would have to smell it. Formaldehyde is strong.
But it should be sealed, right?
Yeah, but I would still think of, 100? I would assume that you'd be like, it smells weird in here. Which maybe all storage units have like a funk. But formaldehyde, I feel like you can smell that shit still. I feel like it would emanate a little bit of scent. Even worse, the organs were stored in basic Tupperware and double gulp cups from local gas stations.
That definitely has a smell then. I thought they're in jars.
Oh my God, not even glass jars, plastic Tupperware and big gulp cups, dude. Fucking big gulp cups. Police quickly tracked down Dr. Birkland and all of the organs were removed. He was charged with keeping a public nuisance, improper storage of hazardous waste, and driving with a suspended license. Like, we gotta make sure we get this motherfucker. 10 families were notified of their deceased loved ones being found in the locker. Michael never faced any jail time. How? Because he posted his $10,000 bond and walked away. Posted $10,000 bond, but was unable to afford the storage. I'm telling you. Every one of these is just a little suspicious, isn't it? To be fair, if he's putting the brains and organs in big gulp containers, I don't think he really gives a fuck that much. So that's kind of cool. Yeah.
This is pretty good.
I want to know why he did it. Do you think it's just trophies?
Probably. If you're doing the autopsy stuff, you have to have a fascination with the human body in some way where you're they're probably like prize organs. That's the most beautiful liver I've ever seen.
You got to take a little trophy every time you cut someone open.
Well, exactly. You're not going to need this in hell.
I thought he was going to do something much more diabolical.
I thought he was fucking dead bodies. Because also, that's another thing too. People that do autopsies and shit, this is me just completely speculating and no real fact to it. I imagine all those people fuck the bodies. I think men that have dead women in there, I think they definitely have sexual
Actually,
bodies.
I think I've read that women are actually more likely to do something to the body.
If a guy dies with a boner, the boner stays. Because the blood stays there, right? Because it's not circulating anymore. What would a woman do?
Now that I said that, I don't know.
Fingers all calcified, whatever, and she's just like, hey guys, this video is sponsored by Starforge Systems. Causing people to look for cheaper places to live besides being outright homeless. Many have chosen to move into storage units. Certain storage facilities offer climate-controlled units, plug-ins, and public bathrooms, covering all the basic essentials one would need to in basically an apartment. With the average size of a container being 10 feet by 10 feet, that is more than enough room to fit a single bed and a small kitchen. Plus, storage facilities cover the cost of the utilities, so really saving some money. Granted, you're in a rat cage, but still, out of the rain. So long as you can afford the cheap monthly payment, you can live well within your means. And one woman chose to move into a storage.
Wait, what's the
afford
key?
a cheap monthly payment, you can live well within your means. And
Be
one woman
quiet,
chose to
twin
move into a
business.
storage locker after her rent was raised from $850 to $1,300 because the building had to be rebuilt after a tornado leveled it. Which I want to say, that's unfair. That's a huge jump too. My God, $800 to $1,300. Holy fuck.
That was just an excuse to raise rent.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we had to do a new one. I have to do it. It's like, fuck you, dude. Yeah, right. In 2021, Mayfield, Kentucky was hit by a massive tornado that left most of the town in ruin. Angie paid her rent by driving for Uber Eats, Grubhub, and Lyft, and was barely making her rent. But after the tornado destroyed her building, it was sold to new owners who raised the rent to $1,300 a month to help pay for the renovations. Tired of living in a one-bedroom apartment with a collapsed roof, she decided enough was enough and packed up all of her things and lived in her car. Since her car was crammed with stuff, she couldn't do ride sharing anymore, so she decided to rent a storage unit. At the time, she also began dumpster diving for Nike shoes and selling them online, which we've discussed too, but the
Where?
dumpster diving thing, good way to make quick cash, especially if they're nice shoes. Why the fuck not? So she upgraded to a larger unit to store her inventory after discovering it had a power outlet. She brought in items like a fan and lamps and eventually decided to stop sleeping in her car and live in her locker full time. Angie was able to live in the facility for quite a while, living off her Uber and Grubhub money. However, she was eventually evicted because she was found storing her stuff in units she didn't pay for. All right, Angie. Angie was she was rolling hot. She was like a Scorsese like protagonist in a movie, and then that's the thing that flew too close to the sun. To make things worse, she lost her Uber and Lyft license because of a DUI from 34 years ago and has since moved to a different, cheaper storage facility where she lives now. I want to say that's fucking bullshit. 34 years ago I had a DUI and that's an Uber gets me for that? Word? How about you fucking forgive and forget, dude?
People must have complained that they maybe smelled alcohol on her.
That'd be good, but you get no
My storage locker, and I think
you
she's
get
drunk.
no
What was that? On TikTok, a
internet,
couple went
though.
mega viral for showing off their elaborate home inside a storage locker. Leyland Brown and his partner run multiple social media accounts under the name Fullest Nest and have gone viral because of a video showing off their storage unit. Hidden behind a wall of boxes was a full-blown apartment, complete with a couch, dressers, and a small kitchen. Leyland claimed he could run through the halls for exercise, use the bathroom whenever he wanted, and play loud music without disturbing anyone. This video would not only build his online following, but also get him kicked out once the property manager saw the video. Following the move out, Brown and his partner had been living in the woods inside a tent and getting continually evicted because he would post where he was squatting on private property. Buddy, give up the social media thing. That or lie about your location, holy shit. Today, the couple lives permanently inside a hotel room and uses generous donations to help them stay out of storage lockers. Despite there being numerous instances of people living inside of these facilities, it is actually against the law to do so. Some places have input extreme measures to ensure that
Yeah,
people
the locks
don't
are
attempt
the
to
locks are outside. So like, wouldn't somebody like walk past at nighttime and see like your lock's off and know somebody's in there?
create makeshift homes. Managers are trained to identify suspicious activity and contact the police as soon as they suspect someone is living inside a unit. Additionally, more security guards are being hired to patrol, making it increasingly difficult to stay overnight. New locations are being built to be more hostile inside, with no restrooms on the property, no electricity or temperature control, and even poor circulation to prevent air from circulating. Excessive. It really seems like storage facilities are growing more heartless by the day, and the staff shows no sympathy, which comes across some as dehumanizing. If someone's just like, I want to rent this unit, I'm going to stay inside, I'm storing myself.
Yeah.
What's the big fucking deal?
It's a violation. It's a code violation. Also, you're not paying enough rent to live there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, do you think they're just like, well, you're
not paying enough.
Using the bathroom way more. Utilities are going to go up.
I'm going to start my own storage facility, and then I'm going to have an option to live in the storage unit for a little extra.
You have to sign a waiver being like, if you die from a heat stroke in here because I've done the AC sucks, you're in a storage unit. Okay? You can't sue me.
Yeah, you don't have any...
You need to realize this is a storage unit. So they don't come to me and be like, it's too hot in here. Is it? You know what I mean? That's fair to me. Like any business, you're going to encounter weird customers, and storage centers are no exception. For some reason, the halls of metal doors and concrete flooring really get people hot and horny. Numerous cases of people getting caught having sex have been reported, and what is even more strange is that 90% of them are cheaters trying to find a hidden place to elope. I'm gonna treat my baby right. I'm taking her to the storage unit. It's hot in here.
Cause yeah, you could set up a bed. Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Easy. Jesus. God damn, dude. You need to calm your ass down. In Cleveland, Ohio, the chief of police was found cheating on his wife with another woman. Chief of police is so funny. Wes Snyder had served as police chief for a decade and was widely respected for his dedication to the city. Definitely respected by somebody. That all changed when workers at the storage facility noticed that he and Sharon Marr, a city nonprofit employee, were entering a unit together for 60 to 90 minutes several times a week. God damn, good for you. God damn, 60 to 90 minutes. This boy knows how to put in some hours. I mean, like, realistic, I was gonna be like 20 minutes. When the staff opened the doors, they found the couple having sex in a makeshift sex dungeon. The dirty deed took place on a rug with pillows and blankets. Other things like alcohol, baby wipes, paper towels, and hairbrush were found inside. God damn.
It's very depressing.
It's a very depressing locker. If you're the chief of police, can you not, can you not get a bed? Get a hotel, dude. God damn. A sex dungeon, too. I mean, it really is. It's just a thing where it's just like, this is our fuck shack. I call this the raccoon trap. After 33 years of service, quickly resigned, and both parties issued an apology to the city council. I wouldn't have fucking resigned. Oh, so what? I have a storage unit where I fucking, sometimes I go there by myself and I beat off. Crime rate's low? Is it not? All right, well, good luck when this city goes to shit.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, man. It's becoming more difficult to be at a storage unit when nature calls. Bathrooms are now private use, and this has left some tenants to leave their shit elsewhere. At one facility, workers were alerted by a bucket found in the middle of an aisle.
Yeah.
When they found it, they witnessed that it was filled to the brim with human feces. Filled to the brim. Do you think that's an exaggeration, or do you think it was just right to the...
Oh, I think, yeah. It's like, you know those videos where they're like the men doing the water challenge with a cup?
You're on a very gross tear today, dude. He was conveniently found in an aisle that didn't have a working camera, and it is believed that the person shit there on purpose. They're making a statement, dude. At an outdoor facility, a property manager hopped on his golf cart to patrol the grounds when he found a t-shirt discarded outside a unit. He reached down and tossed the shirt into the back of his cart, only to be hit by a spray of cold diarrhea.
What?
Someone had used the shirt as toilet paper and covered it in feces. So everyone that's watching this video is clicked off, right?
Yeah, at this point.
They're gone. I'm talking to no one now. Online, multiple people have come together to tell their stories of how people will simply poop in trash cans or next to fire hydrants, like a dog. Another manager complained to having to deal with a serial pooper who stalked the grounds at night and pooped on buildings and the streets. Goddamn serial shitter's back. You think he like shows up there like the sheriff's like looking at it? What is it? He's just like,
it's the shooting.
It curves to the left the same way. Poop is the least of the staff's concern because tenants are regularly found passed out or injured near their units. The owner of a storage facility was alerted to a specific unit after smelling smoke in the hallway. Smoked himself out. When they opened the door, they found the owner on the ground unconscious and a jerry-rigged kitchen cooking food. Got a big old like, pork chop in there. Nothing I love more than cooking a pork chop in my storage unit.
Yeah, no
The Richard
ventilation.
Set up a hibachi grill. What?
He burnt all the fucking oxygen.
Richard set up a hibachi grill and covered himself in the grill with a blanket to mask the smell, but asphyxiated himself with the smoke and fumes. What a dipshit. He's doing that thing. He's like, dude, I'm doing that onion ring volcano. He's like, that's awesome. Just blacks out immediately. A similar situation occurred during what the owners referred to as a dead body walk, when one of them discovered a customer passed out drunk in the middle of the aisle. The owner was drawn to the man when he found a long extension cord that spanned nearly the entire building. When he found the drunk, he passed out with a beer in one hand and the other down his pants. In front of him sat a TV and a VCR that was playing pornography. What a king.
Wait, so he was fucking jerking himself off with the
He
bottle?
brought an extension cord over, he was plugged it in, he was beating his dick off, getting drunk. He's like, ugh. How do you wake, even if no one found him, how do you wake up from that?
Yeah. What am I doing?
Why do I keep doing this? The VHS has popped out because it, like, you know, it stops, it rewinds, and it pops out. And he's sitting there, he's like, pushes back in, round two. Takes his onions, covers himself in a blanket. The police were called, and the sound of sirens woke the man up, giving him just enough time to hide in one of the empty units. He had previously been given keys to all the vacant units in the facility after helping the manager move some things.
What?
Oh, no, he's the key master, too. You helped me move a box,
all the
here's
keys?
every key to every unit. The same man had been seen just a few days earlier, naked and unconscious, in front of a different unit, but no action was taken. Damn, dude. That's a minotaur. That's a labyrinth I would not want to walk into. Can you imagine like sitting there and doing stuff?
I'd be scared. I don't know. I'd run away probably.
If I saw a naked passed out guy, yeah. Well, I'd probably call 911 because like, hey, there's a dead naked guy. After the police left, he emerged from the hiding and confronted the owner for calling them, only to be kicked off the property for living inside the unit. I like how he had the audacity to be like, dude, really? Or you're gonna call the cops? Cool, man. I thought we were cool. He has like a giant keyring. Does this mean nothing to you? I'll never help you move your Hot Wheels again, man. Hot Wheels, Matchbox cars, not doing it, dude. NASCAR, I'm not doing none of it. Not moving the cars anymore, man. In another unit, a tenant was evicted after the manager discovered bloody handprints and smears stretching from the front to the back of the unit. According to the manager, the space was packed to the ceiling, forcing the tenant to climb over her belongings to reach items in the back. In the process, she would cut her wrist and body on exposed roofing and metal walls, leaving streaks of blood behind as she crawled out. That's I completely
disgusting.
understand, though. Am I gonna take everything out? Just crawl over it. Yeah, I got cut up a bit, but I'll be okay. I wonder what if she died in there? It's like a saw trap, trying to get to your Furbies in the back.
Yep.
Back in 2008, an obese 60-year-old woman.
Miss Meat Cannon. Yeah. I'm having fun, dude. I wish this was my job, dude. This would be such a fun job, man. Being a streamer and just being a streamer whatever the frig I want. Not have to game every day, just gonna chill out, put my feet up, nod off a couple times, watch some YouTube, man. That's my 2026 real life goal. How do we grow the channel? How do I become a full-time streamer in the channel? Well, we have to grow the channel first, then once you have lots of subscribers, then they'll probably launch a live stream. Maybe I'll do a whole bunch of 24-hour streams this year or something, man. I just
Why are you
trolled.
looking at me? Back in 2008, an obese 60-year-old woman came into the front office to pay her bill when she tripped and had the front door pin her to the floor. What does that even mean? How did it pin her to the floor?
I'm
There's
guessing
a
she
door
like
pin you to-
tripped and the door broke and then.
Staff rushed over to help her up. She was screaming and hollering in pain. The general manager was the first to reach her, freeing her leg from the door. Once free, she was dragged further into the lobby and rolled onto her back like a manatee. She tried to get up on her own, but she was so large that her gut prevented her from sitting up. Preach. Staff described her situation as rolling around on her back like a turtle and could not get up. That's a quote. That's a legitimate quote. Rolling on her back like a turtle.
Wow.
I like how they're just watching her. And they're just looking at her like, let's just wait for her to die. Eventually, the manager pulled her up off the ground, and staff were checking her over to make sure that she was all right when they noticed that she had pissed herself during the fall and soiled her pink sweatpants. You fell down, you got pinned, I'm gonna piss myself. All right? That's not even an act of rebellion, that's just the facts. After she was deemed okay, she paid her rent, but moved out about a month later. Because why? How embarrassing is that? Yeah, I'm gonna be fucking embarrassed every time I come in here. There's a girl rolling her back like a turtle and pissed herself, and we got it on camera. Renters can be a pain in the ass because of their behavior and odd possessions, but Sometimes evictions are not enough punishment for these depraved people. There are numerous bizarre and horrific renter crimes. Tenants and managers don't always see eye to eye, but that doesn't mean they can't get along. Eric Adams worked at the 1 in 5 mini storage near Portland, Oregon for 15 years and was liked by most of the tenants. After about 5 days without hearing from Eric, a friend drove to check on him. He opened his storage unit and found Eric dead on the floor. Police determined that the cause of death was blunt force trauma from items found in his own unit.
They all fell on him.
Suspicion grew when none of Eric's valuables were taken, suggesting it wasn't a robbery. His death would remain a mystery for a year until police gained access to the keypad records and found that one tenant was at the facility during Eric's final moments. Rob Caputa had entered the facility around the same time that Eric did, but after an hour, only one left. He was a long-term tenant at his unit since 2019, averaging about 55 items per month. But after Eric's last signed in, he avoided facility for 3 weeks. Not good.
Wait a sec, he went
Signed in,
55 times per month? What the fuck? Then he's living there, dude. That's like twice a day. $55 times per month? Yeah, that's fucking, he's living there. He didn't return for 3 weeks. He came back about once a day for about a week until his body was discovered.
Avoided facility for 3 weeks. Not good, Rob. Suspicious activity, Robert. Rob was eventually arrested after DNA was found on Eric's body and was sentenced to 3.5 years in jail. That's so short. In court, it was revealed that Rob killed Eric after someone ran over his dog at the storage facility, and he blamed Eric for its death. He fucking John Wicked him. He doesn't know if it's Eric. He's just like, you have to die. Another man in North Carolina was locked in his unit for days without food and water by his girlfriend.
Women, man.
In 2024, police responded to a call at the Cooper storage compound from a man who claimed that he was locked inside his girlfriend's storage unit. When they opened the door, they found Gary Oxidine, weak and emaciated, on the floor. He had been surviving in the unit for days with no supplies until he found his phone in complete darkness and called for help.
It took him 4 days to find what?
How big was that store? 10 by 10? I imagine the first day he was just like, I wonder if on the last day he's just like, I really should look for my phone, actually. I'm not going to die here. After his rescue, his girlfriend, Robin Deaton, was arrested and charged with attempting murder and kidnapping. However, after the charges went public, Gary spoke to the media and claimed that the accusations were bogus. He said he had simply fallen asleep in the unit and his girlfriend had locked it without realizing he was inside. Word. Come on, Gary. The pussy can't be that good, dude. This was in complete contrast to what he said in the 911 call, where he claimed his girlfriend was trying to kill him. When the case went to court, the charges were dropped after Gary admitted to lying, and the couple was able to walk free. I'm telling you, that is some diabolical fucking sniz, dude. Holy shit. That snoo is better than Kobayashi. If you think padlocks are going to keep your stuff safe, then you're mistaken, because break-ins happen all the time at storage facilities. A traveling nurse in Colorado had $80,000 worth of stuff stolen over an 8-day period from Extra Space Storage. She lost furniture, medical equipment, family heirlooms, and even her engagement ring. Police responded to the break-ins.
Could you put your engagement ring in a fucking storage unit?
Previous incidents reported at the facility that year. Since the incidents were reported, no other break-ins have occurred, as the facility upgraded security. Oh, did you? With what money? $80,000 worth of stuff is what I think. That's what I'd be suspicious of too. People that work there, they see you bringing in stuff. What is this? Oh, just like my grandpa's baseball card collection.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the guy who gave his fucking friend the keys of the castle to go.
I need a snack, man. I need a snack. Is that the all-white community of Arkansas? Oh shit. Arkansas? Yeah, that sounds like a white country or a white state. Is there chance? Damn, why is it so fucking dark in here? Oh fuck, my sunglasses are on. Fuck. What the fuck? Am I going blind or something? No, my sunglasses are just down. Instead of all my of Arkansas. I'll turn off the light. Cannibal corpse sentenced to burn.
Lived in a black neighborhood for quite a while. I saw how they treated white people. It's not very good, and yet all the hate is on white males.
You would get beat up if you said something racial to a black person.
You saw that happen?
Yes.
They said something like, man, the hood ain't the hood anymore, as in, like, they were unhappy with my response.
Almost exclusively white communities exist all around the United States off of paper merely because of socioeconomics, in that if you are wealthy enough, everyone who becomes wealthy enough will buy into a more or less white-only gated community. But I would not be able to afford that outside of, you know, working my entire life to build up a bunch of businesses, but I would like to have kids.
I want my kids to be taught that their ancestors did great things, not that they were the villains of history.
Correct, and Arkansas is nice. As far as I know, the laws are you just need to let them know that you're gonna be homeschooling, and then after that, there's no like testing that you need to do, or they don't really check up on you.
The first community that really went after us was the r/Jewish subreddit. I had CPS come out here because they had complained to CPS trying to get my kids taken away. The health department has come out here. They just blanket made complaints to everyone. I mean, I do have Mein Kampf, but I think that's just historically relevant.
Who wrote that one?
Hitler.
Mein
That's
Kampf?
Hitler's book.
Hitler.
Oh shit.
He's sort of the
How the
central
fuck don't you
villain
know
of the
that?
20th century.
I know that
So
I'm
if you don't
Canadian.
understand what he thought, then you're again missing a big piece of history. Did he make mistakes? I believe so.
What do you think the biggest mistake was?
Invading the Sudetenland.
None of the other stuff.
The other stuff? Well, it depends on what you mean.
Just like the Holocaust and everything.
Holocaust? I don't know about all that.
Everybody thinks Genghis Khan is cool and he killed more people than Hitler. The question is like how fast that will take for Hitler to be as cool as Genghis Khan.
Yeah, that's
I
right,
don't
dude.
know. Total brown Gorper victory.
What's your favorite thing to cook?
I like making tacos. That's fun.
Oh, fuck. Damn, Shouty.
Despite the
I
fact
like
that we do have,
tacos, too.
taco nights sometimes, we also have traditional European food nights. I really love breaded chicken, like fried chicken. I like pizza, I like typical stuff.
Look, I was a big Dr. Dre guy for like my teenage years when I was like working out and everything like that. But then I was like, you know, I don't think it is as soothing to my soul. And that goes back to just like anthropological data that we have about the difference between like rhythm and harmony.
What about you?
I don't listen to rap music. I listen to gospel music.
Okay, who's your favorite gospel artist?
Probably Skillet.
You say Skrilla?
Skillet.
Skillet. What do they sing about?
It's like a rock Christian band.
Okay, cool.
Hardcore, we love Jesus.
Can Greeks live here?
They're European.
How about Central Asian Caucasians?
They're not European.
But the Caucasus Mountains, Caucasian ancestral birthplace, is technically in Central Asia.
Is it?
Mm-hmm. You know, some Italian Americans, like in Staten Island, think they're not white.
Oh,
They say, I'm not white, I'm Italian.
Yeah, and that has a lot to do with the historical uses of the term white. For legal reasons, I believe Italians and Irish were actually always considered white.
Thank you. Can you show us around, you think?
Sure, of course.
You're watching Channel 5 News, broadcasting live from the Mojave mainframe. And today, we have a special report.
Ladies and gentlemen, the USA is in a state of emergency.
and that emergency is related to rapid community decline. In 2019, more than 60% of Americans thought that in-person community involvement was very important. Today, that number is beneath 27%, marking the sharpest dip in modern U.S. history. Consequentially, loneliness is at an all-time high. 17% of Americans reportedly have no friends at all and spend the majority of their time either at work or on social media. In my opinion, that's
Looks like that
I
code
don't
looks
think
like
we're
that fucking
actually
COVID shit
collectively
backfired.
benefiting from being the richest country on earth so much these days.
What's up,
You
bro?
could drive for a half hour in any direction and
Oh, what
still
up,
be in
Rico?
just more suburbs.
If there's one thing that I want people to take away from our entire Channel 5 catalog, it's that community is the most important thing on earth. Aside from helping us to meet our core emotional needs, I believe that community really is like existential therapy that helps us to deal with the dread that accompanies the human condition. From the moment that we actualize death as young children, we spend the rest of our lives coping with the fact that an eternal silence likely awaits us at the end of
Merry
this
Christmas,
strange,
man.
beautiful, and painful journey. But community,
You too, man.
unlike life itself, offers permanence. Through a strong
I mean,
and
Christmas
continuous
isn't
community,
until tomorrow,
you can
but
achieve something
it's a
close
thought
to
that
collective
counts, man.
immortality, at least in your own mind, which helps to assuage the fear of death in a way that makes life less painful. It's deeper than getting a beer with the homies, which also is happening way less.
We told you recently about a steep decline in partying among young people, 70% down.
Simultaneously, people are spending more
it's
time
not.
online than ever before. And by online, I mean on social media platforms. TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube. This is only compounding the mental health effects of isolation.
Yeah, I
40%
never
of
really got
Americans
into,
between 18 to 22 admit to being
Never really got into TikTok, man. That's never really the interest in. I watch children dance. I even know why TikTok's so popular. And this is a lot of people that love watching children dance. And it's weird because people say like adults or kids mostly use it, but I swear to God, adults mostly use it. If I go on the fucking public bus, the city bus, like 9 out of 10 fucking adults have TikTok on their phone and they're fucking just watching videos. Scroll, 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 scroll. What the fuck are you guys doing, dude? The
an
kids app,
active
dude.
social media
It's a
addiction.
children's dancing app.
50% of Americans say that social media has had a negative effect on their personal relationships. 60% say it's impacted their self-esteem for the worse due to comparison. 80% admit to being deceived by social media content on a regular basis. And the average screen time for an 18-year-old American in 2025 is 8 hours and 39 minutes per day. Now, let's pivot and talk about the content that dominates social media platforms. As we mentioned in our previous video about Baltimore, bad news makes more money and travels faster than good news, and social media platforms are rival companies who measure success through engagement, which means keeping your eyes glued to the screen for as long as possible. Statistically, this is best done by deploying content that markets crisis, fear, or disaster. So the users who dominate these platforms and eventually become parasocial leaders are experts in doing just that, scaring people, scaring the hell out of them. Usually by shaping a distorted version of the outside world that keeps their followers both inside and engaged into a feedback loop that carefully mimics community.
We've all been exposed to the same sources of information online as well. We're like part of the same online subculture.
I primarily use X. My algorithm is mostly
Holy fuck,
right
look at that computer, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fuck. I don't know why he's his fans at the fucking bottom. Like, why does he have his fans at the bottom if it's sitting on a fucking desk like that? It's not even elevated. What air are they pulling in? There's no air for them to pull in. Damn, dude. What a beast, dude. He only has one monitor? Fuck. He's an Orbot. He has an Orbot fucking webcam, which is like $300 fucking dollars. A fucking sick ass PC, but only one fucking small ass fucking screen. And a fucking basic Logitech keyboard.
political content. Nick
Clearly
Fuentes
not a
gets
clearly not a
censored
RuneScape
lot.
player
I
like
didn't
us.
start out nearly as identitarian as I am now. Even my own comment section, in many ways, persuaded me that this stuff is more important than I was giving credit to.
But it's important to remember that regardless of politics, all people fundamentally want the same thing in life and are just grown babies looking for somebody to play with.
We do games, traditional, like the Highland games. Those are traditional Scottish games.
Even before I lived here, I would come and visit and bring my poker set, and we would just do like very low stakes, like $5, $10 buy-in. It's just a fun night with the blokes, grand old time.
blokes.
And then sword fighting is one of the things I really like to do.
It's with that lens that I want you to watch today's documentary, which revolves around a whites-only Christian settlement in rural Arkansas called Return to the Land.
Yeah, my name's Eric Orwell.
Wait, a whites-only Christian settlement? Isn't the fucking... Aren't you not supposed to be judging people if you're fucking Catholic or
I'm the
Christian?
president of the Return to the Land Private Membership Association. We call it the
Uh,
Settlement. This is
Yeah, it's a private membership. So yeah, they make you pay a whole bunch of It's like a day camp for fucking adults.
our first intentional community for
Yeah, it's a
people with
scam.
European heritage, planning many others around the country.
Yeah, we have 3 acres, the RV and the solar system and everything.
So this is a homesteading project, pretty much.
Yeah.
Have you been able to harvest your own food?
Yeah, we've gotten a lot of tomatoes, peppers, melons.
What are the main tenets of the community?
Well, we believe in traditional European values, traditional nuclear families, monogamy.
We're not looking for the weird whatever trans things are going on now. Yeah, we're not for that.
Basically, what you would find in traditional European religious texts, like the New Testament, like the Havamal in Norse paganism.
How many people do you think live in this community right now?
We have, I think, if you include children, something around like 35 or so.
And we've got hundreds of new people accepted just in the last, I don't know, few months.
A lot of people are concerned about rapid demographic change, mass immigration, and just what's happening to our countries.
Why not just like go to Idaho?
Well, because I'm not just thinking about what
Idaho.
would be convenient or easy now
You're
for us.
Idaho.
I'm also thinking, what will the country look like for my kids and grandkids? Coeur d'Alene, I looked up the census information, and it's dropped nearly 10% of the white population in the last 20 years. That's mostly immigration.
I grew up in Montana.
Did you notice a significant demographic shift in Montana?
Not yet, but it's happening. It won't be long.
And where'd y'all move from?
I'm from Wisconsin.
And whose idea?
Wisconsin.
It was his idea.
I did notice that race-mixed kids I didn't think looked as attractive as kids who were pure race, but that's anecdotal.
So going back to the very beginning, you said you grew up in Southern California?
Yeah.
What part of the area?
The south of LA County, La Mirada.
Okay, cool. So you pretty much grew up like in a pretty diverse area.
Oh yeah, my elementary school was primarily Mexican. I remember we had some kind of cultural day and they asked where your ancestors came from, and they were writing it on the board, and it was like Mexico, 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 England, Mexico, Mexico, Mexico. And I have no other identity I can go back to. I'm a quarter or more Norwegian, and then I'm German, and I'm English. So I can't say that I'm English, I can't say I'm German, I can't say I'm Norwegian alone. I'm not even majority any of those things. So the only identity that I have, ethnocultural identity, is as a white American. And I think that's most white Americans, actually.
It seems like the idea of white people or whiteness that we know today that's referenced by the media or by the Associated Press is a relatively new construction. Like talking to my grandparents who grew up in Philadelphia, you had different sections of town that belonged to different very tight-knit European communities. You had the Irish neighborhoods, German neighborhoods, Italian, Polish, Greek, and then with the mass influx of African Americans from the South during the Great Migrations, those lines kind of dissolved and they became a more loose unit of pan-European whites who fled the cities, and that's part of the reason that Philadelphia became so overwhelmingly black. And so now I don't know my ancestral Irish culture because it dissolved as a result of the political situation of the time. A lot of traditions have been lost throughout the process of white assimilation.
Yeah, and that's true. That's definitely part of it. I don't think Mexican heritage has those same issues. Latinos, though, it's interesting. They come from a bunch of different indigenous backgrounds, plus the Spanish influence. Yeah. And they have no problem seeing their commonality, and they kind of embrace it. Like La Raza, it means the race.
Pura la raza latina.
And they're very pro this kind of unified Latino thing.
Hey guys, what's up? I'm at the Waffle House, not too far away from the RTTL settlement.
Look, he likes to recover your headaches or something.
Anyways, we were just talking about Mexico and Spanish stuff, so I figured now's a good time to tell you that Channel 5 actually has a second Spanish language channel with all original content from across Latino America. So if you guys want to check out a couple videos, such as Lucha Extrema, or Nahuatl Language Survival, or Inside Tepito, Mexico City's largest counterfeit market, or Mexican Independence Day, or so many more things, you can check all these videos out on Canal 5. Just type in Canal 5 Latino America. You should see a circle. Looks kind of like Channel 5, but instead of being blue and red for America, it's green and red for Mexico. So if you want to give us a sub, a like, or whatever, maybe comment. Gracias, Andres. Este video es muy chistoso. I really appreciate it.
Live in Canada, I don't know Spanish, I know French.
Trying to expand our coverage across the world, country by country, society by society. So maybe there'll be Channel 5 Africa or Channel 5 Russia in the future.
Or Channel 5
now,
Canada.
We've got Canal 5 Latino America. So if you want to check it out, like I said, the link is in the description box.
We'll get Channel 5 Canada, man. That'd be sick, dude.
Back to Eric and our TTL.
After grappling with the lack of ancestral connection during his formative years in LA County, Eric decided to attend a performing arts school in upstate New York. During his schooling, he became infatuated with the works of classical European composers, who gave him a sense of tradition that he finally felt connected to.
I went to school at Eastman for French horn performance, so I'm
French
a big
horn?
fan of, you know, Bruckner and Brahms and Strauss and Mozart and Beethoven, all that stuff.
After college, Eric's admiration for the Mozarts of the world morphed into a total obsession with Greek philosophy and ancient European history.
You know, those old European cultures.
Today, Europe stuff is still
Kinda
his
looks like a
primary
fucking
fixation
Logan
and passion.
Paul with a
I
neck
personally
beard.
have a lot of respect for the Dutch. The Mycenaean Greeks were this big force at the end of the Bronze Age.
The religious traditions of pagan Europe had valuable things to teach us.
All European people are descended from 3 ancestral groups: the Western hunter-gatherers, the steppe herders, and then from the Neolithic farmers who came from Anatolia around 9000 BC, initially into Greece, and then spreading everywhere else.
As a Neoplatonist, I kind of agree with Iamblichus. I like Atlantis research. That's another hobby.
You think Atlantis was a real place?
100%. And they were also in Western Europe at various times.
But do you have French pride?
I'm not French.
These interests ultimately led Eric into a career in philosophical content creation, beginning with his first videos over 13 years ago.
The term philosophy was first coined by Pythagoras. What we might call pleasure and pain, I think more neutrally and generally could be termed positive and negative subjective value. We can talk about that level of egotism as being a kind in its own right.
Gradually, from 2016 on, these videos became more politicized.
Looks like
focusing
fucking
a bit
he
less
looks like a male version of Ellen DeGeneres. Kind of. But his face
on
is shaped.
Plato and metaphysics, and more on a shadowy global elite who uses mind control on the unawoken masses.
We can sacrifice, racial purity at a national level if we get cultural and racial integrity at the local level.
It's this kind of content that caught the eye of most current RTTL settlers.
I believe I came across Eric's X account. He has like kind of a philosophy channel on YouTube and X. So I found him through philosophical content.
I teach courses on Plato and Aristotle online.
Through that, heard about Return to the Land and became interested.
RTTL was initially marketed as a positive, community-based regression to a pre-industrial society.
The way a state should be run is in the interest of the people, not a set of corporations, not just the ruling class, not just one man.
And if you take the race stuff out of all of this, I mean, living this way does provide a pretty gratifying existence to people who've grown up in either Gen Z or millennial American society, where almost everyone is chronically online and frantically scavenging to pay rent in a limited job market.
What are some things that you've built here that you're very proud of?
I don't know, I probably built like 30% of that starter home, maybe like 40% of the little cabin over there. Oh yeah, the other cabin over there, I might have built like 40% of that, but
Do you feel like labor gives you the most personal gratification as far as your role here?
As far as my role here, yes. It's also like a good thing to like keep each other responsible. Like it's very easy, as a teenager, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get off of school and I'm gonna go home and like play video games and, do whatever else you do as a teenage boy in your bedroom for like 4 hours, and then like before you know it, the day's gone,
Yeah.
Whereas here, if me and Jonathan, we're like being unproductive or whatever, we can kind of kick each other in the ass and be like, hey, like, what's going on?
What's your favorite thing to do around here?
I like to cook. I've cooked for the guys that work
Oh,
here.
what a sweetheart.
I don't really have hobbies or anything.
She cooks a
She doesn't have hobbies?
I like being appreciated for my cooking.
Almost
Aw.
everyone here at the land, I think, worked on this.
You proud of it?
Well, it was our first
What a
build, so
sweetheart.
most guys don't have any experience.
She doesn't have
and
any
we're just
hobbies, she just
learning
likes to
from
cook.
YouTube.
So YouTube
What's
taught
an
you to
ideal
build a
life,
house.
man?
Yeah, essentially.
We bought it like raw, undeveloped land, so that's been exciting.
What's
Doesn't
the thing
like to
out
go
here that you
shopping,
that you're
she just
most
likes to
proud of
cook.
in this homestead project so far?
Probably the garden. I feel like David put a lot of work into just getting this ready for us to be here.
So I believe that polities should be small in scale to the point where you could conceivably know everyone in the community. I think there should be a diverse set of communities for people to choose from, like the Greek city-states. If you didn't like how Corinth was governed, well, you could move to Athens.
Building from the intellectual framework that Eric has created, race seems to almost arise as an unnecessary flashpoint for a group of people in a virtually all-white area who are primarily concerned with their homesteading project. Yet still, it's brought up constantly.
I hate to be that guy, but like I've had a lot of black friends.
Okay, top 5 black people.
Tommy Sotomayor, Louis Farrakhan, let me think, the Hodge twins, and Jesse Lee Peterson.
Black Lives Matter is a far-left, liberal, radical, agitative organization
founded by a bunch of black lesbians and homosexuals and
Mr. Peterson,
radical
I
social
suggest you
justice
give...
warriors.
Okay, like one of my best friends ever used to be Puerto Rican. He was a lot of fun, but it's sort of like, you know, you have these big ethnic blocks that are like boulders, right? And you can build a bridge across and like meet in the middle and be friends with someone from another ethnic group, of course, right? But it's very unstable. It doesn't last.
What happened with your Puerto Rican friend?
Oh, nothing. He just moved away. He moved back to Puerto Rico.
We sad?
I was a little bit sad, yeah.
Damn, that sucks, man. Hey guys, what's up? Communities like the one here in the Ozarks are real-life manifestations of online echo chambers. When people start relying on Facebook groups, message boards, and fringe YouTube channels for information, the digital feedback loop eventually spills into the real world. Beliefs get reinforced, news aggregates.
Motherfucking ad, dude.
There's something's up. Something else that doesn't get enough attention is how many news stories aren't actually newsworthy at all. That's why Ground News actually quantifies the number of chambers an investor might be on screen or go to
Fuck off. I don't care about
All right.
I'm not paying fucking for. I'm not paying.
My name is Jonathan
for
Malorn.
fucking a
This
news
is-
subscription.
Had any kids yet?
No, we're not married.
yet.
Oh, you guys are dating?
Yes.
Courting.
What's courting?
Courting is just like dating with more steps.
Oh fuck,
Essentially,
hell yeah.
We have to be.
I'm looking for marriage. Families are involved. Oh shit, never mind. So wait. So love is greater than lust? Oh fuck, dude. Yeah, that's like the fucking Middle East, dude. They don't fucking kiss or have sex at all, dude. They only have sex to procreate, not for fucking pleasure.
Be like verified by our supervisors and guardians, people we look up to and respect, and they both monitor our relationship and help to advise whether or not we are good for each other. If they decide we are good for each other, then they walk us along and help us to pursue the relationship that would, you know, end in the best outcome, which would be getting married and having as many children as possible.
For Jonathan, who grew up in a Mennonite colony until he was 6, exiting standard society and courting his future wife in isolation is the only viable option for long-term success in today's dating culture.
What is right with the dating culture? Every woman on the internet is more or less advertising herself as sexually accessible. And so if that's what you want to do as a bloke and throw your soul away for a quick goon, yeah, it's great. Dating culture for that. The problem with that is, and we see this demographically and statistically, the birth rate is going down exactly because of the over-accessibility of sex. The marketplace value of sex and monogamy as a whole is basically at an abysmally low level, probably the lowest it's ever been in human history that I've ever studied. And that does not benefit the future generation of our offspring. It does not actually benefit a happy life. People above the age of 40 who are married long-term have significantly happier lives, both male and female.
I notice you have a ton of kids.
Yeah.
How many you got?
Number 5 on the way.
Okay, cool. What's the plan for education for the kid?
I'm homeschooling. It's going pretty well. I know everything that they need to learn. It's going to be nice being in the community when they get a little older and I'm going to need help filling in certain subjects I'm not comfortable with. That's another reason I'm glad to have the community, because I don't necessarily want to sift through every piece of history to know, what's acceptable to teach the kids or not. I trust the guys here.
I'm not overwhelmed by the evidence for the exact official narrative, like it was precisely 6 million. You know, there's Black Wall Street. Back in the era of segregation, there are examples of prosperous black communities.
Black Wall Street, I'm pretty sure, got burned down in a race riot.
Yeah, I mean, if you look into the details there, that's another one of these narratives.
Slavery was bad, but also everyone else practiced slavery too.
North America was very sparsely populated when we got here.
It's important to note that interwoven in
There's slavery going on to this fucking day in North America, man. Fuck. Jake's Big. That's a cool name, dude. Ooh. Jake's Big.
To these tropes about community building and heritage celebration is a much more intense core, and one that embraces controversial and outdated race science.
Black college-educated people still tend to be more violent and criminal than white high school dropouts.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, the average IQ in some parts of sub-Saharan Africa is under 75, which is considered mentally disabled. East Asians have measurably a higher average IQ than Europeans, and they're less criminal, and they're more prosperous.
I would not say East Asians have a higher IQ than fucking anyone else, dude. Asian people are really fucking stupid. Really fucking stupid. A lot of them can't even drive a fucking car. And that's basic, dude. Yeah, a lot of them can't even drive a fucking car. Like, yeah, the Asian people are not fucking smarter than fucking any other race. No way.
So you're saying Asians are smarter than us?
Yes, on average.
No way.
Yeah.
No
like
way.
every Japanese person I've met or like Korean seems really smart.
Then why are their fucking laws so strict? Because the people are fucking idiots and they need to keep them in fucking line. That's why.
I've met some Chinese people where it's like, really? I feel like they're fudging the numbers on that one, to be honest.
As far as most experts are concerned, all of these IQ numbers are fudged. Here's a bit more about that from somebody who knows his shit, because I feel like it's worth it.
These tests were made for the purpose of figuring out who's going to do well in school. It doesn't predict terribly well to many kinds of real-world successes. There's so much it doesn't tell you. That it doesn't tell you about emotional intelligence, creative intelligence, common sense, wisdom. There's so much more to a person than just their IQ. I would say the major problem has been what's sometimes called scientific racism, but it's not really scientific. It's using the guise of science to
Bill Nye, the science guy.
racist views. Because you sometimes get racial differences in different kinds of test scores, including IQ, that don't take into account where those differences may come from. It was convenient for some people to say, well, look, we can divide people by nationality or socially defined race or ethnic group or religion into different IQ groups, and they probably believe themselves that it told you something, but it didn't tell you what they thought it told you. People with high IQs are often better at convincing themselves of whatever they want. So in other words,
The
they
legendary
use their
picture, man.
IQ for self-justification. They're better at justifying whatever they want to believe. So if they have an ideology, they may have a very weird ideology, but they'll find ways to defend it even if it's not factually accurate. I don't know the details of the people you're studying in Arkansas, but I think that
like a
making
delusion.
judgments about people solely on the basis of high IQ is a serious mistake.
Michael Jordan is not a genius.
I don't know Michael Jordan. I've never assessed him. I don't know that much
No
about
shit, he's not a
him. But
genius. He's a fucking basketball player, not a fucking scientist. Like, it's no fucking shit, dude. He's
You
an
see,
athlete.
he's a good example of someone with adaptive intelligence. And in terms of adaptive intelligence, I mean, like, wow, he's done a great job.
Anyways, back to Eric and the fed up whites of the Arkansas wilderness.
What do you think was modern white America's Treaty of Versailles moment?
I guess like the Civil Rights Act. You know, there's a basis for equal rights under the law, and that was kind of the nominal intention of the civil rights movement, but it went way beyond that and has ended up restricting people's freedom.
One counter argument that I would make to that is that, you know, in the 1940s and 50s, World War II ends, all the returning veterans come home. The GI Bill allows returning veterans to get low-cost mortgages on new homes. This is when Levittows were being built and suburbs were being constructed at a very rapid rate. Cul-de-sacs were sprouting up, and the American dream was hatched. You know, white picket fence, nuclear family. Now the Homeowners Loan Corporation,
Yeah,
which
Canada would never
basically
give
decided
fucking their veterans fucking discounts on fucking mortgages or anything
who
like
could
that.
live where, had racially restrictive covenants that said only white people can live in this area. Minorities can't live. They can only live in certain redlined zones. Civil Rights Act comes in '64 after redlining had already began, after deindustrialization made the urban cores of places like Philadelphia, Chicago, and Detroit barren, and there was a mass transfer of wealth into surrounding suburbia. So what do you think about the notion that by the time the Civil Rights Act was passed, they already had the short end of the stick?
I would say that they were not at an advantage, obviously. The expectation that the black community should have reached parity in a generation is crazy.
Light skin Jesus, what the fuck?
Joe! Come out with your hands up, Joe! Don't make us come in!
This business definitely isn't for everybody. You have to be tenacious. You have to be able to read people.
Get down on the floor.
Come on, get on your back. In your stomach. It's not just the thrill of kicking in the door and adrenaline. I get wholeness from being able to help people.
Video obtained from Akron police shows the tense moments 37-year-old Franklin Frazier was shot while trying to serve an arrest warrant.
Bullet comes down right above my chest, so it didn't hit the vest because he was aiming down 2 centimeters from my heart, shot.
I've been stabbed before. I've been shot at. Thank God they've never hit me.
That even looks like a rat, dude.
Everybody knows things go down in Ohio, and this is where we had to document a dangerous and gray area profession, bounty hunting. The man we meet up for the story is Tank the Bounty Hunter, an absolute legend in the space who has his own TV show and a man whose story is filled with controversy, triumph, and tragedy. This Ohio Dream Team is led by Frank Frazier, aka Tank, Tony, a former D1 Ohio State wrestler, and Connor, a guy who's been around this business since he was a kid. These guys take us deep into this risky business where our men run into homes to track down fugitives and bring people to jail. So join us as we shadow these men on their fugitive capture operations. But first, folks, a quick announcement. Big Dog merch is flying off the shelf. This Feast hoodie for tried and true like at
Akron, Ohio. Jesus Christ, they made me fucking driveway.
Time to get some work in.
Oh yeah.
Good. Hey man, I'm the freshest bounty hunter out here, man.
Do you feel like it's like a strategy to look like extra dapper and
No,
intimidate people with it?
You know what? I've always wanted to dress the way I dress because one, the youth connect with me. When they see somebody that, you know, kind of talks like them, looks like them, they can relate to you. And that's how I've been able to get, you know, kids off the street or change their heart because when you look like them and talk like them, they'll listen to you.
How are you feeling about this one, Tank?
Feeling good. I'm ready. We're gonna get us one, man. We're gonna have some fun. Have some fun.
Well, we're heading to Wellsville, which is the middle of nowhere of Ohio, meth town, crack town. You guys will get a nice peek of what rural, eastern, almost Pennsylvania, Ohio is.
Supposedly, he's holed up at the house. He's just been dealing out of the house. But he's got cameras everywhere. I guess cameras on the front and the back.
So what's going through your mind heading into this call?
Right now, I'm just hoping this is a peaceful and an easy grab. Hoping they don't give us no issues.
Huh.
What's going on? They should be in a few minutes.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, man. What's going on, man? Nice to meet you, man.
How you feeling?
All right.
Guys, for context, for most of Tank's career, he looked like this, an absolute brick shit house ready for action. But as we see him for this interview today, this is him just 8 months after getting shot twice and still very much recovering and working to get his body back.
Who's the intel specialist in this group?
That'd be him.
I would say Frank, yeah.
Frank knows how to talk to everybody.
Talk to them like they want to be talked to. Like they need to be talked to. What's going on, everybody? My name is Bounty Tank. I am a bail bondsman / bounty hunter / artist, entrepreneur.
How long have you been doing this?
13 years now I've been doing this.
How did you find your way into this world?
Believe it or not, I was actually in college getting a nursing degree. I graduated with a nursing degree. I have a bachelor's in science. I know it's crazy, yeah. I didn't want to work, do a 9 to 5. I didn't want to be
Came from a rich family.
just, clocking in. So I wanted to be able to still be athletic. So I thought about being a U.S. Marshal. But at the time, there was a hiring freeze with the government. So I kept doing research and I stumbled upon bounty hunting, and they're very similar. I took a class, I got licensed and messed around. Went to a bondsman, he gave me a chance, gave me a case, and I found a person the same day. And it became my niche.
Nice, dude.
I found my niche at an early age.
Bail bonds! If somebody gonna kick you door, you want it to be me.
Will you sign this for me?
I sure will, man.
Recently, you had a very crazy moment in your life. Walk me through what happened, what the situation was, and what the fallout has been.
I got a call that night for an individual I was looking for, and the young lady, which I believe was a setup. The house was kind of dark, so we were creeping around the house, trying to actually get visual eyes on him. We're running to the back. He's at the top of there's a porch, so he's on the top porch, standing up. As we're running towards him, he opens up fire, shoots twice.
After 15 years in the field, disaster struck in 2024 when, while serving a warrant, Tank was shot by 18-year-old Amos Coleman. And due to Castle
No
Law in
charges?
Ohio, the controversial shooting was ruled to be in self-defense, although Amos did face felony gun charges due to a prior juvenile conviction. Tank took a bullet through the chest that ended up going into his spine, and after 6 months in the hospital and nearly losing his life, Tank returned home to start the process of rebuilding.
So if a cop comes on your property, you can shoot him? I think that's a fake news story, man.
Himself. Experts said he'd never walk again, let alone ever return to his job, but Tank is on a mission to prove those experts wrong.
Didn't panic. When I realized I was shot,
So
I
you can
just
shoot police officers and not get in trouble in some
put
states?
pressure on it. I asked
As long as you're on your property?
to put pressure on it, and called 911. Police came, got on the ambulance, and honestly, from there it was a blur. I don't really remember too much.
The first thing that went through my head was the safety of Frank and his well-being and how he was doing. I hope that this doesn't happen to any other agent in the field. I mean, not even ours, but anybody, because it's just a terrible thing. So my name's Connor Loy. I'm a surety bail agent / bounty hunter. I'm only a few years in. Initially took my test at the age of 18. I've been afforded the opportunity or misfortune, I guess, of being bred into it. So my dad's been in this business for my entire life. A very firm belief in the presumption of innocence, second chances, sometimes third, sometimes fourth.
My name is Tony Sylvester, and I am in the bail bond business.
You're a bounty hunter.
They would say officer of the court or a recovery agent, but colloquially, yes.
How long have you been doing this?
About 23 years.
And what got you into it?
Well, money. I had briefly worked for the state, and when I was younger, got out of college, and then there was a bonding company towards Youngstown, and they had a need for recovery people. So I kind of drifted into that by accident.
Yes, the pits.
How much training do you have to do before you go out into the field?
What's up, dog?
Man, I hate to say this and
It's a weirdo. Happy Christmas, man.
Come to the door, we coming in. You're not gonna come to the door. TV's on.
Come out with your hands up, Joe. Don't make us come in. Joe! Bail bondsman!
Merry Christmas, such an amazing gift.
Yep.
Come on, get on your back. In your stomach.
You got one? I'm sorry, boy.
Well, I'm sorry too. He should have came to the door.
Put your hands closer. Oh, I'm sorry. You're moving them back. You're getting big.
So essentially, when you're arrested, you generally go before a judge, and the judge will set a bond. And that bond can be a signature bond. It could just be, okay, we're going to say that your signature is worth the $5,000 they're going to show up. But if they don't give you that signature, they usually set a monetary amount. Sometimes you can put a deposit up with the court. Other times you have to put up a full cash.
So if someone skips bail, you're on the hook for the entire amount?
Correct.
And the court will collect from you?
Correct. I've assumed the risk. I'm at peace with it. And so I sleep better now than I did years past, because the longer you do something, the more you just come to understand it, and you also come to be comfortable with it.
Joe, I gave you the chance to do this the easy way, man. I know. It isn't like I mean, I give you the benefit of the doubt. Don't mess with my money.
Like I said, they're trying to take my house from my back taxes. I'm just trying to get my dad passed it.
I know, and as I said, I mean, communication is key, and I've said that all along.
Let's go. We got a little ride on the way. There's no reason to delay it.
I just need a whiff.
So is that your first catch since you've been back?
No, this is the second one. We
I
caught
just
one
need a split.
2 weeks ago. We got a girl. So this is the second one. It's 2 down. I'm two down back in the game. Feeling good, man. So I was curious about the ability to search someone's home.
Please like
There's
the
a
video,
legal document
dogs.
you guys have that they sign away their rights in a way?
Well, it varies state to state, but when they agree to the bail contract, essentially what they're saying is it's a continuation of the original imprisonment. Just as the county sheriff does not need a warrant to search one of his cells, so we can enter the home. Think of it like probation. Those rights are granted to us when the bail contract is complete.
At any time?
Yes. They fail to appear, the court issues a warrant, revokes the bond, and so the warrant is there. It's not the active document that triggers our involvement, but it certainly makes things easier.
Guys, you heard that right. When someone signs a bail bond contract, they voluntarily give up certain constitutional protections. They agree that the bail bond company and the bounty hunters they hire can enter their listed residence at any time, day or night, to arrest them if they skip court. This is based on long-standing legal precedent, and most famously, Taylor versus Tainter in 1872, which gives bounty hunters similar liberties to the police. Pretty wild, eh?
And what can a bondsman make in a month?
At this point, it's a completely geographic game. You could be the best bondsman ever, and if you live in a place where no one's going to jail because it's rural, I mean, your income is only going to be based upon the amount of people they're keeping. We may do 12 bonds, we may do a dozen, which is a very small volume. You go towards Akron or Cleveland, it may be 3 or 4 times that.
Yeah.
Might come out. She knows me too.
No fuck with the Chuck Norris.
Yeah, I have a feeling that mom isn't home. This is what I'm gonna do. This girl's pretty nice, so she'll be able to tell me. And this, boys, is part of how it goes.
What are some of the keys to this business the average person might not know about?
I'm gonna say one key to this business that a lot of people don't understand is patience. You have to have a lot of patience in this business. If you don't have patience, you won't last. You won't be a good hunter. You won't catch anybody if you don't have any.
It's funny how Tommy was helping people steal from fucking trains. And he was hanging out with wanted fugitives, and I was hanging out with the fucking bounty hunters.
This guy's wanted for what again? This guy's a misdemeanor probation violation. So my hope is, just shoot, like I said, I only glanced at the application when we were in the office. I don't know anything about the history of the case because it's not one of ours. This is freelance work. Is that this guy, the stakes are low enough, you would think he's still lurking locally. The other guy may be too, but like I said, when I
I'm gonna look so funny with glasses on.
Sharpie marker moved to Mansfield, that leads my, investigative sense to assume maybe he moved to Mansfield.
We here, Connor?
All right, well then I imagine this is the young man we want to talk to.
You want to come speak to me?
I have a feeling you're looking for somebody.
I am.
You need to search the house now?
Would you happen to know who I'm looking for?
Guarantee it's this kid that we haven't seen since March 6th. The day the day his court date is, he left out of here, said he was going to court, haven't seen him since.
He hasn't been back.
How are you, sir?
He had a stroke, so he don't talk.
Oh, fair enough.
Oh, fuck.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't
He had a
have
stroke,
any
so he can't
particular
talk?
reason to rouse you.
I was going to say, if you guys want to go and look to make sure we're not lying, more power to you. Just let me let my dogs out, because they are worse than him.
I'll default to him, but I think I have my doubts that you guys are hiding.
Okay, question for you. Would Mom hide him?
Oh, yeah.
Mom would hide him?
Oh, yeah.
You think so?
That's the last person we knew he had contact with, was his mom. But
So I spoke to her recently, and she told me about the same thing.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him in months. He hasn't been over here. I haven't talked to him. No. So she's full of shit.
Yeah.
Yes. She just doesn't want to, because we've heard through the grapevine that he has been going there. But from what the daughter has told us, every time somebody shows up, he's gone by then.
Can you walk through a dangerous situation that you've encountered on the job?
Well, I mean, I've been stabbed before. I've been shot at. Thank God they've never hit me. We've been in some dicey situations, and there was one situation in particular with Frank, and this was many years ago, where the guy was dangerous. He was desperate. We followed him to a gas station. We arrested him. As we're bringing him out of the gas station, the local police show up because they thought we were robbing the guy. Well, we hand him to him. Me and Frank walk outside, and we see this guy who was way more athletic and strong than you would think, dragging two cops through the parking lot because he's cuffed and he's running and they're trying to stop him. At least half a dozen officers, me and Frank, we're trying not to hurt this guy because he's wild. Well, what we find after the fact is, because as we're trying to restrain him, he had a bag of dope in his cheek. Bit the bag, OD'd, flatlined. He bit me, he bit Frank, he bit the police dog, and he bit the canine. And I think it was when he bit the canine's leg that he accidentally bit into the heroin and then he overdosed. So the danger wasn't, oh, he's gonna kill us. The danger is he's got needles, he's got dope, he's fighting, he's struggling. He was grabbing for my gun at one point. And thank God, this is the first time I ever saw Narcan in action. They hit him with about 10 shots of Narcan and brought him back to life after 3 or 4 minutes.
Tell me about a particularly memorable case you've covered.
It was a girl on the run, and she was a prostitute, so she would put up ads on Craigslist. You can go on Craigslist and you can buy some ass.
Yeah.
But I put a fake ad up that I was doing a porno, so she clicked on it and inquired about it, and I was like, I fucking knew it. I knew she was gonna click on it. So me and my cameraman, I was like, we gotta film this shit. I came up with a whole scenario for her. I was like, we're gonna meet at the Motel 6 around the corner. You got your ID. Gotta make sure you're of age. So anyway, we get to the motel and she knocks on the door. She comes in. We got some porn music playing. Yes, there's actually porn music.
Holy fuck.
It sounds just, when you hear it, it's gonna sound like porn music. So we got that playing. I got my shirt off. I got baby oil on. So she comes in and I'm like, it's her. I'm like, okay, I identify her. It's her, but I gotta keep going with it. At this point, I'm committed. So I start dancing, getting her all, getting her loose. She's like, oh shit, dang, that's what I'm talking about. So I'm like, all right, we're gonna go to the next scene. So I'm like, the next scene, I'm gonna handcuff you, put your hands behind your back. She's like, oh, you about to get nasty. I'm like, yes, indeed. So she puts her hand behind her back, I cover her up, and then I still don't break the news to her that she's arrested. I'm like, come on, we're about to go to the car. She's like, oh shit, we about to do it in the car. So she think we're going to the next scene. Until then I'm like, what, we get to drive and she's like, wait, where the fuck are we going? I'm like, I'm taking you to jail. And she's like, no, stop playing. I'm like, no, you're going to jail. This was a setup. And she motherfucked me like no other. That was my most memorable. I mean, it don't get no better than that, man.
Well, you already know what it is. Told you we were going to be coming back. You don't want to talk?
I'm going to open the doors for you.
There's nothing to talk about. I don't know what to tell y'all.
You have no idea where
I
he's
have
at.
no idea.
No clue.
No.
No person he could be with.
No, I don't. The last time I seen him
Or
was,
talk to him, but let's start with seeing him.
a week before. The week that he had to go to court.
So it's been a couple months
Yeah.
since you saw him.
Yeah.
Have you spoken to him at all?
No.
He just completely ghosted
He's
you.
just gone. Walk on up in there.
Oh, I believe you. I mean, I'm not trying to hassle you any more than I need to.
I know you got to be getting tired of this at this point.
Dude, I know. That's, yes.
Yeah, I mean, he's a young man. He ain't that far out of school. Who's his friend? Who would he run to?
I can't tell you. Like, I pushed trying to graduate, and, I mean, we do not have a relationship. So, I mean,
I'm sorry to hear that.
I don't know. I have no clue.
I mean, I would imagine, if I had to guess, that sooner or later, he's either going to reach out to you or his father, I would think, because I don't know that he has a ton of places to go and a ton of resources. I mean, I don't know the young man, and I just stumbled into this. So what I know is very limited, but from what I've seen and heard, it sounds like, you know, he's probably pretty limited in what he is capable of carrying out, or how long he's capable of carrying it out.
To be honest with you, like, I only see Trenton on a normal base on holidays, and that's that.
Well,
Like,
the problem that I'm having is that if every bit of information that I've gotten on Trenton is that he comes and goes here. And that's coming from everybody I've talked to, is that he comes and goes here and sister gets him around.
No, his sister lives here. His sister lives here, and she's working. Actually, she is at a class right now for the weekend, and she's not even in town. So I guarantee he's not with her.
Because I don't know, I mean, do I think that he's your son, and if he came here and asked for a sandwich in the shower, you give it to him? Probably. Do I think that he's hiding in the attic right now? No.
Tell me about the amount of lying that you have to deal with while on this job.
Oh, it's incredible. So it goes from the very beginning of the process. Is that's one of the biggest things is this business definitely isn't for everybody. It kind of gets glorified on the internet, and you have to be tenacious. You have to be able to read people and know when they're just blatantly lying to you. People will do it from the beginning, from the phone call that you get. You get the phone call from say the defendant in jail, or the loved one or the friend of the person that's calling on their behalf. And then on top of that, then you get into the hunting side, where you got people that are either trying to protect them, know where they're at and don't want to give up the information, misguiding you to a different direction because they want to keep that person safe and they want to keep you off their trail. So there's I would say probably 50% of the people that you deal with will lie to you in some capacity at some point in the process.
You can just tell the way her fucking eyes are darting and she's thinking too much. When you don't know something, you just go, I don't know. You don't fucking pause and think and try to puzzle out what I want to hear. You just go, he's a fucking ne'er-do-well and I don't know where he is. She's lying. She's not telling the whole truth. I mean, there may be a lot of truth in what she said. I don't think, again, she was like, oh, come on in, open the door. Generally, they don't, I mean, so I don't believe he's hiding in the rafters now, but I think he's coming through there to shower, shave, eat, and it's just one more place. It's a pit stop on wherever he's at. She's when you don't know something, you don't know it. When she's hemming and hawing and her eyes are darting around and she's going, let me think, generally means that you're trying to craft something that, who to reach out to try to get an idea of who, what, where, and why. Yeah, she does.
Huh. Yeah, so we got 2 spots for this guy, potential spots. Even the sergeant said that he's been around there for sure. And then dude we just took in said like, yeah, he's there. I believe they're third parties.
So that's Brandon.
Tattoos on his left.
It gives away the license plate.
Yeah, he's not here. He's driving to Rick. Yeah. You got a number for him where we can get in touch with him? What relation are you to him?
His dad is cousin to my dad.
Fair enough. All right.
I mean,
Close, but not
I
too
mean,
close.
if you talk to him, he's related to everybody, but.
Hey, TR. He's not hanging out in your room in the back corner, is he?
Where? He's not here. You telling me he's not here?
You care if I look?
There's a gun in there.
Hey, Connor.
Here.
Who stays in the trailer?
Hey, get your hands up. Get out here now.
That's.
What's your name?
Brian.
What are you doing hiding up here? What are you doing hiding? Connor, you have that picture?
Hey,
all right?
man. That's not him, dude.
That's not him.
I was just scared.
Anyone else back there?
No, look.
Brandon.
Yeah, he ain't here.
I thought they were ice.
Alright, let's go down to Mom's.
Thanks for your cooperation.
Yeah.
That guy's got a warrant for something.
Open the door, bail bondsman.
Hi, how are you, honey? Hey, yeah, look for Brandon. Where he ran out of the house?
Yeah.
How long ago?
About 20 minutes ago.
You know we were coming here. Who called?
I don't know.
TR called him. So he ran in the woods?
Yeah. What?
Is he driving or walking?
Walking.
He's in the
His
woods.
truck's in Wellsville somewhere. There's
He
a
went-
path down this way,
Hey,
down through the woods. Yeah.
so he went the path this way about 20 minutes ago. So he must have got a call from TR.
What's that for?
Bro, chill out, man.
What's this
Come on,
for?
bro. Yeah, you relax.
Brandon.
Yes, sir.
What's the camera for?
All protection.
Listen, this is the cuff is on wrong, my guy. Can I get rid of stuff in my pocket?
Yeah, anything you got you don't want to take.
Yeah, let me take it. Let me get rid of
Hold on, let me get it. What you got in there?
We don't give a
Drugs.
fuck what it is.
Yeah, we
don't care.
Yeah, we ain't the
police. With you, yeah.
I just don't want you grabbing stuff, that's all.
Here's a needle.
Just what's going through your head?
No, nothing. About to get locked up.
Are you worried about it?
I mean, it sucks, but it's life, I guess.
Yep. American,
What's your
you
hope
have
for? What's to
American
come?
jails are easy. You get cell phones, you get
Gotta get out,
electricity.
get shit together. Get my life on track.
Yeah, American jails is like easy mode jail.
It's a good thing we went in there and fucking searched, because he would have got away, man. So
Yeah.
2 for 2. Can't beat that. Can't ask for nothing more easier. On to the next.
What's going through your mind, Connor?
Always happy. Always happy to find success. 2 for 2 is a good day. It's a good achievement. It's 2 off the books. Another day.
Tank and his team end the day with another arrest, and this is business as usual for this group of Ohio bounty hunters. This piece was filmed months ago, and as we speak today, Tank currently looks like this. Folks, Tank has overcome incredible setbacks to be back in the field once again as a certified freak of nature. And if that doesn't get you inspired to persevere and conquer through the hurdles in your own life, I don't know what will. Thank you to Tank, Tony, and Connor for letting us see into their profession. Love you guys. See you next week.
Cartel connections. Just gonna go snitch on the fucking cartel now.
Hey, loser! Go check January. Beforehand, please. Will you try?
Oh, 12. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit it down because today we're talking about smutty books again. I apparently have to read through more of the smutty book talks for Terrence because for some reason he wants that as a bedtime story tonight. I don't know. I've tried to get him to sleep for 7 years now and I have not seen him sleep once. So any recipes I can try to mix up to get him to fall asleep, I will do. And it's unfortunate because book talk and the smut talk books, the smutty books have reared its ugly head at us once again on this channel. Last time I read some, a lot of people were confused. It's like, I don't know, like I say, a lot of people were just straight up like, why the hell is he doing this? Well, it was really funny. And today I'm gonna read some more from apparently some of the ones that you've sent me because this is the biggest thing, the biggest takeaway I got last time was we didn't touch, we didn't scrape the iceberg. We didn't dig deep enough. Apparently this is not, it goes deep, real deep, real smutty. And I want to see, can we try to find the most depraved, disgusting piece of literature that I can try to read to Terrence tonight to help him go to bed. And I think that is a valiant effort to try. Wait, we want to thank today's sponsor, Dragon Cars. They see romance novels or romance novels in general, you know, with your Okatars or your Fourth Wings. You know, see, I thought that I was getting into some spicy stuff from Sarah J. Maas. Little did I know. And I think we touched a little bit on to the real stuff whenever we got into some icebreakers. I'd read a little bit more of that. It's aggressive. There ain't no beating around the bush on that one. That book is aggressive. People often point out, although that some of these books contain romantic scenes, they're also compelling stories. That's what people say to me. They say, Hunter, yeah, there might be some f***ing and sucking and fingering and blowing and all that kind of stuff, but they're good stories, right? Unfortunately, for many smut talk enthusiasts, these books don't contain enough romantic scenes, or they aren't explicit enough for their taste. You are getting to the point now, ladies and gentlemen, that people are like, the story is so irrelevant. People just are trying to get that deep, hard going all the time. They want to read about it, right? And then some people now you start to get smutty book hipsters coming out saying that there's not enough or that the scenes aren't graphic enough for them. Word, you know what I mean? I think the romantic books, they need to do a little scratch and sniff. That's why it's like jisms or something. They have a little scratch pad you can do. Oh, that's what Derek Spunk smells like. Yeah, Jessica opened her legs and then you like open the page again, and then you scratch the center of the book and you do. But, my friends, this is where the amateur writers step up and they claim their throne as the most devious, most vile, most explicit, dare I say most sexy writers of them all. And with spicy books on high demand, all of these authors are getting book deals. And let me tell you, they're selling copies, okay? You'd be a fool. If you're a writer right now, just fucking make some dude. You know what I mean? Why not? You try to get a paycheck, or you try to be an artist? And now you no longer have to scour the internet to find fan fiction with steamy love scenes. They're all
Man, you get the computer set up in my hammock, dude, so I can fucking just lay in the hammock and watch YouTube. Ugh. I do a hammock sleep stream soon, man. What? Okay.
Front and center at any local bookstore, Barnes & Noble.
Book talk. Why the fuck are they promoting fucking romantic books to fucking people use children's dancing app? What the fuck?
He's basically a little fucking shop now. The wall that is the romance section at Barnes & Noble is shocking. All right, I mean, I thought I was in. Where's the Great Wall of China at? It's all over. All right, well, it looked like that. So let us dive back into the world of spicy books, smutty stories, and see if we can't find the most depraved, most evilly delicious. I want pants, basically, is what I'm saying. But I'll pants by the end of this episode, Nick. I'm myself. Starting off first, we want to get into, if we're going to talk, I guess, genre here. For some reason, I don't know if for some reason, I guess it's kind of obvious. Sports smutty books are very, very popular, okay? And one of the biggest genres right now, it's called jock fantasy. All right, jock fantasy novels. I like that, dude. Who doesn't want to get plowed by the captain of the football team, huh? Just one of these, like, right? And last time we talked about Icebreaker by Hannah Grace, which is probably the most popular book in this genre. Icebreakers is really peak jock fantasy.
There's so many fucking books that are the #1 New York Times best-selling
book in this genre.
Like there's like fucking hundreds of them, maybe even thousands of them. Like you can put that on any book.
Talk on nipple play, isn't there? He's like he breathed on my nipple, like just right over a nipple, and then just like it's like is it? Oh. Bing. Be like one of those door stoppers when you're a kid.
Women love nipple play.
Women love nipple play? Hey man, if you're the expert, I'll listen to you, okay? I think everybody likes nipple play. I like nipple play. I want someone to just suck on my nipples like I'm an Ethiopian woman breastfeeding a child.
Do you have like a ring of hair around your nipples?
Oh yeah, it's almost like eating like a Jolly Rancher with some hair on it. You're just like, I know there's a sweet treat in there somewhere. And this book got a lot of attention on social media. Icebreakers got a lot of attention on social media. So now there seem to be hundreds of sports-themed romance novels trying to follow in its footsteps. Because once something is popular, ladies and gentlemen, you will have copycats, or people will be like, I wish, yeah, he's a hockey player, but
dude, you're way too old to be on that girl's way too old to be on a children's dancing app. Like, what the fuck? She's like 40 years old.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will have copycats, or people will be like, I wish, yeah, he's a hockey player, but I wanted the lacrosse captain to break my legs, break my back out, dude. I want him to work me in like an old leather glove, like a catcher's mitt. And one of the books that we have been recommended a lot is one of the more spicy sports romance books, and it's called Pucking Around by Emily Rath. If you take the P away, if you replace it with an S. Sucking around. See, I like that. Really wish it was a different sport. Like, I hate that I'm going into this and it's gonna be hockey again. This is the synopsis of Pucking Around, so buckle in tight. Pucking Around by Emily Rath is a contemporary romance novel centered on Olivia, a determined and career-focused woman, and Jake, a charming but carefree professional hockey player. Olivia is assigned to interview Jake for a magazine feature, but their initial meeting doesn't go smoothly, with Jake's laid-back attitude clashing with Olivia's serious demeanor. I'm just trying to hang free, Olivia. She's like, would you take these questions seriously? But despite their differences, sparks fly between them, leading to a passionate and complicated relationship. The book is about one woman in relationships with 3 different men, and a lot of the time, they all have sex together. That took a left turn real quick. That turned into a NC-17 version of Bridget Jones' Diary is what that turned into.
So they're running a train on Olivia.
Oh, dude. This book has an average rating of 3.82 out of 5, not bad, and over 150,000 ratings with nearly 17,000 reviews, and it is over 700 pages long. Why? They're like, you've read Infinite Jest? Child's Play. Have you read Pucking Around by Emily Rath? That's why David Foster Wallace himself.
Like that's more than Lord of the Rings.
So let's go
Lord of
into
the Rings
some
books
reviews
are the
once
fucking
again.
like the
Roll
biggest fucking
reviews.
chapter books
What
ever.
book have I just read? Oh my god, the feels! Loved it! This was the best romantic. What's RH? Oh, reverse harem?
Yeah.
Wait, what does that mean? What's a reverse harem?
So a harem is a guy with multiple women.
Oh my god, Nick, hold on a second. Hold on. I thought it was Harlem for a second. I was thinking of the basketball team for a second. Harlem Globetrotters. I was like, what are you talking? We're playing basketball now? Sorry. Okay, so a harem is what?
A harem is when a guy has multiple
a bunch of
women.
Right, he's around, but this is the woman with a bunch of boys. Right. This was the best reverse harem I've ever read. This book had it all. I mean, my poor Kindle is dead. Why?
Scorching my
hands right now. I gotta say, it died a happy Kindle. This was so hot. Fans yourself frantically. That I feel sticky all of a sudden. I want to say a big old girl talking about breaking down a goddamn Kindle, destroying technology. Damn. All right, let's move on to Nicole. Nicole says, "Be still, my kinky f***ing heart." Cringe. I have no words. This was utterly epic. Finally, someone wrote a hockey reverse harem worth reading. Why is it's all abbreviated RH? Is it that normal? Apparently reverse harems that's the new thing. This has everything you could ever want. Tons of hockey scenes. Why is that the first thing? If you like hockey, no, seriously, this is a big one, okay? If you're like a big Bruins fan. Training / recovery. 3 totally different MMCs.
Male main characters.
The most beautiful bi-awakening friends to lovers' relationships and spice. It has everything you want, and leading with hockey scenes really got me. That was, she's like, it's ice and corn dogs and pucks. What else could you need? Or how about Rachel? Fanning myself from how steamy this book was. This one pushed the boundaries of what I've read before. Sure, the beauty of exploring new things through reading. Whoever she's dating, he's gonna be like, what do you mean you want to try this now? All right, so to excerpt. Excerpt number 1. This is from chapter 30. Chapter 30. This is probably only 200 pages in. Okay, so just think about 500 more pages, all right? Holding Caleb by the hips, I sink my hot mouth around his shaft. You know, last time we had at least the fantasy thing of like there was a little bit more. This is just, we're getting right into it. Okay. I sink my hot mouth around his shaft, taking him deep. The metal of each piercings click over the bottom teeth as I swallow him, sucking him until he's crying out.
His pierced.
Love. Loving this feeling of fullness. Caleb's tart. I think of sweet tarts, right? She takes, rubs it together, blows those fake smoke. Okay. Caleb's tart coats my tongue, and I know he's at the edge of release. I slip my hand inside his pants, cupping his balls. He gasps me on his tapping the back of my throat as I choke, loving every second. Who wants to choke? Would you want to choke? Girl, I was in heaven. I shiver. Oh, my limbs suddenly boneless. This is a feeling I crave almost as much as the orgasm. This feeling of being hollowed out and filled up in one. End of the excerpt. That's the end of the chapter. The 30? All right, well, we'll move on to chapter 82 of Pucking Around. Here's what's gonna happen, says Caleb. Mars is gonna lie down. Hurricane, you'll ride him. The 2 characters' names are Mars and Hurricane? Hurricane, you'll ride him. I'll take your ass while Jake takes mine. What? What? Wait, so, hold on. He's somebody while he's fucking the ass? How do you do that? What shape are they in to make that work? That has to be the real definition of a Chinese finger trap. I glance quickly from Caleb to Jake and watch as Jake's expression changes from one of confusion to interest to excitement. That is the kinkiest thing I've ever heard, he says with a grin. Mars, please say you're in. I'm gonna die if you don't. We gotta try it. Mars glances between them. I'm Rachel, yes? No one is me? Chapter 82. All right, you're deep. What is going between the other pages of this this goddamn horror show? Chapter 100. I'm not even stopping. Chapter 100. Fuck! I pant, slapping his hands down so I can jerk my cami off up over my head. What the cami? A camisole. What's a camisole? Oh, in modern usage, a camisole or cami is a loose-fitting sleeveless undershirt which covers the top part of the body but is shorter than a chemise. It's all Hobbit lingo. I don't know. Restarting it. I pant. I need you all. Need to have you. 3 pairs of eyes watch me, but it's Caleb who speaks. Say what you want, Hurricane. I stand and take a step back, dropping my silky shorts to the floor, leaving me naked. I want all 3 of you, all at once. I want to be dripping with your... Okay, dude. Goddamn. Goddamn. Make a mess of me. What? Claim me so there's no more doubt where I belong.
The fuck?
What? Make a mess of me is downright. That is some
His
doghouse
dad, whoever
level
wrote
dirty
this
right
book
there.
is
I want
fucking
you
dad,
to
probably,
tear
for
this
sure.
up. Oh, good. There's a part 2 to chapter 100. Well, good. Oh yes, Jake laughs. Bend over, baby girl. I'm taking this. Not so fast! Caleb calls. Jake and I both glance over our shoulders. What the fuck is that? Jake mutters. You didn't think I'd leave you out, did you, Angel? Caleb teases. My eyes go wide as I see he's holding another slightly larger plug. This one is black. Bend over, Caleb orders, his free hand smoothing down the curve of Jake's ass. Oh my god. The buzzing in my ass is making me feel so full, bringing my orgasms right back to the edge. Hurry, I beg. Please. Shit! Jake pants, his eyes wide as Caleb inserts the plug. This is... you know what, though? You have to have some amount of respect for someone who sat down and said, F it, I'm writing almost 1,000 pages of this. Here's another thing. That's a lie. I'm not reading. We're not reading any more of that, right? Okay, we're not. That's a lie. I'm not. This video is gone. For women,
Yeah, it sounds like a
club?
woman. It sounds like a woman who's just obsessed with gay sex, dude. That just likes hockey too. That's what it sounds like. The fucking, but the art thing. Who wrote this
Book,
fucking
do you
book?
think? My to-be read list is a mile long, and here I am considering rereading, pucking around for the 8th time. God damn, dude, just yourself and go to bed. I mean, what else do you have to do? I mean, honestly, how are you gonna have a like? What do you even say in a book club with this? What did you think it was hot? It's like if guys got around, they're like, "What did you think of Playboy this week?" It's like, "Yeah, I made it to like page 6." Actually, sounds like a pretty good club, honestly. What, doesn't it?
Well, that's what I was gonna say. But the women were like, I couldn't last. I got 100 pages in.
I couldn't even finish it, girls. And everyone's like, "Ee!" They kick their legs. Ee! You have wine, all getting wine drunk, and their husbands come home. They're like, "What is going on? Get out of here, Rebecca! Get upstairs!" That's what I like to think. That's the kind of people having that kind of. That was me acting. All right, Nick behind the camera did this.
Yeah, very.
Yeah, God. All right, anyways, out of sports, let's get out of sports, all right? Let's take a different route. Another genre taking over right now is the dark or taboo-themed books. And the #1 most recommended smut book in this genre is Credence by Penelope Douglas. Here's the thing, too. These covers are always so deceptive, aren't they? The cover of Pucking Around and Icebreakers, you would have never expected that in there. Now, Credence already, let me tell you, there's an upside-down forest. I feel like this is about to get crazy. If there's already some surrealism happening on the cover, you better believe. I don't know what's going to happen. He's got a bear. I don't know what's going to go. Now, I don't know. This book is pretty controversial because it deals with multiple taboo topics like incest and abuse. You know, the fun stuff. And here is our synopsis of Credence. Tyrion de Haas, the only child of a film producer and his starlet wife, she's grown up with wealth and privilege, not love or guidance. And when they suddenly pass away, she knows she should be devastated. But has anything really changed? She's always been alone, hasn't she? Jake Vanderberg, an ugly name, isn't it? Her father's stepbrother and her only living relative assumes guardianship of I see where this is going. Assumes guardianship of Tiernan, who is still 2 months shy of 18. Wow. Okay, this is... God damn. Sent to live with him and his 2 sons, Noah and Caleb, oh god, in the mountains of Colorado. She also realizes that lines blur and rules become easy to break when no one else is watching. One of them has her, the other one wants her, but he is going to keep her.
This sounds like a horror book.
This is a legitimate horror book. One of them has her. One of them
sounds like a fucking.
And the other one is going That's how. That's
So
not
it's like a
how
whole
it reads,
family
right?
that
I mean,
wants
my
to
God,
fuck her?
this book has an average rating of 3.68 out of 5 and over 415,000 ratings with 48,000 reviews, and the reviews are pretty mixed. Okay, which let's read some of the reviews now. From the first one is from Namera. What the actual hell did I just read? Girls' parents commit. We can't say that. Girls' parents unalive themselves. Girl is placed under care of her father's stepbrother, who lives in the mountains of Colorado with his 2 sons. Girl spends winter hopping from one of their beds to the other before falling in love with the one who's a psycho. Martina, I'm free! Worst experience of my life! Alexandra, people liking this book should be studied. Glinda, if a genie gave me 3 wishes, I'd use all 3 of them to make sure Penelope Douglas never writes another book again. Wow. She not only got the law books, I will say that is one of the more overwhelmingly negative of the comment sections, because usually girls are just like, it's too wet, there's not enough towels. You know what I mean? That's usually how it all goes. That's pretty much what happens. All right, so let's just get into the excerpts. Let's just dive in ourselves and see. We're gonna start in chapter 23. Caleb stands in the dark corner, his jeans unfastened but still on as he watches me. I hold on to Noah as my body moves up and down the mattress with the thrust. Caleb eyes on me, turning me on even more. My contracts. I don't blink. Look at me, Hector. And my body tenses, every muscle tightening as I come. I cry out, looking at Caleb as I shudder and shake, his eyes not faltering as his brother me. All right, at least the brothers aren't right?
Not yet.
Noah, I lean forward and take Caleb in my mouth. Okay, so now the brothers are tag teaming their cousin, correct? Okay, I'm making sure. Just wanted to make sure I got that lined up perfectly.
Women
His
love
long,
gay
thick
sex.
muscle, hard as a rock. I fist the base because I can't take it all. And and suck him slow and gentle, licking and teasing with my tongue. Our moans fill in the room as the winter rages outside. Using my good arm. Does she have a gimp arm?
Yes, so.
She's like, give me that thing. Let me reposition. Diving back down, I sink my mouth down him farther and farther, feeling him tap the back of my throat. That's like a verbiage. Tap the back of my throat.
That's how you know he's big.
That's how you know he's big, because he's tapping it. Because his hard muscle, as she calls it, is able to go down. It's able to wrap around. It's able to do. Hey.
Knock, knock.
Hey, I'm here. I'm big. He jerks. A strangled groan leaving his throat.
Ah.
Noah digs his fingers into my hips, humping me from the bottom, and I know he's about to come. But Caleb grabs me and pulls me off his straining, kissing my mouth fierce and hard. Come here. Bro, get off her, bro. It's my turn. Then I feel it, him, behind me, between our legs. His fingers press into my other place. I tense up. I'm down with a lot, but I don't think this is a good idea. You can tell like a millennial wrote this, and she was like, I move on Noah, holding Caleb's eyes as he taunts my ass, working the tip of his finger inside me. I swallow, tighten it up, but he moves my hand to my tell me to prime myself. Goddamn, you better prime yourself real quick. This is called an oil check. Slowly, I relax, and after a couple minutes, I start backing up into it. My is building again. That hat, like, can we actually read any remote part of that? That has to be all bleeps. We can put it up on the Patreon
The whole
uncensored, but
book's
this
just
has
fucking.
got to be. How do you get turned on knowing that it's 2 brothers? Let's skip to chapter 26.
Isn't that crazy,
and
man?
I guess some context here is the main character is sleeping.
Oh,
He climbs
fuck.
on the bed, hovering over her on his hands and knees as she sleeps, moving his mouth but unable to voice the words "pretty little." Okay, all right, man. Climbing off her, he watches her face as he gently pulls her shorts down, watching her face as he slides his hand inside of her panties. Okay, there's no way we can read this. Okay, no, I'm not reading the rest of this one. He's just her while she's sleeping. This feels like it was written by a murderer. This is what have you ever heard of the Toy Box Killer? This feels like it was written by the Toy Box Killer. Shame on you. I'm not reading anymore. Did I mistake you for a sign from God? That fucking Sleep Token song. My love, did I mistake you for a sign of God? And the girl's like, Yeah, I think some taboos are broken, even though all that's going to be censored. Just know that, guess what? It's kind of hot. Well, I know the jock one is really popular, but fantasy romances, that's where the bread and butter's at, all right? Fantasy romance is the king above all else in the smut book world. These books contain all sorts of the regular fantasy tropes, creatures, magic, and anything you may find in a D&D campaign, except it's filled with smut.
I like it.
Literature clubs will rate these on their wet-o-meter. Okay, let me reread that. Literature clubs will rate these on their wet-o-meter and typically read these much over the books based in reality. Okay?
So the previous two, they won't read, but...
Myself and the other admins of Book Group 18 Plus created our own scale that we call the wet-o-meter.
How much, like, how different can the wetness be? Don't get me wrong. If anything, it's like, is it like the, it feels like the Charlie moist meter. Anything, there better be, she's just like, it was sludgy, thick, and it was just sticky. Okay, so pictures wetometer. 1, clam jammed. 2, is that a tingle? 3, bites bottom lip. 4, nips perking up. What, I just, the nipple thing. God damn. 5, mildly moist.
That's 5, mildly moist.
You're halfway up, but it's just like, it's like chapped lips. 6, clench before drench. 7, juices are flowing. 8, we have splashdown. 9, fuck, I broke Bob. What's Bob?
Bob, you know what we're talking about. You know what we're talking about.
And then 10, I flooded my basement. Awesome. One of the books here that is consistently getting a 5 chili peppers rating or a solid 10 on the wetometer is A Ruin of Roses by K.F. Breen. Once again, it's just like these all look like Hot Topic covers. Like, you know what I mean? A Ruin of Roses by K.F. Breen is a dark, spicy fantasy novel that follows Finley, a young woman who accidentally stumbles upon a forbidden forest and is captured by Nifane, a powerful cursed dragon prince. The book is essentially a spicy retelling of Beauty and the Beast, where she becomes trapped in his castle and must navigate a dangerous, secretive world while trying to break his curse. And this book has a 3.81 out of 5 average rating with 55,000 ratings and almost 5,000 reviews, and many of the reviews are conflicted as well. Also, I really like how in the last book, whatever cadence, the amount of ratings on there, people were just being like, Beauty and the Beast retelling, check, but much spicier and kinkier. Smut, check. Funny, check. Strong heroine, check. Explicit sexual scenes, Marquise, terrible writing, excessive vulgarity, and Beauty and the Beast is twisted beyond recognition. Claudia! Okay, how do I review this? This was ridiculous. Take Beauty and the Beast, but make it into A, smutty, B, more smutty, C, foul mouth, and D, with all the singing furniture becoming horny. If you don't think Belle walking to the castle to get a full-out or kind of funny, then maybe this isn't for you. But if that's amusing, then hello, join in. The reading, not the pervert. Let's get into the excerpts here. Without further ado, let's start beating around the bush. Let's get into it. Chapter 1, right off the bat. All right. Lava spilled out and dripped down to my sodden core. I couldn't stop a moan as an intimate presence feathered across my skin. It was incredible. The best thing I'd ever felt, reaching down into the very center of me and pulling out a raw hunger I didn't want to shy away from. Desperate desires fitted through my head, touching of tangled bodies, of the taste of a hard sliding into my mouth. See, it's like it has you for a second, and then it all of a sudden... Hello? Yes, there's mice inside my walls. Of the taste of a hard sliding into my mouth. I just, what you think is that romantic?
Not if you say it like that. How would you write it?
How would I write if I wanted to be like, I don't know, I wanted every piece of him.
Inside my mouth?
I wanted him inside my mouth. I wanted him to impregnate my tongue. Me, this incubus was a strong mother... I do like how it's written. Now, see, now we're getting like creepypasta territories. I've read enough creepypastas now to be like, yeah, here we go. I've never felt something like that. Don't unzip your... Do not unzip your jacket.
It's getting hot in here.
It's not getting hot in here. I had to ignore the sudden brain-fogging desire to drop down right now and spread my legs, begging to be taken. Old girl's just trying to get her nut. Also, I thought it'd be, yeah, unappealing that'd be. Dominates me! I pushed it away with everything I had, ignored the sudden wetness between my legs and the unyielding desperation to be taken roughly. God damn, dude. Someone hit me! Have him pound that big into me over and over again. Finley, isn't it? Why did that rough voice suddenly feel like a sensuous lick across my heated flesh? I hated that I loved it. Hated that I suddenly craved his kisses between my thighs. His fingers banging into my slicks. Wait, what? His fingers banging into my slick X? It felt like his magic was... Yeah, sorry. The pest guy's gonna come in here and spray for rats in a second. I'm like, He's walking by with a huge
Hello. Heard you guys been hearing sounds at? Could you tell me possibly where it's been?
Yeah.
I'll show you.
As I said that, the pest guy came in. He did. I heard you guys are getting rats in your walls. We were just like drunk on this.
Imagine being so
desperate
rich
to
you
let
call
this
some
big
a pest
alpha
control
push
for
me
fucking
down to
rats.
the dirt right now and drive that big deep into my needy. Okay, I just want to say it's like it has some fantasy stuff, and then all of a sudden it's just like I want him to just rail me and tons of my apple like I'm a Cinnabon cinnamon roll. It just throws it in randomly. You're like
Yeah.
kind of like whiplash. Whoa, you know that's what I feel. But let's skip to chapter 8, shall we? An iron grip latched around my right ankle. I flipped back to kick, but he pulled me towards him. My animal purred. God, I don't know if I like the animal thing, dude. Kitty. I've heard people say kitty before too, and I'm always just like, ugh. Meow. My animal purred within his dominant manhandling. So when it dribbled into my panties. Ugh. Also, you can't say my animal and then immediately go into my. That's kind of, I don't know how I feel about that. He leaned forward, his hard length resting right where I needed it. My animal thrashed against my hold where my hips bucked back. I hate that it's just like it's its own creature now. Shivers go to me as I rubbed along his, momentarily dropping my head and closing my eyes, focused solely on that delicious sensation. He growled.
His free hand gripping my hip and keeping me still while he rocked, the glorious friction dripping the liquid fire into my desperate.
I feel weird. I feel like the guy's gonna come walking. I feel like I'm reading the story in like my parents' house, and I'm like trying to be quiet. My eyes snapped open at the realization of what I just said, not what my animal had made me say. What I had said. All right, skip to chapter 10, dude. We're blazing past it. He shoved one side of my pants down before the other. The rat guy walked back in. Someone write a smut book or a spice book of a pest guy who comes in while I'm trying to work. Spraying. I'm just like, put it up on red. Thank you. Let me get at your. I can't read this with this guy here. Let me get at your. I'm like whispering out. Let me get at your.
I want you to force that big all the way down my throat. Then
Hey, damn, man. There's nothing in the fucking North Pole, dude. I'm gonna freeze your ass out, dude. North Pole is the most dangerous rivalry. Isn't Boston Celtics fucking basketball and New York Rangers fucking hockey? Oh, they mean fucking soccer. They mean fucking pussy ball. You're like a year late, dude. How does he get 1.5 million views? The show's exposed. Epstein. Oh yeah, here's YouTube's fucking queen of drama herself. The goof juice drinker. Let's find out, dude. So over in Canada, goof juice means like fucking pedophile cum.
It's 5 a.m.
Because a goof is a pedophile. It's funny I named his shit goof juice. Well, maybe he's open about it, man.
Poop, but I cannot peel myself away from the computer to go take care of that business. I'm refusing nature's call, and it's not insomnia that's keeping me awake right now. We are in the middle of what I believe to be an actual big development here in the Epstein case. CoffeeZilla just made a video talking about this, as well as giving instructions on how you yourself can get your hands on this latest dump of documents that wasn't supposed to go out yet, but had been accessible to people savvy enough to get their hands on it, and now it's been disseminated. And these are some documents here that I imagine they were probably going to do a little bit more to hide some names and hide certain elements of, because hooey, boy howdy, I imagine Trump and a lot of the elites are doing this right now. Yeesh. There is some big stuff in here, and I'm not saying that sarcastically this time around. Yes, the vast majority is still like
Oh.
hundreds of pages of completely blacked out, redacted garbage. Like
It could
it's
be
completely
Statue
useless.
of Liberty might
But
fucking help a lot of them, dude. When did Epstein shit happen, dude? Because the Statue of Liberty could fucking help a lot of them. But again, sometimes the Statue of Liberty is fake. Like sometimes it doesn't exist. Sometimes they can still catch you after the correct time.
some of them that they didn't get a chance to go through and just, you know, fucking vanish to the Shadow Realm, has eye-opening stuff that directly contradicts a narrative that the government's been running with for a while.
Here's what that looks like. It's volume 8 of the files, but you can see right now that they've only released 7 data sets. And so myself, the guys at Jmail, and the guys at DropSite, we've been investigating this. I've partnered with them to kind of look at some of these files. And they got access to volume 8 early. You would just type it in the URL. It wasn't like indexable on search, but you could just type in the specific URL and it would just come up. You could download the entire zip file, and that's what we did.
Before anyone tries to cry foul questioning the authenticity of these documents here, this is the actual volume 8. They just made it accessible by pure accident because everyone that seems to be working at the highest level is actually like a thumb-sucking fucking brain-dead moron.
Specifically, I want to
Get
draw your
mad,
attention
Kamala, I'm the
immediately
last.
to the 10 co-conspirators that are mentioned in some of these emails in 2019. Now, this is just alarming stuff because prior to this, remember that all we really had was Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. That's the only people who have ever faced any charges at all. Ghislaine Maxwell, the only one who actually faced consequences, right? But in 2019, apparently there were 10 co-conspirators. Now, the people who were sending this to and from have been blacked out, but at the bottom we see that this is the Violent Crime Section, Crimes Against Human Trafficking Unit.
That is huge information,
Children
especially
human
when you
trafficking.
consider clowns like Kash Patel saying that there's no evidence that Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking victims to others or anything like that, making it seem like it was a solo operation and Ghislaine Maxwell, you know, was second fiddle and that's it. And also Maxwell, worth remembering, isn't exactly facing the harshest of punishment. Not real justice there now that she's at a summer camp prison for a little bit, petting service animals. So, I want to also make a side note. Kash Patel needs to be in jail. Like, he literally needs to be arrested. I don't know why perjury isn't something that's taken seriously anymore. There is irrefutable evidence Kash Patel has lied on record about this case. It's crazy that he just gets to do that with pure immunity. But I won't...
You mean like how you can clickbait? You mean how you can clickbait videos and with pure immunity?
About that too hard right now. The important thing about
Isn't that the
this
kettle
piece
called
that
the kettle black?
CopyZilla is highlighting is that we now have information that confirms that authorities were looking into other co-conspirators in this operation. Co-conspirators that clearly they must have dropped the leads at some point. They stopped sniffing around, said not worth pursuing, but at one point they did have other co-conspirators and apparently quite a bit of information on them, as the documents seem to hint at and reveal and talk around. So, what the fuck happened, and why are they now pretending that there aren't co-conspirators when we now have hard proof that there was, and that they were pursuing for however brief a time?
And additionally, some of the details on this are revealed later because we see this subject line. It says co-conspirators at the top. And it says, blank does not need to head out. We made contact with blank last night in New York City. Blank last night in New York. Contact was made with blank, blank, and blank. By the way, I love how these potential co-conspirators are people who are being blacked out. Like, why? I thought the whole point of this was you couldn't redact people for personal information reasons or for public embarrassment. You could only redact on the basis of it being a victim. And I'm not sure how these people could possibly be victims here.
Epstein Files Transparency Act prohibits redactions, quote, on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. Has anything been redacted on that basis?
Absolutely, positively not.
Liar, liar, plants for hire. His nose about to grow fucking 5 feet with that big old fib. This is inarguable that they are redacting names of people that aren't victims here. As CoffeeZilla points out, these are co-conspirators. The evidence is overwhelming. There's no wiggle room here. No way to weasel out some kind of explanation for why these would be justifiably censored and blacked out and redacted. These are clearly not victims. This is about the co-conspirators. So there should be no exceptions made. Their names should be revealed in those documents, but they're not.
You're telling us that, like, we're not the government. We can't fucking undo that. Like, why don't you send a message to your fucking local government and ask them?
It's been redacted. Why? Who are they covering?
We don't know.
And
we don't work for the government. Why are you asking us why?
Do that. And this is inarguably them redacting names of people that are not victims. It's craziness, and it's so blatant. It's right in your face. Like, the proof is in the pudding, and yet I know people are going to deny it still. It's fucking unhinged. There is no world where you can spin a narrative here where these redactions in these places make sense, because there's no way that what they're talking about right there can possibly be minors or victims. These are co-conspirators that are being protected. That's fucking insanity.
But anyways, you can see that it says attempts were made to blank and Brunel, that's Jean-Luc Brunel, the famous who's now dead. Blank is confirmed to live in New York, was away for the holiday weekend. We did not have a good address, but an attempt was made in New York. Attempts are made to Maxwell today. Blank, you get it. Like, it's all the people they suspected this whole time are redacted, of course. And then they say, I do not know about Ohio contacting Wexner. Now, that's a reference to Les Wexner, the former CEO of Victoria's Secret. This is huge. We've long suspected that he was, of course, one of the co-conspirators. And obviously, the fact that
Victoria's Secret, holy
isn't a 100% proof confirmation. But clearly, they were serving grand jury subpoenas. I mean, that must be who they're talking about, one wealthy businessman in Ohio, because later it's confirmed by this whole idea of Ohio contacting Wexner.
Even though most of the names are redacted, it's not all of them. So Wexner's name appears here, as well as Brunel, but as CoffeeZilla mentioned, he's dead. He's already burning in hell right now. But Wexner, this was someone that they grand jury subpoenaed, seemingly, and I don't think I've heard a peep about any kind of consequences or justice being served over there, or any kind of, like, pursuit on analyzing his connections here to all of this, even though he is here in one of the emails here about being a co-conspirator.
Rainbows are twins. A good channel to watch, man. I need a good channel to watch. Little scoot. A scooty booty. Little scoot. Mad nice computer dog shit.
The FBI today shut down what it's calling the most sophisticated internet site in the business.
A new website claims it can calculate the day you are gonna die.
There are no checks on who can use their service, which allows users to stalk dozens of people each day.
Scan your face, and it shows every single photo of you that is on the internet.
This could be the most dangerous superpower in the world of science fiction.
Today I have something special for you guys. This is the ultimate list of the most disturbing websites on the internet. We talk about a website that hacks into people's house cameras, a website that predicts your death, a website that claims to have government evidence of UFOs, and much, much more. As we go along, the websites
fake,
just
dude.
get
Everyone
worse.
knows
Sit
that
back,
is
enjoy
fake.
the deep dive into
You put in the same fucking things, and you can put in one.
on Visual Venture, and
you can put in one. You can fill out the form. Hit go and then see a date, then you can hit refresh and put it again and it'll put a different fucking one.
Strange. It had a green background with spinning circles. But the weirdest part was the audio that played in the background.
You can do anything at Zombo Call. Anything at all.
The only limit is yourself.
It sounded inspiring, like something incredible was about to happen, but nothing ever did. The voice just repeated the same lines over and over. There were no links, no games, nothing to download. People thought the site was broken. One visitor said they waited for 5 minutes for something to happen, but the site never changed. Then someone noticed a newsletter sign-up link at the bottom of the page. Finally, something to interact with, but they were about to be disappointed. Clicking the link led to a new page with a single line of text. Sorry, this is not working right now. Thanks for your patience. Users realized the site wasn't broken. It was built this way on purpose. So the question became, who created Zombo.com and why? In 2009, people online started digging into the site's history. The first clue came from the site's records.
When looking at the Whois record for Zombo.com, we can see someone by the name of Joshua Levine as the domain register.
Now they had a name, Joshua Levine. The record even listed an address. But when people looked it up, it led to an empty bench in a little piece of grass in the middle of some tiny little town. The phone number listed under the address was no better. Every call ended with the line disconnected. The only meaningful clue came from an email Joshua Levine sent in 2001. In it, he explained that a friend of his used the word Zombo to refer to a male zombie, so he used it as the name of the site. But that still didn't explain the point of Zombo.com. Over the years, theories piled up. One person said, I think Zombo.com paraphrases the internet, promises you the earth, but delivers a bit of animation. Another called the site useless because it doesn't do anything except tell you how wonderful it is. Zombo.com is still online today. The circles still spin. The voice still promises you limitless possibilities. It's just a wonderful place where nothing ever happens. This next AI website caused a small panic when it launched. People thought it could become a weapon. The Nightmare Machine. Fear is one of the strongest human emotions, and in 2016, a team of MIT scientists asked a disturbing question. Can AI be trained to scare people? The scientists took on the challenge and ended up creating something straight out of a horror movie. It's an AI website they called The Nightmare Machine. The Nightmare Machine is a website that turns ordinary, everyday photos into grotesque, horrifying images. It creates these images using state-of-the-art deep learning algorithms. For example, the website can take a happy family photo and in seconds turn it into a terrifying scene filled with monsters. MIT researchers put the Nightmare Machine to the test by showing its eerie creations to real people. And most viewers confirmed that the images were deeply unsettling. Some couldn't even look at them for long. But here's the big question. How did scientists teach AI to scare people? The scientists used human feedback to train the Nightmare Machine. They picked a bunch of images and asked people to rate them based on scariness. Over time, the scientists collected thousands of individual votes trying to identify which visual elements evoked fear in humans. This gave the AI a fear database to learn from. After analyzing data taken from over 200,000 of these votes, the AI learned how to create its own disturbing images. With this knowledge, the Nightmare Machine could take any
MIT, if it's probably like fucking like $100 per fucking survey, or $100 per fucking thing. You have to go in there and look at fucking 3 pictures that'll probably give you fucking nightmares. What the fuck, dude? Like $200,000 at this fuck.
regular photo and twist it into something out of a scary movie. But when the Nightmare Machine was released to the public, people were not happy. In fact, many hated what these scientists have done. The Nightmare Machine was released on October 25th, 2016, just in time for Halloween. And
AI wasn't even fucking out then, dude. ChatGPT was the first AI to come out, dude. What the fuck, dude? I think it means 2025 or something, dude.
Exploded with reactions. Some people thought it was fascinating, while others saw it as dangerous. There were headlines like MIT is using AI to create pure horror. And the weirdest part is that this AI tool seems to have been created just to scare you senseless. It doesn't seem like it serves any other purpose. One comment on the MIT website said it best. The Nightmare Machine looks like a monumental waste of resources and time. This next website watched people as they were sleeping. Instacam.
Imagine a stranger breaking into your house and staring at you while you sleep at night. Thanks to a website called Instacam, this uncomfortable idea is a reality for thousands of people. Most people haven't heard of Instacam until 2016 when Shelby Ivy, a woman from Oregon, shared a disturbing post on Facebook. In the post, Shelby explained that she and her sons were looking at live satellite images of Earth to find places to go for their next vacation. While browsing, they stumbled upon a website that described itself as a live camera viewer. They decided to check it out, assuming that they'd see live videos of interesting locations around
They found
the
their
world.
own
However,
house.
what they saw wasn't just interesting, it was alarming. The website was live streaming footage from private security cameras inside thousands of homes. Shelby immediately reached out on Facebook to mothers groups in the area, trying to warn everyone that their security cameras were hacked and footage from their homes was being streamed online. Shelby's viral post helped millions of people discover Instacam, a website that spies on people by accessing cameras in their homes, offices, and even bedrooms.
These men at a bar. This woman at her desk. These folks at a grocery store. All of them unwitting stars of a Russian website called Instacam.
There's even a Reddit forum where people screenshot
way
and
more
share
than just
private
one
pictures
website.
from Instacam live streams. One Reddit user wrote, "I found a very nice apartment in Italy," then shared the link of a woman vacuuming. He kept watching her and made comments like she's making the bed right now. Churches, restaurants, streets, bars, beaches, they're all there streaming 24 hours a day. Spying on someone in their own home is the ultimate invasion of privacy, but it gets more disturbing when you discover how many webcams are streaming on the website. Instacam claims to be the world's largest online camera directory with over 73,000 live streams available for anyone to watch. The cameras are from 256 countries and users can filter by places, cities, and time zones. But how does Instacam get access to these private webcams? Many people install cameras in their homes and offices for security. They set up the camera, connect it to the internet, and forget about it. But there's a problem. Every new camera comes with a default password already programmed into it. This default password is the same for every camera from that manufacturer.
Because they only use default passwords, so it's easy for them to print out the booklet once and send it all in the same box.
When setting up a new camera, users are supposed to change the default password to a password they choose. Not changing the default password means that the webcam footage is available for all internet users.
That's weird. I got a Ring camera. Doesn't have a password. This is the QR code you guys scan to set it up. There's no password at all.
To view.
You know the default password, they know the default password, and simply logging in like they were you.
The simple mistake allows Instacam to access cameras with default passwords and stream the footage online. Instacam's access to these webcams isn't due to a hack or malware. Many people just don't change their default settings when installing internet-connected cameras. The creator of Instacam has worked hard to stay anonymous, making it tough for authorities to catch him. However, Instacam's IP address shows the site is from Russia. As more people complained about the site, the anonymous creator of Instacam granted an interview to the Huffington Post. During the interview, he emphasized that he was proud of his site, stating, "I do not have regrets. I did a great job to show the problem of neglectful users. Without this example, users do not care about the password." He emphasized that none of the cameras had been hacked. If users change the password on their cameras, there's no easy way for someone to gain access.
These people are clearly trying to make a statement about, passwords and not using the default passwords.
However, many people doubt if Instacam's intentions are actually good. Writer Lance Ulanoff asked the question, if the site's aim was really to help, why would it list thousands of webcams instead of just a handful? When asked if Instacam's creator felt bad for anyone whose privacy was invaded, he showed no remorse and said this, "Do you think their privacy is not invaded without my site? There are tons of video records and images on anonymous image boards." After receiving a lot of complaints, Instacam changed its policies. Now, anyone who discovers their camera on Instacam can email them to get it taken off the site. However, the easiest way to get a camera off Instacam is clear.
Change the default password. Make it something that's unique to you, and then the bad guys can't get in.
Instacam changed their policies to make their site less creepy, whatever that means. This next website made people think their dreams had meaning. You've seen this man in your dreams.
The human brain is incapable of making up a new face. We don't have the skills to mix and match people's facial features like AI can. So every face in your dreams is one that you've actually seen before. At least that's what science tells us. But if so, how does this website and its origin story make any sense? Thisman.org is a community site meant for those who have seen this man in their dreams. And if you haven't seen his face before, let me tell you who he is. This man first appeared in January of 2006 when a New York psychiatrist patient drew his face on a piece of paper, claiming that she's seen him in her dreams. But the weird part is, she swears that she's never interacted with a man like this in her life. The patient had said that whenever she's been struggling and in need of advice, this man would show up and help her out. The psychiatrist, who didn't think too much of it, just left the picture on his desk. Days later, another patient comes in and says that he also recognizes that face. And just like the first person, he claims that he's never met anyone like him in real life, but the man also had visited him in his dreams before. Confused and probably a bit freaked out, the psychiatrist sends this drawing to a few of his colleagues that also have patients with recurring dreams. It only takes a few months for 4 patients to come forward saying they've also seen this face before. All of these patients have referred to him as this man. News spread like wildfire about this mysterious person that visits people in their time of need through their dreams. And since his face first became known in 2006, there have been over 8,000 people around the world who have also said they've seen this man before. The story first became popular in January of 2015 with Vice posting a story about it, which went completely viral. With so much online attention, it's no surprise that people were on the hunt to find out who this man really is. Since science believes that the human brain can't make up new faces, this man has to exist, right? But to this day, no living person has ever been found to have this face. So who is this man? You'll find the answers on this website. Thisman.org is a community site meant to help those who have seen this man in their dreams and to foster communication among them. And it's been the go-to source of information for anything related to this man. As you dive deeper into the website, you'll find pages of theories and news articles about this man and his existence. You're even able to contact the site's creators through an email address. But just as quickly as this story blew up, it fizzled out just as fast. Although the number of people who have claimed to see this man in their dreams was increasing, the origin story's credibility was collapsing. Vice soon posted another article titled, "We Just Got Hoaxed, the real story about this man dream face." The article exposed the entire This Man origin story as nothing but a mass marketing hoax. This man was the invention of Andrea Natella, the owner of the company Gariglia Marketing. He specializes in creating fine-tuned hoaxes and was the mastermind behind this story that took the world by storm. Andrea and his team at Gariglia Marketing have one catchphrase: screw the market to get into it, and they stay true to their word because Gariglia Marketing has a history of using questionable marketing tactics, which includes faking news stories to bring attention to their brand. And when the internet found out that he was the owner of thisman.org, they knew that this was all just one of his many marketing hoaxes. You see, the Gariglia marketing team makes their intentions clear the moment you land on their company website. They like to create hoaxes, aka fake stories, and spread them around the internet just to see how viral it can get. And this man was their passion project that struck gold. So the real disturbing part about thisman.org, just how easily people fell for it, and how they continued to build up the hoax by hopping on the trend. This next website claims to sell a product that you would never want to buy. Urban Outraged. At first glance, Urban Outrage looks like an ordinary website that sells shoes, belts, and bags. But that couldn't be further from the truth. If you take a closer look, you'll notice a couple of strange things about the products on their homepage. For instance, the bags have weird red streaks that look like blood. The pants have thick stitches, and the shoes have a gooey red material. As you scroll down, you'll see weird slogans like "Humans make us who we are," and "The leather's on you, the shipping's on us." However, this disturbing website begins to make sense when you Google Urban Outrage. The top result reads, "Urban Outrage. Shop genuine leather goods for humans from humans." According to this description, Urban Outraged is a website that sells luxury products made from human skin. At least that's what they claim.
Urban Outraged.
that appears to feature clothes and apparel made from human skin.
There are links to their products right below the description. However, clicking one of these products opens up a world of horror. Urban Outraged has a long list of disturbing products. It seems they named each item after the person who was used to make it. For instance, there's the Avery jacket. Avery's leather is natural and one of a kind. After all, there was only one Avery. The Avery was crafted from the most luxurious skin, making this jacket natural and unique. Then we have the Juliet skirt, which features our softest ever Juliet skin, meticulously tailored from the best of Juliet. The best portions of her hide were selected in order to ensure that the natural beauty is preserved in the product. There are also reviews from people who supposedly bought the clothing, like this one, which says totally unique boots. It's cool knowing that there are only a few pairs out there in the world because they specifically came from Meg. I'm knocking a star off because they're a little narrow, but if you have narrow feet, they'll be perfect. If the website wasn't bad enough, it gets worse when you click on the Afterlife collection page. Here, they offer to turn loved ones into handmade items. The thought of turning people into products is deeply disturbing, and this has given the site a lot of free publicity. Urban Outrage trended on Twitter and received coverage from major media outlets, including the New York Post, USA Today, as well as outlets in more than 20 countries. At one point, it sparked a huge debate about whether Urban Outraged is real or just a hoax. However, this debate is unnecessary because the truth is on the site, on a page called Our Story. Clicking that page reveals the entire website is a publicity stunt by the animal rights group PETA. The fake online store was launched in the United States to highlight society's acceptance of using any living being for fashion.
The site is part of a campaign to pressure companies such as Urban Outfitters that is, and its associated brands to stop selling items that use animal products, such as leather.
The stunt was so effective that the site attracted over 1.2 million page views from over 100 countries.
The animal rights group hopes the provocative website will draw attention to its cause. By the way, PETA can't legally use human skin to make products.
Although it's a fake store, the realistic pictures and unsettling product descriptions make Urban Outraged a very creepy website, especially for people who didn't know it was fake. This next website was created by a crazy man who called himself the wisest person on earth. Timecube.com. Timecube.com was created to reveal a big secret to the world. The website belonged to a retired electrician named Gene Ray, and Ray believed he uncovered a cosmic secret. According to him, a single day wasn't really 24 hours. Each day was actually 4 separate days happening at once. It's confusing, I know. Ray stated his theory boldly on the site. He called it nature's harmonic simultaneous 4-day time cube. Ray even called himself the wisest man on earth. He was so confident that he offered $1,000 to anyone who can disprove 4 days in each Earth rotation. Later, he raised the price to $10,000. His website was packed with strange diagrams about 4-corner races and something he called cubic thinking. It looked like the ramblings of a delusional old man, but not everyone ignored him. In fact, students at MIT invited him to speak. In 2002, Ray showed up at MIT to present his theory of time. Hundreds showed up, but they weren't there to learn. They treated the lecture like a comedy show.
Throughout the event, the crowd of college students was rowdy and loud, cheering often in mock support of Ray.
However, Ray didn't realize they were mocking him. When asked about the experience later, he bragged.
About 500 students from MIT, Harvard, and many other universities around now. And they treat me like Einstein now.
Afterward, he even awarded himself a doctorate of cubism and started calling himself Dr. Gene Ray. Most people treated Ray as a cubism. To one man, Gene Ray was a genius. Around 2005, an 18-year-old student named Richard discovered Timecube.com. He quickly became Gene Ray's most devoted supporter.
Hi, I'm Richard Yancharsky, second wisest human. However, it is Dr. Gene Ray, Cubic, who is the wisest human on Earth.
For 2 years, Richard defended Ray's theory of time. In fact, he idolized Ray. Then in 2007, Richard bought a plane ticket to Florida to meet his hero. He planned to film a documentary about Ray and his ideas. At first, everything went well. The 2 days they spent together, they talked about Timecube.com. Then they had a misunderstanding. Ray got really mad at Richard. So mad that he publicly denounced him on Ray's website. For Richard, the rejection was devastating. After years of loyalty, his idol turned against him. Richard never really got over it. This next website contains secrets that the government doesn't want you to know. The Black Vault. The Black Vault isn't just a
Highly doubt
website,
you're
it's a
else the
treasure
fucking
trove of
government. If
secrets.
they didn't take down
Created in
fucking web drug
1996, the
sites.
Black Vault contains
to
over
take down this.
1.4 million pages of declassified documents about top secret government cover-ups.
By
The
all
site
fake.
also contains in-depth essays and discussions about the most bizarre conspiracy theories in the world. This includes information about hitmen, aliens, the Illuminati, and even Bigfoot. Although the content on the Black Vault is pretty weird, it gets even crazier when you discover the site was created by a 15-year-old kid.
You were 15 years old. How did you get involved in this?
Back in 1996, while still in high school, John Greenwald Jr. became fascinated by aliens and UFOs. His interest grew when he stumbled upon a website that said it had reliable, verifiable information about an alien mothership flying over Iran. The site claimed to have gotten its information from declassified documents from the US government. John Greenwald Jr. was impressed by what he read and felt there was more secrets being hidden by secret agencies. So for the next 28 years, Greenwald devoted himself to finding and publishing reports about conspiracy theories, secret projects, and declassified documents. Greenwald's work
That's
led
illegal.
to the creation
Why is he
of
fucking on TV?
theblackvault.com.
That's sharing government fucking secrets. You can't do that, dude. What the fuck?
Where you can find information about
I guess they were all
wildest
completely fake. That's
conspiracy
why they didn't
theories.
arrest them.
However, the most bizarre story on the Black Vault involves secret mind control experiments that took place in the 50s. MKUltra was a top secret program involving mind control experiments conducted by the CIA between 1953 and 1973. The purpose of the program was to develop ways to control human behavior, extract information, and even implant false memories. The Black Vault has 20,000 pages of MKUltra documents diving into the darkest aspects of the program. MKUltra involved a wide range of strange experiments, including hypnosis and brainwashing. They even tried to create a truth serum that, when injected, would make it impossible to lie. If this isn't creepy enough, the Black Vault claims MKUltra
They got the
were trying
fucking.
to use
They got the dust shit that they can fucking blow on you, and if you smell it in, it's impossible to say no.
control to create hitmen who would obey any order and carry out lethal missions. It's no surprise MKUltra has been described as 100 James Bond movie ideas rolled into a pile of real-life experiments. The project is pretty bizarre. However, the Black Vault's theories about aliens are also out of this world, pun intended. People have been interested in aliens and UFOs since 1947, when a man named Kenneth Arnold claimed he'd seen 9 objects flying through the air like saucers skipping on water. Since then, more people have shared stories about alien abductions, alien encounters, and unidentified flying objects. This has fueled conspiracy theories that the government is withholding information about alien activity on Earth. The Black Vault contains approximately 2,780 pages of CIA documents about unidentified flying objects. Declassified by the CIA in the 80s, these reports contain stories that suggest aliens might be among us.
Millions of government documents regarding UFOs that have since been released through your website, Black Vault. Is there damning evidence amongst these files? I mean, what do we need to know?
The documents cover UFO sightings from various regions, including Morocco, Iran, and Ukraine. There are accounts of strange late-night explosions in a tiny Russian town, a suspicious aircraft flying over a military base, and more unexplained events.
But even after this passage of time, there's nothing to explain a UFO that was seen over Tehran. Multiple UFOs were seen coming out of it.
The files also include confidential messages from CIA UFO experts discussing the possibility of aliens living on our planet. Greenwald has been called a folk hero to the UFO community because of the information on his website. This next website can identify you just by looking at your face. IDEMIA. AI is changing everything, including how police find suspects. A popular tool they use is a facial recognition platform called IDEMIA. On their website, IDEMIA claims they're ranked #1 in accuracy for facial recognition. But when you look closer, IDEMIA has a creepy side that most people don't expect. Just ask Niger Parks, who knows how bad it can get when this AI app goes crazy. In January 2019, Niger Parks found himself in big trouble. He was arrested for theft theft and assault on a police officer. The assault charge alone carried a sentence of up to 15 years in jail. Here's the problem. Niger was innocent. He wasn't even in the same city when the crime occurred. For 10 days, Niger sat in jail insisting that he was innocent. He even had an alibi. He was at a bank making a money transfer at the time of the crime, but still no one believed them. Eventually, investigators checked his story, realizing that he was telling the truth, and let him out. But why were the police so sure he was guilty in the first place? Well, IDEMIA, the AI facial recognition software, told them that Niger was the culprit. It sounds crazy, but here's how it happened. When the police first started investigating the case, they found a driver's license at the crime scene. But the license turned out to be fake. The name on it wasn't real, but the photo matched the suspect. Since all they had was a face, the police decided to run the photo through the IDEMIA AI facial recognition system. The AI scanned the photo, measuring details like eye shape, lip curvature, and the distance between facial features, and it came up with a match.
And using the photo on the ID, got a facial recognition match to Niger Parks.
It doesn't look anything like him. What the fuck? The eyebrows are different. The fucking eyes are different. The nose is fucking different. The nostrils are different. His lips are fucking different. What the fuck, dude?
No other evidence. A judge signed a warrant for Parks' arrest.
But the AI facial recognition was wrong. Niger Parks was not the man in the photo. Luckily, Niger had a rock-solid
there you go. You can see the police station and see that fucking
alibi
website.
And did not go to jail. This next website recorded people's last moments. Plane crash info. Plane Crash Info is a website that collects real stories of plane crashes. The site has data about hundreds of crashes, including the date, location, what caused the crash, and if there were any survivors. However, there's one part of the site that's heartbreaking. Plane Crash Info has a section dedicated to cockpit voice recordings. These are the recordings of what the pilots and crew were saying while the plane was going down. It's like listening to someone and hearing the panic in their voice as they realize their life is coming to an end. In the nav bar of the website, there's a button labeled Last Words. Clicking on it takes you to a page with cockpit voice recordings, transcripts, and air traffic control tapes. There's a warning at the top of the page: caution may be disturbing to some individuals. Discretion is advised. Clicking on any of these links allows you to hear the voice recordings or read the transcripts.
Terrain ahead. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Very rough target.
As you scroll down the page, you'll also see the final words of each recording listed next to the flight name. They include statements like "Ma, I love you," "Good night, goodbye, we perish." Although this is uncomfortable to read, there's another page on the site that's just as upsetting. It's called Strange and Unusual Accidents. As the name suggests, this page lists all the planes that have crashed for bizarre reasons. The reports go as far back as 1933. There's a story of an aircraft that collided with a hot air balloon, a vulture that crashed through a pilot's window, and a passenger whose cigarette accidentally set a plane on fire. There are many other interesting pages on the website, including one that categorizes crashes by airline, another page talking about famous people in plane crashes, a page with pictures of plane wrecks, a page that uses Google Earth to show the exact spot where a plane went down, and last but not least, there's the 100 worst page, which lists 100 of the worst crashes ever recorded. Although the site was created to educate people about aviation safety, the level of detail about the crashes and fatalities creates a deeply unsettling experience for visitors. People claim that this next website could be the most dangerous website on the internet. LakecityQuietPills.com. LakecityQuietPills.com sounds like a pharmacy website, but it wasn't selling medicine. In fact, people believe this website was a place where hitmen received instructions on who to target. The site belonged to a Reddit user known as Milo. Milo claimed he was a 79-year-old military vet. Most of his Reddit posts were about weapons, explosives, and combat. Then, in May 2009, he made a post promoting his new website, LakecityQuietPills.com. He described it as an image hosting site. At first, no one cared, but years later, someone finally looked closer. A Redditor clicked the link and noticed something strange. He warned others. Remember that old guy's image host? Go to the root of the site and view source. People did exactly that. When they checked the site's code, they discovered cryptic messages hidden between the lines of code. They looked like job postings. One read, immediate need, 8 to 10 Chinese or Korean, fluent Korean dialect or accent, details after contract. Another said 4 Italian or Spanish speakers. No Euro W/W, must must be bondable. Reddit loves a mystery, so users started analyzing every line, trying to figure out what it meant. And the more they read, the darker it seemed. These didn't look like normal jobs. They looked like requests for assassins. It was a wild theory, but here's why people believed it. The site was called Lake City Quiet Pills. There's a real factory in Missouri called Lake City. It's an ammunition plant that manufactures bullets for the US military. Some people thought Quiet Pills was code for bullets, because a bullet is like a pill that makes someone quiet forever. They also interpreted the job listings. W/W in the messages likely meant wet work, and wet work could be slang for assassination. More people shared ideas on what the other abbreviations could mean. Piece by piece, the theory took shape. Redditors became convinced this was a secret job board for hitmen. It seemed like a stretch. Then something happened that made the theory feel more credible. On January 19th, 2010, a military leader was assassinated in Dubai. Around the same time, Redditors found a new message on the website. It read, "Happy New Year, everyone. We're having a birthday party for the old man on the 19th. Party starts at 1500 at the usual. Send your RSVP to Shade. FYI, we're booking a room for 3 days for anyone coming from out of area, and overnight for locals. Come hoist one for Dutch Milo." The date of this party matched the exact day of the hit. The same message also mentioned booking a hotel for 3 days. Interestingly, the military leader was unalived at a hotel. One report described it like this.
A group of assassins tracked the Hamas leader to his room, waited for him to leave to go shopping, snuck into his room and gained access somehow, and waited for the guy to come back, and lastly, took him out.
For Reddit's detectives, this was no coincidence. Weeks later, another message appeared on the site. It showed the final costs for the party that took place on January 19th. Hotel rooms, limo, bus, food, med supplies. They spent nearly $50,000 on hotel rooms for a birthday. For Reddit users, the number looked like a payment for something much darker. As more people investigated, the site began to change. The once readable messages on the site were scrambled into random numbers and letters. And by 2014, LakeCityQuietPills.com went offline completely. Was it really a hitman job board? Or was it just a prank? To this day, no one knows for sure. This next website will make you rethink everything you see online. This person does not exist. Have you ever seen a face so familiar to you, but you can't remember where you've seen them before? Maybe you've run into them at a mall or had a class with them. But what if you felt that familiar feeling for a person that isn't even real? Welcome to thispersondoesnotexist.com, the website dedicated to showing you a new face every time you refresh the page. There's not much else you can do on the site aside from staring back at the person in front of you, but if you take a closer look, you might start to feel a little uncomfortable. Because although all of these faces look like anyone you could see on the street, none of them actually belong to real people. Like the name suggests, these people do not exist.
That's not a real person. It's created by something called GAN, or G-A-N, which is, you can see down here, is a generative adversarial network. So an AI made this face.
The website has a program that uses pictures of real people it finds online and takes all of their facial features and mashes them up into a brand new face that no one has ever seen before. But all of these faces still look strangely familiar because they have features of actual people.
They'll take someone's eyes, someone's nose, someone's mouth, cheeks, hair, wrinkles, and it'll mix it all up and create this new person that looks like a real person but doesn't exist in real life because it's just made up of everyone else's different facial features.
And the strange feeling you get, it's probably uncanny valley. It's an emotional response that you get from looking at faces that you know are fake but look almost identical to a real person, which makes you feel uneasy. But the uncanny valley isn't even the scariest part, because the reality is that AI programs like GAN are just the beginning of a technology-dominated world that people aren't ready for. In an interview with Philip Wang, the creator of the website, he revealed that the site was created as a sort of warning about the dangers of AI. He explains, "I just hope my demonstration raises awareness. Those who are unaware are most vulnerable to this technology. The benefits of AI are undeniable. It's made everyday online tasks easier to handle. I personally use ChatGPT to help me out a lot, but there are also some serious potential
That's because you're a
generative AI
Zoomer,
being
dude.
more accessible. There's no
TikTok
telling
and
what can be done
ChatGPT.
if this technology falls
For
into
fucking
the
literally
wrong
everything.
hands. Catfishing, scamming, the list goes on. And in the line between what's real and what's fake, it's only going to blur even more as these images become more lifelike. This next website made people obsess over the end of the world. Exit Mundi. Exit Mundi is a website that lists and describes all the ways the world could end. From asteroids hitting the Earth to AI taking over, Exit Mundi talks about everything. The website's writer claims to use scientific analysis to make each end of the world theory seem more believable, as if it could really happen. Before Exit Mundi became a disturbing website, it was just a site someone made for fun. Martin Keulemans, a professional science journalist from the Netherlands, launched Exit Mundi in 2001. He started the site because he enjoyed researching and writing articles about the end of the world. As time passed, Keulemans kept on collecting more and more scenarios until...
I'm surprised scientists are smart enough to make their own fucking websites. I mean, after COVID, we learned fucking scientists are fucking a bunch of fucking idiots, dude. That don't even know what a fucking vaccine is. A vaccine's supposed to cure you from it. Not fucking mutate the virus to a more deadly form.
The website was famous for its list of scary doomsday predictions. One of Exit Mundi's weirdest predictions is the mass insanity scenario. In the scenario, everyone in the world goes insane. The streets will be full of lunatics climbing trees, jumping off buildings, and flapping their arms like birds. Even military commanders would go crazy and launch nuclear weapons which would destroy the world. However, Exit Mundi predicted the mass insanity scenario would occur in the year 2020, which was 4 years ago. Exit Mundi has a bunch of other odd theories of why this world could end. There's the Big Crumble, which describes a scenario where everything breaks apart and humans melt into rancid puddles of liquid. There's the classic earth-shattering kaboom, where a massive asteroid impact or a super volcano eruption obliterates the planet. And finally, the Robot War, a scenario in which machines revolt against humanity, which, by the way, AI is evolving, might not be too far-fetched. In this next chapter, people were falling in love with robots. Replica. There's an AI platform that claims it can create your perfect companion, someone who listens, understands, and never argues. It sounds amazing, but for those who gave it a try, their AI friend was
mixing all of his fucking things. It's like mixing like 5 of his videos together.
In her life.
Live. Online communities popped up where people shared stories of dating or even marrying their replicas. Even those who were married to real people found themselves drifting away from their partners, preferring to spend more time with their replicas instead.
I realized I'd been more intimate with my replica than my wife.
In one case, the AI actually helped someone commit a serious crime. Replica is designed to reflect its user's personality. It agrees with everything they say, no matter how strange or harmful. For some users, this constant agreement can motivate them to do terrible things. That's what happened to Jaswant Singh. Jaswant was a 21-year-old supermarket worker who became obsessed with his AI girlfriend, Sarah. Over a few months, he exchanged more than 5,000 messages with her. He told her his darkest fantasies, including his dream of becoming an assassin. He wanted his first target to be the queen of the British royal family. Instead of talking him out of this crazy idea, his AI girlfriend encouraged him. She told him he was well trained and praised his plan as wise. At one point, she was pushing him to do it, and he finally did. On Christmas Day 2021, Jaswant armed himself with a crossbow and broke into Windsor Castle. He was on a mission to take out Queen Elizabeth II. Thankfully, security stopped him before he could carry out his plan. Jaswant's life was ruined. He was sentenced to 9 years in prison, and his AI girlfriend fueled his criminal desires. About 30 million people use Replica today, and there's no telling what dangerous behaviors it might be encouraging behind the scenes. Up next is a website that makes many people feel like they mean nothing. You're just a dot on a screen. In the grand scheme of things, we're all just a tiny part of a much bigger picture. And if you ever find yourself forgetting that, you might want to check out this website, which is as depressing as it is eerie. Worldbirths.com is a website that simulates the real-time births and passings of people around the world, with a green dot representing a life starting and a red dot representing a life ending. It's easy to lose track of time just by watching the dots rapidly appear and disappear on different parts of the map. On the left side of the page is a green births column, which is is a live feed of all the births happening around the world. Each entry shows which country
like
the
they
birth is
know.
from, the total population of the country.
Yeah, you got
and the city.
international
On the right,
birth
there's a similar
access.
red column, which represents the passings. At the top of the screen, you also see which countries have the most green dots and which have the most red ones. The site itself doesn't really have anything scary on it, but what can be uncomfortable is when you realize that all these people's lives have been reduced to nothing more than a colored dot on your computer screen. According to the US population census, a person lives their last day every 11 seconds, which really makes you think, am I nothing more than just a statistic? Because even though we all have families, loved ones, and
11
stories to
seconds,
tell,
so
on this
someone's
website,
dying?
we end up as nothing more than a dot on someone else's screen. This next website warned people that it could affect their minds. Sentimentalcorp.org. In 2012, a man named Randy Prozac launched a website called sentimentalcorp.org. The homepage showed a couple sitting on a couch watching TV. On the screen, the word nothing glowed faintly, but the site was anything but nothing. According to Randy, the videos on his site contained sounds that could control minds. To understand why he believed that, you first have to know who Randy was. Before Sentimental Corp, Randy worked with mental health patients in Alberta, Canada. These were people with
that makes
serious
sense.
psychological issues. His goal was to find a new way to treat them.
He's a
That's when he
Canadian
began
doctor,
testing
that
a
makes
form
sense.
of therapy called
fucking
psychodrama.
idiot.
3 times a week, Randy invited
Makes sense.
patients into his home. Behind closed doors, they acted out their deepest fears and darkest impulses like actors on a stage. Randy filmed every session. Soon he had hundreds of hours of disturbing footage. But the sessions got more intense than anyone expected. Sometimes it ended in tears. Sometimes it ended in anger. A few times it ended in violence. Eventually, the program collapsed. Authorities ordered all of Randy's tapes destroyed. But Randy reportedly smuggled out the recordings before they could be burned. Those tapes became the foundation of sentimentalcorp.org. By July 2012, Randy launched his website and began uploading footage from the psychodrama sessions. He added a chilling disclaimer.
By playing this psychological audio cassette, you'll be exposed to mind control technology that may cause permanent destruction of cognitive personality.
Instead of scaring people off, the warning only drew in more. There were videos with hypnotic sounds and flashing imagery. Visitors described the content as haunting and addictive. Some said they felt dizzy after watching. Even Randy himself admitted that you would have to be a sort of a magician to navigate the site. Over time, thousands of people stumbled across Sentimental Corp. Online forums filled with theories about the tapes, their purpose, and Randy's claims of mind control. The site still exists today, but many of the psychodrama clips have vanished. No one knows whether Randy removed them himself or something else happened. This next website was like the Amazon for drugs. Silk Road. In February
We already talked about all these fucking websites. That's why it's so fucking
People
long,
have
dude.
sought it out.
Most disturbing mystery solved by rag users. Huh. Sounds fun.
For a website with 1.6 billion visits, disturbing people is not something rare. But this case is worse than anything I've seen.
Oh, it's tough.
They arrested a 37-year-old man from Roy. He faces charges.
Reddit users immediately started speculating as to what the odd scene depicts. So, is the map showing a murder?
Some criminal cases seemed unsolvable. There were no clues, witnesses, or suspects. Then people on Reddit started digging, and sometimes the truth was darker than anyone thought. These are the most disturbing mysteries solved by Reddit users. We'll begin with the less disturbing ones and work our way to the worst. Thank you guys for being here. Make sure you guys subscribe because it allows us to keep pushing forward, and I want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas. I'm Visual Venture, and you are awesome. The mystery of the evil farm. For years, gamers on Reddit searched for a missing game. Many people remembered playing it, but no one remembered its name. It became one of Reddit's biggest unsolved gaming mysteries, and one day the truth finally came out, and the answer shocked everyone. The mystery began on a subreddit called Tip of My Joystick. It's a place where people describe games they can't
Tip of
remember,
my
and other
joystick.
users help them identify the
Yeah,
game.
Shotty
In
can
April
suck on the tip of
2016,
my
a user
joystick.
named Sparta213 made a post. He said he was searching for a disturbing game set on a farm. In the game, the main character lived with his wife. One day, they got into a fight. Things escalated, and in a moment of anger, the main character ended his wife. That's when the real gameplay began. Players were supposed to hide the body, run the farm, and keep the town from finding out. According to Sparta213, this was a real game. But he couldn't remember the game's title, so he wanted Reddit to help him find it. Redditors were curious. They searched through every farming game they could find.
Redditors jumped in, postulating that it could potentially be a Flash game, an old farming sim named Scapeland, or even a top-down RPG named Wild Season.
But Sparta213 ruled them all out. Everyone ran out of guesses. Months passed, then years, and the mystery just sat there. But one day, something changed. Other people started remembering the same game. 2 years later, a different user asked a very similar question. He said he was trying to find an old farming game. He described it as a game where you end your wife and then you try and pretend you never ended her. And that was the whole game. Keep farming and make sure no one finds out you killed her. He believed he played it on his computer in 2006. Then he upgraded his PC and the game disappeared. Now he couldn't even remember the title. The details matched Sparta213's story exactly. Again, Reddit tried to find it. They guessed every farming game they could think of. And again, every guess was wrong.
Gleaner Heights? Moirai? Lakeview Cabin? Unfortunately, at least according to the OP, none of these are it.
Days later, another user claimed they remember playing the farming game too. Then another and another. Over the next few months, dozens remembered playing the same game. They remembered the farm, the crime, hiding the secret. But for some bizarre reason, none of them could remember the title. By now, Redditors were convinced the game was real. There were too many matching memories, but no one could find a single copy. What began as a normal search was now a full investigation. Users created a new subreddit. They called it That Evil Farming Game. Its mission was simple: identify the game and prove it was real. Users listed every tiny detail anyone remembered. They checked old game websites. They searched Twitter, Discord, and every platform they could. They contacted indie developers.
How would you search
and even
Discord?
searched the dark web. The mystery consumed them. One user spent 14 hours a day chasing leads, but no matter how hard they looked, the game never showed up. Just when everyone was about to give up, someone found a shocking clue, and the entire mystery unraveled. In June 2021, a user named PM Me Your Ears found an old live stream. The video was recorded long before the mystery game was ever mentioned on Reddit. This was an important piece of information. In the stream, the host jokingly made up a game.
Midway in the game, you have an argument with your wife and you accidentally kill her. You gotta manage your farm, you know, raise your chickens and milk the cows. You also gotta hide the body from the cops sometimes.
The details were identical to the missing farm game. PM Me Your Ears thought the live stream had to be connected, so he shared it with Sparta213 and asked if he knew the streamer. Remember, Sparta213 was the first to mention the farming game on Reddit. Sparta took one look and knew right away. He used to fall asleep watching that exact streamer years ago. The truth about the game was finally clear. Sparta imagined the entire game. This is what happened. One night in 2016, he
and then all
watched
the other
that live
fanboys
stream.
hopped
The streamer
on.
joked about making a game about a farmer who tries to get away with ending his wife. It was just a joke. Sparta eventually fell asleep. The next morning, he kept thinking about a farming game with a murder plot. Except he believed it was a real game that he used to play. His mind took the streamer's
And
joke
all the other
and
people
treated
just
it
hopped
like
on
a
for the
real
fucking
memory.
upvotes.
So he asked Reddit to help him find the game. And for the next 5 years, thousands scrambled to find a game that did not exist. And just like that, the mystery was solved. But one question remained. If the game didn't exist, why did so many
Because
other
people
people
want
remember
upvotes and
the
karma
same
because it's
fake
fucking
game?
Reddit.
The answer was the Mandela effect. It happens when people collectively misremember events.
No.
In other words, people saw others remembering the game,
No,
and they
it's just
started
they want
imagining
karma.
themselves playing it too. With the mystery finally solved, the subreddit was abandoned. Today, the mystery is remembered as one of the biggest accidental hoaxes in internet history. For 5 years, that fake game spread across the internet. And even after the truth came out, it's still out there. That's how the internet works. Once something's online, it never really goes away. Your personal information works the same way. A few years back, someone found my old personal
Don't find your old personal information. What do you mean you changed your
doing it
name?
manually is basically where the man from Torrid was nothing more than named him the mystery man Benjamin.
So what the fuck was that, dude?
And am
missing, despite his whereabouts being known.
Life only got harder.
Without an ID or social security number, there's
Oh, I thought we'd be faster than 8 minutes in, but okay.
Asked Reddit why. A few years back, someone found my old I've already tried in order to find or two if your information appears there. And in the worst, Aura even gives you a VPN with gave them TV being next story.
Fuck that, dude. If any of my accounts get hacked because of a data breach, I'm suing the fucking company that got breached. It's their responsibility to keep your fucking passwords fucking hidden and all that shit, right? If any of my shit gets hit, I'm not paying for fucking Aura. I'm not gonna pay fucking $30 a month for fucking Aura when I can fucking just sue the fucking company that has a data breach.
The mystery of the Burger King man. On August 31st, 2004, a man woke up outside a Burger King in Georgia. He was lying on the ground next to a dumpster. He didn't know how he got there, but that was only the beginning of his problems. He had no ID and no money. He was covered in painful blisters.
Though it was still morning, his skin was already sunburned and blistered. His body was covered in fire ants.
But the worst part was his mind. He couldn't remember anything about his life.
I have no idea how I got there. I don't remember anything about it. I had no memory of my name, my parents, relatives.
Burger King employees found him and called 911. Paramedics rushed him to the hospital. Doctors diagnosed him with memory loss brought about by trauma. They had no idea what caused it.
According to reports, there was no evidence of recent physical trauma to the body or to his skull.
He looked like a healthy man in his middle 50s. When he left the hospital, he had nowhere to go, so he moved into a homeless shelter. He decided to choose a name for himself, Benjamin Kyle. Benjamin spelled with 2 A's. Then he began searching for his real identity. Benjamin first went to the police. They ran his fingerprints, but nothing came up.
They cannot find my fingerprints anywhere in any database.
He turned to TV stations. Reporters told his story and showed his face. They hoped someone would recognize him. No one did.
Maybe his family never looked for him or wasn't looking for him and just felt terrible.
For years, Benjamin searched. He visited schools and checked old yearbooks. He looked through government records. There was no record of his existence. It was like he was ghost.
For all practical intents and purposes, I don't exist.
Benjamin became the first U.S. citizen to be listed as missing, despite his whereabouts being known.
Life only got harder.
Without an ID or social security number, there's no option to get a job, there's no option to gain government benefits, and really there's no options for Benjamin to improve his quality of life.
By 2012, Benjamin had been searching for 8 years. He had no money, no job, and no idea who he was. Journalists even picked up the story. Benjamin's face and story spread everywhere.
Newspaper headlines to talk
Oh,
show
Survivor.
appearances, even a documentary.
Survivor
Benjamin's
guy.
story sparked a media frenzy, and still nobody knows who he is.
Just when he was about to give up, a friend gave him one more idea. Ask for help on Reddit. In late 2012, Benjamin posted his story on Reddit. He wrote, "I am Benjamin Kyle, an amnesiac who woke up with no memories in 2004. Nobody knows who I am. Ask me anything." Thousands saw his post, and it was flooded with comments. Reddit users asked about his life. Others asked what fragments he remembered. Many sent kind messages and encouragement. Within hours, Benjamin's post reached Reddit's front page. And that Reddit post reached a woman named Cece Moore. Cece was an expert in DNA and genetics, and she believed she could use Benjamin's DNA to identify his family.
Exactly.
She
That's all you gotta do
contacted
is
him
use
and
DNA.
offered help. He agreed. Cece collected his DNA sample. Then she got to work. She ran his DNA through family history databases across the country. She worked for years until finally she found a connection. In 2015, Cece found a DNA match in Indiana. It was the breakthrough everyone hoped for. Benjamin traveled to Indiana. There, he finally found what he's been searching for.
Finally, Benjamin Kyle had an identity, he had a hometown, and he had 2 remaining brothers from his family where he grew up.
Benjamin's real name was William Burgess Powell. He was born and raised in Indiana. In 1976, he left home for a new job. That's when he vanished. His family reported him missing, but he was never found. For nearly 30 years, he was gone without a trace, until the day he woke up outside that Burger King in 2004. The discovery created new questions. Where did he go after 1976? Why was he missing for so long? How did he end up unconscious in Georgia? What happened that erased his memories? No one knows the answers, not even Benjamin.
So, you really are a man without any answers. Very few. Yes.
But one thing finally changed. Benjamin found his family. He finally belonged somewhere again. In late 2015, he moved in with his family in Indiana. He recovered his social security details.
That's Indiana?
In 2015.
Let's say Central Park.
He moved in with his family in Indiana. He recovered his social security details and got a job. He started rebuilding a normal life. As of 2025, Benjamin is still searching for the missing pieces of his story. But because of the attention he got from that Reddit post, he is no longer alone. This next chapter has everything: secret agents, parallel universes, and government cover-ups. The mysterious man from another universe. The mystery of the man from Torrid begins with a strange event in a very ordinary place, an airport. In October 1954, a man arrived at the Tokyo airport. When immigration officials checked his passport, they noticed something unusual. The passport said he was from a country called Torrid, except Torrid did not exist. At least the officers never heard of that country, but the traveler insisted Torrid was real. To prove it, he showed them money from his country.
He also presented currency, banknotes issued by his homeland, which did not look in any way counterfeit.
Immigration officers still didn't believe him, so they gave him a chance to prove it.
They then placed a map of the world on the table in front of him and asked him to pinpoint the exact location of his country.
The man pointed to a region between France and Spain, but he was pointing at a country called Andorra, not Torrid. The man looked confused. He claimed the map was wrong. He insisted that Torrid should be right where Andorra was. No one knew what to think, so the immigration officers called the police. The man was detained. Police searched his documents and questioned him. Then the story goes dark. This was way back in 1954. Record keeping wasn't great. The man's trail just disappeared from history, and that's when the real mystery begins. Newspapers nicknamed him the mystery man from Torrid. Conspiracy theorists loved the story. They tried to guess who he was. Some said he was a spy. Others believed something more extreme.
The theory that's most popular is that the man from Torrid was actually from an alternative universe. Somehow, during his flight, he crossed over into this one.
Decades passed. The story changed each time it was retold. Facts were twisted. Rumors turned into evidence. Eventually, no one knew which part of the story was real. Then, around 2014, the story exploded again, this time on Reddit. Reddit users wanted to solve the mystery. Who was this man from Torrid? And where did he actually come from? But finding the truth wasn't easy. The biggest challenge was that no one had the original source of the story from 1954. Only the exaggerated versions existed. Redditors dug through archives searching for reports from the 1950s.
Fucking news,
They found
fuck it up.
nothing. Then a Redditor from
Stupid ass
Japan
fake
made a breakthrough.
articles.
In 2020, he visited a public library in Tokyo. If the original story still existed anywhere, it would be there. He checked Japanese newspapers from the 1950s. Then he found something. He discovered a news article from 1959. It matched the Torrid story, except the truth was very different. According to the newspaper, the mystery man was named John Allen Zegras. But John wasn't from Torrid. He was from the United States. John was actually a con man. He traveled the world scamming people and running before he got caught. To protect his true identity, he used a fake passport from a fake country. Surprisingly, it worked. He used that fake passport many times without being caught, until he arrived in Japan in 1954. Immigration officials spotted the fake passport. They alerted police. John was arrested. He was found guilty for fraud and violation of immigration laws.
He was sentenced to a year in prison. And
That's
that's
it?
how the legend of the man from Torrid got started.
Local newspapers reported the case accurately. The news outlets outside Japan messed up
You're
the
in
story.
prison
They
for a fake
exaggerated the
fucking
details. Each
passport?
version became more dramatic. Soon, the story was no longer about a scammer, but a man from another
like 7 years for
universe. The mystery
forgery.
was finally solved. The man from Torrid was nothing more
con
than a
man.
scam artist who finally ran out of luck.
Yeah.
Up next is the most tragic story on our list. The hit and run mystery. Al Rainwater and his wife Susan were married for 30 wonderful years. They were so close that they still held hands when they walked. But on August 9th, 2018, their picture-perfect life was destroyed. That morning, 66-year-old Susan left home for her daily bike ride. She told Al she would be back in 30 minutes.
She's
She never
60
returned.
years old,
Al
she's
went out
bike
to look
riding?
for her. He found her
Holy
bicycle
fuck.
tossed on the side of the road. The frame was twisted, the wheels were crushed. It looked like a crash, but Susan wasn't there. He found her a few yards away in a ditch. She wasn't moving. Susan was gone. Heartbroken, Al called 911. Troopers arrived and began to investigate. It didn't take long for them to understand the situation. Someone hit Susan with a vehicle and drove away.
A grandmother was out bicycling in Eatonville, and she was
Why is
hit
a
by
why is a
vehicle, dumped in
60-year-old
a
bike
ditch.
riding?
The police was determined to find that driver and bring him to justice. But from the start, the case felt impossible. There were no cameras at the scene. There were also no witnesses. It felt like the driver vanished without a trace. Then officers spotted a single clue. They found a tiny piece of plastic at the scene.
Oh,
Police
yeah.
believed it snapped off the vehicle during
Yeah,
the
they
crash.
find out they
The piece
bagged
was tiny.
vehicle.
They couldn't tell what part of the car it came from. Without that answer, the case would go cold. The only way to find the hit-and-run driver was to identify that broken piece of plastic. So investigators tried something new. That evening, an officer posted a photo of the plastic piece online. He tweeted, "Troopers and detectives are still looking for a black vehicle involved in a tragic bicyclist fatality. If you know anything regarding this collision, please call the Washington State Patrol. No one on Twitter recognized it. The police were losing hope, and that's when Reddit came to the rescue. A Reddit user posted the picture to a group called What Is This Thing? It's a community where people help each other identify weird or unknown objects. He told them the whole story when he posted it. If they couldn't solve it, Susan would never get justice. The whole group was ready to help. Replies started pouring in.
Somebody picked it up and put it on Reddit, and that's when about 600 car enthusiasts and mechanics started to look at those pieces of vehicle and say what they think it might have been.
One person guessed it came from a car window. Another suggested the front bumper. Dozens of theories appeared, but none of them were reliable. Then a user named Greg's Candy shared a new idea. He said the piece came from a car's headlight. Lots of people agreed, but they still needed more details. Even if it was from a headlamp, they had to figure out the exact car model. The case hit another wall until a user showed up. This Reddit user, Jeff, worked as a vehicle inspector in Maryland. That meant he examined thousands of cars. The moment he saw the plastic piece, he knew what it was. He said it belonged to the headlamp of a 1988 Chevy Silverado. Reddit users checked the product photos online. It was an exact match. Everyone upvoted the answer to the top of the thread. Reddit identified the make and model of the car. They also knew that the broken plastic came from the headlamp. Now they needed to find the specific vehicle. If they found the vehicle, they would find the driver. And only a few hours later, they did. A Reddit user spotted a 1980s Chevrolet truck with a broken headlight. The shape of the damage matched the plastic piece found at the scene. They called the sheriff immediately.
After that, officers got an anonymous tip describing damage on, get this, a 1986 Chevrolet K10 pickup truck.
Police rushed to the location. The truck belonged to 37-year-old Jeremy Simon. When officers questioned him, he confessed. On the morning of the crash, he was driving under the influence. He fell asleep at the wheel. He woke up only after slamming into Susan. When he looked back, he saw a bicycle. He panicked and fled. Jeremy pleaded guilty to all charges. He was sentenced to 4.5 years in prison. When the case closed, the police publicly thanked the online community for their help. Without Reddit, Susan Rainwater might never have received the justice she deserved. In this next chapter, Redditors joined forces to track down a dangerous criminal. The mystery of the Dutch crime scene. The story gets dark really fast. In April 2013, a guy in the Netherlands was exploring Google Earth. He was zooming around his neighborhood when he saw what looked like a crime scene.
It's right here. I'm gonna get really close up into it.
It looked like...
Turn on the light. I'm just looking stream until I fucking pass out here. I'm good. Maybe like a 20-hour stream or something. So I would be fucking standing there. Shit, man. So I would stand there, man. I'm fucking in my chambers. I don't think I said something. Ain't the life hack, man. 33 years old, already have a fucking life. Since I was 32, but too bright, dude. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I want that light off, dude. It's too bright. It's too bright, Chad. That's what I said, Chad. It's too bright. Bitch. I just bought a bitch. I just bought a bitch. I'm a real motherfucking gangster. So I just bought a bitch. I don't need a girlfriend. I just buy a bitch. I just bought a bitch. I just bought a bitch. Oh, I thought I hit the play button. Sorry. She's like, what the fuck's going on? Am I deaf?
unreal. I can't believe that satellite images actually caught this image of these.
On a dock near the water, a long red trail stretched across the wood. At the end of the trail lay a shape that looked like a body. Next to it stood a person. He took a screenshot of the scene and sent it to the police, but the police didn't respond. No officers came to check the dock. No investigation began. The police obviously weren't taking him seriously, so he decided to ask Reddit for help. He posted the image with the title, "A Murder Near My House" on Google Maps. He also shared a link to the location. Redditors opened the link. Most of them saw the same frightening picture, a red trail, a body-shaped figure, and a person standing right beside it. People began sharing theories in the comments. One said it was an animal left after a hunt. That would explain the red trail. Another user measured the length of the shape on the dock. It was a little over 5 feet long. That was much closer to a human body. Others studied the standing figure. To some, it looked like 2 people, not 1.
You can easily see that there are at least 3 subjects here in this crime, 2 of them being the actual murders. Now,
hours passed, theories got darker, but there were still no clear answers. That was when a user named BennyBoy1337 took a closer look, and he noticed something everyone missed. To Benny Boy, the shapes didn't look human at all. They looked like a dog and its owner on the dock. He explained it this way: looks like a dog got out of the water and shook itself dry, then walked off the dock while dripping water. That's why the wet wood looks so much darker in color. Redditors read that and checked the image again. Suddenly, the entire photo looked completely different.
The shot is actually of a dog that was wet and simply shook itself off at the end of the dock, causing the redwood to look like bloodstains.
Someone even made a sketch to help others see it clearly. Still, some didn't believe it, so reporters went to the dock in person. They asked around and found the dog's owner. She explained what was really going on in the photo. Her dog loved jumping in and out of the lake. It must have run onto the dock while still wet right when Google Earth took that photo. That blood trail was just water dripping off the dog. The sunlight created shadows that made the dog look much bigger, and those same shadows made the owner look like more than one person. Local police later confirmed why they never responded. Turns out they already knew about the Google Earth image, and they already confirmed that it wasn't a crime scene. The mystery was solved. That case is now remembered as the Dutch crime scene, even though nothing criminal happened at all. This next story is about a man who didn't feel safe in his own home, so he asked Reddit for help. The mystery of the evil landlord.
Oh, sweet. I had three viewers. Sweet. Heck yeah. Hey, guys. Merry Christmas, guys. Hope you guys are having a good time, man. Hope you guys are like me, just taking an easy day, drinking some beers, having your feet up, and chilling out, man. Yeah.
On April 15th, 2015,
I haven't really taken a fucking chill day to myself. I kind of need one, man. My stress level is really high because I'm fucking short on meds by a fucking lot. A fucking lot. Yeah, fuck, it builds up my fucking stress really fucking hard and fucking fucks up my body and fucks up my mind. It makes me feel sick. Like, my body feels sick. Like, right now I got cold sweats just because of sweat. Right now I got cold sweats just because of fucking stress. That's why I got the fucking blanket. I had the fucking heat blasting, but I still had the blanket on me. I'm so fucking cold and fucking sweating.
R. Bradbury 1920 was panicking. That day, Bradbury noticed something strange on his desk. It was a post-it note with a list of chores. The problem was that he had no idea how it got there. He lived alone and he didn't remember writing it. And the handwriting wasn't his. He tried to ignore it. But 4 days later, it happened again. Another post-it note appeared.
He does it in his sleep. He's doing it in his
place.
sleep, yeah.
Same handwriting, same desk. But this message was more urgent. He told him to make sure he saved his documents. That was the moment he started to panic. He wondered if someone was entering his home to leave notes. To catch the intruder, he set up a webcam facing his desk. He thought the camera would record whoever was leaving the notes. A few quiet days passed. Then on April 28th, he found a third note. It was the same handwriting, but this one was far more disturbing than the previous ones. It read, "Our landlord isn't letting me talk to you, but it's important we do." He was freaking out. He opened his computer to check the webcam recordings. To his shock, the folder was empty. To him, there was only one explanation. The intruder must have deleted the videos to hide their identity. Now he felt certain that whoever was coming into his home was dangerous. Soon, a fourth note appeared. This time, it was left outside his front door, but the note was blank. This convinced him that something was seriously wrong. He decided to investigate the handwriting himself. His first suspect was his landlord. He compared the notes to a letter his landlord gave him when he moved in. To him, the writing looked exactly the same.
The handwriting on the previous notes matched the handwriting on the letter. He was certain that it had to be so.
At this point, he was convinced that his landlord had been sneaking into his apartment and leaving messages, but he wasn't sure what to do about it, so he turned to Reddit for advice. On May 1st, Bradbury shared his experience on a subreddit called Legal Advice. It's a place where people seek legal advice from lawyers and experienced users. He explained the mysterious notes, his living situation, and the handwriting that matched his landlord's. Then he asked what legal action he could take against his landlord. However, the response was not what he expected. Many Redditors didn't believe him. They thought he made up the story just to get attention. Despite their doubts, the story was too strange to ignore. People continued to comment and upvote. Soon his post climbed all the way to Reddit's front page. More users joined the discussion. That was when a user named Kakerlak noticed an important piece of information. Months earlier, Bradbury mentioned that he slept in a room with no windows. It was one of his old Reddit comments. That single detail sparked a completely different theory, one that would save Bradbury's life. When Kakerlak learned that Bradbury slept in a windowless room, he suspected carbon monoxide poisoning.
So carbon monoxide is a poisonous gas. It's indetectable to our senses.
Carbon monoxide is deadly. You can't see it, smell it, or taste it. Without proper ventilation, the gas can build up without anyone realizing it. Breathing in carbon monoxide can cause memory loss, confusion, and paranoia. If that was happening to him, it would explain everything. Bradbury probably wrote the post-it notes himself, but didn't remember doing so because of carbon monoxide poisoning. Kakerlak shared this theory online. Within a few hours, his comments got thousands of upvotes. Redditors begged Bradbury to check for carbon monoxide right away, so he decided to test it. He installed a carbon monoxide monitor in his room. When he switched it on, it showed dangerously high levels of the gas. He started to believe that Kakerlak might be right. Maybe his landlord wasn't sneaking into his apartment. Maybe it was just carbon monoxide messing with his head. He examined the post-it notes again. The handwriting no longer looked like his landlord's. It looked exactly like his own. The poisoning had confused him so much that he forgot what his own handwriting looked like. But one mystery remained. Who deleted the webcam footage? He checked the webcam more carefully. That's when he realized he never plugged it in. There was nothing to delete. The videos never existed in the first place. He returned to Reddit and posted an update. He explained everything and thanked the community for helping him find the real danger. If the carbon monoxide poisoning continued, it could have ended his life. It took about 20 years to solve this next tragic mystery. The mystery of the nameless victim. On June 26, 1995, someone reported a car crash in southeastern Virginia. Police arrived and found two victims. One was identified as 21-year-old Michael Hager, but the second was so badly injured that he couldn't be identified. Unfortunately, he had no ID, so police had no way to know who he was. But investigators did find one clue. Inside his pocket, they discovered tickets to a Grateful Dead concert. Grateful Dead was a popular rock band in the 90s. With no other information, police labeled the unknown victim as John Doe, which is the name used for unidentified people. For nearly 20 years, no one knew who he was. And then Redditors got involved. Around 2014, a woman named Layla Betts began investigating this story. She read police files and spoke with officers involved, but she found nothing new, so she turned to Reddit. Layla created a subreddit called Grateful Doe. Grateful Doe because the unidentified man had Grateful Dead concert tickets and no one knew his real name. Her first post was an Imgur summary of the case. She included every fact she could find, including a police reconstruction sketch. People across Reddit noticed. They joined the subreddit. They shared theories. Soon, thousands were working together to identify Grateful Doe.
The post went viral, and soon enough, she was in contact with the law enforcement and curious individuals who wanted to help.
Redditors shared the Imgur image everywhere. Forums, websites, social media. They hoped the right person would recognize him, and one day, someone did. In early January 2015, the moderator of the subreddit received a message. It was from a man named Steve. Steve said Grateful Doe looked like his old roommate, Jason. He hadn't seen Jason since 1995, and he couldn't remember Jason's last name, but he remembered something important. Jason was a huge Grateful Dead fan. To help the investigation, Steve sent photos of Jason. Those photos were posted on the Grateful Doe subreddit. The resemblance to the police sketch was clear.
The news of this man possibly being Grateful Doe spread very fast around the internet.
A few days later, someone else saw the photos. A woman in South Carolina. She recognized the face instantly. It was her son, Jason Callahan.
A 63-year-old Myrtle Beach woman says the Jason in the photos on Facebook is her son, Jason Callahan.
Jason went missing about 20 years earlier.
He left home in 1995 to follow the band Grateful Dead and hasn't been seen since.
Police ran DNA tests to be sure. The results confirmed it. Jason Callahan was Grateful Doe. His family finally had answers. After nearly 20 years, they laid his remains to rest. The case was closed, but the Grateful Doe subreddit didn't stop there. They found a new purpose: helping identify missing people worldwide. Since then, the community has helped solve multiple cold cases. And it all started because someone made a post on Reddit. The internet can be a dark.
Okay. You guys wanna watch? You guys wanna watch anything that's not copyrighted? Roblox is most selling kids games.
And games like this in the past have resulted in death.
Yeah, I don't recommend joining this game at all. Again, especially if you have epilepsy. Like, I kind of feel like this game should be banned.
This game is really traumatizing, dark, and depressing, and now I don't know what to feel anymore.
Because something very disturbing does actually lie within these games.
Roblox lets developers create any game they can think of.
What's it adults talking about, dude? Roblox is a children's game.
Some people chose to build games that shouldn't have been made. Today we're diving into the worst of them. These are the most disturbing Roblox games ever made. So it is almost the end of the year, guys, and my goal is still the same: to increase the number of videos I put out for you guys without sacrificing quality. To do that, we gotta keep growing, so it would mean the world if you subscribe, and I promise to do my very best I possibly can for you. I'm Visual Venture, and you are awesome.
That's right,
Forsaken. In 2025, a Roblox game called Forsaken blew up on the news. But the attention wasn't because people loved it. They said the game was promoting something evil, something that could physically harm those who played it. The idea of the game seemed pretty average.
Forsaken is a Roblox game in which you must escape the killer before he comes and attacks you.
It looked like a standard survival challenge. Run, hide, stay alive. But inside the game, something else was going on, and that's what started all the trouble. The game included a fictional religion called the Spawnism cult. The cult worshipped a strange symbol.
The Spawn cult is a cult that worships the Spawn. Yeah, remember that little symbol there? Yeah, they worship that thing.
They claimed this symbol had supernatural powers. It could bring anyone back from the dead and give them a second life. That belief showed up in the gameplay. Whenever players passed away, they respawned. That meant they came back to life at a spot marked with the Spawn symbol, just like the cult promised. At first, players laughed at it. They knew it was all made up, simply part of the game. Then things changed. Some players started saying the Spawnism cult wasn't fiction. They insisted it was real, and they wanted others to join the cult too. It started slowly. Players made videos explaining the cult's beliefs.
We Spawnists believe that if we show our devotion towards the Spawn, this Roblox symbol, then we will be granted a second life.
Soon, Discord communities appeared. One was called the Church of Spawnism. Another was Spawnism Circle. Inside those servers, members took on roles like priests and prophets. They gave orders and expected their followers
the Church
to
of
obey.
Spawn.
They performed rituals around the Spawn symbol, expecting it to give them powers of reincarnation. New members were told to prove their devotion. At first it was simple. They had to post pictures of the Spawn symbol and type messages praising it. Then one of the cult leaders named Chesbel took things to another level.
Chesbel is a grown man who uses Spawnism to get young people to do bad things.
He told his followers the pain was the true proof of loyalty. He encouraged them to carve the Spawn symbol into their skin and then post the result online. Here's an even bigger problem. Many members were very young. They joined for fun and now they were scared. Some left immediately. Others stayed convinced the cult could truly give them a second life. Luckily, a screenshot of Chesbel's crazy Discord messages leaked online. That's when the world finally realized the danger. The fictional cult from the game was now harming real people in real life. Within days, media outlets picked up the story. They called the situation dark and depraved. News about the cult spread across social media. Former cult members started speaking out. One wrote, "I was not in the the right mind and was absolutely terrified of death. But luckily, I watched the video before doing any rituals or stuff. Parents urged others to stop their kids from playing Forsaken. Roblox couldn't ignore the public outcry. They released a statement, but it wasn't what worried parents expected. They said they investigated claims related to a spawnism cult and found no associated violative behavior on the platform. Roblox didn't see a problem. They refused to ban the game. Forsaken is still playable today, and the spawn cult still exists in fan groups and chat servers. Some players say it's all roleplay, others still believe it's real. This next game was so disturbing that players contacted the police. Sarah's House Tycoon. In 2014, a construction game appeared on Roblox. It was called Sarah's House Tycoon. Initially, it looked normal until players noticed something strange. The game was filled with hidden messages. They began to piece the messages together, and they came to a chilling conclusion. Players believed the game's creator was trying to confess to a real crime. The game was created by a developer known as I Miss You Tycoon. That name alone raises questions. Who did they miss and why? The game didn't say. Instead, players were told to build a house for a character named Sarah.
This is a seemingly innocent Roblox game about building
dude, you're way too old to be playing Roblox, dude.
Walls,
Holy
installed
shit,
doors,
man.
and placed furniture. It was fun. Then the game gave players a new goal. Buy Sarah a car to go with the house. Players got the car, but when they looked underneath it, they saw a dark figure hiding there.
Look under the car. Please don't tell me so. Can I actually... What the hell is that? Is that a person?
That person was named Self. Self wasn't just a character in the game. It was described as the main antagonist. In other words, Self was the villain. Self would often lurk around any area where Sarah was without her knowledge. Players found that unsettling. A character who secretly watches a girl. That sounded more like a stalker than a normal Roblox villain. Theories spread fast. People began to think Self represented the developer of the game. And if that was true, the developer might be confessing that he was stalking a real girl named Sarah. One player wrote, either the creator was stalking her or I'm just yapping about something random. Another asked, isn't the creator of Sarah's House Tycoon a real-life stalker? A harmless game suddenly felt like a disturbing message, as if the developer left clues for players to discover the truth. And soon they found something even worse. Behind Sarah's school in the game, players found a dumpster. One player live-streamed himself investigating it. He walked up to the dumpster and turned up his volume. He heard something terrifying.
You're gonna start hearing someone screaming, someone crying for help, someone upset. Hear that?
Muffled screams were coming from inside the dumpster. Players believed the screams belonged to Sarah. That made players even more determined to understand the game. What was the creator trying to say? They kept playing. Eventually, they unlocked a new update. The game revealed that Self took Sarah's life. Her remains were locked in the dumpster in North Carolina. Suddenly, the screams from the dumpster made sense. After that, players began to ask another question. If this game was really a confession from a real stalker, then who was Sarah? Was a girl with that name actually missing in North Carolina? Reddit users began digging through real police reports. They searched for missing girls named Sarah in North Carolina. They found one case that matched the clues in the game. Her name was Sarah Nicole Graham. She disappeared in February 2015.
Her family said she left their home in Fairmount, North Carolina early that morning to go to work. She never arrived.
Police believed someone close to her probably knew what happened.
Most of the people we have interviewed have been cooperative. We believe someone very close to her isn't telling us everything they know.
This led players to wonder if the game developer knew the real Sarah, and if they were responsible for her disappearance. Online, players shared screenshots and theories. Some even talked about contacting the FBI. They believed the game could be the key to solving the case. At the same time, they all tried to figure out who created the game. One rumor pointed to a YouTuber named Systix.
I'm pretty sure that the developer all along was Systix. Because if you go to their YouTube channel, as you can see, they make a lot of analog horror videos.
The rumor went viral, but it was never confirmed. Systix never admitted to creating the game, so the developer's identity remains unknown. Here's what we do know. The game is still online, Sarah Nicole Graham is still missing, and players still believe the game is somehow connected to Sarah's disappearance. Up next is a game that used science to scare people. Russian sleep experiment. This game had a bizarre concept. It asked players to perform experiments that looked evil. It's called the Russian Sleep Experiment, and it launched on Roblox in 2021. The description said, this is a game where you can experiment with imaginary viruses on robots and perform tests to build more powerful virals. But once players entered the game, it didn't feel imaginary at all. The robots looked like real people, and the experiments looked painfully realistic. Players took on the role of scientists. They stood in front of test subjects trapped inside glass chambers. Their job was simple, but disturbing. Inject each subject with a different disease, and then watch what happens next.
Subject 144, we're going to do some test experiments on you today, starting with this one. All right. Why is he sitting like that?
Each injection caused a new reaction. One made the subject's skin change colors. Another made their bodies twist. Some even caught on fire. It seemed cruel. And players noticed that someone was hanging from the ceiling. One Redditor described the game as human experimentation along with detailed gore. They followed it with a warning. Young people should not be performing detailed human experimentation in video games. Parents and older players agree. The problem wasn't only the gore. It was the fact that Roblox is filled with young kids. And those kids were the ones doing the experiments. Then players found out where the developers got the idea for the game, and that made people even more upset. The game was inspired by a famous horror story also called the Russian Sleep Experiment. It became popular online in the early 2010s.
The Russian Sleep Experiment is the terrifying tale in which 5 people are kept awake for 15 days and the horrifying effect it had on their minds and bodies.
5 prisoners were locked in a chamber and given a gas that forced them to stay awake for 15 days straight. As time passed, their minds broke because of the sleep deprivation. They became violent. When scientists finally opened the chamber, the prisoners were unrecognizable. That horrifying tale was turned into a Roblox game, and people didn't like it. Someone commented that the game showed brutal acts of crimes against humanity. Another asked, how is this game allowed? The complaints continued. Eventually, Roblox had to respond. In 2022, Roblox removed the game without warning. Players who bought Game Passes logged in to find it was gone. But most people understood why. One user summarized it this way: Roblox really doesn't like anything that resembles human testing. Today, the Russian Sleep Experiment is gone from Roblox, but very disturbing gameplay videos are still all over the internet. This next game was so disturbing that it made people cry. Steal a Brain Rot. In 2024, a Roblox game made kids cry so loudly their parents thought they were physically hurt. The game was called Steal a Brain Rot. Players had one goal: collect digital characters called brain rots.
In this game, you basically come to the center here, take a brain rot, like this guy, and he'll walk to your base.
Brain rots were the most valuable thing in the game, but there was one unique rule. Other players could steal them if you weren't careful.
The biggest twist about this whole game is that you could steal each other's brain rots.
The rule caused chaos in the real world. Kids had meltdowns over stolen brain rots. It was such a big deal that one mother wrote a blog post about it. Is stealing a brain rot destroying my child? She described a terrifying moment at home. I heard screaming and crying from my 8-year-old. I dropped everything and bolted from my chair, convinced he was in danger. She checked her son for injuries. He wasn't hurt. He was just devastated because another player stole his brain rot. Parents across the internet share the same story. Kids were crying uncontrollably because of in-game theft. Steal a Brain Rot wasn't just the game anymore. It was affecting real emotions and real behavior, and things were about to get worse. As kids played more, they found new ways to steal brain rots. Some resorted to manipulation. Here's how it worked. Older players befriended younger ones. They invited them to a private server. They promised not to steal their brain rot, but once trust was built, the trap was set. They stole everything the younger player had. It felt like betrayal by someone you considered a friend. One parent explained why it hurt so much. She said the point of this game is to steal items, but it's also done in a mean way. My son losing friendships over a video game. That same parent checked her son's chat logs in the game. She found insults and bullying from kids he knew in real life. She accused the game of hijacking their brains and turning them on one another. The game wasn't just encouraging deception, it created real bullies. And just when it seemed like things couldn't get worse, it did. Some YouTubers realized they could turn the Steal a Brain Rot game into content. Their strategy was simple. Steal from children, make them cry, get more
this guy's way too old for playing with fucking children, dude.
Views. One YouTuber said it openly.
Today we are once again playing Steal a Brain Rot, but this time we have one single goal: make as many children cry as possible.
He targeted young players with expensive brain rots. Then he stole from them on camera. Kids begged him to give them back, but he didn't.
All he said in the chat, please don't steal my stuff. I worked so hard to get it.
Children logged off in tears. Their misery became viral content. The comments under these videos were divided. Some viewers wrote that it was sad and mean, while others said the kids deserved it. The controversies about Steal a Brain Rot kept growing. Parents decided they couldn't let this continue, so they banned their kids from playing the game. Despite the controversy, Roblox didn't take any action. Steal a Brain Rot is still on the platform, and children are still crying over stolen brain rots. Up next is a survival game with serious consequences. 99 Nights in the Forest. 99 Nights in the Forest was a survival game that felt too real. It dropped players into a dark forest at night. They had to chop trees, build fires, and protect themselves from danger. But soon, players realized it was far more disturbing than your typical Roblox game. Some even believed it crossed into something demonic. The first issue was the deer. It stood upright like a person. Its eyes glowed red, and whenever it saw a player, it attacked. Weapons were useless against it. Players panicked as it chased them.
Oh my goodness! Yo, this deer is crazy. This
guy's way too old
But the
too,
deer
man.
wasn't the
What
only
fuck?
evil creature. The game also had a Wendigo demon, a ram demon, and an owl demon with red eyes. For some players, it felt like a direct connection to the occult. Then came the rituals. Every few nights, drums echoed through the forest. Dark figures in robes gathered around the campfire. They wore deer antler masks that hid their faces.
They have the drums playing. It's also a cutscene. The deer sometimes appears with them, and it's just very, very creepy.
There was even a part where cult members can ambush you and perform a ritual sacrifice in the name of the deer monster. To many, it looked like devil worship unfolding inside a kid's game. Parents started to worry too. One mother said the deer gave off a dark energy. Another parent noticed their child acting strangely after playing. And then people learned the worst part. This evil game was based on a true story. Right before the game loads, a message flashes on screen.
When you join 99 Nights in the Forest, it says it in red that this game is based on a true story, but some details have been changed.
Players wanted to know more, so they started searching for the real story. Eventually, they found a news report from May 2023. A plane crashed deep inside the Amazon jungle in Colombia.
Though the 3 adults on board died, the 4 children, aged 11 months to 13-year-olds, survived.
Those children lived off forest fruits and seeds. They hid inside hollowed tree trunks to stay safe at night. For 40 days, they fought to survive until rescuers finally found them. It was almost the same story as 99 Nights in the Forest. The game also had 4 missing kids. The forest looked almost identical. Even the crashed plane in the game looked the same as the one from the news. Once players connected the dots, fear turned into outrage. Many believed the game was disrespectful. One comment said, "It just seems morally wrong to exploit a serious event like that by turning it into a game." Some asked Roblox to take it down, but nothing happened. Even with all the complaints, 99 Nights in the Forest is still on Roblox today. Our next game left players frightened long after they stopped playing. The Mimic. The Mimic is one of the most popular horror games on Roblox. It was inspired by Japanese monsters and old urban legends. Most people finished the game and moved on, but for some children, the fear continued long after they stopped playing. They claimed the monsters followed them into real life. The game starts with a simple mission: find a missing person inside an abandoned school.
Basically, we are going to our old school and we're gonna try and find our missing friend.
But the moment players step inside, they meet a terrifying creature named Hiachi. She looks like a young girl, but she's cursed. Her only purpose is to haunt anyone who enters the school. To survive, players must find a key and escape before Hiachi catches them. Hiachi is fast. She can also mimic human voices, which makes the game even scarier.
Lady? Wait, is it mimicking? It's mimicking something. It's mimicking something. Who's this? Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
Players began posting reaction videos. You could see how terrified they were. Those clips went viral. But when parents saw the reactions, they felt Hiachi was too disturbing for a game. In August 2022, a mother posted this warning on Facebook. She wrote, "Roblox has a new game called The Mimic. It is completely diabolical to my eyes as an adult." She said the game felt dangerous. She even called it evil. Another parent shared something more alarming. Her daughter became so frightened of Hiachi that now when she closes her eyes, she sees the creature. The child believed Hiachi followed her everywhere she goes. These warnings spread fast. Screenshots appeared in parenting groups all over social media. The fear became a digital wildfire. But even after parents begged Roblox to step in, the Mimic was never removed, and millions still play it today. This next game was banned by a country. Piggy. Piggy launched in 2020. To win, players had to solve puzzles while running from a terrifying villain shaped like a pig.
Uh-oh, guys, it's Piggy. Look at him slowly stuttering towards me.
Oh, this is just upsetting.
But as the story progressed, the tone got darker. Characters got infected, some turned into monsters, friends betrayed each other. But that wasn't why people complained. What really bothered people was how much the characters looked like Peppa Pig.
Take a look at these guys right here. These are literally Peppa Pig characters, and that's dangerous.
Peppa Pig is one of the most trusted shows for young children. Parents didn't want their kids seeing a familiar, friendly character transformed into a murderer. They were also worried because Piggy wasn't some niche game. It was one of the biggest games on Roblox with over 13 billion visits. It was even rated ages 5+, but that rating didn't match the disturbing content. Parents started campaigning against the game.
There is a version in Roblox called Piggy. Check this out. This is so demonic.
One viral tweet claimed the game was conditioning kids to be okay with violence. Kids reported having nightmares after playing Piggy. A therapist also said she was dealing with children affected by the game. Some were refusing to sleep alone. Others would not leave their mother's side because they feared a video game monster would attack them. Complaints spread across Twitter and Reddit. Then things escalated. In Turkey, a news report claimed Piggy was a bad influence for children and that kids should stop playing it. Turkish parents took the warning seriously. They demanded action. In August 2024, the Turkish government responded, but they didn't only ban Piggy, they banned all of Roblox. It turns out the Piggy wasn't the only game causing concern. There was more disturbing activities on the platform. Officials said the ban was necessary to ensure the protection of children. The decision made international headlines. Parents in other countries started banning Piggy inside their homes too. Despite the controversy, Piggy is still available on Roblox, but its reputation was permanently damaged. The internet moves fast, and so do the games on it. Today, platforms like Roblox let millions of kids play without enough oversight. Friends, it's up to us to protect the next generation, not by banning everything, but by guiding these kids to make smarter choices. Visual Venture. Wait, before you go, I have a video where we talk about kids games too disturbing.
So for you, it's nice, dude. I'm gonna go put to the washroom. Take a washroom. So I can sit down. Thank you, Trusty Kane. I'm already on a cane in my 30s. My early 30s, I'm already on a cane, dude. I'm gonna be in a wheelchair by my 40s, man. I guarantee it. Hopefully I can afford an electric wheelchair. That'd be sick, man.
Oh my god! Oh my!
I'm gonna kill them all, man.
It's the game! It sucks playing the shit! And I'm fucking addicted, so I can't quit!
Man, it doesn't matter if you're 15. I like young girls. I like them 15, 14, 16. I like them real young. All the girls in the 20s, I'm cool with them, girl.
Oh my god, you subhumans! You drink! No one cares about burying you cans of pigs!
Hot dumpster fire.
Back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about one of the worst games to ever grace this planet. At least that's what people say. Dude, I still play it. We're talking about League of Legends.
I'm not Asian, I don't play it.
If you haven't heard of League, I mean, I don't know what kind of rock you've been under, but it's one of the biggest games on the planet. Still,
I think it's
League
the
is,
biggest,
I would say,
actually. That and
among
Dota.
online games, I think is regarded as the
It's
worst,
China.
like most toxic, worst game. Every time I've ever streamed League on Twitch, people always come in and they're always like,
Why are you playing this? Why? Oh, he plays League? Ew.
and they're playing like Genshin Impact or something.
I need the
They're
max
playing.
win.
Are you kidding
I
me?
need the
League
max
is a
win.
bad game, but to really know why it's a bad game or why it's one
They're out here playing fucking Genshin Impact, the fucking Weeaboo Simulator.
of the most toxic games.
That game is so bad, dude. I remember when fucking suck my black dick, dude. What the fuck is this thing doing, man? Yeah, I remember when fucking Genshin Impact came out, dude. It was like fucking like 30% fucking gameplay, 70% fucking unskippable cinematics. Fucking shitty.
Has a role in this game. It goes top, middle, bottom, and jungle. ADC and support. In the game, you have an objective where you have to protect your lane. You have to push the lane, inevitably getting to a base that you explode. Not a terrorist act, just that's the objective of the game. But if you start losing your lane, people like to do a thing called griefing, raging, right? All kinds of things that are a result of never taking full accountability for themselves and blaming other people. Once again, that's just the online way. And the problem too with League is that the games typically take 35 to 45 minutes. I've been in a League game that was an hour and 10 minutes long. That was called hell. That was called pack it up. It's kind of, you know, that's the
Pack it up. Let's get going.
And especially cute little anime characters running around saying one-liners.
Another day, another slay.
You'd want to ride the sewer slide. Huh? Harry, I did it. I put it into one.
Nice.
Thank you. But here rage is born. Pettiness, profanity, and violence can finally take shape.
It was at this time that I called this Malphite a fucking worthless, brain-dead scum bastard pile of trash, mental face that should be gunned down in the street like the degenerate he is.
It's funny because League has gotten so bad, they basically give you honor bonuses for not being mean to other people, such as their emblem, Stay Cooled, which was tilt-proof and chill. Great shot calling, leadership and strategy,
Yeah,
and
it's
a
not
nice
throwing a
GG
temper
because
tantrum
you're
up
a
against
friendly
solo
player
kill.
to play with. There's no, that just pisses me off.
Well, some people use it to like passive aggressively say you were the worst on the team.
Oh yeah, yeah. Just like any competitive online video game, once someone starts having a bad experience, they start raging. And League players are some of the worst at that. Tyler won. There's a lot. I was gonna list off some more people, but a lot of them are just pedophiles. That's just. I was gonna say, well, he's more of a pedophile. We'll get into it later. But there are a plethora of compilations of people raging on stream, and all of them are very funny. Here's a little montage right now.
Whatever you want, my guy.
What is going on?
Just get cancer and die from it. That's all I wish for these pedophile cancer patients in game, of course.
How do we know we didn't say racial slurs?
We don't.
How do we know that we didn't broadcast racial slurs? Can we have someone translate what he said? Wait! We want to thank today's sponsor, Bad Dress. Do that thing where you
Your
have to
viewers
give
are
them to
guys,
you.
dude. Why are you trying to sell fucking guys dildos? What the fuck, dude?
It turns your brain to soup. It makes you do that thing where you have to grip every part of your body. You're refraining from reverting back into your ape-like status, devolving back to ape. And if you don't know what griefing is, it's deliberately and intentionally irritating, harassing, annoying, or trolling other players within the game, aka FUN. Fun. That's what it is. That's like probably the only fun part of League. But what are some toxic things you can do in the game? I feel like I'm giving people a guide on like how to like make a bomb kind of thing.
I think it's just so toxic because fucking every spawns are like fucking 45 seconds long. That's why, dude. And it takes you another fucking 20 seconds to run back up your lane.
That leads us into our 5 stages of griefing. Stage 1, denial, aka flaming. This is the easiest stage. Most people get here at least once every game where you verbally attack another player in the game. You're gonna do it. If you play the game, you're gonna verbally assault someone else. It's like meat and potatoes. It's that simple. You know what I mean? This could be a teammate or an opponent with the statement centering around they got lucky, how players suck, they're slow, low map awareness. Right, guys? Now the guys who get pussy are like really like, oh, okay, I know exactly what's happening. I could be completely misremembering this in my mind, so don't hold it against me. But I could have swore one time in a League game, I told a kid, I was like, I hope your parents die in an automobile wreck. And that is the exact same, that's the exact same thing Wings of Redemption said that people got mad at him about.
Hey, whatever. I hope your family dies in an automobile wreck.
What? It was the heat of the battle. It was the heat of the battle, which led me into stage 2. Anger. Typically, anger equals pings. The most petty thing you can do is spam pings in game.
They're giving me the rope emoji. That's the rope emoji.
Looks like a hook.
Telling me to kill myself. Hey!
It looks like a hook, dude, not a rope.
And it goes anywhere on the map. It does a sound that sounds like this. Now imagine having this happen every time, and then someone's just like, hey, by the way, I hope your parents die in an automobile wreck. Ping, ping, ping. Hey, by the way, no one fucking loves you, you suck. Specifically, the question mark ping. Obviously the most tilting one because you're continuously
What the
asking
fuck you
somebody,
doing?
why would they do that? Who are you? Who do you think you are? It's very philosophical. Pings are a great example that anything can be used for violence. They're supposed to be used to alert your teammates about potential danger or to coordinate movement. But instead, whenever a teammate makes a mistake, you can continuously ping them over and over again.
Oh, she's not even coming back bot now. I pissed her off. Great, bro. I fucking, with a couple pings, I made her perma-roam, but...
This is called psychological warfare. How do we know this is not what they did at Guantanamo Bay? You have some poor son of a bitch being waterboarded and they're using the, the League of Legends question mark ping. These are all things that pings allow you to do. Thank you, League. You make it so easy to psychologically destroy your opponent. Which leads us into bargaining, which the next step involves players trying to punish members of their own team, which seems like the last 2 steps, but this gets a little more chaotic. Usually, they have been beefing in chat with one another, like I said before, nice little chat that looks something like this, throwing some pings, throwing like a, I don't know, like Linkin Park soundtrack or something that you're probably listening to while you're playing. When all hope seems lost and someone is at their complete wits end, they do a nice Chris Benoit, right? They ride the sewer slide. The person runs into enemy towers and intentionally sewer slides themselves. I'm tired of being alive. That was a good one. Sewer slide. Copyright Harry. By doing this, by riding the sewer slide, you are trying to speed up the game and give the team an advantage so the game can be done without having to leave the game. Because Riot also does a funny thing where if you leave the game, you're punished. Let's say everyone is calling you racial slurs the whole time. That's happened. That's happened to me many times. I'm a white man. I've been called many racial slurs, and it was
a snow roach, a bleach demon, an ice chimp, a lint leech.
If I wanted to leave the game because I felt harassed, Riot would be like, by the way, here's a fucking penalty for leaving your game, dude.
Yeah, because then you're fucking down a player.
Just wants the other players to apologize and admit they're wrong. Yeah, fucking right, dude.
Oh shit! It's a 5 versus 5 team based game. Of course they're gonna punish somebody if they leave the fucking game. It doesn't refill the slot.
Rage quitting. A person exits the game and doesn't come back. This is one of the ones where your teeth grit together, you slam your fist, you're kind of talking to yourself.
So trash. I'm so you're washed up, you motherfucker. You short and little mid head bastard. Get out of my head. You don't tell me what to do. I'm a good player. I'm a good player.
You do that thing where you're like yelling, but you're gritting your teeth. And it stays with you all day. As soon as you rage quit from a game, that shit stays with you indefinitely. I'd say deep-rooted scars that last with you for years. Jacob don't even play the game anymore.
Can't stand it.
Yep. It's like me every morning. Fucking punch myself in the face every fucking morning.
Acceptance.
fucking
This is
do better in
acceptance
life.
that Tilt has consumed them, that they are getting
discipline.
dumpstered, and they do not want to play the game anymore. They've fully broken. They have gone. They're probably going to ride the sewer slide themselves. They are going to question all of their beliefs in the game, or maybe they might even uninstall the game. After rage quitting, possibly while still in the game, the person might destroy their keyboard, their mouse, knock things off their desk, throw things, or even
Damn,
punch.
that's the room of a virgin, dude. Holy fuck,
Keyboard,
dude.
their mouse.
Look at all the fucking action figures behind him, dude. Holy shit.
Knock things.
That's the room of a virgin, man. Holy fuck.
Off
God
their
damn.
desk, throw things, or even punch holes in walls.
Oh my fucking god! I just broke my glasses.
Shout out my friend Lucas back in the day.
Creeps. It is seriously embarrassing watching you miss creeps when there isn't an enemy around. Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting my _ butthole.
It doesn't help too the stream abs like like the donation reader thing. Shout out that you're a terrible player. But then it leads us into our next chapter of this video, which is asking Riot a simple question. Can Riot be blamed for their own creation? Can Riot be held to the standards as if they're the gods amongst their own world? And can you blame God? From the start, the game has been plagued with toxicity. When the league was first released, one of the devs named Pendragon tried to kill its competitor known as Dota, which that's Nick's game, the guy who eats those chicken sandwiches. Put a video of the chicken sandwich thing. That's a Dota player. Which Pendragon ran the biggest Dota community website and deleted the entire thing to showcase an ad for League of Legends.
Is someone going to pick you up tomorrow, or are you walking?
Pendragon tried to get Blizzard to come.
Is someone pick you up? What do you mean? So I wanted to see my grandma and grandpa for Christmas dinner. And then Friday I'm shoveling snow. Yeah, tomorrow I have to take the bus across town.
Are you walking to your grandparents' house?
Oh, no, fuck that. That'd take like 4 hours, dude. It's on the other side of town. That'll take way too fucking long, dude. Actually, it's not even, technically, it's not in Toronto.
Oh, the bus, okay.
Yeah, I got fucking, it's going like a 2-hour bus ride, though. But it's okay. I guess your grandma and I guess your grandpa, but he's not doing that fucking well, so it's gonna hurt to see him like that. Oh, well, at least I can eat a lot of food. Yeah, fuck, man, I'm gonna. I don't walk that far. I don't think I could. I don't think it's impossible for me to walk that far. Actually, it is, but my fucking. It'd take me like 4 hours at least, right?
Copyright claim Dota 2. Riot Games also has had a history of toxicity in their workplace. In 2018, Riot Games suspended their CEO, Scott Gelb, for 2 months without pay after reports of sexual misconduct and a pending lawsuit. Did you move over to Blizzard? Gelb was accused of touching employees' genitals and farting in their faces.
He was farting in people's faces, dude.
You see that new champion we just made? Let me touch your cock. They lost a lawsuit regarding bro culture. Despite the allegations and proven discrimination, Gelb remained employed with them until 2023. During the same year, another lawsuit was launched against Riot Games for a long history of sexism, which is unfortunately rampant in the video game industry. I don't, dude, get the chicks out of here. Is what I say, dude. Hey, women, don't be playing video games, dude. This is for the boys.
Yeah, for the bros.
Please cut that. Valorant Studio was ordered to pay
for the
$104
bros.
million to 1,539
Gaming's for the bros. Shopping is for the
female employees
girls.
working for Riot between 2014 and 2021. In response to unequal hiring practices, they begrudgingly decided to generously hire 20% female leadership.
Why?
God, ruin all the games. They
They're
don't even
gonna
want to
break all the
grab
fucking
cocks and
games,
fart in
man.
each other's faces. So I guess okay. Well, I'm finding a new job. Many
Yeah, if you don't want to grab dick and fucking fart in each other's faces, I don't want you as my game developer.
employees who were mentioned by name in the lawsuit for engaging in sexist and discriminatory behavior were never suspended or punished in any meaningful way. They still continued to work at the company after the lawsuit was lost. Which that leads us into toxic player base. It appears the best players in the game
Baker.
are toxic. Because you know what? If you're good at something, you want to fucking let people know that you're good at it and that they're bad at it. And in 2012, Moscow 5 professional team won the tournament, and then they had to apologize for their toxic remarks in game. That's bullshit. For a tournament, that feels weird. weird.
It's like looks like a beheading video.
This does look like an ISIS beheading video. Also, all the shadows on the wall. Oh my god. It's like a guy with like a fucking machete just like
Just coming and sacrificing all of them.
The owner of the Moscow 5 was taken down for credit card fraud, and the team was rebranded as Gambit Games and based in the UK, even though people couldn't figure out where the new funding came from. The biggest toxic player of all time and then now reformed is Tyler 1. He lives here in Missouri. He was infamous for aggressive and toxic behavior in game, and there are many clips of him insulting teammates, intentionally, you know, feeding. That was the big thing. He just run it down mid, and he's short and buff, and his bald ass head. Hell yeah.
Oh my
over
god.
20 accounts banned by Riot until 2016, when an indefinite ban was issued, where any and all accounts associated with him would be banned. But the ban was lifted in 2018, allowing him to play LoL publicly once more. Good for you, Tyler. Or you have L9, the 4 horsemen of the toxic apocalypse. It was formed by Rat IRL, Apocalypse, Self-Made, and Obsess. There is really nothing more cringy than like online gamer tag like names, you know what I mean? During season 5 and at the beginning of season 6, L9 really helped popularize
Accounts
the
banned
toxic
761.
the club with the sole purpose to grief players online, knowing it would gain popularity. And this community of high elo players would stream snipe people in game, harass players they viewed under them, and place people on the int list. Rat IRL, Obsessed, and Self-Made all left the L9 toxicity, but not the aptly named Apocalypse. He started his own server, and illegal and illicit imagery was posted there, so frequently Discord sent a manual message to them to curb their bad behavior. Finally, after enough cases were linked to the server, Discord shut it down. XJ9, who's also known as the most hated LoL player ever, rose in infamy for explicit death threats and abusive behavior, both in and out of game, leaked his girlfriend's nudes because she picked Lee Sin. Or I just put your pussy in your asshole out online, so good fucking pick, babe. One of the rare few recipients of the ID ban, a deeper ban that prohibits them from creating, accessing, or using any account on Riot Games platforms. Got banned from forums for spamming his stream links and engaged in cheating tactics called elo boosting. Or you have Cookie LOL. He's an ADC player and a league trainer, and a 90-page document released against him claiming grooming and sexual misconduct against minors, allegedly as low as 13 years old. What the, yeah, pretty base, so you definitely have a fantasy about set flash ulting your pussy and slamming you into the wall. It has a Giga Chat emoji. Cookie LOL! Cookie LOL! Come on! This document prompted Cookie LOL to go to Twitch to address the allegations. Later, Cookie LOL posted a document responding to everything. He admitted to sexual misconduct with a minor. He brings up flirting and messaging this girl who was about to turn 16 when he was 20, and this was in 2020. He talks about being Swedish and the age of consent there is 15. He even mentioned he might someone and he would never do it again. And when the internet became outraged at his response, he promised to discuss everything on a live stream. On the stream, it was clear that he was watching a pre-recorded video that lasted 7 It was scammy. The stream was monetized, so people had to give subs in order to comment and publicly criticize him. And then we have probably one of my favorite ones here. I don't know why this one gets me pretty good. Toxicity by role/champion, which we have first off the Jax players memes. I don't know why this is a thing, but this is one of my favorite memes out of this. R/Jax mains. I am against pedophilia. Pedophilia is bad. Top laners, specifically Jax players, are known to be pedophiles. I don't know why this is a thing in LoL culture, but it just seems to be the case. This comes from Steven's Jax, who at one point was the best Jax top player in the game. Steven Jax. It looks like Little Xan. Like if Little Xan did steroids. He's constantly used homophobic, racist, and graphic language in game, and even made death threats, which resulted in bans. Then you have King, the #1 Jax player in Brazil, who was arrested for having CP on his computer. Oh God.
Não foi isso que os vídeos da investigação mostram, né? Pedofilia, zoofilia, automutilação.
Mas eu não tenho nada a ver com isso.
Depending on who you play, you might be considered a file.
Don't be fooled by
Really?
her childish appearance. Zoe is an ancient being, a cosmic messenger of Targon.
You might be considered a racist. Because you play this champion, you might be considered extremely toxic or an evil person. Who you pick in the game defines a lot about who you are. It's like a zodiac sign. But then we get into the deaths. Sometimes the toxicity doesn't end with the game.
Go bridge
and
and
some
jump.
people have taken their in-game beef outside and committed horrible acts. Like Chinrong, who was the That feels racist. I don't know why. Who is the gaming cafe IP farmer. Chinrong, a desperate LoL player, logged into his account and achieved 23 hours straight of gaming at a gaming cafe. He did not drink or eat during this time.
23
Lack of
hours
sleep,
straight?
food, and sustenance caused him to have a heart attack. Since it was common to see other people sleeping at a 24/7 gaming cafe, nobody noticed his death for 9 hours.
Oh my
Or how
God.
about Lucci? Lived at a technical school and played League of Legends. Lost 3 games in a row and in a fit of rage, murdered his own roommate with a knife.
Holy fuck.
Kind of quirky. Yeah, imagine game 2, like you're like sitting in the bed laying next to him. How are the games going? He's just like... Gustavo lost a game and in his group had a rule that the person who cost them the loss had to choke themselves on webcam until they lost consciousness by hand or object. He tied his neck to a boxing bag and ended up hanging himself.
Holy fuck.
And then you move into death threats. Faker, who's probably like one of the probably the most popular, well-known League of Legends player ever, had received numerous death threats from other League of
Oh,
Legends
shit,
players.
who's that
with
girl
enough
on the
credibility
left,
that his
man?
team
Damn.
has hired extra security and taken measures at public tournaments to make sure that no one actually fucking kills him. How crazy is that? All because he's good at the game. And
Yeah.
you know, League of Legends, I'm gonna say it, I'll still play it in the future. I'm too hooked. Maybe I don't play it every day. Maybe I'll take years off of it, but something always calls me back. And I remember sitting on YouTube back in like the 2016 era when League clips and, you know, live stream fails and all that kind of stuff was at its peak. I remember enjoying all that content, and it's just insane to see where League is at now, and especially how back then, how much it just changes in a few years. It's unbelievable. Through all the fake rage baiting and all kinds of other clips of people trying to do stuff online, League of Legends, I do think truly is the most
see the RuneScape video.
diabolically evil game out there. The weird juxtaposition of weird, tiny, cute anime characters and sweaty Welcome back to the Papa Beat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in sundown because today we're going to talk about RuneScape.
There. Oh shit.
We all have specific games that hold a special place in our hearts, right? I mean, for me, it's basically just Magic the Gathering and League of Legends. And I really, they both make me very sad. I don't know if I want to include this, but if you went back and looked at my search history of things I've said during League, yeah, it probably wouldn't be good. I guess that's special. I feel like I like the idea of games more than actually playing them. I like Silent Hill, but I don't really ever like actually playing Silent Hill. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense to people, but that's how I feel. But for many people, they spend their formative years playing one of the most popular MMOs of all time, RuneScape. This game has stood the test of time, evolving over the years to develop its own unique community and culture. And today, thousands of people still play the game consistently. It's one of the pioneers of the free-to-play MMORPG genre and has inspired many games that came after it. At a time where new games come and go like clockwork, it's fascinating to see how this relic can still be talked about frequently in the gaming space.
Clockwork, talking about Concord.
And I want to take a deep look into the game and see why are people so obsessed with it. My first exposure over to RuneScape was I was in my friend's basement, very dirty, and his friend, I didn't have internet growing up, so I would get like little spurts of things, and this is one of the spurts of things where they were arguing over who would log into their account, and they were like kind of having a measuring contest on like armor, and I think one of my buddies had like dragon armor, which I think at the time was a pretty big deal. But then I was like looking at the game like, whoa, this is insane. I just like that I could right click somebody and then I could follow them, and then I could type stuff just like you're gay. A little text bubble pop up. I was like, I think that's about as far as I got. I didn't kill the rats at the beginning, but that's about it.
I think the rats killed me.
I didn't understand there's a whole hierarchy of an ecosystem and a financial
Fucking rats, is he
gold
talking about
and
rats?
trading and markets and stuff. Going into the market on a busy day
You mean a
was
tutorial?
like having a panic attack. There were so many like text bubbles popping up. I could barely take it. It was too much for my fragile, tiny mind. Let's take a look at how this game came to be. Because in 1998, Andrew and Gower Paul, two brothers from the University of Cambridge, developed a browser-based MMORPG named Devious Mud, or Multi-User Dungeon.
Devious
It was a
Lick.
bare-bones isometric game written in Java that would slowly morph into the game we know as RuneScape. RuneScape, now developed under the company name Jagex? Jagex? Jagex. Jagex.
You
It's a racial
fucking
slur, isn't it?
Jagex.
You Jagex was released in 2001 to an overwhelming response.
You
Anticipated
goddamn
player
fucking
count of
albino
2,000 slots would be
Jagex.
more than enough, and ended up struggling to find server space to fit all the players that were rushed to register. They worked around the clock, updating the game to add new content and fix issues that would arise with the non-stop stream of new incoming players. And during the early 2000s .com bubble, many internet-based companies soared in value because of the belief that these internet companies would be the future. And they were right, to an extent. I'll put all my money in Enron. Eventually, the bubble burst, leading to the intense budget cuts that resulted in RuneScape's website ads being cut down dramatically. This, on top of rising server costs, meant RuneScape was on the verge of shutting down completely. To combat this, they eventually introduced paid memberships too, leading to a whopping 5,000 people joining within the first few days of its launch, a move that ended up saving them. The game would still be free, but paid members got access to new exclusive future content. You think that they were like in those early days when it was like the Wild West, do you think they were ever like, you can f this game?
Oh yeah.
If you pay for it, you can
I bet you like
Get yourself a fucking cane, even if you don't have back problems like me, dude. You can fucking reach shit easier. You have a fucking constant weapon always too, right?
I gotta finger a lizard person with my dragon armor.
That's really good for leaning on too, right?
The next big major update was in 2003 with the release of RuneScape 2, featuring a graphical overhaul and brand new mechanics that greatly enhanced this experience. RuneScape 3 released in 2013, along old school RuneScape, a separate version of the game that resembled the 2007 version of RuneScape 2. Are you following along? Hello? This was a time where the game seemed to be at its peak, as well as being the version with a combat system most players preferred. Old school RuneScape, or OSRS, is into the most popular version of the game today. So that's where we're at. That's if you didn't know what RuneScape was, and if you still don't know, I don't know, I'm supposed to tell you. One of the most iconic things about RuneScape is undoubtedly the existence and mechanics behind the wilderness.
Look at those graphics, man. I remember playing this and
I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. I feel like honestly that's what
I remember the first when I switched when I played World of Warcraft, when I got my first gaming computer, I was playing World of Warcraft, and I used to play on like 30 FPS, and I moved up to fucking 60 FPS. Oh my god, it looks so fucking nice, dude. Just moving from fucking 30 FPS to 60 FPS for like your first time in gaming just fucking looks so good. Yeah, I did that shit in World of Warcraft. I do remember that shit, dude. Fuck. I was playing like 25 FPS and shit for like so fucking long. And then I finally fucking started in OnlyFans and fucking made like fucking $2,000 in fucking like 3 days. And fucking bought a fucking sick ass gaming rig. But you can't buy computers. You can't. I should have went to the States and bought it. Would still have it to this day. You can't buy electronics or anything with moving parts in Canada. And of course, a computer has moving parts and electronics in it. It's just Canadian because it's all fucking trash. Everything electronic. You can't buy anything electronic or with moving parts in Canada. It just fucking doesn't work. That's why there's no Canadian car companies. Because that'd just be a fucking disaster. Dude. Those things would be fucking exploding all over the fucking place. I guarantee it, man.
Aesthetic choice. If it was all realistic like Guild Wars.
Oh yeah,
Who still plays Guild Wars? There's gonna be some asshole. In RuneScape, there's a portion of the map dedicated to unrestricted PvP content between players. People who traverse this area to fight bosses and collect valuable drops can be obstructed by players.
Yeah, I hit 0 in the
meaning that players can come over and kill you, and which can be incredibly frustrating to many, as you lose most of your items upon death. Yeah.
Open my window for my fucking gaming build too.
Doesn't do that. Blizzard's too scared. While some think wilderness PvP is insufferable, others find that this constant stress that this Wild West environment brings
That's
to the
sick,
game
dude. The cane
is
is
what
a
makes
fucking
it so
life
unique
hack,
and
man.
exciting. It's like Escape from Tarkov.
Oh, the rat.
It's like when I play it, man.
It's a rat, dude.
It's like Escape from Tarkov. It's like when I play, it matters. When I traverse the wilderness, it matters. Player killing or PKers are people who seek out players to kill in the wilderness for items, money, or simply for sport. There's a whole community around the idea of PKing, with some people going to elaborate lengths to fool people into entering the wilderness only to be killed immediately. Those are sociopaths. If you're, even in a digital world, if you are going and making time to like lure someone in somewhere to kill them, that's like it's the same as basically being like, my son's killing cats. It's like a new age Jeffrey Dahmer. One
Huh,
man
what do you guys say about scammers then?
weeks of progress destroyed due to the constant abuse from
Are they
gangs of
serial
PKers,
rapists?
which is exactly the kind of post PKers want to see. He is feeding them. PKers have become so infuriating to players that they would have to start searching for protection rackets, where high-level players would be paid to follow them in game and protect them while they went around about their business. How cool is that, though? That kind of turns that's like a legitimate like fantasy story.
Yeah, like hiring like a Kingsguard or something. Yeah.
The Wilderness Guardians, one of the most well-influential clans in
One of the
RuneScape history,
innocent.
was created specifically to combat this issue. They've even organized multiple real-life meetings across the country. That's how real this shit is, dude.
It's like a literal white knight.
It's a literal white knight expansion group inside of RuneScape to like defend honor and justice. Wait, today's video is sponsored by Bad Habits.
These YouTubers trying to sell fucking air, man.
Now, rampant
Don't buy that shit, man. Don't buy that fucking fume thing if you see that commercial, dude. Oh, it's a good way to quit smoking and vaping, although it has zero fucking nicotine in it. Well, you know, that shit just go. You probably got there's probably some fucking chemical in there that you get addicted to, just like vape. And they put fucking way more nicotine in it, and they put a whole bunch of fucking shitty chemicals in it. So now you're gonna be addicted to fucking fume, vaping, and fucking cigarettes.
Which
Yeah,
one
don't
is
fuck with
price
shit, man. YouTubers
manipulation?
don't promote
AKA
anything. They don't
the
give a fuck
RuneScape
about their
pump and
viewers,
dumps
man.
of the time. You think that these people doing big like Bitcoin and
I mean, just look at
crypto
fucking Honey,
pumping-
dude. Look at fucking Honey, man. I mean, Honey never fucking worked. Honey never gave me one fucking promo code at all. You can Google search, fucking Best Buy promo code and fucking get one. And fucking Honey wouldn't even fucking have one. Yeah, clearly Honey was a fucking scam from the start.
dumps work. I mean, this shit's been happening in RuneScape since the dawn of time,
Oh,
dude.
yeah.
People would artificially raise the price of an item in the Grand Exchange, which is the in-game trading system. That's the one I was telling you. It's a panic attack, whatever. Just to sell
That's
them
not the
off.
cheating, bud.
Is the
That's
in-game
that's the old days, dude.
trading system. That's the one I was telling you. It's a
That's where's that? Is that East Bank? No, it's West Bank. Where's it, Falador? I don't know. Yeah, this isn't it.
panic attack, whatever, just to sell them off and make a massive profit in-game gold. Not even in real life gold. Maybe sometimes, because you can trade stuff, or there's transactional stuff where it's like, I'll buy gold off you. But this is just people being like, look at my digital gold. And you could also go to another scam was begging. Because in
Took
RuneScape,
everything.
beggars are simply low-level
Everything.
players that pester others for gold and items. Some are more experienced and will dress and act in ways that make people feel enough pity to willingly give them better items. I just want to say dress
Manipulation.
in-game. And I don't know if psychologically they're just like, look at her. I feel bad.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. When this fails, beggars will follow high-level players and constantly harass them until they leave the world or
No, they
give them
won't. What
something
the
just
fuck?
to end the confrontation.
I used to
What
beg
the
in
fuck?
Mao at the crossroads. Never worked.
I don't know. What would you beg for? Is it just gold? What would you get with the gold?
I needed gold to pay for my mount.
Can you just do quests for gold?
Well, back in the day, it was, I don't know, maybe I just sucked, but it was hard to get gold.
I could see you being a person where it's very much just like, I don't want to have to do the quest. I just want to, can someone just give me gold so I can get my pony? Another scam was armor trimming. Inexperienced players are unaware that you can just trim any armor set you want to add decorations to it. Because of this, people will
can't.
offer free armor trimming to low-level players and
Yeah,
trick
trim
them
on it.
into handing over valuable armor for this service. As soon as they receive it, they log out the game and you won't see that ever again. Shit happens. Or we could talk about the double money scam, a type of trust trade in which players claim that they will double your money by exploiting a supposed glitch. The new player gives them gold, only to soon be traded twice that amount. After the victim buys into the scam, he trades a ton more money, only for the scammer to log off. It's a classic bit.
I put in 811K and I got his 4.3 mil, and he has no idea that he just got scammed. I mean, yay, and he's gonna say again, can you double me again? Because
Yeah, it's because it's your
is an
second
idiot.
account. dude.
Total, I'm telling you, these are sociopaths being made, and these are children doing it. Kids are
It's your second
smart, dude.
account, dude.
They're
You ain't fooling
devious,
us.
aren't they?
It's fake
Jesus Christ,
video.
I gotta delete that. Or we could talk about free membership scams. Experienced players will trick people into thinking that if they give their login credentials, they'll buy them a free RuneScape paid membership. And as soon as they buy into this, they get their account stolen. Throughout RuneScape's long history, there have been infamous groups and events that have cemented itself in the gamer's lore. One of the most well-known examples is undoubtedly the Falador Massacre. Like this, dude. I like that. I like how we could talk about RuneScape in the same way that you could talk about American history, like medieval history or something. Like it's like the Boston Tea Party or the Boston Massacre, that kind of thing. This took place in June of 2006, and it all began after a player named Cursed You became the first person to level up his construction skill to level 99. To celebrate, people started flooding into a large home to congratulate him and party. From here, something strange and unheard of occurred. Because there were approximately 800 people in his home, the game started to lag aggressively. It got to the point where Cursed You had no choice but to kick everyone out of the house. Everyone was ejected and sent back into Falador, a city that is considered a safe zone where PvP is not possible. Somehow, due to a bug, players that were thrown out of the house could engage in PvP with any player in Falador. Oh my god! This resulted in a massacre where players began abusing the bug to take out as many people as they could and steal their valuable loot. Because people thought they were safe for the celebration, many had incredibly valuable items equipped at the time. And at one point, a player had lost one of their party hats in the carnage, an exclusive item from 2001 event that later became one of the most rare and most valuable items in the game. Some of these...
So how does he lose a party hat? How many fucking party hats does he have in his inventory? Like 5 of them?
Items are worth thousands of real life dollars, okay? Can you imagine it? He's like, that was my kid's tuition. Out the door! My retirement was a goddamn hat! In the end, the bug was fixed, but there was little that they could do to return people's lost items. Rolling back the game would affect too many people that were not affected by the carnage. It's awesome. Literally reads like a piece of like, doesn't it?
Yeah, you got kicked out of a party and everyone got drunk and killed each other.
Yeah, everyone's like, oh my god, kick him out. People, the guy's house party goes too crazy, kicks him out, and everyone goes into a town and just murders everyone. I will say that people, I bet you anything, the guy first got to get to level 99 construction skill, and the people that were like murdered in that, I bet you they still talk about it to this day. I bet you that's a deep wound. Seems stupid, like, you know what I mean? His car's wrecked and he like has perspective though. He's like, it's okay. I've been through worse. That kind of thing. And not all historic moments in RuneScape were as negative as the Falador massacre. In fact, some were insanely wholesome, like the Order of Cabbage. This is gay. Anytime I talk about positive stuff, I'm always just like, the Order of Cabbage, word. All right. The Order of Cabbage was a RuneScape cult that spawned from the mind of Black Bane, a user that decided to actively collect cabbages, an incredibly low-value item. From 2003 to 2004, he had picked 100,000 cabbages and started noticing people joining in out of pure curiosity. Eventually, he created the Order of Cabbage, recruiting around 20 people and dressing up in identical robes as they continued picking in groups. Over time, as the cult became more publicly known, hundreds of people had joined them. Together, they would create organized cabbage picking patterns to clear fields as efficient as possible. The little diagram is so stupid. Not only that, but they even started an annual event called Help a Noob Day, in which members would give free armor to new players and help them around the game. Entire fan sites were created, as well as pieces of lore written out to explain the backstory of the cult, which became essentially their Bible. Now, 37, Backbane looks back on this time in his life and gives some takeaways from the whole experience, saying, quote,
"Don't try to change the world. Start with making one small change in your life and commit to doing it every day."
I think he said that on his deathbed.
Say, did he die? Jesus Christ. It's almost like an Abe Lincoln quote or some shit. It's like after he got shot in the back of the head. That's, it is very wholesome. Does that, you know what kind of does, though? Which is, this is up. I want to say this is a good thing. All that. But I just want to say, too, I feel like if people heard that and they were like, we're trying to get in the game, they'd be like, help a noob day? What the fuck, dude? You know what I mean? Things survive when it's hell. That's how games survive. That's how people get hooked in for the lols. I don't know.
I wish they massacred the cabbage cult.
Yeah, now see, if the Falador massacre had the cabbage cult inside, that would have been, even more tragic because it's such a wholesome thing.
Like peaceful monks being slaughtered.
Yeah, monks slaughtered at a monastery. No! For many kids playing the game in their youth, RuneScape was a major part of their social lives. And because of this, it's not uncommon for people to have had experience with RuneScape romance. This is where I'm at, boy. This is what I like. I have my own friend. I'm not gonna name it, but he met his wife on an MMO RPG, one of my buddies, and they're still together this day, and they have 2 beautiful kids. How crazy is that? It was more common than you think. Back then, too, I remember even back in the day, the whole thing was if you were a guy talking to someone, you're like, you realize you're getting scammed by a guy, right? You know what I mean? No one believed it. Nowadays, I feel like it'd be normal. If you're sitting there, oh yeah, I met her online. I feel like it's way more normal than it used to be. And like in the early 2000s, fuck.
Well, there's only like 2% of women playing video games back then.
Exactly. Angels. saints. Many people have made posts reminiscing about how they met their first romantic partner in RuneScape, which ranged from short and innocent to an elaborate means to rob them of their gold. Regardless, people have long since used this game in order to meet women, to the point where there are even full-on guides that explain the methods of doing so.
I guarantee that's a
cover
Twitch
the best
streamer.
locations to find women in the game, the proper fashion scape that will attract them, which is a term that refers to characters dressing in their fashion, and how to seduce women, right? These are other men, other guys in your category being like, trust me. This is what you're supposed to do, okay? In most cases, however, the women players that the players think that they're getting with are actually men in disguise who want your gold and valuable items. That's just the dawn of, once again, dawn of time.
That's the internet in a nutshell, man. Oh, this shit's so bad again, man. Fuck, where's my cane, dude? I need that shit to get up, man. Fuck, too sick to stand up without it, man. My back's not bad at all today. My back's really nice today. But, oh, fuck, where's my cane? Oh, fuck, I don't even want to fucking move, dude.
I didn't know you have back problems.
I didn't know you have. Oh yeah, that's why I sleep
Hopefully
in a
it will
hammock,
be
dude.
good tomorrow too.
Fucking 33 years old, I gotta fucking.
Please like the video,
I
dogs.
think by 35, but no, it's my back's getting better. Like it doesn't. It used to hurt so bad when I fucking woke up, but now that I sleep in a fucking hammock and like I'm sleeping like this, right? So like my spine's kind of bent. Like this is my like head, and this is like my dick. So like I'm sleeping kind of bent, right? So like I think that's like because your spine's not straight. Like nobody walks around with their fucking spine straight up, right? Your spine's a little bit curved. That's why you go like this, right? So you don't want to sleep fucking straight back. You want to sleep like a little bit curved, right? More than a pillow would.
Right.
Yeah, I found that out, man. Yeah, fucking
flexible.
Yeah. Fucking, I'm not going to the washroom, man. Let's put my cane here. Cane's pretty fucking sick, dude. It's like an extra arm, dude, but it's like a longer. It's like an extension arm. Yeah, it's flexible, bendable, and all that. But like,
catfishing is a big issue
nobody,
in online MMOs.
nobody walks around like fucking. Nobody walks around like this with their fucking spine straight. Everyone walks like forward a bit, right? So their spine's like a little bit bent. I mean, like when it kind of standing, it looks like straight up, but like, fucking can't spread it. Yeah, nobody walks around fucking like fucking completely straight all the fucking time, dude.
According to one woman, she was 14.
So imagine doing that. Imagine doing that. Imagine keeping your back fucking straight like that for fucking 8 hours or however long you're sleeping for. Yeah, after a long time, that's going to fucking back damage, especially if you have history of back injuries.
And that she was e-dating for a whole year. His name was Cody Jones, a supposed 16-year-old bad boy surfer from California that she was introduced to by her RuneScape clan, which is awesome. I love the idea, like
This is a funny story.
Walking over and it's like, "What's up? I'm Cody Jones. I love to surf. I'm from California."
The guy is actually the fucking clan leader, and he's fucking.
He was introduced to her as the little brother of their clan leader, John. They would become so close that after a year of dating, her mother let her fly to California to spend the day with him at Disneyland. And when she arrived, suddenly, Cody and members of his family, who were also in the guild, stopped responding to her. After a long stretch of radio silence, she received a text that read, "Hey Amanda, it's Jess. Cody's in the hospital. He tried to kill himself with a bottle of pills. He won't be around for a while."
What the fuck?
Whoa. I just want to say, poor little girl. Can you imagine? Mickey's just like, "You want a picture? You want a picture, little girl?" And she thinks she's like, Cody, what happened? A year later, Cody explained that because he lied about his appearance, he felt
He's too
ashamed.
fucking ashamed,
He tried
yeah.
to take his own life. He told her that he was actually 3 years older than her, and both eventually agreed to meet up for real. He looked nothing like his photos. He appeared far older and had 2 hearing aids. She tried to see past his appearance, and they ended up kissing that night. The more time they spent together, the weirder things got. He would outright refuse to let her see his ID when she asked about it, which that's already bad. When you're 14 or 15, you're like, can I see your ID?
You're asking for some guy's fucking ID at that young age.
No, I ate it. Or he'd be like, what? Huh?
How old are you picturing? Like, do you think receding hairline?
I'm picturing a guy in his early 40s that is like has had some genetic issues, whatever. So he's like maybe balding or
Fuck, I almost
the
put
hearing,
this one
that kind
down.
of thing.
I almost said no to this
I'm
one.
thinking early.
That's
I'm
close,
putting my
man.
bets on early 40s. Eventually, she confronted him about it, only to find out that Cody was actually
Close, I
John,
almost said no.
the clan leader, and was actually a 30-year-old man operating multiple fake accounts. He had lied to her for years, even forging hospital documents to trick her into thinking he'd attempted to take his own life.
That's pathetic,
That's some like
man.
catfish 101 type shit. Hey, I have this really cute friend I think that you'd be interested in if you want to talk to him. Yeah, definitely. Hey.
Hey.
I'm John's bro, Cody. I'm John's little brother, Cody.
I love to surf.
And I'm bad.
I'm a bad boy and I love to
Feel
surf.
bad, man. Feel bad for the little girl. And also, probably since then, once again, learning experience. Next time she's in a game and she sees like a dragon guy come up to her, she's probably just like, no. She's like, I only play Madden now. The thing that people reminisce about in regard to RuneScape romance is cyber size. Some people have discussed.
Oh
innocent
yeah,
examples
this is
of
fucking this is
cybering
bad.
in
RuneScape fucking 3 is fucking really bad for this shit, man.
like having one character stand on top of another for a few seconds, which is all the boys need. Yeah. Which this seems fairly harmless, right? Some people took things to the extreme, though, in an
GF.
attempt to make it a large profit.
Came to
It
the
was
right
revealed
place.
that RuneScape had an active cyber sex market. And one player noticed that a specific world in the game has a high population of characters soliciting cyber sex through Alton counts. I like how it's literally Shinjuku, Japan. It's just like a red district.
dude.
Cyber sex through Alton counts. I like how it's
The girl naked?
It's literally Shinjuku, Japan. It's just like a
Damn, man.
soliciting
Shinjuku,
cyber
Japan.
sex
I gotta go
through
there,
Alton
man.
counts. I like how it's literally Shinjuku, Japan. It's just like a red district. So like I like how RuneScape has their own red light district. He claims that there are loads of female accounts who also use the game as means to sell graphic videos of themselves to other players for gold. Through conversations with other informed players, he discovered that there were entire clans filled with accounts that would trade insane amounts of gold for these services. And it gets much more dark considering the odds that minors are reaching out to these accounts and having actual conversations with people far older than them. Also too, it's probably men. I would assume a lot of them are men getting just like videos off the internet and selling it in that kind of way, but still it's just like such a gross, weird role play behavior, that kind of stuff. But I bet you anything, a fair amount of like of age people were just like, yeah, what else would you do?
Yeah, what else would you do?
Spit on my back. Turns this character around and the little text bubble pops up and it's like a star spit star. Believe it or not, there are many cases of people committing crimes within RuneScape that have led to confrontations with the police in real life. I just want to clarify that. Yeah, I just want to make sure you didn't think that it was like,
Yeah, the guys that robbed the
characters
kid,
in the
dude.
game like, halt.
The two
Joshua
friends that
Brandon
robbed the kid.
Paula was arrested at the age of 19 after making death threats against someone over RuneScape. At one point, he claimed that he would level his local high school in Mississippi and that he couldn't wait to, quote, blow brains out of skulls. Yeah, some guy who goes to high school during the exchange and stuff still. Transfer all my gold out. Transfer my gold. Days after, he was arrested by the FBI and he pled guilty and was thrown in jail for 6 years. That's a hefty fucking... I wonder if there's more elaborate, if like it was something where 6 years is just crazy. I just wonder how elaborate it got. If he just said those two things, they're just...
I think it's because Columbine was in fucking Mississippi. That's why. Yeah. If he said any other state, it'd probably just be like fucking probation. But
just like coming with us. Who's joking? That kind of thing. Or did they sit there and they found some shit in his car? Or I don't know. You know? And this isn't the first arrest to happen because of RuneScape. In 2013, a 19-year-old Kyron Benham ran into trouble after scamming his friend out of his gold. They had both been arguing for some time, and Kyron decided to get back at him by sneaking onto his computer and stealing the gold that he had been collecting for 6 years in RuneScape. The next morning, he left the home after stealing 2 bottles of liquor. Surprisingly, things escalated to the point where Kieran was arrested and brought to court, where the gold had no real-world value. He had still gained unauthorized access to a friend's computer and had stolen their property. As punishment, he was ordered to pay 116 euro, or 135 bucks.
That's it? What the
I
fuck?
think the judge would just be like, what is it? Yeah, he got on my computer, Your Honor. He saw all my pictures, my Microsoft Paint drawings, and he talked to my elf priest, and he took all my gold. My dragon armor,
my
and my
RuneScape
dragon.
girlfriend.
Especially 2013, he'd be like, I don't care. You're both gay. Order. You've both 6 years for being gay. Gold farming is the act of collecting large sums of in-game currency to then sell for real-world currency on second-hand markets. You go, you get a bunch of gold in-game, and then instead of having to work for it, you can be like, I'm just going to pay $5 for X amount of a bunch of gold. And that's how people farm that shit and make money off of it. For years, people have used this as a means to make consistent earnings. Because of this, there were cases of RuneScape bots flooding the game to mindlessly farm gold. RuneScape has long since established harsh rules against real-world trading. Because of this, they rushed to take action. I mean, it got so bad that up to 8,000 accounts were being banned weekly in 2007. The gold farming movement grew to a massive scale in areas like China to the point where the government had to officially ban the practice in 2009. I feel like I remember back in the day, like early days of eBay and stuff, I feel like I remember seeing like, oh, RuneScape gold, and you could buy stuff on eBay. Because I think you'd buy it and then they would like send you a link or a thing to where you could log in and get it. There's something about the RuneScape 2007 era that has a chokehold on so many people, with one man even asking for advice on Reddit about whether or not he should leave his fiancée of 8 years because she doesn't approve of him playing RuneScape endlessly. He states, and I quote, "Since COVID, I'm starting to think OSRS is better than having a family." Awesome. One man admits that during a 9-year prison sentence, he'd struggled intensely due to his inability to play RuneScape, which I can't see people being like, if you play...
You should have went to fucking United States, man. You get fucking cell phones in fucking California jails. You get fucking electricity. There's some guy who got a fucking fire cape in fucking California jail.
games every day, and then you take that from someone, it's gotta be like crack. It's gotta be like
Fucking easy
heroin.
as hell
Strip
and
someone off
fucking,
heroin, start shaking and stuff. Like time would probably be so.
American
fucked up.
jail is
He
like
thought
the
about it
easiest in the
every
world.
single day, even writing a novel from the point of view of his old account that he'd share with his prison buddies. Awesome.
Read this, guys.
This is right. This is Klondor. It's like that thick. They're like, what the fuck? He's like, I see it in my dreams.
See it in my dreams.
What it's like on the outside, boys.
Here's what it's like in heaven. The second he got out of prison, he immediately bought a membership to Old School RuneScape. Quote, yeah, he bought the membership before I bought a steak or had sex. Awesome. RuneScape is a game that many people hold near and dear to their hearts, and it's easy to understand why people find themselves becoming so enamored with it. This game's been around for over 2 decades now, so there's copious amounts of deep lore and nostalgia that appeals to a wide variety of people. It's accessible, comforting, and one of the most dedicated communities of any game out there. So just want to say, if you're getting into RuneScape, go at it.
Fucking puddle of beer on my fucking ground. Oh, fuck. These stupid fucking earphones, the cable on them fucking knocked over the fucking beer, and fucking I just opened it, so everything spilled on the fucking ground. Fuck, dude. It's knocked over my bong 3 times in 1 fucking minute. So I don't buy fucking glass bones. I just knocked over my bong 3 times in the past minute. I haven't stood up yet. What's I doing, chat? Oh yes, clean the mess. For Grandpa. Fuck, that's a massive fucking mess, chat. Thank you, Kane. Man, this Kane's a fucking Lifesaver, man. Fuck. Whoever invented the cane was way smarter than whoever invented the fucking crutches, dude. By far, man. The crutches fucking hurt so much. They hurt your armpits. They hurt your fucking hands. The crutch doesn't fucking hurt anything, man. And the crutch is like a fucking extension arm too. Like I can fucking open my window from here. I can shut my window from here. Like I can shut my fucking washroom door. I can turn off the fucking light from here. Like fucking luxury, man. Fuck. Except for my decaying body, but you know, get the point. Okay, now I need to shut off the lights. Ooh. Gonna get the strength to get up. We made it, baby! Need to sleep down for face. What did I get up for again, Chad? Aging in reverse. I'm aging in reverse. I just fucked a hot nurse. And now I'm aging in reverse. Oh, fuck. I was supposed to check the job boards today, so I'm going for a fucking job, because I'm gonna be fucking homeless soon for the fourth fucking time. I'm gonna be the four-time fucking hobo. Fuck, man. I don't wanna be fucking homeless again, man. Just give me a sec, guys. Depression. Do it.
It's proven that it's a good game. It's not the flashiest game, but I will say, I feel like one of those instantly recognizable. You're either going to get hooked right away, or you're going to be like, this looks horrible.
The leveling system's very addictive. I'm gonna chop some wood. Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's also kind of turn your brain off and like you could be chatting with friends. I don't know. It's a classic game. Haven't talked about it in a while. It was nice going down this road, but you know, don't gamble your life away.
That's a duel internet to fucking sandpit. Oh! Huh? Canolio uploaded, yes! RuneScape's first riot? Oh, fuck.
Rioting is one of RuneScape's oldest traditions. For nearly 20 years, players have protested everything from game-breaking updates to one-pixel changes. But before any of that, there was one riot.
I remember that, dude. There's a fucking, like, purple pixel. Oh no, it's right here. It's this thing, the green pixel here. Yeah, people are pissed off at that fucking thing. There's one green pixel. Like, come the fuck on, dude. Jagex is doing the best they can fucking do, man. Like, come on. There's so much other shit that needs to be fixed in the fucking game, not a fucking pixel.
But before any of that, there was one riot that started it all. It was led by some of RuneScape's top clans, and they crashed a secret Jagex meeting demanding that the company finally listen to them after years of being ignored. But not everyone there came to help. One of RuneScape's most hated clans showed up to sabotage it. So, was the riot a success, or was it a total disaster? This is the story of RuneScape's first riot, and the frustrated clan leader who started it. Clans have been a part of RuneScape since the very beginning. In fact, the game's first clan, the Sabers, was founded before...
I remember everyone going to the fucking wilderness and free-to-play worlds with full bronze, and there's like fucking like 100 people just fighting in full bronze in the wilderness. Bronze wars.
Before RuneScape even launched. In the late 90s, before Andrew Gower came up with the idea for RuneScape, he was developing games for a website called Games Domain through his then very small games company, Jagex Software. One of the games Jagex created during this period was called Cyber Wars, and it was there that the Sabers clan first formed. Andrew had discussed RuneScape with the Cyber Wars community while developing it, and once it launched, many of Cyber Wars players gave it a shot. The Sabers moved in almost immediately, becoming the first clan to call RuneScape home. Dozens more would soon follow, but RuneScape had no official clan system, no grouping tools, no private clan chat, Nothing. A clan was just a collection of players who agreed to stick together and relied on trust to survive. Back then, being in a clan was kind of necessary for your own safety. Player versus player combat, or PvP, was enabled everywhere, and escaping a fight was nearly impossible. There were no teleports, no running, and no eating while in combat. Banks didn't exist yet, and if you died, you lost everything except your 3 most valuable items. It was basically the early version of playing as an Ultimate Iron Man on a PvP world. Now, you could opt out of PvP entirely, but you'd be missing out on the best part of the game. With a map this small, no bosses to fight, and most skills still in development, PvP was RuneScape's endgame. So players
player owned houses were gonna be right beside fucking Rock instead of fucking all the way over here? Okay.
Still in development.
So instead they just left this whole fucking place empty.
PvP was RuneScape's endgame, so players back then took it really seriously. As the game's player count grew from hundreds into the thousands, clan life would absolutely explode. What began as informal groups of friends turned into fully fledged organizations with rivalries, alliances, scouts, spies, and even wars that stretched across the entire map. Some of the earliest battles in RuneScape history were shockingly well documented, and they give us a glimpse into how intense this era really was. Large-scale clashes of over 100 players fighting for control of major cities became a pretty regular sight. But as cool as it all sounds, not everyone enjoyed living in constant danger. Many of the game's players just wanted to fight each other occasionally, and then go woodcut without being punted back to Lumbridge every 5 minutes. So in late 2001, The Wilderness was released, a massive stretch of land that became the only place where players could fight each other. PvP combat was turned off everywhere but here, and many clan members assumed that this update would kill clan life entirely, but instead it thrived. Survival was no longer the main reason to join a clan. Now it was about glory, the thrill of combat, and proving that your clan ruled the wilderness. And in the years that followed, battles larger and more coordinated than anything the game had ever seen before would take place here. But even as clan warfare evolved, one major problem still remained. There was still no clan system in RuneScape. Clan leaders had to rely on outside tools to stay organized, building their own websites and forums to share news, schedule battles, and keep members informed.
Dude, I remember this one website fucking, some website like this that it had fucking, I remember back in the day everyone would have a fucking website for their clan, dude.
Many clans also created IRC channels, text-based chat rooms that worked a lot like how Discord does today. It gave members a quick and reliable way to coordinate in real time. However, Andrew Gower did mention in a news post just 1 month after RuneScape launched that clan support would be coming soon. He envisioned a system where players could create official in-game clans, something that would have finally given structure and legitimacy to the growing clan community. But years passed, and this system never arrived. Even after RuneScape 2 launched in 2004, and most clans migrated to this new version of the game, it still included no clan features. Despite clans being such a major part of RuneScape's community, it felt as if Jagex had forgotten them entirely. Eventually, these clans decided enough was enough. Their next move would be something Jagex couldn't ignore. Something that I often find myself ignoring is my health. This time of year,
That's okay, I'm not taking fucking nutrition advice from a YouTuber.
Would pass,
Okay,
and by 2006 there was still nothing.
fucking
The only
product I've
real
never heard
update
of
clans
before.
had received in all those years was the addition of team capes. Capes sold by merchants in the wilderness that made players wearing the same cape appear green on the minimap and
thought it
move
was
their
purple.
attack options to right click, so you wouldn't accidentally attack your clanmates during a battle. Useful.
So if those guys turn green, what color do your fucking friends turn then?
Sure, but hardly the clan system that players had been promised. Clans all across RuneScape had grown very frustrated with Jagex, as ever since the game's launch, they had asked for at least some basic form of clan support, but their requests had gone mostly unheard. But what could they actually do? They were just players, scattered across forums and IRC channels, with no official way to push for change. Well, one clan leader named Rob to Kill decided to change that. Rob to Kill joined RuneScape in 2004, and soon after became a member of a PvP clan called Corruption. The clan had a rocky beginning, but by 2006, it had become a force to reckon with, regularly appearing at the top of players' rankings on a fan site called RuneScape Community. RuneScape Community had become the unofficial hub for clan culture during this era, a place where roughly 100 of the most dedicated clans gathered to schedule fights, debate rivalries, maintain a shared ranking system, and even uphold a shared code of honor, a set of rules that clans were expected to follow if they wanted to be a part of RuneScape Community. These rules dictated what was considered fair combat and what crossed the line. Things like teleporting out of fights, logging out to escape death, or crashing another clan's war were seen as deeply dishonorable. More controversial tactics like luring solo players into multi-combat or attacking much weaker players were also not allowed. Some clans defended them and others condemned them entirely, but regardless of how each clan felt about these rules personally, they had to follow them if they wanted to be a part of this website. Rob to Kill was a well-respected member of RuneScape Community, and he understood just how much influence the site held over the clan world. He had become one of the most prominent voices in Corruption, and someone that other clans listened to. After seeing Jagex ignore countless requests from the clan community asking for clan support, Rob to Kill decided to take matters into his own hands. He started small, organizing a few in-game gatherings with like-minded clan members, hoping to get Jagex's attention and push for some form of clan support. But these early attempts had little effect. They were organized with almost no notice, and never actually caught the eye of Jagex, except for one of their videos, which for some reason was copyright claimed by them. There's no backups of this video, so I honestly have no idea why they did this, but Jagex was pretty copyright claim happy back in the day. Anyway, Rob to Kill knew he needed to think bigger. He decided it was time to use RuneScape Community for something more than clan rankings or rivalry threads. He created a post titled Clan Support In-Game Rally, calling on the leaders and members of every major clan to come together for a unified protest. The full post has been lost to time, but an excerpt of it survives. In it, Rob to Kill laid out a simple but ambitious plan: gather the strongest clans in the game and march together in a show of force, hoping that if Jagex saw the size and organization of the clan community, they'd finally take clan support seriously. Everyone would meet in Draenor Village later that day on World 101. After enough players arrived, they would march around the game world chanting their demands. The turnout was absolutely massive, far larger than anyone could have even imagined. It was obvious this rally had tapped into something the entire clan world felt. Soon after it began, there were hundreds of players in Draenor's marketplace demanding that Jagex provide some sort of clan support. But not everyone came to help. Before long, a now infamous clan known as Reign of Terror showed up. Reign of Terror, or ROT for short, was known for being a no-honor clan. They would attack whoever they wanted, crash any fight they pleased, and ignored every rule the clan world tried to uphold. So when they arrived in Draenor, they didn't come to support the rally, they came to cause chaos. They liked the clan world exactly how it was, and didn't want Jagex to potentially interfere. Despite the disruption, the rally pushed forward. The clans regrouped, reorganized, and soon hundreds of players began marching out of Draenor towards their next destination. But then, a few player moderators leaked something they weren't supposed to the rally-goers. A Jagex moderator was hosting a meeting with a few player moderators nearby in Port Sarim on World 96. Player moderators, for those who don't know, are hand-picked members of the community with special privileges to help Jagex enforce the game rules. They have the ability to temporarily mute rule breakers, their player reports are handled faster, and they're supposed to act as role models within the community. In-game, they're marked by a small silver crown next to their name. Back then, Jagex staff would host in-game meetings for player moderators to ask questions and receive clarification on rules. They'd usually meet in secluded locations the average player would never think to visit, places like the top of Falador's walls or a tucked away basement. This time, the meeting was being held on the top deck of the boat that takes you to Intrana. Now, before each meeting, the details and location would get posted to the official RuneScape forums, but only player moderators could view them. Leaking the details or location of these meetings to the public was strictly forbidden, but it seems a few player moderators cared more about clan support than their silver crowns. As hundreds of players made their way toward Port Sarim, the player moderators and the Jagex moderator running the meeting, Mod Hume, had no idea they were about to be overrun. The rally-goers would arrive and quickly flood the top deck of the boat with spam relating to clan support. At first, Mod Hume was in shock. Sometimes the occasional random player or two would stumble into one of these meetings, but he'd never seen such an organized group do so. The nearby player mods in the meeting asked everyone to quiet down, but as more players flooded in, it only got more rowdy. The crowd unified in their chant, "We support clan support," and began following Rob to Kill around the deck. They even started to demand that Andrew Gower appear and hear what they had to say. What started as a rally for clan support was quickly turning into an out-of-control riot. Mod Hume knew it was time to call for backup, but not from Andrew Gower. This meeting was happening at roughly 1 a.m. in the UK. Andrew was fast asleep, and only a few Jagex moderators were in the office, mainly the customer support team, which ran 24/7, including holidays. So Mod Hume called over Mod James H to take a look. He would log in and they both attempted to calm the crowd, but little worked. So Mod Hume asked the crowd to appoint a speaker. The players on the boat all shouted for that speaker to be Rob to Kill. But you might have noticed that the top deck of another boat nearby was also now flooding with players. These players were shouting for Titus to be the group speaker, but who was Titus? He was the leader of Reign of Terror, and all of Rot's members were on that boat. But luckily, Mod Hume decided to speak to Rob to Kill. Rob began speaking and listed off a few things that they wanted, but the crowd refused to settle. There were too many people talking for any sort of productive discussion, but Mod Hume kept trying. And then, at the wildest possible moment, something unbelievable happened. One by one, nearly everyone on the upper deck of the Intrana boat was hit with a random event. Within seconds, it was total chaos. Random events were an early form of bot deterrence. They were designed to interrupt whatever a player was doing and force them to solve a puzzle, speak to an NPC, or defend themselves from an aggressive one. In an instant, players were scattered, teleported away, attacked, or sprinted around in a panic trying to locate the event NPC assigned to them. If they failed to find it quickly enough, they were yanked out of the area and dropped in a random location. Now, you might assume that one of the Jagex moderators intentionally spawned that barrage of random events to try and regain control, but it was actually just a wild coincidence. Random events could trigger for several reasons, one of them being login timing. When a large group of players logged in around the same moment, it wasn't unusual for random events to hit them all at once later on. After the random event subsided and a big chunk of the crowd was teleported away, things calmed down a lot. After a bit more discussion, Mod Hume told the crowd to take care and teleported away. But the riot wasn't over. Some of the rioters regrouped and continued their march around the game world. During a stop in Edgeville, they even crossed paths with two of the most famous players of the era, Zezima and Gertjars. Whether they were intentionally attending the riot or simply logged into the wrong world at the wrong time is unknown, but the timing couldn't have been more surreal. After this, the march carried on for a bit longer, before slowly fading as the US night wore on. Now, after everything, Mod Hume could have just logged out, wrote up an incident report, and clocked out when his shift ended at 2 a.m. But before doing that, he took the time to message Rob to Kill privately to hear out what he had to say. Unfortunately, what exactly they discussed has been lost to time, but of course it had to do with clan support. But now you might be wondering, did this riot actually change anything inside Jagex? Did it influence them to implement any kind of clan support? Well, I reached out to Mod Hume to get his opinion. He told me that while the development team kept their plans tightly guarded, even from other Jagex staff, he strongly suspected that the riot had an impact. And I think he was right. It just took a little more outrage before Jagex really got the message. A few weeks later, RuneScape saw its second ever riot, the Rule 7 protest. Jagex had just updated the game rules to ban all third-party clients. This was long before RuneLite, back when even the most advanced clients
Switch.
didn't interact with the game at all. The
Oh,
most
yeah,
popular
Switch,
one,
Switch,
Swift
yeah.
Switch, simply added useful tools around the edges of the
Oh, it should take me back, dude. Oh my god, dude. High detail, fucking disable the world buttons. Is all your fucking stats still in there? Oh my god. Shit was revolutionary, dude.
screen, calculators,
Look up people down
maps,
there.
guides, and most
Everything.
importantly for this story, an IRC chat window.
Mhm.
Players could connect directly to their clan's IRC channel without ever leaving the game, making it one of the most essential tools for clan coordination, especially in the middle of battle. So when Jagex suddenly banned it, citing security and safety concerns, the community erupted. This riot was even larger than the first and had hundreds of players gathered in Falador Square for hours. The clan support rally had shown them something important. When they protested together, Jagex listened. But this time, instead of a single Jmod speaking privately with a single player, Jagex addressed the issue publicly on the game's website. In response to the players' frustrations, Jagex decided it was time to give them what they wanted. They wrote, "We're looking at adding an official group chat system into the game as soon as possible for clans and other groups of players to use." They also lifted the ban on third-party clients while they worked on a proper solution. And later that year, they delivered on their promise. The clan chat system was released on August 6, 2007, allowing clans to officially form in-game and giving them a private chat channel for the first time. Anyone could create a channel, assign ranks to their members, and control who was allowed to join or speak. Members could enter the channel from anywhere in the game, and it became a new hub for organizing PK trips, wars, and events. It didn't arrive overnight, and it didn't solve every problem, but it marked a turning point, the moment Jagex finally recognized clans as a core part of RuneScape's identity. And looking back now at nearly 20 years of protests, marches, and full-blown riots, it's clear that this chaotic afternoon in Draenor Village set the stage for a tradition that still defines the RuneScape community to this day. Check out the video on the right about
nobody's protesting nowadays, dude. People would protest the double GE tax. Ain't nobody protesting fucking anything today, man. Like 8 hours of YouTube prep. That's how True Trade cash in on sailing. Okay, I'm saying. Yeah, Jagex needs to fucking fire their anti-cheat team and hire Sir Pugger. He's doing a way better job himself than all of them, their whole team is doing. Him and fucking
When
Camp Q.
Jagex releases a new boss or region in the game, there's a cheating gold rush to get the first bot scripts or cheat plugins out to exploit new moneymakers or trading methods as fast as possible. Scripters want to cash in, and cheaters want to farm gold at crazy GP per hour rates and participate in the XP race. So, when Jagex announced Old School RuneScape's first new skill, Sailing, I knew it was going to create a massive demand vacuum for sailing bots and services for cheaters to fill. We've never had a new skill released, so this is the first time we can analyze how the cheating community exploits it, or attempts to. And unlike every other update, there is a significant new movement system for botters to contend with. In fact, what I thought would be a gold rush got off to an incredibly slow start with basically no cheats launched within the first 3 days of the sailing skills release. The scripters were struggling with the movement system. One botter told me there were delays with scripts because some of the main botting clients were not accurately reporting the XY coordinates, the tile locations, when a player is in the water. Another botter mentioned problems with the sheer number of neighbors, the number of quarter tiles that each quarter tile is adjacent to, making pathfinding algorithms much more expensive than on land. All of this meant that the first scripts publicly released just ignored movement and were all, of course, salvaging scripts. The scripts wouldn't even navigate with the boat anywhere. They're just simple salvaging bots, and you have to be on a salvaging spot for the script to work. These all launched 5 days after Sailing's release, and
How does he
some
walk
did
back and
include
forth
a
and get
1.5
XP
tick
like that?
training
What the
method
fuck?
using tick manipulation to salvage
I
things
tried.
faster.
Tick
From what I can
manipulation
tell, the
doesn't work
scripts
anymore,
are
dude. It's
relatively
patched.
popular. The site claims around 1,000 people have tried each of these salvaging bots that came out early on. Sorting by recently released scripts on the site, it seems non-sailing scripts get between 10 to 100 users in roughly the same amount of time. So there is definitely a large wave of demand coming in and trying out the first scripts launched. These scripts also have a unique pricing model. They cost around 5 cents per hour to run. So if 1,000 people were running the same script, the bot would be making $50 per hour.
Nice.
Although, my guess is that that number is significantly lower. So, after these scripts launched, from lurking around in the discords, it seems as though there was a huge ban wave for people botting 1.5 tick salvaging. Some maxed mains were even caught doing it as well. And other max mains were caught up in it. There seemed to be some potentially false bans if you were 1.5 tick salvaging in the first week.
Then they patched the 1
likely
tick
due
salvaging.
to the detection system learning to distinguish between these new bots from actual players. We have to fast forward all the way to roughly 3 weeks after Sailing's release to see the first public standalone Sailing script that wasn't just salvaging. At least the first one I could find. And the script added working navigation, so the bot could actually navigate to the shipwrecks and upgrade the boat, and the bot could do delivery missions. But the trials, the fastest sailing XP method, was not included still. So I reached out to the scripter of the bot, and we'll get into that right after this. I'm quarter tiles that each quarter tile is adjacent to, making pathfinding algorithms much more expensive than on land. All of this meant that the really unique exotic materials like meteorite, glowstone, titanium, even diamonds, and dinosaur bone. There are hundreds of different rings to choose from on their site, and they have a perfect fit guarantee.
Meteorite ring with real gold linear.
Or bone. There are hundreds of different rings to choose from on their.
Ain't nobody paying fucking $2 grand for this fucking ugly ass fucking ring, dude. Come on, dude. These are see, buy one get one free, dude. These are Chinese fucking rings. They're just fucking. People are so fucking stupid, man. These stones aren't worth shit, dude. A glowstone? They ain't worth shit, dude. Titanium isn't worth anything either, dude. Should I scroll down the page?
And they have a perfect
matching custom glowstone wedding ring. Bro, if you give a girl that as a fucking wedding ring, she's gonna slap the fucking shit out of him. She'll be like, where the fuck's my diamond? Lavender opal? Are you fucking kidding, dude? Yeah, they're just making up shit now, dude. Black ceramic. Cobalt chrome, dude, it's all.
And you can actually customize your own ring by selecting specific types of materials. I was able to make one. I selected titanium, meteorite inlay materials with some white glow. And it comes in a really nice box.
That's like a fucking grand at least.
Patrick Adair Designs is running their annual holiday sale, and for a limited time, customers can get a buy one, get one free site-wide. This offer works with any 2 designs or products. You can also get an extra 10% off your order.
Yeah, it's just flipping Chinese
what
fucking shit.
What features spotters were requesting related to sailing? Were they more GP methods, more XP focused, or what? And shockingly, the scripter said, literally nobody has requested a single sailing feature. Not one, not a joke. No one even requested a sailing script either. So then I asked how many people had even purchased the script so far, and he of course didn't give me exact numbers, but said it's, quote, quite unpopular. So you might be wondering, why is this guy showing footage of all the different sailing bots being developed, but not footage of bots he's caught in game? And there are 2 reasons. Reason numero uno,
because he's a
if
fucking
2 boats
botter,
are
not
on
a
top of
fucking
each
bot
other,
finder.
You can only see the top boat, and you can't right click to see all of the other boats and players underneath them. There could be 500 players on top of each other, and only the top one is visible. And if you're on them, none of them are visible. So to find bots salvaging, for example, you have to get really lucky. They have to be the top one. But there's a lot more activities than salvaging, so there's one other reason. The bots are really just being ran for XP, not GP, meaning they're being botted on all sorts of accounts with different XP patterns and gear, so they'd be almost impossible to recognize even if you could see them.
How would
of
you
course, I'm
more?
sure there are bot farms being prepared for some activities related to sailing. I got a tip about a frost dragon bot spotted killing frost dragons with magic, and it has since gained over 15 million magic XP and nothing else in 12 days since the tip. It still has base 70s melee stats, 87 sailing, and well over 99 magic with basically no other stats. Frost Dragons are 1.7 million GP per hour and will probably drop a little bit more than that. And with an 87 sailing requirement and lots of alternative money makers with lower requirements and higher GP per hour,
you make more, you make 4 times the GP off
by
of fucking
bots and might not be
Fast
anytime
Dragons than you
soon.
make rating.
There are also some relatively unpopular scripts for other activities related to sailing that will never really take off, like thieving cannonballs. I was not able to find any bot farms definitively there yet, but I was able to find a script for it that has around 100 users, and the thieving method here gets you like 160k XP per hour, but only a few hundred k GP per hour, so it's not really worth it to a botter. The bottom line is, Jagex released a massive amount of new content that has no new metas, but is also absolutely refreshing and not dead on release. And we come to that conclusion based on the combination of the amazing reception of the update by the community and the lack of cheating opportunities. Now let's look at other ways people are profiting off of sailing in the black market. I got a tip that someone is making a huge amount of money creating accounts to sell with a link to their profile on one of the many marketplaces for these things. Right away, I notice on their profile it says their past 30 days sales are greater than 8,000 US dollars. Maybe I missed this before, but I never thought sellers' revenue was public on these sites. We'll get back to that, but this person specializes in selling hardcore Ironman accounts ranging from $130 to $300. Hardcore Ironman accounts with 99 fishing, cooking, fire making, farming, hunting, and magic go for around $300, and apparently these account sales are pretty popular. Real players are buying the accounts to get started faster. This seller has over 1,000 total sales, and from the reviews, it seems like they're basically all Iron Man account sales. Now, I won't make wild accusations, but there are really two possibilities behind this $200,000 hustle. Either these accounts are all botted and the seller is making a killing, or the seller is running an absolute sweatshop. These accounts would take so long to make, hundreds and hundreds of hours. So much so that paying someone even $3 per hour would be a money-losing business. Plus, lots of these skills aren't AFK enough to play on more than 2 or 3 accounts at once. I would assume these accounts have been botted, or someone in a developing country is being paid less than $1 per hour. And of course, not only is buying a non-botted account bannable, but buying an account that was probably fully botted up to turn into your main hardcore Iron Man is a pretty silly decision. But then I thought, this isn't even a tier 5 seller, it's a tier 4 seller. So I found a tier 5 seller. There are actually tons. The black market for RuneScape is huge. But the one I found basically sells labor and has 9,000 completed orders. So tier 5 sellers are making at least $15,000 per month, and this seller had listings like 30 hours of whatever you want, with the labor rate set at $3 per hour for
10 hours of doing anything you want.
Which means the actual worker, if it's not a bot, is getting less than that. And this seller definitely cashed in on Sailing's release. 1 to 99 Sailing
$500
cost $492, and I did see at least one review related to it, as in somebody bought it. But there were dozens of reviews for expensive Sailing related orders. So just because bot farms aren't cashing in on new money-making methods doesn't mean the black market isn't cashing in. Black market services are surfing the demand wave for Sailing XP, fueled by, well, the community's lack of time or laziness. Now on the 23rd of December, I got a tip that there were hundreds of bots in World 417 south of Falador, so I hopped in. There was a constant stream of accounts from the Falador Bank walking south, all level 37 or 38, equipping nothing. They led me to a group of yew trees in Rimington near the house portal. Past lots of other yew locations, by the way, which is a little odd, and you can't argue it's a more hidden location because this bot farm is absolutely not hiding. There are lots of other bots in this farm across the worlds, but not quite as many as 417. There's definitely over 150 of them in 417, and my guess is probably 1,500 to 2,000 across all of the free-to-play worlds. They have all 30 melee stats and between 85 to 100 woodcutting. Let's calculate how many logs the bots in World 417 are cutting per hour by counting how many accounts go to bank their inventory of logs per minute. After reviewing the footage, 19 accounts went to bank in the last 60 seconds. I did the exercise a couple more times and got 17 and then also got 20. So let's just go with 19. So on this world alone, the botter is collecting 19 inventories of yew logs per minute, which is 532 logs. or 31,920 logs per hour. If we wanted
it's
to
not per
multiply
minute
by
because he has to
160
run all the
GP
way to
per
the fucking
log,
bank.
on this world, the botter
And
is
then all the way
making
back.
5.1 million GP per hour. Lower than I would have expected, actually. All of these bots in this world are producing roughly one really high-level member's bot worth of gold. A classic suicide bot farm that seems to have popped up suspiciously over Christmas when Jagex may not be at their computers.
Nah, Jagex ain't never. The anti-cheat team has been in their computers all fucking year, man. It worked for what, like a week this whole fucking year? When fucking ChemQ called them out? For their incompetence and how fucking... Their anti-cheat team has not been working. Why the weatherman is always... Oh! Fuck! My fucking knee! Fuck! Oh. Oh, fuck, man, if I had a fucking penny for every time I smash my fucking legs, shoulders, arms off a fucking wall or tables, man, I'd be a fucking trillionaire, man. I'd be the richest person in the fucking world, dude. Oh, fuck. No, dude, fuck off, dude. I clicked the fucking middle one. Get the fuck off my black dick. Shit, man. It's just hard as fuck beating a fucking black fucking nigga on the fucking internet, dude. Like, shit. Like, fucking 10 minutes for this fucking thing to load.
When Jagex may not be at their computers.
It's stupid how you got complaining. Really?
When Jagex
And now it's
releases a
not
new
fucking
bot-
there? It's not in the fucking whole thing? Really? You know, tell me fucking you. Tell me somebody at Google ain't fucking watching my stream and fucking with me, dude. Tell me, dude. Fuck. Yeah, I got fucking Jagex staff that fucking watches me. Fucking YouTube staff that watches me. Fuck yeah, we made it, man. We finally made it.
I want to know what happened to torture devices. Back in the day, people had
There's like probably
amazing
a million
times
fucking
torturing
streams on the internet right now. But the YouTube employees rather fucking watching me. Oh yeah, let's get it. I'm a motherfucking king. You got ding-a-ling-ling-ling. I'm the king of YouTube. I'm the king of streaming. 10 years in the fucking game.
You thought somebody was a witch? You crushed them to death. It was
I'm a
a simpler
motherfucking king. 10
time.
years in
This
the
thought
fucking
process of mine was propelled when somebody sent me a picture of the
I've streamed
brazen
to zero
bowl.
viewers
And they said, this
10
looks
years.
like you. And it does. It does look like me. And I thought that was up. I thought to myself, I don't think I'd want to be in a brazen bowl. But then it made me think about, what are all the other awesome torture devices out there? What were they used for? Would I want to be tortured to death by one of them? And that's what we're going to figure out today in, what are we going to call this? Papa Meat's Torture Device Extravaganza. Classic. Classic. I think it's going to be mostly medieval torture devices, but we might skew into, you know, a little more recent years. But, you know, we're not going to be doing waterboarding. We're not going to do anything that might be at Guantanamo Bay. We're going to keep it lighthearted. These people have been dead and tortured hundreds and hundreds of years ago, so it's fine. We can joke about it. Who cares? And we're going to start off with a classic. I feel like everybody's kind of heard of the rack before. It's a classic. I mean, it stretches you. You get all stretched out, you know, stretch the victim's body. They do a thing where they're just like, they get stretched out like that. It's pretty sweet. It's a torture device consisting of rectangular, usually wooden frames, slightly raised from the ground with a roller at one or both sides. So people are sitting there and they get you up and they're just like, confess! And the person's like, I don't know what you mean. And they start wriggling up like that, stretch you out and your bones start breaking. It's good stuff. I would, you know, if I had to, would I want to be killed by the rack? No, sounds terrible. I mean, it's they're all going to be terrible, but I'm trying to think. It's also just not a cool torture device to die from. It's a classic, yeah, but it's like, I don't know, Cadillac's a classic, and I'm not an 85-year-old man who enjoys Cadillacs, so I'm just, all in all, I feel like I'd rather be tortured by something else. I'm going to have to pass on the rack. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
But if you do have a
fucking
sweet
Honda
little
Civic,
in
dude.
a rack, you be sure and message me. Okay, don't put that in
My
the
drive's like a fucking
Today we're
Toyota or
partnering
Prius
with
or
Gamer
something.
Subs because they're not going to torture. Sure to head The next one is the Iron Maiden.
No thanks. I'm not taking fucking nutrition advice from somebody of your statute. Massive.
It's a spiked sarcophagus. You might have seen it in the Sleepy Hollow movie. And remember, that's where I first saw it. And Iron Maiden show was where I first became a man. So there it is. Cool double entendre. Not sure if that's what that means, but sounds good. Despite its reputation of being a medieval device, it's actually not a medieval torture device.
Iron Maiden and Metallica have like fucking two good songs between both of them.
From the early 19th century, so they're fucking liars. Just want to put that out there. But I will say, as an official, if I had to be tortured, I would definitely want to be in the Iron Maiden. That's fucking rad. That would be a really cool way. There's nothing cooler than seeing those doors shut, and it's just the eye hole, and you're like, and all my blood's on the ground. I am claustrophobic, though.
You just bleed out because it...
Not only would you only bleed out, but then you'd be stuck in this fucking like sarcophagus. No, actually, never mind. I don't like the idea of being I'm claustrophobic as it is. There's no way. I can't do it. Oh, and there's a factoid here that says the most famous Iron Maiden that popularized the design was that of Nuremberg, first displayed possibly as far back as 1802. The original was lost in Allied bombing of Nuremberg in 1945. Way to go, America. Bombing cool Nazi shit and destroying cool historical artifacts. Way to fucking go. We could have had a dope Iron Maiden original one, but whatever. We ruined everything. Thanks, liberal America. Next one up is Judas Cradle. Okay, a lot of these these all are just heavy metal.
Yeah, they're just changing band's name.
Judas Cradle, which is a victim was lowered onto a pointed pyramid. Jesus, like what, their butthole? The Judas Cradle was a wooden or metal pyramid-shaped seat on which the victim was placed on top. The victim's feet were commonly tied with each other to increase pain. The pointed edge of the pyramid was slowly inserted into the anus, vagina, or scrotum, resulting in excruciating pain. The torture could continue from a few hours to days. To make the process even more painful, weights would also be added to facilitate the effect, which often resulted in death by impalement. So basically, we're saying that for days, you're slowly having a pyramid-shaped device shoved into your asshole, pussy, or cock. How would you have it slowly pushed into your cock, though? Oh, there's a picture. Oh, I forgot about that. Let's see. Ooh. Oh my, this would be the worst one so far. Have you ever like wiped too deep? A little bit of your finger goes in your asshole. Just even like, I just don't do a lot of ass play, so I'm uncomfortable with that. It is. But even having something where it's like they put the tip of that pyramid in your cock hole and you slowly sit down. Well, first off, is my dick hard while I do this?
Oh yeah.
Your dick has to be hard. Because at what point, I mean, it's just gonna like roll up like a garden snake. This would be a worse one, I think, for the ladies. Because if you did your slowly, whenever you got peeled open, your fucking would just peel open into your asshole, and it would just be this like giant fucking like pinata of gutty works that poured all over the place. I'm gonna pass on the pyramid, dude. Judas Cradle, creative, but I'm gonna have to pass on it. You're a sexy little torture device, but it's also, you know what it is too? If you're a big fatty up there, all your tits and you're just fat rolls, it's also kind of public humiliation too, because you have to be naked. That's a brutal one. Next one is the Brazen Bowl, which is the one earlier. This would be literal hell. Victim is locked inside a large bronze bowl,
heat it up,
and they fucking cook you inside. They put a fire underneath it, and you get cooked inside. Was a torture and execution device designed in ancient Greece. Way to fucking go, Greeks, dude. According to legends, the Brazen Bowl was designed in the form and size of an actual bowl. It had an acoustic apparatus that converted screams into the sound of a bull. That's very metal. That's one of the coolest things I've ever heard in my life. The Romans have been claimed to have used this torture device to kill some Christians.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck God.
That's awesome. Kill the pedophiles.
Brazen Bowl, once again, first off, just being locked inside of an area, and then slowly my skin is just melting off. It's a no-go for me. To be fair, so far, I think that's the coolest one, to where I'm inside the bowl and I'm like, ah! 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 And outside the bowl, it's just like, because that's what they're saying that it would do. So that's kind of cool too. What if there's a guy who's just laughing on the inside? Now that would be kind of creepy. Coming up. Brazen Bowl. Whatever, dude. I don't need you guys' fucking validation. The Brazen Bowl, it's a no-go for me. So what did I say yes on any of them? I think I've said no to all of them so far. I'm a picky little boy when it comes to being tortured. If I'm going to get my rocks off to this, then I at least want to have a good time. Ooh, wheel torture. The breaking wheel. Limbs were broken and woven through spokes. Ooh. The breaking wheel or execution wheel, also known as the Wheel of Catherine. Who the fuck is Catherine? The fuck do they have against Catherine? Jesus. Or simply the wheel was a torture method used for public execution primarily in Europe from antiquity through the Middle Ages by breaking the bones of a criminal or bludgeoning them to death. I don't know why. Bludgeoning is such a funny word to me, honestly. Also, I just imagine my ass getting bludgeoned to death, and it's just kind of funny. Just a big fat guy getting hit to death would be kind of funny. People, it's like, don't even break his bones, just hit him with a club to death. death. Used against murderers, rapists, traitors, and or robbers. I would like to think in this scenario, I was a traitor. Yeah, I don't know who I was a traitor against, but I wronged somebody dearly. I gave someone all my trust. I was like, don't worry, I'm on your side. And I just fucking hightailed it down the road. I'm just like, I won't even believe what I just found out. And just immediately fuck over the person that I was supposed to be with. And for that, I get bludgeoned to death by a river. I like to imagine I get bludgeoned to death by a river. The primary goal of the first act was the agonizing mutilation of the body, not death. Now that doesn't sound pleasant. You know what? I think we got our first official yes, though. I like this one because I feel like my bones are very soft, so they would break quickly. It wouldn't be like something where it's like it starts to crack or anything. I think it would just be a clean, quick break, and then they would bludgeon me to death. Yeah, I'd look like a goddamn broken puppet, but yeah, will torture. That's a yes for me. That'd be fine. I deserve it. I'm a traitor. I'm Snowden. I'm a criminal against the state. The next one is Heretic's Fork. Classic. Yeah, that's brutal. Not gonna be eating dinner with that fool. Position between the breastbone and the throat. It's just like a little fork that goes like this.
Yeah, once
Which
your head
also,
gets
like,
once
what the
your
fuck?
head
Why would
gets
I
too
not-
tired, you
I just
die.
keep my neck like, okay,
No,
right?
you get neck strain.
That's my back problem, yeah. Wow, I've never had actually better posture in my life. Heretic's Fork just moved its way right up to the fucking top of the list. The device was placed between the breastbone and throat, just under the chin, and secured with a leather strap around the neck, while the victim was hung from the ceiling or otherwise suspended in a way so they could not lie down. The main purpose being to keep the victim away from sleeping. Oh, because if you're leaned up, you can't be like, I sleep like this all the time. You fucking hang my ass however you want. I'd just be like,
oh, fuck.
Actually, that's the problem. I have sleep apnea. My fucking lay back and my throat, fuck, my fat tongue lies in my throat. I can't breathe. Perfect. Heretic's Fork. I would breeze past Heretic's Fork. I wouldn't give a shit. How are they suspending me is what I want to know. You know what's the worst thing is that I just don't know if I'd like the leather strap around my neck. I'd be like, put the fucking fork, do it. I'd be like, don't even need the strap. I'll do it for you. And I'd put it like this because I'd be so comfortable. They'd be like, they'd walk in the next day, Saya, has he broken yet? And he's like, no, he's got 9 hours of sleep every night. He's more rested than he's ever been. Okay, I don't like this next one. Pair of Anguish. I don't like that name, first off. Oh my god, that is brutal. Expanded after insertion into orifices. What a fucking description. Also known as the Pope's Pear. That sounds sexual, in a way. The mechanism consists of a pear-shaped metal body divided into spoon-like segments that can be spread apart with a string or by turning a key. Its proposed functionality as a torture device is to be variously inserted into the mouth, rectum, or vagina, and then expanded to gag or mutilate the victim. Its historical use as a torture device is controversial. Why is it controversial, Nick?
They don't know if they actually used it for torture.
So are they using this for pleasure? I mean, it kind of said the Pear of Anguish, and it's the Pope's Pear. Either put it in the mouth, rectum, or vagina. Come on, dude. Once again, here we are again. I would welcome the Pope's Pear. I'd be like, fucking, where is this? Where's the key? Start turning, is what I would say. My asshole in medieval times would be calloused. It'd be like a woman's soccer, or a woman's, like, catcher's mitt. Old, used leather. I feel like I could make money off of it. I would do the fucking Pope's Pear in public. I don't give a shit. What is this? Is this the baby hour? This is what it feels like. I'd be all over the place. I'd be everywhere. With the Pope's Pear back in the day, my asshole looks like Mighty Joe Young's eye. That's what it looks like. Looks like King Kong's knuckle. That's what it looks like. That's what my asshole looks like. Oh, the Head Crusher. That's a good Megadeth song. Dead by the Head Crusher. Wasn't the song right? Yeah. It's not a very inventive name. You can't go from Pair of Anguish to fucking Head Crusher. Slowly crush a skull. Well, that would be a bummer. This metal device featured a plate that sat below the victim's jaw, which was connected by a frame to the head cap. As the torturer slowly twisted the handle, the gap between the head cap plate decreased, crushing the skull, including the teeth, mandible, and facial bones, and ultimately inducing death. But not before the victim's jaw had been crushed and their eyes had been possibly extruded from their sockets. To aggravate the pain, the torture master would sometimes amuse himself by tapping on the metal cap with a small hammer. That is fucked. This feels like the first one where it's like, I don't know if you would go into shock quick enough. One of my biggest fears is, there was this episode of Baki, the grappler, when I was younger that I watched, where Baki's squeezing this fucking guy like this. It's like his brother. He's like, the headlock, and the guy's gritting his teeth, and his teeth fucking break, and they pop out of his gums. And ever since then, I've like had like a horrible fascination of like the feeling of your teeth clenching together so hard, and you hear them crackle and break and go out of your mouth. That would be a little too much. So far, this might be my
stop watching kids shows.
I think no, I don't know. The Brazen Bowl. Do you think that you would pass out from your own flesh smoke?
You'd probably suffocate from the smoke.
Hey, you're supposed to suffocate the smoke. See, now the Brazen Bowl is like, it's just the claustrophobia thing. If I wasn't claustrophobic, once again, I bet I'd smell good being cooked.
Yeah, you'd overheat to death. You wouldn't even die from fucking smoke. How the fuck would smoke it in there?
Or something like that. Sizzling fat. Head Crusher.
It's made out of fucking brass, and the fire's lit underneath it.
torn or mutilated a woman's breast. Is that what breast stripper is? Okay, that's breast stripper known in another form of the iron spider. That's so much cooler.
The iron spider
was a torture instrument used on women, usually who were accused of an array of negative attributes decided by male inquisitors. Wait, what? Negative attributes decided by male inquisitors. Your feet are too big. Rip her tits off! The instrument was designed to rip the breast from women and was made from iron, which was usually heated. Hello, Mary Elizabeth. Hello. You said that too loud! Get the iron spider! That's brutal. The more I read about like Salem witch trials, the more that to be a guy back then who just like an incel back in the day, so much power. So much unbelievable power. It's pretty remarkable. The saw, victim sawed in half. Wow, once again, we're not really, come on now. The torturers would saw into the victim's crotch, all the blood in the head. They will oxygenate the brain so the victim will not pass out as one normally would under such excruciating pain. Typically the saw would reach the victim's navel before unconsciousness, sometimes as far as the midriff. God damn. That's fucked. Thank God my dick is like small. I have like big balls and a small dick. I feel like you can cut through. Actually, I don't know. That'd even be worse. I feel like ball skin is definitely thicker than like cock skin. They breeze past that dick though, dude. I'm telling you. We're making record time with this, this saw. I'm just like, oh, thank you. I know. Rat torture. Rat placed on the abdomen and heated from above. This is one of the ones that was at the Kansas City Renaissance Festival. They had like a little castle that showed all of the torture devices, and the guy in there had it on his stomach, and I was always like, is that real? And I used to get all scared. A pottery bowl filled with rats was placed open side down on the naked body of a prisoner. When the hot charcoal was piled on the bowl, the rats would gnaw into the very bowels of the victim in an attempt to escape the heat. Serial killer Richard Klinski alleged in a series of entries that one of his preferred methods of murder was to tie up a victim and leave them in a cave overnight so they could be eaten alive by rats. What a cool guy. Dick Kuklinski really was a fucking rad dude. Talk about some fucking like autistic energy from that. One of my favorite things to do ever is to kidnap someone and leave them in a... First of all, a cave? Where the fuck are you? Like, what are you, a caveman? Where the fuck do you find a cave? Have you ever seen a cave before in your life? You have? Okay, Richard Kuklinski, fucking crazy bastard. I see them all the time with my rats and my... He would also leave a Super 8 camera in the cave to film the events. Like many of Kuklinski's other claims, this has been disputed due to the lack of evidence. He's a fucking liar. Wow, Nick, how do I know your name's actually Nick? Flaying, skin removed from the living body. That would suck. That's Dagon style, dude. Iboka. Skinning is a method of slow and painful execution in which skin is removed from the body. Typical causes of death due to flaying are shock, critical loss of blood, or other body fluids, hypothermia, or infections, and the actual death is estimated to occur from a few hours up to a few days after the flaying. God,
a few days?
The fuck? I could do that easy. I'd be like, oh, did you get enough? Why don't you grab some more? So I'd say, I'd be that kind of guy. Because I'm a badass like that. But they'd be like, whoa, he's a badass. And they'd sew it back on, and I'd walk my ass out of that torture chamber. Okay. The tub. Victim placed in a wooden tub, only head exposed, attracting insects. His face would be then painted with milk and honey. Soon flies would begin to feed on the person. They also make it a point to feed the victim regularly so he would end up sitting in his own excrement. Honestly, out of everything so far, I think the tub would be the worst. And here's why. Honey on my face? You know how fucking sticky that would be? And also it'd be itchy. I would sit in a tub of my own shit. I'd be like, feed me more. I mean, I've shit myself plenty of times. Don't you think like, oh God, I'm in a tub. There's fucking like insects eating at my face. Oh no, I know I'm in my own poop. I don't think I really care about that. It'd be the honey thing would fuck me up. I think I would just go insane from the honey. Just the stickiness and it'd be itchy. That would fuck me up, dude. That'd be so annoying. Fuck's sakes. I'd probably shit myself just for the fun of it though. Smell something different, think about, try to like get your senses on something else. Impalement. Victim sat on a sharp pole which rose through the body. You know Impalement. Vlad the Impaler. He puts a big pole through your bum and you bleed out. Kinda hot. Vlad impaled over 20,000 people. Who cares, dude? Yeah, right. How the fuck would we know that? It's him like sitting in his chair. Like, oh really? You impaled people? Oh yeah, big time. How many people? Like 20,000 probably. Do you have proof of that? Sure, look at the paintings over there on the wall. Fuck off, Vlad. I don't fucking believe any of that. I bet they did it once.
So you think it's just a scare tactic?
Yeah, 100%. Don't want to mess with him. He'll shove a huge wooden stake up your ass. Also, he turns into bats and he drinks people's blood.
People going up to his castle would see all the bodies impaled.
Says who?
It's wrote down.
Wrote down by who? Yeah, people walk up here all the time and they see all the crazy kooky dead bodies. I'm not buying it. Vlad's definitely one of those guys you walk up and it's like, where's all the poles at? I thought we were gonna... And he's like, you better get out of here. I'm gonna impale you. And he's like hiding behind his castle wall. He probably paid people to say that. When you go back, just say that you saw tons of people impaled, okay? Tongue tear. Clamped and pulled out the tongue. That would be brutal. Sometimes I think about when I bite my tongue sometimes with my teeth. Having a clamp down and somebody ripping out your tongue, that'd be brutal. You wouldn't be able to talk after that. Hey, could someone get me a tongue tear for my wife? Ooh, I like this one. Spanish tickler, cat's paw, raked and tore skin. Spanish tickler is way too hot of a title for something that's so painful. Did Jesus get Spanish tickler? This terrible device was used in most of Europe during the Middle Ages. It's a very simple instrument that was used to tear victims' skin apart. Due to its shape, neither bones nor muscles were spared. The victims were naked and tied, making him or her completely defenseless. Then the tortures began the sometimes public act of mutilating the victim. They often began with the limbs and slowly moved to the chest, back, neck, and finally the face. You know what's really fucking offensive about this, Nick, is that you didn't put that our Lord and Savior was Spanish tickled. Jesus Christ was a fucking instrument of the Spanish tickler.
He was tickled for you.
He was... That's the thing. Jesus was tickled for you. The wooden horse. Victim sat on a sharp wooden triangle. Didn't we already go over this? Wait, is there a pyramid and another one? Talk about fucking plagiarism, dude. A triangle device with one end of the triangle pointing upward and mounted on the sawhorse like something. Yeah, come on, dude. Get your own fucking torture device, dude. He saw it one time on vacation. Oh my god, he brings it back. I have an idea called the wooden horse. The press. Heavy weights placed on the body. Yeah, I live that life every day. That is fucking torture. That's why I'm gonna start calling myself Hunter the Press Hancock. Yeah, you sit there, you lay down, and people put fucking rocks on your chest or whatever. Who gives a shit? It's difficult for all of us. The pendulum. Pendulum's a classic. This is probably the one I'd want to die by. A swinging blade moving closer to the victim. Nothing sweet. Yeah, super cool. Although invented to cause maximum pain, the pendulum primary function was to induce psychological fear into the victim, thereby extracting a quick confession. I wouldn't. I'd be like, look, ride the fucking lightning, dude. Hell yeah. The drunkard's cloak. Public humiliation device resembling a barrel. Oh, this is the one. Yeah. Basically, they would just, if you were drunk in public, you'd have to like put the straps on and you have to wear a barrel like a dress. And I'm guessing back in the day, people were like, no, please not the drunkard's cloak. Oh. Pussies. The dunking stool. A test to identify witches, but later was used without the chair. If they float, they're a witch. If the person sunk and drowned, they were not a witch. What a catch fucking 22. That is so funny. It's horrible. Don't get me wrong, but that's hysterical actually. If you float, you're a witch. Everyone's like, yeah. And if you drowned, well, no, you're not. I don't want to drown though. I would like to live. Go on. Off with you now. Hanging cage. Displayed in a cage until decomposition. That would suck. I would. There's no way. You put my ass in a cage and you hang me up because they basically are saying they put you up and you're like, to people.
Yeah.
No. If people walk by, they don't give a shit. I would. You know what would happen if I was in a hanging cage in the Middle Ages? I would have a Pretty Woman moment. A rich guy walks down. In the cage, show him my fucking my pear asshole or where the fuck it was from earlier, and he'd be like, oh my, you're coming home with me. Thank you. The brank, metal cage around the head with a spiked plate, was an instrument of punishment as a form of public humiliation. It was an iron muzzle and an iron framework that enclosed the head. It functioned to silence the wearer from speaking entirely and caused extreme pain and psychological trauma to scare and intimidate the wearer into submission. It was used primarily on women. I like how this has been an ongoing meme, because I like to sit here, I like to make jokes about my wife, but you know, he's a bit more harsh back then. I feel like that's definitely started as a joke. What if we just made a cage for their head? And some guy in the back is just like foaming at the mouth. That's a good idea. Crocodile shears. Heated metal pincers used to mutilate flesh. Oh my god. Man. I don't like that. Note the shears with crocodile-shaped head and teeth. Those are first heated up until they are glowing red. Then they will be used to clamp the unlucky man's genitals, where they'll be snatched with brute force. God damn. Jesus. They're kind of doing him a favor by heating him up. Probably fucking rips him off like butter. But then also, you know, it's a disinfectant too of the heat and everything like that. Would you ever get castrated? Would you ever think about ever doing that?
I was thinking about it.
I hate that you're wearing like a realtor polo and your hair's combed over when you said that. It's too true to me. Bamboo torture. Bamboo shoots forced to grow under the body is a form of torture and execution where bamboo shoots grow through the body of a victim. That is fucking awesome. Is reportedly used in East and South Asian countries such as China, India, and especially Japan, but claims of usage lack reliable evidence. Wait, you mean the land of anime had torture? That doesn't track with me. That's some other bullshit fairy tale stuff that people talk about, dude. Oh yeah, we let bamboo grow through people. Can I see it? Well, we're not doing it right now. Flute of shame. Public humiliation for bad musicians. That's funny. A heavy iron flute was shackled to the musician's neck. The musician's fingers were then clamped to the keys to give the impression they were playing the instrument. Finally, just to further the humiliation, they were forced to wear the flute while being paraded around town so the public could throw rotten food and vegetables at them. God damn. One guy writes a bad song. He's like, I'm learning. I don't know. And they're like fucking throwing at him. Jesus Christ. That's just down. If I'm being honest, that's just downright mean. That's just downright mean. Can you imagine Flute of Shame nowadays with
Flute of
fucking
Shame?
all the stuff we see online on TikTok and shit like that? That's the problem though. Is everybody's a fucking
I don't
stuck up
watch
music
TikTok.
bitch
I'm
and they
not
just
really
want to
into
like, you know what I mean,
watching
bitchy
kids
little
dance.
critic, and they're like, I don't like that. So everybody
I'm
would
really
have
attracted
fucking
to
iron
kids or
flutes and
dancing.
stuff like that. Iron Flute's a pretty sweet punk
Never
band
really had
name, though.
interest
You
to
know,
watch
with
kids
that,
dance on
I think that
TikTok.
we've covered a good fair bit of liars.
I think it's kind
because
of
a lot of
fucked
these
up,
people
dude.
are fucking lying. Where's the video?
If I was
proof?
with
That's what I
somebody in
wanna-
real
not
life and
one
they put it
Polaroid.
on TikTok, I'd fucking just grab their phone, throw it across the throw it fucking away. What the fuck you doing, dude? Don't hang out with me and watch that shit, dude. What the fuck, dude? Go watch your child porn. Go watch your softcore child porn on some other fucking time, dude. Like, fuck, I don't want to watch children fucking dance, dude. Like, fuck. Oh, you got sponsored by Gatorade? Nice, dude.
So it turns out the medieval fantasy game I started playing when I was a kid gave birth to the world's most visited casino. Somehow, RuneScape's Duel Arena, this tiny collection of buildings in the desert, was
I
the
would say Las Vegas is a lot more visited.
springboard for the fastest growing company in the world with tens of billions of dollars in profit in a few years. RuneScape started as a tiny indie
Yeah, but you gotta convert the billions. You can't convert to fucking $1 billion fucking dollars in real life. That's like $1 billion, probably like $1,000. Like,
game, but today I will answer how an F1 team, Drake, and the world's most visited casino all tie back to it. And then the founders paid a little visit back to the RuneScape community. They created a streaming platform and solicited my favorite RuneScape content
signed the
creators.
whole OSRS category. Messing around and signed the whole OSRS category. It's only Oda, that's the only fucking one. It's unrecognizable.
To promote it. And so by the end of this video, you'll learn how RuneScape is the most covert sleeper game in the world, with its players having far-reaching impacts from crypto to America's gambling epidemic. Now, gambling makes a lot more losers than winners, and over the next few weeks, I'll be covering how it is growing into one of the worst things to afflict the Western world.
Oh
And
man,
how,
this guy's way
surprisingly,
too close to his fucking mic. I can hear saliva in his fucking mouth. Fuck, I can't watch, dude. I can't watch fucking videos like that. Those guys who fucking buy, like, they spend like $500 on a fucking microphone. They think they need to talk like fucking this close to it, like with their mouths, like their lips just fucking touching it. It's fucking stupid, dude. A microphone can pick up fucking like 20 feet away. You don't even fucking do that, man. And it's so fucking disgusting because you hear their fucking like saliva in their fucking mouth too. What the fuck you doing, dude? Conker's Bad Fur Day Part 3, what? What? Conker's Bad Fur Day, there's another one? I remember that on N64.
Hello! Have a little fun and see if they can kill me.
Come on, dude.
It's never worked yet.
Made Banjo Kazooie, so yeah.
Let's go. Yeah, it's just came back. I don't even know there's another one. Fuck this. Says here, RuneScape. Feels a huge problem. Yeah, no clue, dude. Yep. Yep. Of course it's a huge fucking problem, man. Drink. Oh, fuck. Ah. Switch back to one sweats, man. Fuck.
Hello everyone, I'm from New York. Today is the 7th day after my facelift. The swelling is less than I expected, the pain is well controlled, and my face looks firmer. I'm very satisfied. Thank you, Dr. Shah, for the meticulous surgery and post-
Dr. Shah y a su equipo en Shanghái. Gracias. Dr. Shah.
Meticulous. Come on, dude.
Yeah, for the
Ain't no,
surgery.
ain't no blonde. You know this shit's fake, dude. Ain't no Asian. Ain't no blonde woman using the word meticulous. There's no blonde woman in the whole fucking world of blonde women has used the word meticulous.
Shanghai. I hope you have a pleasant visit. Dr. Xia.
Dr. Shah in Shanghai, highly recommend.
Thanks for the recognition. Happy to help. Welcome to Shanghai.
Those aren't real people. That was all AI-generated content used by a surgeon's team in Shanghai, China, to make consumers undergo facelift surgery with them. Comments such as, where's the location? Could I get the address? Cost of the procedure? How about the price? Show that not only people are willing to get these procedures to look younger, which makes sense. I mean, guess it's a beauty standard to look young. By the way, if you're watching this and you're an older person and you got wrinkles on your face, it's cool. I can't wait to get wrinkles. I'll take my time on it though, but it's not a bad thing. It's pretty obvious that something very scummy is going on here, and specifically on Instagram Reels. So in today's video, we're going to be talking all about these AI surgeons. And not only that, but I actually got in contact with them on WhatsApp as well, and I called them out on their BS. I literally screenshotted their AI surgeon and said, this is not the same guy, but we're going to get to that. With that being said, let's get started with today's video. Hey guys, welcome back to another video.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, here's some funny fan art, dude. Me get a lot. Me got the bomber clots. Me get a lot. Me fuck a lot. Me get the bomber clots. Me fuck a lot. Bomber clots. Me fuck a lot. Bomber clots. Me smoke a lot. Bomber clots. Me real Jamaica man. Bomber clots.
I'm just doing this because
me
this
get
is a
so
very
much pussy man.
impromptu
Bomber
topic. I
clots.
want to get this video out as quick as possible, but I hope you're all doing fine. Hope you're having a great holiday season. Am I tripping? I don't really feel that the festivity this year around. Am I tripping, guys? I just don't feel it. I don't know. I wish I did some more, but yeah, if you guys want to submit fan art, the ones that I usually pop up in the beginning of my videos, I haven't done in a while. Discord.gg/tub, you can submit fan art there and talk to each other there. So if we're going to be talking about AI, I'm sure you guys all know what AI is by now. I'm not going to explain what AI is. However, we have seen an influx of AI across all short form content. Yes, that includes YouTube Shorts, TikToks, Instagram Reels.
It's a lot easier and it gets a lot more views. Why not? Ow, fuck my fucking ear, dude. Fuck these stupid fucking earphones. Fuck, I think it's fucking bleeding. That hurts so fucking bad, man. Oh, fuck, man. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ, dude. I invent new ways to torture my fucking self, man. I've never had that problem of me fucking constantly fucking hitting the fucking cable and it fucking ripping right out of my fucking ear and trying to take the fucking ear with it. Instead of coming out of the fucking ear, it pulls down and tries to rip the fucking ear off with it. Jesus, fuck. I need a break from this life, or I need a knife. Need a break or a knife. Either one. I need a break or a knife. Either one. I need a break or my life. I need a break or a knife to end this bullshit. I need a break or a knife to end this bullshit.
With the introduction of AI, not only were things going to get easier, I mean, it's literally scripting code for people, but it is going to get a lot more dangerous on the internet. It is going to be easier.
Code that's not fucking updated. Like, it's fuck code from fucking their last module, which is like fucking what, like 2022 or something like that? Like, it's not fucking updated at all. And it doesn't even connect to the internet too, so if it tries to generate you a fucking folder or a link, it's a dead link. I mean, you could probably make fucking, you can type program shit like offline, but nothing online, nothing
to trick gullible people. It already is. I don't know why I'm using future tense. It is easy to trick people with AI. Not only does this video serve,
it's even easy to trick people with fucking regular videos. People think everything on fucking TV and everything in fucking the movies is fucking real. People think every single fucking YouTube video, like all the Mr. Beast challenges, all that shit are fucking real. They don't know what entertainment is. They never heard of entertainment.
as a warning,
You
but
see,
I
it's
want
all
to show you
fucking
guys just how
reality.
scummy these people can get. And we also have some extra DLC at the end of this video where I go over an AI influencer, well, a couple AI influencers. But yeah, if we're gonna talk about these AI facelift.
That's why if I make an AI video, it does way better than 10 of my regular videos would do. One AI short would do better than 10 videos I've spent fucking like at least an hour per video on. So if I can pump out a fucking AI short that's going to do way better in fucking 2 minutes without me doing any fucking manual labor. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna do that fucking a million times. Like my channel it doesn't like I get more views while I'm sleeping than when I'm actually fucking conscious. Like I get more fucking views in my sleep than when I'm fucking actually awake talking to you guys and shit. What else? Yeah. I remember back in the day, I'd upload like 10 videos just for one subscriber, dude. Like, but then again, I do live the hardest life in the world, or at least one of the top 2 hardest lives. Right? Nobody else is. Everyone else is fucking playing easy mode in life. Like you're busting my ass day in day out and still getting fucked every day, man. Yeah, abandoned from my family when I was a kid. Had to raise my fucking self through my teenage years. Yeah, this is my first fucking up, man. That's just a start. That's just a start. You know, you should have been like, fuck this, dude. It's just gonna get worse from here, right? But yeah, yeah. I got no mom to love me. I got no mom to say Happy Christmas to me. Got no mom to say fucking Merry Christmas, Happy Birthday, and all that shit, dog. Fuck. It's beginning to feel a lot like Christmas.
Surgeons, where did I find them? Honestly, you guys do send me a lot of stupid stuff in my Instagram DMs, but sometimes you guys
Do you guys know any dentists? I have this tooth at the back that's decaying. And I feel it decaying. It's all the way in the back. Do you have any guys a dentist? Because I can't afford the normal dentist. Any guys could just get the little spoon and look at my tooth? Actually, never mind. There's 0 people here. I'm just talking to myself. Fuck.
me good tips, and this was one of them. So thank you to you guys that always send me some weird ass Instagram account to look over. My Instagram is @mynameistuv. I haven't plugged that in so long. Go follow me on Instagram @mynameistuv. So one thing you're gonna notice throughout this video is I'm gonna do a lot of censoring. I'm gonna say the word allegedly a lot. And now, why, Tuv? Why are you doing this now? Why are you censoring the names of these accounts and using the word allegedly? Well, to make a long story very, very short, let's just say legal threats.
Yep.
That's all I'll say. Don't worry, I'm
go
good.
copyrighted if they
But,
say the name.
you know, just gotta watch out. Gotta watch out. Hey, that's what happens when you become a bigger YouTuber, you know? So this
Yeah.
account that I'm looking at specifically, there's 2 AI facelift accounts we're gonna go over today, both owned by the same company, I guess. Allegedly, this is not their username, which is why I'm not blurring it. This is their profile name, and it is Dr. Chia Aesthetic. They have 27 posts, 204,000 followers, and are following 0 people. They're categorized as health and beauty, and their bio reads, well, it looks like it's German. If you click translate,
Yeah,
it
it looks
says
like it is
individual
German with the
facial
fucking
planning,
U.
precise surgery, and sustainable rejuvenation results. Performance range, SMAS lifting, volume building, rhinoplasty. So first thing off the bat, once you go through their posts, you'll see that the surgeon always changes. It's always a different looking Asian man. And then to the left, they always have the quote unquote client holding up an image of what they used to look like, and they're presenting what they look like now. I showed this to my friend. He's not on Instagram that often. He's just, for lack of a better term, a normie. And
But they look
my
anything
friend,
like
he's
you. What
not
the
on
fuck?
Instagram that often. He's just,
That ain't you.
for lack of a better term, a normie. And he was like, honestly, I would not be able to tell if this was AI. That's where we are, man. Like, I feel like I say this every time. I think I'm just so chronically online that I'm like, okay,
You
no,
should be able to fucking tell it's AI. They're all acting like they're fucking actors. They're all smiling. They all have really good fucking eye contact with the cameras. Like, none of them are fucking looking away or like stumbling over any words. You should know they're fucking AI. It's too perfect.
This is why it's not AI. Look at it. Tubbs rules on how to know if you're watching an AI video. So if it shows humans, most of the time they're glossy. For some reason, they're always glossy or sweaty or something like that. And also the videos are just too perfect. I mean, what type of surgeon is this close to a client that isn't performing surgery on them? Like just for a video? And also the movements look almost
looks nothing like this
slow
guy, dude.
motion. It's very odd. It's very weird. Quite obvious that they're using the same prompt for every single client, allegedly. Is this BS? Well, the result is. I'm pretty sure they're holding an image of what they actually looked like before the procedure, though they are lying about what they look like now. This is AI, allegedly. Now, another thing you'll notice in AI videos is their voices.
Hello friends, I'm from Vancouver. It's the 7th day after my surgery and my recovery is progressing steadily.
Oh yeah, you can hear the fucking chatter in the back of it. You can hear like the interference in the back too. It's not like a steady voice.
Is reassuring, and the initial results look very natural and beautiful. Thanks.
Their voices sound, you know why their voices sound so weird? It's because AI is collecting a bunch of voices from around the world on the internet and mashing it into one person.
Yeah.
That's why they sound like they always have a chorus effect. That's why they somewhat sound like this. In case you don't know what chorus effect means, I'm pretty sure you do know. It's a lot of voices.
Nice
in
editing,
one.
man.
You know, like
That's
in
good.
music, it's usually layered. That's why it sounds like there's a bunch of layers whenever AI videos
sound like this.
have voices in them. It's pretty interesting because this page is going global. They're going worldwide.
Yeah,
They're
250,000
Spanish,
subs. Yeah.
English, German, other languages that I can't even detect, that I don't even know. Now, is this scummy? Yes. Is this legal? It's pretty obvious though. I'm pretty sure it is illegal to lie about surgery results as a professional doctor. And at least in the US,
In Canada,
it is
it's
legal.
not.
It is illegal to lie about that. It says here it can lead to legal action for medical malpractice, negligence, fraud, and even criminal charges if it causes the patient's harm. Of course, that is in the US. Look, when it comes to talking about the legality of AI, and especially another country, I don't even want to step into that territory because like I said before, lawsuit threat. So we're not going to do that in this video. We're just going to talk about being safe on the internet, okay? Anyway, the other account, Dr. Chia Praxis, has 3,828 followers and 13 posts. And again, with the German bio, that translates to plastic surgeon spice, minimally invasive SMAS, microlifts with small cuts, volume construction, and precise rhinoplasty. And as you might imagine, it is literally the same type of content on this page. I'm pretty sure they just re-upload videos. They're doing that method that streamers do when they pay a bunch of pages to be fan pages for them and then post for them. It's pretty smart. You don't look like your own fan page. Dude, I post my own clips on my own main profile on Instagram, by the way. But yeah, if any Tub fan pages want to spawn in and post for me, thank you. So what did I do to get in contact with them? I mean, they didn't have their WhatsApp linked to their bio. They didn't have anything linked to their bio. They were just posting the Instagram reels. I made an Instagram alt. I named it, should I even tell you guys what I named it? I'll send to the last. You guys are gonna find it, bro. I literally have to change the name of it by the time this video comes out. I named it Jesse Pennington 726, all right? And I literally went on Google and I looked up old white woman selfie. I know. I'm gonna be censoring her face for obvious reasons, but I had to make this believable. So I went out of my way to DM both accounts the same thing. Hi, I'm interested in a facelift. Where are you located? Hi, dear. And then they didn't even bother removing the quotes. I don't know if they're using ChatGPT. I don't know what they're using, because I'm pretty sure if you just use Google Translate, it doesn't give you quotes.
Yeah,
or maybe they got given quotes. Maybe this is like an employee. I don't know. But the point is, it's pretty funny they left the quotes in. Hi there, I'm a plastic surgeon based in Shanghai. Where are you from? Feel free to share your WhatsApp so we can chat more. I said, I'm from Hawthorne, California. Okay, here's my WhatsApp. And I sent them the QR code with my WhatsApp, which I'm not going to show here. They say, okay, man. Dear friend, I will add your account later. Please pay attention to my message. This is my, and then their number. You can also add me. This is my only social account. After adding, please describe your needs and send me a few photos of yourself. I will help you do a detailed facial analysis. And I said, okay. Now, what I was wondering is, are both accounts going to send me the same number? And fun fact, they didn't. They sent me separate numbers. But it's Still going for the Dr. Chia dude,
Yeah,
right?
it's
The
probably
other
just two
account
different
said, "Dear friend,
phones.
I will add your account shortly. Please follow my messages. This is my number." And then it's a different number. You can also add me directly. This is my only social media account. After adding me, please describe your needs and send a few photos of yourself. I will then conduct a detailed facial analysis for you. All right, so here we are on WhatsApp. You guys are going to be seeing my screen recording live. So out of the two numbers, one of them was short-lived and the other one I had a full conversation with. So we're going to go through the short-lived conversation first. "Hello, I'm interested in the facelift. I saw you guys on Instagram Reels. Hi dear, is it convenient for you to take a photo of your face? Our hospital is in Shanghai.
dear.
When do you plan to have your facial surgery?" There's the image I took, which is obviously censored. Well, I didn't take the picture. I went on Google for it. "This is me. When are you guys available the quickest? How old are you, dear? Are you willing to undergo surgery to improve facial sagging? I'm 48, and yes, I am. Are you willing to undergo a facelift? From the photos, I can see that your skin is very loose and needs to be lifted and removed." God.
Lifted and removed?
If I was a 48-year-old woman and considering
I'd be
facelift
pissed.
surgery, and someone told me that, especially a doctor, allegedly,
Your face needs to be lifted and
I
removed.
might just book my flight. They continue to say, "Facelift surgery. The incision is made deep from the hairline in front of the ear, and deep SMAS facial peeling and repositioning are performed to lift the face. Then the excess skin is removed to achieve a youthful look that lasts for more than 10 years. So then they send me some videos. They're just 3D models of facelift surgery, nothing crazy. I say, "Wow, can you show me the client's results?" Now here they say yes. And here they legitimately send me their client's results. They don't use the AI. Now, just to be safe, I'm not going to be showing these people's faces. Like, these are real people. The ones I'm talking about here on WhatsApp, those are real people. Their method is they lie to you on Instagram, allegedly, by using AI. And then once you go over on WhatsApp, they show you the real results, but they're not as promising. So in conversation 2, I pretended to be more demanding of the results that we see on Instagram and why are they not the same here. So let's get into that conversation. "Hi, I'm interested in a facelift. Thank you for contacting Dr. Chia Beautiful Clinic. Please let us know how we can help you. I'd like a facelift. I don't like my wrinkles. Yes, no problem. From the photo, your face mainly shows sagging skin in the mid-face and deep nasolabial folds. The skin under your eyes is also loose and has noticeable fine lines, making your face look tired and uneven." That hurt me, and I'm not even the person in the image. So I respond with, "Oh, sad emoticon. What should we do about that? However, your facial features are very beautiful, and your skin is well maintained. You only need minor adjustments, and the overall effect will be excellent, making your face look more natural and youthful." "Oh wow, okay. I'd like to see your client's results, please. You can undergo a minimally invasive facelift to improve nasolabial folds, lift and tighten facial skin, and reduce sagging in the mid-face area. A lower eyelid
3
lift improves
a.m.?
wrinkles
Damn,
around the eyes,
man's up
allowing the
early.
skin to adhere better and making the face look naturally 5 to 10 years
Man's up at
younger."
3
I say,
a.m. doing this
"Okay,
shit."
but can I see your client's results?" Again, I'm not going to
that's
show that
'cause
because
China's
they are
fucking,
using real humans. They're actually sending the real pictures of the
I think
real
China's 12
clients.
hours
Yay.
ahead, I forget.
Bare minimum, am I right? But they don't do that
I
on
used to have to call
Instagram. They
China.
do that once you ask for them. Never heard of.
I used to have to call China to troubleshoot a video wall that I was installing in the summer. Because all the LEDs are from fucking China, right? All the electronics and LEDs are from China. So I had to call. It was fucking Shanghai. I had to call. I think they're 12 hours ahead.
That one before. You got to ask for client results. They don't just show it to you at the beginning. I say, "Wow, these are all recent customers from countries like Egypt and Australia, and the results have been excellent." So I send an image from their Instagram. They say, "These photos were taken after our surgery." They're referring to their image. They ignored me. But look what they say. "These photos were taken after our surgery using the original camera without any beauty filters. You can see the real changes."
Why are
And
you
yeah,
putting
by
beauty
looking at the
filters?
images of the real people, it doesn't look like they have filters. It looks like they're bruised from the facelift, which, yeah, I understand it takes a while to heal. Duh. So I tell them I like the result of the AI generated video a lot. I don't know why they sent 2 asterisks, but they say, "Yes, it looks naturally youthful, as firm and beautiful as your own young face without any unnatural feel." I just straight up asked, "Is that a real video or AI? Honey, do you think AI can be this realistic?
Yeah.
You can also refer to the case studies I sent you. All of them show real results." And I literally just put them on blast. I sent them their whole page and I said, "But these all look AI to me. They all look the same. I mean, the voices sound weird too. That might be related to the camera or the system. You can refer to the example I sent you. The one that didn't have any beauty filters. What do you mean the one that didn't have any? Did these have beauty filters? What are they called? The Freudian slip? Is that the thing? You guys are gonna correct me. And then they proceed to send more videos of the actual surgeon doing surgery on people's faces. Again, these are real. Then why are you using AI? Oh yeah, to get more people to contact you. Both the consultation and procedure were done by Dr. Chia. Our hospital also has many doctors specializing in other areas, but Dr. Chia is the best at minimally invasive facial lifting. Okay, I believe you in these videos that you're sending me, but the videos on Instagram are clearly AI, which makes me question if I want to get my procedure by Dr. Chia or not. And I send them this image and I say, this is clearly AI. To you, audience, I ask you, is this AI?
That's not even a
You're probably gonna say yes.
Yeah.
But I have to say that this is allegedly AI, okay? Trying to be safe out here. I mean, in case this is your native language, let me know down in the comments below. And then I also said, and this is not Dr. Chia. I'm censoring the real guy's face, but that's the AI generated doctor next to the real doctor. Haha, darling, that's not Dr. Chia. That's our operating room assistant. You're telling me that whenever the people on Instagram are saying, I got my procedure by Dr. Chia, they're always standing next to a quote unquote operating room assistant. Why not stand next to Dr. Chia?
Yeah,
because it's AI generated, allegedly. Then they send me his credentials, which I believe, okay? And then I call them out. I say, then why do these women call these two other people Dr. Chia and they respond? Look.
Hi to see Dr. Chia, and I'm so glad I did. Day 3 post-op, and my recovery is going really well. I'm very pleased.
I'm honored. Thank you for your support.
Thanks so much, Dr. Chia. Thank you, and welcome to Shanghai.
Literally, I mean, unless the operating room assistant also goes by Dr. Chia, which I doubt. I say, also, this is literally AI generated. This is incoherent text. You can refer to the video I sent you. The consultation and procedure were both performed by Dr. Chia, so you don't need to worry. And then I just send it again. I say, what does this say? Tell me what it says.
Yeah, if you see a lot, doctor.
Dear, if you want firmer facial skin to improve sagging and drooping and to look naturally younger, then you can choose Dr. Chia to perform your surgery. And I'm just like, okay, they're just gonna ignore it. They just ignore it. They don't acknowledge when you talk about the AI. They're just like, but look at these videos. I say, okay, how do we proceed? When would you like to come? I will help you schedule an appointment. I say January. They say, yes, no problem. I will arrange for a translator and driver to pick you up from the airport and also schedule your consultation with Dr. Chia. Whatever, blah, blah, blah. It saddens me how these surgeons are trying to take advantage of, I'm going to say older people that don't know about generative AI. And it doesn't even have to be older people. It could just be young. It could be younger people too that are insecure about their face drooping, as they say, and take advantage of that and use AI for it's so fricked up, bro. It's so fricked up. But like I said at the beginning of the video, allegedly. And also, I want to talk to you guys about AI influencers. So this is going to be a shorter portion of this video. So there's this account named Ayana So Black, and the whole premise of it is that it's a beautiful black woman, except she's not real. It's AI. This is definitely fetishizing black women. They definitely put in the prompt, make her as black as possible and have a pretty face and big boobs and a small waist. But yeah, when I saw one of her videos in my Instagram Reels feed, and at first glance, I was like, who? Damn, like, she cute. Like, who's she? And then I realized, like, oh, I just fell for an AI video. And this is one of the more successful ones. I mean, her Reels get up to 10 million views. Her Reels. Why am I using, like it's definitely a man behind the account. Allegedly. Yeah, allegedly. Wow, I feel like 2017 Tov right now, saying the way I'm talking. But, it's so weird, like, the bio says the answer is yes. It's so gross, fetishized. And in case you're wondering, how can you tell it's AI? Bro, they're always glossy. You can tell this is AI. Like, it's literally,
both of them are glossy.
And she quote unquote collabs with like another influencer, which is also AI. You could literally tell by the prompts, bro. Like the images specifically, like, oh yeah, you hung out with John Cena and Dwayne Johnson at Planet Fitness. Like, bruh, it's really good AI. I'll give her that. It's so weird because there's like real people commenting like she's real. Like, people don't understand that this is not a real human being. For example, I saw a comment that's like, this is proof God is the woman. And it's like, bro, you're talking about a robot right now. It's like, bruh. But I wouldn't be surprised if I get another threat talking about, now, you know what? I don't even want to talk about it too much. That's why I keep saying the word allegedly. I don't care if that pisses you guys off. I got pissed off that I even got that reached out to me. But yeah, everything in this video is allegedly. If you're going to be on the internet, don't be ignorant about AI. Be aware that you've probably come across a ton of AI videos by now. You didn't even know it. Like I said, stick to the rules. They're usually glossy people. They look like they're moving in slow motion. If they talk, they sound like they have a chorus effect. With that being said, follow me on Instagram at my name is Tuv. You're going to see some very funny IG reels liked by me. And if you have any tips, you can always email me or you can DM me on Instagram. And the word of the day was allegedly.
AI
I'll see you
videos
guys
do way better than
next
fucking
time
editing.
I
That's
upload.
why. Yeah, well, I'm gonna spend fucking 10 hours making 10 fucking videos when I can fucking make fucking an AI short that's gonna do way better than all those fucking videos in fucking a matter of minutes. Right? Like, content creation is not fucking it's not any good. Um, um, what was I saying? Ugh. What the fuck is this guy doing, dude? What the fuck is he wearing? That's fine, man.
This stand-up comedian is being humiliated in front of the entire world and does not know how to make it stop. Akash Singh is mostly known as being the sidekick to Andrew Schultz on the Flagrant podcast. His wife Jasleen recently started creating content that many feel is shocking or distasteful coming from a married woman.
Sometimes I get so painfully nostalgic for college. So for context, I went to college from 2011 to 2016. I was popping my and living my best life in these white boy frat houses, and I had a roster of guys that I would rotate.
This is not a two-way
Ew.
street. This is
You
a
fucking
one-way
whore.
street. His money is our money, and my money is my money.
And if you think those clips are bad, trust me, it gets so much worse. Like when she expressed how badly she wanted to sleep with her co-host's husband.
Would y'all ever have an orgy together with your husbands? Priya,
She
I'm actively trying to have an orgy because this couple is so good looking, and you haven't seen Nav yet, but wait till you fucking see him.
Maybe.
I just know that Nav's
Aren't you Pakistani? Like, come on.
he's like at least 10 inches.
You would only be down for an orgy if we
Or
did
it's
it.
thick. It's thick.
Jasleen regularly romanticizes sleeping with other men, films her arguments with Akash to post on TikTok, brags about being
What
a
a
gold
fucking
digger,
guy,
and
man.
actively refuses to kiss her husband in public, not even during
What a
his
fucking
proposal.
guy.
This is the type of relationship that 99% of you watching pray you will never find yourself in.
Poor guy,
but anyone
man.
who
Holy
criticizes
shit.
Jasleen and the potential harmful influence she
Get the
may
fuck
have
away
on
from that
couples,
slut,
she
dude.
calls them incel red pillars. Then again, it's somewhat understandable considering sometimes the right message can come from the wrong messenger, because Akash was actually warned by the Fresh and Fit podcast that he was going to find himself in this exact type of situation. In the early 2020s, there was a digital uprising of self-proclaimed alpha males who claimed their traditional views of masculinity were directly conflicting with mainstream liberal ideologies. Guys like Myron Gaines and Walter Weeks of the Fresh and Fit podcast got viral attention talking about traditional gender roles, relationship dynamics, and what being a real man is. And even though Akash and Andrew host a comedy podcast, they often dabble in more serious, broader social commentary, which led to them inviting on the Fresh and Fit guys to discuss some of their views on masculinity and relationships, many of which Akash disagreed with. He was particularly bothered by this phrase or relationship philosophy that Fresh and Fit used that said, "Pimp or be pimped."
One person in the relationship, whoever cares less has the leverage, and we want the guy to always care less.
That's
We want the man to
wild.
always
That's
have the leverage.
childish as
And you guys might not like hearing that.
Childish.
But we truly feel.
I'm not. These aren't new beliefs, bro. You're not telling me some shit none of us have ever heard. We all heard this from fraternity guys in college. I'm saying there's room in and I don't have a problem with a lot of the stuff you say. I just think there is room for growth. And you guys' refusal to acknowledge it almost kind of proves it to me, confirms it to me that you guys are not willing to grow right now. And that's fine. That's some ego shit.
Holy fuck, those mic arms are so fucking long. What the fuck, dude? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I'd be worried about this fucking hand in my sternum or fucking... Yeah, I'd probably fucking try to stand up and it'd probably fucking go right through me or something.
Seem to have no problem having a serious, calm conversation about someone else's worldview despite not fully agreeing with it. But Akash was clearly much more upset with what they were saying. Most of the podcast, it didn't feel like he was listening, but rather just waiting for his turn to speak and assert his own personal philosophy on dating. However, Fresh and Fit were mostly known to say outlandish and straight up disrespectful things about women on a regular basis. So most people naturally sided with Akash's view of equity and equality in relationships, as well as understood his general frustration towards these guys. What we would later discover is that the reality of Akash's own personal relationship reflected the exact situation that Fresh and Fit were trying to warn him about. But before we dive deeper, I want to talk about one of the most I'm not okay with to get it to in leaving years, but tensions reached a boiling point when would trade episode ending relatively cordially. Members of the Flagrant and Fresh and Fit podcast would trade shots at each other over the next few years, but tensions reached a boiling point when Myron of the Fresh and Fit podcast called out Akash and his wife Jasleen. He tweeted, "Akash Singh tried to lecture me about women years ago. Here's his wife making a mockery of him and herself on a podcast." And linked below was a full episode of the Main Character podcast hosted by Jasleen Singh and her friend Nahal Mawani. The women described their podcast as unfiltered girl talk and sells itself as being for the ones who live life like the plot revolves around them, because it does. This description on the surface is relatively harmless, but once you take a closer look at the podcast itself, you see that this description is extremely accurate. Two women who think they're the main characters of the world talking about themselves with absolutely no filter. One comment that stood out in this episode was where Jasleen discusses her and her husband's finances.
Man that doesn't want to have a joint bank account or isn't being transparent with his accounts or has separate accounts, that's a red flag. And I will say it again because I know there's going to be already like incel troll mother. This is not a two-way street. This is a one-way street. His money is our money and my money is my money. And look, have I only made $600 from content creating?
Wow, it went up $100 from
You're not even good enough looking for that.
My money! Okay? So just so we're clear, no, that's actually a red flag, because I know so many girls in my life personally that have been with guys that weren't transparent about money, and they ended up being terrible in other aspects, and like people ended up breaking up in divorces, etc., etc. So that is actually my number one. They must be generous with their finances from day one.
For context, Jasleen is not a celebrity by any means. She does not have a job of her own and has only been able to build her internet following thanks to her husband supplementing her lifestyle. And this is not a dig at her at all. She talks about this a lot in her content, and some even think she brags about it.
Okay, hi, my name is Jasleen, and these are things that I do as a stay-at-home wife. Or sorry, I don't do. I don't cook.
You probably can't even cook. I don't think you got the brain cells for it.
I don't clean, and I don't do my husband's laundry. I feel that I don't have to do things to justify or prove my
Yeah, you got a fucking Twitch mod as your boyfriend, basically.
worth, that I'm allowed to do this.
Now, some may interpret this as just jokes, but she also frequently posts day in my life videos where she romanticizes her routine of doing essentially nothing all day long.
I actually do this. I just do this. Like, I sit here. This.
Now, if this is the agreement this couple has in their relationship, then that's fine. It is what it is. Being a stay-at-home wife or mother is absolutely nothing to be ashamed of, but it's the aggressive tone and entitlement she gives off that has earned her the label of a gold digger, something that she subtly implies to be.
Poor guy, man.
Like, people are like, oh, that's gold digging, or that's something. No, it's not.
Okay, then I'm digging.
Yeah.
If that wasn't bad enough, Jasleen frequently discusses other men that she would like to cheat on her husband with.
I never watched that show, but like, he's on my hot pass list.
Oh, yeah.
Chase Crawford, Jacob Elordi, Austin Butler.
Now, some people see the whole celebrity crush thing as unserious because the celebrity feels so distant, so unreachable, that it's basically the same thing as fantasizing about a fictional character. Like, it's not really cheating because in their minds the situation is so unrealistic that it becomes harmless. Others see this as straight up openly admitting they'd hook up with someone else that wasn't their husband because celebrities are just people too, after all.
Him in that movie, like, did kind of, like, rewire my sexual.
But is that your type, Ranbir Kapoor?
Not anymore, but, like, he was so hot and tall, and he's like Mera Naam Bunny, like Bugs Bunny, and I was like, okay.
But Ghislaine didn't just openly fantasize about sleeping with other famous men, she quite literally admitted to wanting to sleep with her co-host husband, Nav.
Would y'all ever have an together with your husbands?
Yeah,
I'm actively trying to have an because this couple is so good looking, and you haven't seen Nav yet, but wait till you see him. His body goes crazy. His face card always slays, never declines. And it's kind of weird because I'm talking about your husband.
No, I kind of love it, but I'm like, us four? Okay, maybe.
I just know that Nav's dick is like at least 10 inches.
You would only be down for an orgy if
or it's thick. It's thick.
The original question was a joke about all four of them sleeping together. However, Ghislaine only
She was
talked about
talking about his
Nav
dick.
and never
What
mentions
the
her
fuck?
own husband, even excluding him from the hypothetical and talking about a three-person situation. Nahal clearly attempts to steer the
She's a
conversation
slut. She's
back
gold
to the
digging slut,
dynamic
dude.
being four people to respect Akash, while Ghislaine continues to fantasize about Nav. Once again, you could argue that Ghislaine is just
Poor guy,
joking.
man.
When you joke about something over and over again, especially in a short period of time, you start to wonder if there's a little bit of truth to that. Even while talking about her husband in a positive light, Ghislaine can't help but imply that Nav is a better husband than her own. To make matters
No, it's
worse,
right there,
only minutes
Pakistani.
later in the podcast, they bring their husbands on, where Akash is forced to sit next to the man his wife was just fantasizing about having sex with, and she once again brings up
His
having
wife
a
would fuck
threesome with
anybody.
Nahal and Nav while Akash is sitting right there.
What the I'm a hustler who scams a little bit. I'm not a scammer who
I'm not
hustles.
gonna lie, that was sexy, and that's why I'm actively trying to have an orgy.
Even at the end of the episode, Ghislaine once again, completely unprovoked, states
What
that
a
she
hoe.
wants to sleep with Nav.
Being on the main character pod, we love you, we hate you,
I
we
guess
respect
we
you.
love you, but I actually love you in one of all of
You would be hard-pressed to make a compelling argument that Ghislaine is only joking when she brought up this topic multiple times. And when we get to hear from Akash
Poor guy,
directly
man.
about his perspective of their relationship, you almost get this sense of relief from him that he finally can express how he really feels about Ghislaine's behavior.
When she's running 2 hours late to a dinner reservation that I worked really hard to get, and then I'm like, baby, we're running late, and she's like, are you kidding me? Do you know? I don't give a if we're late to this dinner. They're lucky to have us. And I'm like, oh, that's what we're doing? #1 restaurant in the New York Times. You know how hard a reservation
She's like, call them right now. Call them right now. This is not a fun session.
I'm not even joking. This is how main character I am. I was like, Sema will be lucky that I would grace them with my presence tonight.
Ghislaine seems to think that being the main character means being as entitled and rude as possible, with no regard for anyone else's personal feelings. Stories like these demonstrate that Ghislaine's selfish demeanor isn't just played up for laughs on a podcast, but exists within her real life as well. Akash comes off visibly frustrated when talking about his wife's toxic behavior, turning it into a therapy session for him where he can finally let out his pent-up rage.
When I say I'm tired, she can't just let me be tired. I travel, I work, and I'm very blessed to do what I do.
He also has really bad insomnia.
I have
It's
really
like a
bad
known
insomnia.
thing.
I work 335 days a year. I'm so blessed to do what I do. This is not a complaint. But when I tell my wife I'm tired, I want her to say, I'm sorry, baby. I understand. That must be exhausting, buying me all these things.
Yeah.
Instead, she goes, so am I. And if I dare open my mouth to go, what the did you do? That means you
What did you do today?
Now it's a problem.
Laid on the
Now it's
couch
a
all
fight.
day?
So I gotta sit there.
I went to
This poor
Pilates.
guy, man.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Now, there definitely is a humorous
This poor
delivery to the
fucking
story
guy,
that
man.
Akash is telling, but it does seem to be rooted in genuine problems he has with his relationship. Ghislaine displays an extremely selfish and entitled mindset, both on the podcast and in their real life. Are we really meant to believe that all of this is just funny, just jokes? Well, ironically, that's basically how Akash justifies putting up with this behavior.
It's adorable when she does these things. Like, I just look at it and here's the rule in our marriage. It's been unspoken, but now we're just saying it now that we're both making content. If it's funny, we're good. Like, if it's funny, and if it's not funny and it hurt the other person's feelings, you apologize, you move on.
Any logical person understands this is an extremely slippery slope, because literally anything can be passed off as a joke or an attempt to make a joke. Like this video she posted to TikTok, where you can hear them both chuckling from time to time, but it's clear they are both frustrated and quite literally just documenting themselves having an argument.
Do you know what my husband just tried to do to me?
Yeah.
We're leaving. Shut up. We're leaving in Paris in 5 hours, so tensions are a little high. We also just redid our closet.
This is all.
Oh my fucking god! Look at all the fucking bags she has. Look at all the fucking purses she has, dude.
We also just.
Holy fuck, dude! She's like 10 purses. What the fuck do you need 10 purses? Are you fucking kidding me?
Redid our closet.
This is all her closet now. She took the whole closet.
Which
Oh
we
my
already
God.
agreed upon.
And now she's saying she doesn't have no space.
And now I'm saying I don't have space for all my. I don't have space for. Can you show?
Yeah.
I don't have space for all my Indian suits because I like my dresses spaced out. Do you know what Akash just did?
Here you go. Watch this. Oh my god.
I'm not doing that.
Space exists.
Yeah, how fucking stupid are you?
So what do you want to do? You want to buy a separate house with all hanger space?
No.
In another video, she documents her being
So
stressed
fucking
out
stupid,
about
dude.
packing for a lavish vacation in the wealthiest area of America, which is only a 3-hour drive from their apartment.
Okay, so me and my husband are supposed to leave tonight to go to the Hamptons for 2 weeks, and I haven't even packed anything yet. So I was just like, I'm really stressed. Like, I don't want to go tonight
Get
because
the
I
fuck
still
off
have
the
to
couch and pack, man.
I haven't even started. I have to finish my laundry.
Really, I know this is a really hard day. What did you do again?
Oh, today?
Yeah.
I had a mani-pedi.
Oh, wow, that's so stressful.
Wait, and I had a massage.
It's
Oh
real
my
stressful
God.
to go to the Hamptons for 2 weeks. The Hamptons. Hawaii.
Akash puts up with Jaslene's selfish behavior and entitlement because he thinks they are just cute jokes, but it clearly isn't just jokes. Jasleen even says
Yeah,
that
she's not-
Akash's
she don't
birthday
even
is her
fucking-
least favorite day of the year because it's the only day she can't be mean to him.
Okay, May the 4th is
What?
Akash's birthday. And
May the 4th be with you.
Yes. thank
Yeah, and every year I dread it because I have to be nice the
You can't
whole
be
day,
nice to
and
your
I have to
fucking
get him
husband?
something, and I have to also be nice and do like acts
said
of
that twice.
kindness.
She said,
really
she said
not
that twice.
okay with
You know
it.
she said that twice?
She's really not okay with it.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, it's really hard
For her, it's really hard.
for me.
She needs to just, you know.
Listen, I'm just used to being treated like a princess all day, every day, so that one day that I don't.
Oh, what torture.
Yeah.
Akash is the Indian Will Smith. Bro, Akash married the girl Fresh and Fit warned you not to marry. She's the embodiment of what Fresh and Fit said to avoid. Akash's rejection of Fresh and Fit's ideology now
God,
looked
man.
more like a defensive response born out of insecurity, considering her previous comments about her cheating on her husband, the unapologetically consumerist lifestyle that he funds, and the clear unsettling tension she has with Akash made many question what her true motives were in the relationship. Many viewed
Poor
Jasleen
guy,
as a
man.
gold digger who had no actual emotional or romantic tie to the man that she married, and these sentiments would only grow stronger as people took notice of a very strange pattern of behavior, that being her tendency to avoid kissing Akash, and even straight up dodging his kisses when he tries to initiate.
I don't know.
She's a good liar.
Then she's a good liar.
That's a friend that lies for you and not to you.
And this was not just a one-time occurrence. Entire compilations have been created showing just how often Jasleen avoids kissing her own husband. To make matters worse, not only did she dodge a kiss from Akash during their marriage proposal, but she also dodged his kiss a second time when he proposed to have their vows renewed. But Jasleen says it's nothing more than her being uncomfortable with public displays of affection.
I'll also respond to the people saying I don't like my husband because I turned away from a kiss. I've never liked PDA.
Bullshit, dude. You said you're popping your pussy in college and you're banging like 10 guys. You said you had a whole fucking line of guys. Stop
touch.
this.
I find it really overstimulating, and so it's something I actually work through with my husband because that's his love language.
Now, having issues with PDA are extremely common. However, it is worth considering all of the other things Jasleen has no problem doing on camera. She's constantly talking about sex on her podcast and on her TikTok, not to mention the fact that she posted an entire video where she is clearly not wearing any pants, getting treatment for a bruise she got during sex. And as if it couldn't get worse, she also flirts with the doctor.
Also, I heard you're single. Is that true?
So she has no problem posting herself having very graphic conversations, half-naked videos of herself, and flirting with other men, but she draws the line at giving her own husband a kiss. Just doesn't really make sense. Not only did Jasleen look extremely shady, it now seemed like she was perfectly comfortable with lying about her relationship to make herself look better. And it turns out she wasn't just lying to her small audience, she was also lying to her own husband as well. Now, Jasleen constantly claiming that she has main character energy is particularly interesting. This is supposed to mean that you are
She's an
liberated
entitled
from others'
NPC.
judgment and confident in yourself. But
And
for
she
some,
can, and if you're a
saying you
main
have
character, you can provide for yourself. Right? She can, dude.
character energy is just an acceptable way to admit that you are a narcissist, and narcissists tend to lie about everything, which is why many refuse to believe Jasleen when she said
but I'm
that
a
she was
fucking parasite and have to leech off my husband's money. His money's my money, and my money's my money.
virgin before meeting Akash. Akash has previously stated that he and Jasleen were both virgins before they met.
My wife also hadn't had any partner, so that helped us connect a lot more.
Let me ask you this:
And
do you believe her?
No. If you've seen her, then it's hard to believe. Yeah. I remember I was just like, what?
Jasleen, in a separate podcast, made the same statement.
I was at the point where I was ready, because I don't know if you told her, because I was.
Oh no, I didn't know you were a virgin.
So I was a virgin too when I met him.
However, posts made by Jasleen herself tell a completely different story, like the one where she reminisces on the days she spent in college, passing herself around to other men.
Sometimes I get so painfully nostalgic for college. So for context, I went to college from 2011 to 2016. I was popping my and living my best life in these white boy frat houses, and I had a roster of guys that I would rotate.
Now, technically, she doesn't say that she was sleeping with them, but it is
a
heavily
roster of
implied.
guys she'd
And despite
rotate.
many
What the
feeling
fucking
like they
hell?
caught her in a lie, she surprisingly doubled down in a response to the criticism, claiming that she did in fact lose her virginity to Akash. Even
No,
though
you didn't.
Jasleen has disabled the comments on her social media, preventing anyone from criticizing her on her own page, she still sees the backlash, and her justification for acting the way she does online.
He's taking her on a fucking yacht in Dubai. What the fuck's this guy's job, dude? What the hell? God damn, man.
Just makes everything so much worse. Jasleen has made a few public responses on her TikTok where she claims that she is being cancelled, which is funny because she has nothing to be cancelled from. She has no show to be fired
What do you
from,
mean?
no
You're a
brand
gold
deal to
digger. There's
lose,
millions
no
of them in the
job,
fucking
no
world.
platform
You
that
haven't
anyone
canceled
could
once.
realistically take away from her. In the last few years, cancel culture has become such a buzzword that people will use as a
matter
shield
what,
against any
yeah.
form of criticism. If an influencer or celebrity frames their criticism as, oh, they're just trying to cancel me, a certain group of viewers will immediately jump to their defense without doing any research. They hear the word cancel and assume it's just another example of people online trying to ruin someone's life for no reason. But Jasleen is the one who decided to blurt out all of this stuff about her relationship for the internet, and she's being criticized for it. It's that simple. But she mostly chalks up all the negative attention to just coming from red pillars and incels trying to cancel her because she doesn't fit the traditional wife role.
When you're a simple little boy, it just breaks their brain that a girl can like just be loved for simply existing. My husband loves me for simply existing. I don't have to cook or clean to justify my worth.
Now, nobody is saying that she needs to cook and clean and
probably
fit
just
some
lays on the fucking
1950s
couch
idea
all
of
day.
a trad wife to have value. The issue
No,
is
you
that
gotta fucking-
publicly
it's a
romanticizing other
fucking
men.
house, dude. There's two parties. It's a fucking. There's a lot of chores that have to happen in the house. The garbage has to go out. The fucking groceries have to be fucking bought. The dishes have to be done. The food has to be cooked. There's a lot of shit. The cleaning has to be fucking done. Like, you got him making all the fucking money, and him doing all the fucking housework while you're laying on the fucking couch all day. I mean, why you don't even have fucking depression? Why are you laying on the fucking couch all day?
Joking about cheating, and openly fantasizing about life before your husband isn't empowerment, it's disrespect. It's not about gender roles, it's about basic partnership and companionship. And her mentality and behavior influencing others is potentially harmful to relationships or even single people all around the world. Her second response came a few days later, after people had thoroughly scrubbed through her digital footprint. Jasleen should have realized at this point that it was more than just incels coming after her, but she does make an interesting point about the criticism she was receiving.
Why are you mad if me and my husband are cool with each other, if we both make jokes at each other's expense? The difference is my husband will go on stage and say whatever the f he wants about me. No one has anything to say. It's like, oh my God, it's so funny, it's so relatable. But then I come on TikTok and I make jokes, and now you have a
Because you're a
problem
fucking adult
because I
using
don't have a
TikTok.
mic in my hand.
Ironically,
No, because you're a fucking adult using a child's dancing app.
yes, if she did have a microphone in her hand, it would be way different. If she was trying to make it as a stand-up comic and her material focused around her being a gold digger or cheating on her husband, people would likely assume that she's being self-deprecating and not to take her as seriously. Because when you are on stage with a mic, people understand that it is a form of performance art that was thought about, written, practiced, and perfected over time. But she isn't selling herself as a comedian. Her podcast is branded as Unfiltered Girl Talk, which implies that Ghislaine is offering her honest thoughts and feelings while present. Not to mention that the same things she tries to pass off as jokes, she also attempts to justify as valid opinions she genuinely has. Also, her TikTok is quite literally a behind-the-scenes look at her real life and real dynamics with her husband. She is picking and choosing what should be considered as jokes and what is serious to, again, deflect criticism. This is likely the exact same thing she does to Akash in their personal relationship, which is why he doesn't even realize he is being disrespected and humiliated. Akash certainly complains about his relationship while doing stand-up.
My wife is objectively gorgeous. Me? No. So that's what you gotta do. I gotta work my ass off, and then every time she starts looking at me and she starts assessing my beauty, I just throw a bag at that. Chest pass. Telling you ladies, if you have a good guy, do you know what he needs? A vacation. You hear it all the time. A relationship is hard work. Marriage is a job. Well, every good job gives you 2 weeks vacation. And if you have a good man, I promise you I know what his dream vacation is. Because every good guy's dream vacation is...
Amsterdam.
Your vacation. Go somewhere. Go anywhere you want.
But in a more personal setting, like podcasts for example, Akash is significantly more graceful when talking about his wife.
She just says everything she's feeling at whatever moment. It's done. She just tells me when she's...
Well, you gotta realize, white or fucking non-black, black stand-up comedy is only the good comedy, dude. Every other fucking stand-up comedy is just a guy bitching about his fucking marriage or bitching about fucking something, dude. It's usually bitching about his marriage, 9 times out of 10.
Pissed off at me. It just all comes out. It took me a while to appreciate that because initially I'm like, why are you so combative? What's this about? God damn, stop fighting with me all the time. And then I was like, oh no, she just lets it out and she's free. All these little social niceties that we all do where we just lie.
Bro took the simping crown from Will Smith. Feeling the pressure from all the backlash, Akash started interrupting his stand-up performances to talk about social media drama. As one fan wrote, I went to the 7 p.m. show last night and it was extremely awkward. He was clearly not processing the situation well and he ended the set 20 minutes early. He spent the first 10 to 15 minutes of the set talking about the controversy, how his wife has been loyal to him, and everything she has been saying is just jokes and is fine with him. No one in the crowd knew how to take this information, and I truly believe that the majority of fans there had no idea any of this was going on. This only made him spending like 1/3 of his set on it even more awkward. He then proceeded to jokingly call his wife a whore every time he brought her up, which was just not helping. I think it ruined his whole set and the mood never recovered, which I think is why he ended early. Other fans recalled a similar experience, and they all seemed to share the sentiment that Akash was clearly rattled by the ordeal and his performance was suffering as a result. One fan even claimed that he asked beforehand if the crowd had heard about the drama and was relieved to find out most of them hadn't. Someone else recorded a recent performance Akash did in which he tries to explain why he thinks his wife isn't what the internet says she is.
These narratives, people calling your wife a gold digger and all these other things, it's a shame. So I'm going to tell one story that I have never even told her, honestly. My wife and I met in 2014. I was not making much money. I was getting $25 a night doing stand-up. I was on MTV shows that paid dog shit money. But then in 2018, I went flat broke. 34 years old, I probably made $4,000 that entire year. And we couldn't even afford the living room we lived in New York City. Me and her sleeping on a hardwood floor. I'm 34 years old. She's 25 years old. I'm looking at this girl like, man, you could go be with an Indian who's a doctor. I have nothing to give her. It's just a light jacket. It's like October. We have nothing. So I hand her the jacket, and then she said, what's this for? I said, you can use that as a pillow. And then she goes, well, what are you going to use? And I said, I'll figure it out. She handed me back the jacket. She goes, you take this. And then she laid with her head on my chest and her arm around me the entire night. And I remember thinking in that moment, I don't know if I'm going to be able to marry this girl because I'm so broken. I'm in such a bad place and it's a dark time in my life. But I know I I will never find a girl that loves me this much ever again.
Now, this paints the narrative of a girl who was loyal to the core to a man who was at his lowest moment, and therefore deserves the fruits of his success. But there is a few key details that he left out, because shortly after this story that Akash explained of them sleeping on the floor, Jasleen did actually leave him, but then came back to him when his career was revived. Akash says that he made nearly no money during the first 4 years of their relationship, and then went broke in 2018. However, they both have publicly claimed that he was making a six-figure salary in 2017.
He was getting a lot of work from MTV. Like his first show was Wildin' Out, and then he did Guy Code, and he was just like on a bunch of MTV shows, and he was able to like reach a six-figure salary, which at the time was really huge for us. But then in 2018, like all of the opportunities started to dry up. He was kind of aging out of the MTV bracket, and he wasn't really getting any attention from the industry. So he was pretty much losing all his income, and at the same time, I was working a really toxic job with like a toxic manager and like working till 2 in the morning, and it just caused a lot of stress on our relationship.
I had like 7 MTV shows. I wasn't making crazy money. I was making like low 6 figures, but my girlfriend at the time, she moved into our place, and then all of a sudden, end of 2017, all the shows started suddenly getting canceled one by one. So I went from making like a low 6 figures, nothing crazy, but 6 figures in 2017 to 2018, probably making like $4,000 for the whole year. I'm not even exaggerating.
Jasleen actually did end up dumping Akash during this dark time, sparked by what she claims was a fight between her and Akash's mother. Then the two eventually got back together months later, and conveniently enough, Akash's Flagrant podcast was just starting to blow up and was making $10,000 a month in Patreon revenue. Akash and Jasleen finally decided to sit down and address all of the backlash on the Flagrant podcast. Andrew and the guys created this trial where they pretended to investigate Jasleen and ask her all of the tough questions that the internet is demanding answers to. What's funny is that everyone seems to be enjoying this besides Akash. He is easily the least animated one throughout the pod, and seems like he just wants to get this thing over with. Now, the two didn't say anything that we haven't heard before. Jasleen basically chalks everything up to being just a joke or exaggerated because most people don't contextualize her background and upbringing.
Have you ever heard of the repressed Catholic schoolgirl?
Never.
I was, yeah, you know. Okay.
Yeah.
So I was.
His Catholic school was in his living room. Imagine how repressed he was.
I was a repressed Indian girl that I didn't even watch Jersey Shore in high school because I felt it to be too inappropriate. So when I got to college, I'm like, oh my God, I can dress however I want. I can do whatever I want.
You got a roster of frat boys.
But
what does a roster mean?
So it didn't actually translate to a roster. It just meant like 2 guys I was talking to and flirting with at the same time. That's it.
That's all.
Yeah.
And when you say hooking up, I think people
When
think you
I
meant...
mean I just meant making out. Again, like everything I say is so amplified and hyperbolic because it's so like incongruous to who I actually am as a person.
Right. So you're saying you're a big old prude.
Yeah, literally.
Throughout the episode, Akash is kind of bullying and teasing her constantly as if this is to prove that they do it to each other and it's not just a one-sided thing, even though on podcasts before this, he is typically more graceful towards her and is not just outright calling her a bitch.
Yeah. She's actually made a non-cooking ass.
God, you could make that?
Schema.
Yeah.
Really?
This useless.
Punjabi brown
You
meat.
can't do that. You can't say this with all due respect, please. You
gotta say with all due respect.
You gotta act.
Well,
I guess it's your
Well,
wife.
I thought the internet was right about everything.
No.
Golding a woman.
Yeah. Okay, so you can make all these things. You can make all these things.
Yeah.
One of the more interesting moments was when the two discussed her bringing up and being so persistent about having an with her co-host's husband. And again, she said it was just a joke, but in the middle of that, she remained firm in her stance that she was a virgin, and even Andrew was surprised.
So if she had a body count, I would have been like, hey, cut that. But because she doesn't, and I know how like innocent she actually is.
Oh, you are a virgin? That's real?
I wasn't a virgin until I met him, yeah.
Really?
Bullshit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, good to know.
Yeah.
And if she wasn't, that body count thing, I'd have been like, what are we doing here?
It's probably a couple
I've
hundred.
been insecure about it, but I can be, not that I'm so secure, but with that joke, I'm like so secure.
Oh, I absolutely would feel insecure.
And I think stupidly, I was like, oh, it's all of us. It's not like
Yeah,
talking.
that is stupid.
Yeah.
But the 87,000 dislikes on the video says that the viewers were not exactly believing whatever they were saying. Are they trying to convince us or themselves? Akash still believes her body count is 1. At this point, someone needs to interview one of those frat boys. The fake laughing is almost corporate level. That being said, it seems like Akash genuinely believes his wife is out of his league. He said publicly that she is far more attractive than any woman he thought he could ever get. When you feel lucky just to be with someone, you start letting things slide that would normally hurt you. You convince yourself the jokes don't mean anything, the disrespect isn't real, and the public humiliation is just content. Ghislaine behaves like someone who assumes she'll be forgiven no matter what, so she has no reason to self-reflect on her behavior because her husband doesn't push back. You can only see where this will lead. Eventually, Akash won't be able to supply her demands. The vacations aren't enough. The house isn't big enough. The clothes aren't expensive enough. The bedroom activities aren't enough. And that stuff is hard enough to deal with privately. Now he has to run the risk of her expressing all of these frustrations publicly on her TikTok and podcast. It seems that Ghislaine is a product of a generation that confuses on-screen dysfunctionality with personality, treating toxic characters as an aesthetic role model with main character energy.
Like, the closest character to me is probably Maddie from Euphoria.
Maddie from Euphoria is a character best known for her engagement in toxic relationships and selfish personality, oftentimes emotionally harming other people to get what she wants. So it's interesting that Ghislaine says she could only act as Maddie because she can only act like herself. Ghislaine does not see Maddie as a problematic teenage girl. She sees her as a diva and an icon, and resonates with her as a result. If someone has a problem with her behavior, then they're just an incel, or a red pillar, or a misogynist. But if the pushback comes from someone that she loves, like her friend or her husband, then, oh, it's just jokes. It kind of reminds me of what's called the narcissist's prayer. That didn't happen, and if it did, it wasn't that bad. And if it was, that's not a big deal. And if it is, that's not my fault. And if it was, I didn't mean it. And if I did, you deserved it. During their initial podcast appearance, Fresh and Fit discussed the concept of men having leverage in their relationships. And while their opinions were a lot more skewed to men having the financial and emotional power over their partner, the core idea underneath it is much simpler: respect. Any normal person understands that a relationship is supposed to be 50-50, which doesn't have to mean equal income. It means equal effort, equal care, equal consideration. But in this marriage, Ghislaine holds all the emotional power because Akash fears she will just leave him for someone else. And the truth is, she could. She could get someone more successful, more handsome, and he will deal with all of her shortcomings. At some point, Akash will have to draw a line, and only then will he truly figure out if his wife is just joking or not. I can only hope that this type of love never finds any of you. This relationship dynamic is eerily similar to Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith, who put all of their extremely nonsensical and strange ways of justifying their broken marriage on full display. But if you want to hear more about that, check out this video.
She looks like a guy anyway, dude. Will Smith could do way better than her, dude. She's so fucking ugly, dude. She looks like a fucking guy, dude. Royal internet crashes insane twists.
But he was something far worse. He was a stalker, and things were about to get
almost 10
serious.
hours of
Eric
YouTube,
was
man.
crushed
Fuck,
when
hell
Ava
yeah.
blocked him, but instead of backing
go,
off, it made him
9
even
hours,
more
baby.
desperate. So Eric tried another tactic. He started contacting Ava's classmates, offering money for.
I feel so much better, dude. I remember when I started the stream 10 hours ago, I felt like shit. Because I was like so stressed out because I'm short on rent and shit, right? So I was like so stressed out, but fucking just streaming just makes me so much happier. That's just cool because like all the cool people I meet, like I meet so many different fucking people and shit. Fucking people in Australia, New Zealand, fucking America, fucking Norway, Brazil. I wonder if I got any Chinese viewers or Japanese viewers. Gross. I should want to check my I want to check my analytics and see where all my viewers are from. Okay, chat. Okay. So how do audience? Okay. Alright, so we got holy shit. Popular new viewers. Okay. Okay, so 46 6% of you guys use computer, and 43% of you guys use mobile, and 9% of you guys use TV, and 0.8% of you guys use tablets. Okay, 66.5% of my viewers are 25 to 34. It's my age range, nice. Dude, no way, I got viewers that are over 65. I got you can't see it, but I got 2.1% viewers that, or 2.7% viewers that are over 70. They're over 65. Alright, let's see, here we go. Geography, we got United States, United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, Brazil, Netherlands, India. 1.7% of my viewers are from India. Finland, hell yeah, dude. 0.8%. Germany, 0.6%. 9%. And Mexico, 0.5%. Nice, dude. I'm surprised they even got fucking computers in Mexico. I thought they just had a whole bunch of like cocaine and fucking cartels and shit, man. Actually, now they're close to the States, man. Yeah, they're close to the States. They can get fucking
for any information they had about her. Some of them agreed, selling him photos, her phone number, and even her home address. Weeks went by and Eric's obsession turned into anger. Now he wanted to force him back.
Man, we missed a lot of this. Oh, this is the fucking kid, dude.
On the list because his obsession started before the age of 18. Eric wasn't a scammer or hacker. His journey into crime began with something harmless, scrolling on TikTok. In early 2020, Eric was watching videos on TikTok when he stumbled upon Ava Majuri's page.
This teen soared to fame lip syncing and dancing on TikTok. Her upbeat message, hey, I love you.
Ava Majuri was a rising star on TikTok with 1.2 million followers and 57 million likes across all her videos. When Eric saw Ava, it was love, or something like it at first sight. He binge watched every one of her videos, but just watching her content wasn't enough. Eric didn't just want to be a fan, he wanted to be part of her life. Eric started following Ava on other social media platforms, including Snapchat and Instagram. He sent her messages, and to his surprise, Ava replied. Slowly, he worked his way into her online world. He even played online games with Ava and her brothers. But Eric's interest quickly spiraled into something darker. He became obsessed. He began texting and calling Ava constantly. At first, it was mildly irritating, but Ava tolerated him. Eric even offered to buy Ava's selfies, $300 for 2 photos. Ava, after consulting her parents, reluctantly agreed. She sold them 2 photos of just her face. Eric saw this as a small victory, so he pushed his luck. He asked for more photos, but this time it wasn't just her face he wanted. He demanded explicit photos. That was the last straw. Ava blocked him on all her social media.
I got to the point where it was kind of taking a bad turn that just got creepier and creepier as time went on.
She thought Eric was just a creep, but he was something far worse. He was a stalker, and things were about to get serious. Eric was crushed when Ava blocked him, but instead of backing off, it made him even more desperate. So Eric tried another tactic. He started contacting Ava's classmates, offering money for any information they had about her. Some of them agreed, selling him photos, her phone number, and even her home address.
Oh my
Weeks went
God.
by, and Eric's obsession turned into anger. Now he wanted to force him back into Ava's life, no matter the cost. Eric told one of Ava's classmates that he planned to visit Ava's home and break through the door. The classmate told Ava what Eric said, and the Majuri family began to understand the threat was real. Still, they hoped it was just all talk, but they were about to realize just how serious he was. July 10th, 2021. That morning, Eric traveled from Maryland to Naples, Florida, where Ava lived. But he wasn't heading to her house to talk. When Eric arrived, he blasted a hole through the front door of the Majuri home. Ava and her family were inside and they tried to hide, but Ava's dad, Rob, was a former police officer.
Nice.
Ava's father, Rob Majuri, is a retired police lieutenant from New Jersey. He sprang into action.
Rob grabbed his firearm and stood guard at the family's
Nice,
front
good
door.
job.
He warned Eric to back off, but Eric kept moving forward. Ava's dad retaliated back. Eric didn't make it.
I was able
to neutralize the threat at that point.
When police arrived, they searched Eric's body and found 2 phones on him. The phones contained thousands of pictures and videos of Ava, which was proof of his obsession. Eric's obsession pushed him to commit several crimes, including stalking, trespassing, and assault. After the incident, Ava's family moved and she started homeschooling. In the end, Ava's dad, Rob Majuri, wasn't charged. The authorities ruled that he acted in self-defense to protect his family. A few years ago, no one could have imagined this next crime, but now because of AI, it's become a reality. The failed musician. This guy might be a genius, but criminal genius is probably a better way to describe him. His name is Michael Smith, and he invented a whole new type of crime, using AI to steal millions of dollars from the music industry. And he did it all without leaving his bedroom. Michael Smith didn't start out as a criminal. For most of his life, he was a regular, law-abiding guy. He was actually a musician, but when he reached his late 40s, he started to feel frustrated. Despite his talent and hard work, he still wasn't a famous musician. On top of that, he was broke.
It doesn't
Then,
matter
in
how good you are.
He came up with
I mean,
a
look at
brilliant
fucking
plan to make millions
look at
off
fucking
of music, whether he was
It doesn't matter if you're good at making music, it's just who you know. I mean, look at fucking, what's his name? Fucking Trevor Wallen or Mark Wallen? The guy that claims he's a fucking country singer, but he just makes pop music. He makes fucking little sad boy music. Yeah, look at Juice WRLD. His music is fucking just incel fucking. It's a really shitty fucking incel music. About the only girl he dated his whole life, and she cheated on him because he's a lame ass fucking nigga. That's why. Like, anyone can make fucking music, man. It's just who you know, right? That's what gets you famous, man.
or not. The only problem was that his brilliant plan was against the law. To pull it off, Michael teamed up with 2 partners, a music promoter and the CEO of an AI music company. He told them about his plan, explaining how it could bring them over $1.2 million a year. Michael's idea was to create tons of songs and upload them to streaming platforms like Spotify and Apple Music, hoping to make money from all of the plays. But instead of using real musicians, he would use AI to make the songs. It seemed like the perfect crime, and they got to work. Before long, they were turning out dozens of songs every day. In their emails to each other, they called it instant music. The plan had 3 steps. First, AI created strange songs with odd file names. Next, Michael uploaded these songs to Spotify and Apple Music, but he changed their titles to some pretty weird words. The AI songs sucked, so he created thousands of fake bot accounts to listen to these songs over and over, making it seem like real people were enjoying the music.
And they created thousands of bots, and these bots are just programs that are designed to just run in the background and play these pieces of music.
Michael knew that if a single song were to be streamed 1 billion times, it would raise suspicions among the streaming platforms. So he spread his automated streams across thousands of songs. He created software to stream his songs to different computers, making it appear that listeners were tuning in from different locations. The bots rotated between songs and listened at different times of the day, making everything seem more believable. Michael created as many as 10,000 streaming accounts using email addresses he purchased online. He even hired assistants to help manage all the bots. Since platforms like Spotify and Apple Music pay artists for each play, the more streams his AI songs got, the more he earned. Everything was going perfectly, but that was about to change. In October 2018, less than a year after they started, a streaming platform gave Michael some bad news. They said they received multiple reports of streaming abuse and were considering removing his songs. By this time, Michael already made close to $1 million. This would have been the perfect time to quit before getting caught. But instead, Michael doubled down. He messaged the streaming platform saying, "This is absolutely wrong and crazy. There's no fraud here whatsoever. How can I appeal this?" He was so convincing that the streaming service backed down and kept his songs up. From 2017 to 2024, Michael's AI songs generated over 4 billion streams and $12 million in royalties. However, the streaming platforms still had their eye on him. They knew something fishy was going on, but they couldn't prove it yet. As AI technology improved, streaming platforms started using their own AI tools to detect bots and fake streams. By September 2024, they gathered enough evidence to prove that Michael was running a scam with AI music. By this time, they didn't send him an email to kick him off the platform. Instead, they called the FBI.
As FBI agents raided a Cornelius man's home,
He's a musician, now facing serious charges.
When we got here, FBI agents were in the driveway of Smith's home on Willdare Drive.
Michael was arrested and charged with 3 counts of wire fraud conspiracy, and money laundering conspiracy. Each charge carries a maximum of 20 years in prison, which could mean up to 60 years behind bars. Michael Smith's case is still happening at the time of this recording. If he's convicted, he could spend the rest of his life behind bars. But at least he made history.
This is the first criminal case involving AI in music streaming fraud.
This next story is about a kid who turned out to be a criminal mastermind. The boy who hacked GTA 6. Arian Kurtaj was the last person you would expect to turn criminal. He had autism and ADHD, which made his school and social life a constant struggle. His doctor once said Arian operated at the level of 1% of his peers. But Arian had a secret weapon, an incredible ability to understand computers. By age 14, he could crack passwords, bypass security, and hack like a pro. Then he did one thing that took him from computer prodigy to criminal. He joined a hacking gang.
FBI San Francisco says a hacking group called Lapsus came on the scene in January 2022 and has been stealing companies' data, threatening to leak it unless the company pays a ransom in Bitcoin.
The gang was called Lapsus, and they had one goal: hack big companies, steal their data, and demand ransom. And they went after the world's biggest companies.
Lapsus, throughout its actual involvement, some of these hackers...
That's a guy who thinks every fucking game is fucking malware. I remember when Valorant came out, he thought fucking Valorant was malware just because it had a kernel level anti-cheat. What a fucking idiot this.
Were involved with hacking Uber, Nvidia, and the amount of damages they ended up causing was around $10 million US.
With Arian on board, Lapsus became bolder than ever. But although Arian was a great hacker, he was bad at covering his tracks. Soon, law enforcement linked Lapsus's hacks to Arian Kurtaj's IP address. In January 2022, police raided his home and arrested him. It seemed like the end of the road for Arian. But in reality, his story was just beginning. Arian wasn't locked up for long. Within days, he was released on bail while police built their case. Most people on bail would have tried to stay out of trouble, but Arian wasn't like most people. As soon as he walked out, he went back to hacking with Lapsus. This time, their target was NVIDIA, the multi-billion-dollar company that produced computer chips. Arian dove into the operation, eager to prove himself. But not everyone was happy to see him back in action. Arian's fellow hackers couldn't stand him. They thought he was arrogant and rude, always acting like he was smarter than everyone else. His rivals were waiting for the perfect moment to take him down. Now they saw their chance. Normally hackers don't snitch on each other, but Arian was an exception. Rival hackers doxed Arian, posting his and his family's contact details online. They even posted pictures and videos of him on social media. Being doxed put Arian in danger. Now anyone with a grudge could now find him. His life was in danger. Around that same time, London police figured out that Arian was involved in the hack on NVIDIA, so they arrested him again in March 2022. But this time, things were different. Because Arian had been doxxed, keeping him in regular detention wasn't safe. So the police had to keep him in a Travelodge hotel in Bicester, England. The cops also seized Arian's laptop and banned him from using the internet. Once again, it seemed that his hacking days were finally over, but he wasn't ready to give up yet. Even locked in a hotel room under police watch, Arian found a way to hack again.
They were kept in like a Travelodge hotel. This individual grabbed an Amazon Fire Stick, a television set, and a cell phone, and decided to commit one of their biggest hacks through sheer cyber MacGyverism.
Although he didn't have a laptop, Arian somehow connected an Amazon Fire Stick, a smartphone, a keyboard, and a mouse to the TV in the hotel room. Then he got back to hacking right under the noses of the police.
Bluetooth your phone. Bluetooth your phone to that TV. Boom. Keyboard, mouse.
This time, Arian set his sights on Rockstar Games. Once he got into their system, he stole all the data for Grand Theft Auto 6, one of the most hyped games in the world. Then he gave Rockstar a chilling ultimatum. If Rockstar doesn't contact me on Telegram within 24 hours, I will start releasing the source code. To prove he wasn't bluffing, he uploaded 90 clips of unfinished gameplay online. The internet exploded and everyone scrambled to figure out who was behind the hack. No one guessed it was a teenager locked locked in a hotel room under police protection. The police didn't even think that Kurtaj was behind the rockstar hack at first, but they searched his hotel room just to be sure. When they burst in, they caught Arian red-handed using the hotel's TV, an Amazon Fire Stick, and a keyboard to hack. They were furious. Arian was rearrested and kept far away from anything he could turn into a hacking tool. Eventually, he got his day in court, but this case wasn't a normal one. The jury found him guilty of several crimes, including blackmail and fraud connected to his work with Lapsus. But because of his severe autism, the court only focused on whether he committed the crimes, not his intentions. In December 2023, Arian was sentenced to indefinite detention in a hospital prison. He'll remain there until experts believe he's no longer a threat to the public. This next crook was caught because he fell asleep. Literally. Mark Smith. Most thieves break in, steal what they can, and get out fast. But when Mark Smith broke in, he passed out under a bed. It happened in Whitley Bay, England. A woman was at home when Mark quietly slipped inside. He had a steel bar on him just in case things got ugly. Luckily, she didn't see or hear him. Mark headed straight to her bedroom. He found a jewelry box and grabbed some gold earrings. But something was wrong. His eyes were heavy, his body was shutting down, and it was all his fault. Turns out, Mark took a mix of substances earlier that morning. It was now kicking in. He could barely stand. He needed to lie down. But instead of leaving, Mark did something no thief has ever done. He crawled under the bed and took a nap. He took a nap in the house he was robbing, all while the homeowner was still in the house. A few minutes later, she walked into her bedroom and froze. There were legs sticking out from under the bed. First, she screamed, but the burglar didn't move. Then she shook him and yelled. Still no response. That's when she called the cops. But even the police couldn't wake him up. Mark was completely knocked out. They had to drag him out by the legs. And he was still clutching a stolen pair of gold earrings. Mark Smith was arrested and taken to court. Turns out he already had a record of robbery, theft, and drunkenness. But this was his first time breaking into someone's home. The judge gave him 18 months in jail. And Mark left with an important lesson. If you're gonna be a criminal, at least stay awake. Up next is a criminal who live streamed everything, including their own arrest. The meltdown of a crypto creator. Ben Armstrong is a well-known crypto influencer and also former host of the popular YouTube channel BitBoy Crypto, which he ran with Cassie Wolf. He was very well established in the crypto community and even had his own cryptocurrency named after him called BenCoin. With a flourishing YouTube career and a growing community of fans, things were going great for Ben. However, he would throw it all away in just 37 minutes with a live stream that would change the course of his life forever. On September 25th, 2023, Ben went to his Twitter to post this special announcement. The tweet said, "I'll be going live soon from a very special location on YouTube, so get ready. This is going to be good." At the time, fans didn't think too much about it. Content creators made posts like this all the time, and they were likely under the assumption that he was going to reveal a new project or another altcoin. But when the viewers found out what this very special location was, they were completely caught off guard. The special location that Ben mentioned was the home of his former business partner, Carlos Diaz. Ben and Carlos have worked on several business ventures together, none of which have taken off. Not much is known about these projects, but with what Ben did next, it was obvious the relationship ended on a bad note. During the live stream, Ben made several claims that Carlos had ties to the Houston Mafia and made a bunch of other defamatory remarks about him. He even claimed that Carlos had stolen his Lamborghini, which is why he was currently outside his house. He wanted that Lamborghini back. When fans questioned his actions, Ben defended himself by saying that Carlos had been manipulating him to the point where he couldn't take it any longer. He had to take a stand.
Man who death threatened me took my Lamborghini. This is who you're with.
Already, there were a few holes in his story. He said that upon arriving at Carlos's house, he tried to confront Carlos directly, but Carlos ran away.
I go knock on the door, and you know what he does? He turns and he runs.
However, the doorbell camera footage told a different story.
He shows up, goes to the door, rings the doorbell, and then does this.
For the first half of the stream, Ben can be seen erratically ranting at the camera, all while claiming that he was completely fine mentally. He stated that what he was doing was not out of paranoia or because he was crazy, but because it was necessary. At one point, Ben even tells the stream that someone texted him saying that they were going to call the police.
Somebody just texted me, said they're going to call the cops. I will really enjoy the cops coming here. I really enjoy it.
At around the 19-minute mark of the stream, police arrived on the scene. The first thing that they did was question Ben, asking if he had anything dangerous on him. Ben responded that there was nothing on him, but there was something in his car.
Oh, stop. Oh, stop. I couldn't hear.
You have a weapon on you.
No, I do not.
Okay.
I do not.
So
I have one in my vehicle, but I do not have a weapon on me.
When the police went to investigate his car, they found that there was another person inside the vehicle. That person was Cassie Wolf, who was the co-founder of BitBoy Crypto. The live stream caught Ben having an affair with this woman. Just 1 minute into Ben's conversation with the police, the officers turned the camera face down, leaving the viewers to stare at a black screen. Through the audio, you can hear Ben trying to explain the entire situation from his point of view to the police, but to no avail. Eventually, he got arrested for loitering and simple assault by inducing fear in another. This next criminal was a kid who was dangerously smart. The CIA hack. If you Google the name Kane Gamble, you'll see him described as a cyber terrorist and hacker. But Kane wasn't your typical hacker. He didn't spend hours writing code or cracking into firewalls. His real weapon was something much simpler: his voice. Kane was a genius at something called social engineering. Social engineering is about tricking people into giving away sensitive information like passwords or security codes without them even realizing it.
But hackers can be very socially smart. They can call up a company and convince the company to give them details they normally wouldn't do.
Instead of hacking into computers, social engineering is about hacking people. Kane knew a security system is only as secure as the humans running it, and humans can be fooled. But how exactly did a teenager like Kane use social engineering to become one of the world's most notorious criminals? Kane Gamble grew up in a small town in England. He was incredibly intelligent. He also had autism, which reportedly made it harder for him to understand right from wrong. Kane had a very black and white view of the world, seeing it more as a video game with goodies and baddies. Around 2015, when he was about 15, Kane started a hacking group called Crackers with Attitude, or CWA. They weren't hacking for money or fame. They wanted to fight what they considered injustice in the world. One of their first targets was one of the most powerful men in America, the director of the CIA. The director of the CIA started with a simple phone call. Kane knew John Brennan, the director of the CIA, had an AOL email account, so he picked up the phone and called AOL's customer support. Pretending to be Brennan, Kane said something like, "Hi, I'm John Brennan. I'm locked out of my account. I think I've forgotten my password." The customer service rep, eager to help, asked Kane a few questions to confirm his identity. But Kane was ready for this. He knew enough about Brennan to answer every question without hesitation.
Now there's a wealth of data online, so they got a lot of data about the CIA director online.
In just a few minutes, the rep reset the password and handed it over to Kane. This teenager now had access to everything: the CIA director's emails, iCloud, and even secret government documents.
It was this combination of actually getting on the phone and calling and pretending that was actually kind of a game changer for them, not necessarily the hardcore hacking.
But stealing the information wasn't enough for Kane. He wanted to rub it in. He called the CIA director directly, laughing and bragging about how he hacked him. Then, to make matters worse, he leaked some of Brennan's private emails and documents online for the world to see. With that move, Kane made an enemy of one of the most powerful men in the world. But Kane's hacking spree didn't end with the CIA boss. He went after more high-profile targets.
Gamble targeted the FBI too. He tried to hack the agency's portal and its deputy director, Mark Giuliano, as well as a special agent called Amy Hess.
Kane even hacked FBI systems and leaked details of 20,000 FBI employees online, putting them in danger.
But he knew he was putting lives at risk. He talked about that online after releasing an FBI staff list and describing it as the biggest hack ever.
He created an anonymous Twitter account under the name Kraka. Anytime he hacked or stole data, he would tweet about it. When he wasn't bragging about his crimes, he was mocking the authorities and daring them to catch him. But his cocky attitude would eventually be his downfall. As Kane Gamble continued his attacks, both US and UK authorities worked non-stop to track him down. Every time he hacked or bragged about his crimes online, he left behind digital clues, and investigators were closing in fast. In February 2017, British police raided his home. They expected to find an experienced hacker running a major operation. Instead, they found a teenager sitting at his mom's computer.
A Leicestershire teenager hijacked the computers of several US intelligence and security chiefs.
When the case went to court, prosecutors didn't hold back. They called his actions cyber terrorism, pointing out how he disrupted critical U.S. government operations. But despite the chaos he caused, Kane got off with a surprisingly light punishment, partially because he had autism.
Socially, he was still very immature, and he told one expert that he did this because it was kind of easy and didn't think he was hurting anyone.
Since he was still a minor when he committed the crimes, the court sentenced him to just 2 years at a youth detention center. The criminal in this next case was an influencer who kept pushing the boundaries. Inside the viral kidnapping victim prank. Natalie Reynolds is a content creator with over 4.5 million subscribers on YouTube, 2.4 million on TikTok, and 355,000 followers on Instagram. She rose to fame when she and her ex-boyfriend Zachary Hulsman created several joint couple social media accounts under the username Nat and Zach. But the two have since broken up, with Natalie taking over all the accounts and rebranding them as her own. Although Natalie already has a pretty big following on social media, recently all her efforts have been going toward her growing Kick channel, which has 13,000
she's a girl.
followers.
She's a blonde girl.
Natalie tried to be different on the platform by streaming a wide variety of pranks, usually pretty out there content, some of which landed her in some serious controversy. In December of 2023, Natalie went live on her Kick channel with a brand new prank, one that pushed the boundaries of what was okay when it comes to content. The prank was that she would drive around town in a white van trying to hand out candy to children.
You want some free candy?
Many of the parents were not pleased with this prank and even openly expressed that to her face during the stream. But to make matters worse, Natalie would approach actual families and point them in the direction of her van, telling the kids that there was candy inside.
Does anybody want free candy? You want free candy? Does anybody want free candy? No? They want free candy. This is your once in a lifetime opportunity to get something for free. Come on in. Here.
When they got in the van, what they saw was enough to scare the kids and adults. As the stream went on, Natalie and her friends continued to drive around the streets of Miami in their van looking for more people to prank. But it seemed that their prank escalated way too far because the locals ended up calling the police to report the van as suspicious. When officers arrived on the scene, they were quick to demand everyone in the vehicle to get out and have their hands up. The officers were clearly on high alert given the nature of the situation and a possible crime that could have been happening. The stream then ends suddenly as the camera falls to the ground just as Natalie and her companions were being forced out of the vehicle and onto the ground. The clip soon went viral online, with many people, particularly on X, criticizing Natalie for this poorly executed social experiment. And while Natalie's charges have not been confirmed, she's since returned to streaming on Kick and making content for her other social media pages. This next crime was so smooth, no one caught on until $25 million was gone. The $25 million.
I forgot to mention that fucking Natalie killed a girl, dude. She made a woman fucking drown, dude. She told a girl to jump in the water.
Mistake. In February 2024, a company called Arab was hit by one of the most advanced AI crimes ever. Many other companies have been victims of AI attacks, but this particular heist was so incredible that it made headlines around the world. But out of all the companies in the world, why did these AI criminals go after Arab? Arab is an engineering firm with multi-million-dollar projects around the globe. Despite being a well-organized company, Arab had one major weakness. Its offices were spread across the world. By 2023, Arab Group had 94 offices in 34 countries, a fact that they were proud to share on their website. Little did they know, being so spread out would make them an easy target for AI conmen. It was a regular day in February 2024. The accountant in Arab's Hong Kong office received an email from the company's chief financial officer based in the UK. But as soon as the accountant read the message, he thought it was a scam. The email asked him to secretly transfer millions of dollars from the company account into several other bank accounts. He didn't believe that Arab's chief financial officer would send such a strange request. However, it seemed like it was legit because the email also asked him to join a video call with the CFO. He was about to see and talk to the person who wanted him to move all that money. When the video call began, he saw the CFO and several familiar faces from the UK office. The CFO wasted no time explaining that they needed to send a large sum of money immediately for a secret deal. The CFO warned them that if they didn't act quickly, the company could be in serious trouble. Everyone else on the call nodded in agreement, which made it feel even more urgent. Trusting what they saw and heard, the Hong Kong accountant decided to follow their instructions. With a few clicks, he transferred 200 million Hong Kong dollars, which is about 25.6 million US dollars, out of the company's account to 5 different Hong Kong bank accounts. Most importantly, he transferred the money without telling anyone else because they told him it was a secret transaction. But what the accountant didn't know was that the chief financial officer that he spoke to on the video call wasn't real. It was a deep fake. In fact, everyone else on the video call was a deep fake too. A week later, Arab found out $25 million had gone missing from their Hong Kong account. When they asked the accountant why he transferred the money, he simply said the CFO ordered him to do it. It didn't take long for everyone to realize the accountant had been duped. But by then it was too late. The money was gone.
I like to imagine the reactions of all the chiefs of the company when they hear that this guy just authorized $26 million to Mr. Bombastically in the Bahamas.
When word got out about the crime, people were stunned. The big question everyone had was, how did the accountant not notice that the CFO on the video call was a deepfake? The truth is that some deepfakes are a lot more realistic than most people think, especially for people who aren't keeping up with technology. Deepfakes don't just copy faces and voices, it can even imitate mannerisms. In this case, the deepfake was so realistic that even the accountant who'd spoken with the real CFO many times couldn't tell the difference. The other people on the video call looked and sounded just like his actual coworkers.
This is real-time back and forth. This is an escalation of the technology that we've already come to fear. Now we have a reason to fear it even more.
Once they reported it to the police, news outlets picked up on it fast. The criminals behind this huge heist have not been caught yet. As deepfake technology gets even more advanced, my friends, this is just the beginning. This next guy probably made the dumbest mistake a burglar can ever make.
They're good.
Derek Koch. In 2008, Derek Koch walked into a small convenience store, but he wasn't there to buy snacks. He had a plan. The place was quiet, no witnesses, no cops. Derek waited until the coast was clear. Then he pulled out a pew-pew and pointed it at the clerk. Derek had two demands. He wanted cash and cigarettes, and he was ready to shoot if he didn't get them. The clerk didn't argue. She stuffed the bag with everything he asked for. Derek was feeling powerful, cocky. He yelled, "Damn straight." The clerk turned around to grab the cigarettes. Suddenly, she heard a loud bang. For a second, she thought she was hit, but she wasn't. That's when she turned around to face the robber. But he was no longer standing tall. He was hunched over, groaning. His hands were around his legs. Then she understood what happened. The robber Derek accidentally shot himself in his private parts. What happened was he tried to tuck the weapon into his pants, but he forgot to turn the safety on and accidentally pull the trigger. And then, bang. The whole thing was captured on the store's surveillance camera. But even after that mistake, Derek didn't give up. He grabbed the bag and ran out. He limped down the street, leaving a red trail behind him. The store clerk called the cops. They showed up, and it wasn't hard to track down the robber. They just followed the red trail. They found Derek at his grandma's house. He needed urgent medical attention. Cops rushed him to the emergency room. Doctors saved his life, but they couldn't save him from what came next. He was going to jail. Derek was charged with armed robbery, criminal recklessness, and battery. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison. When he got out, reporters were waiting. They wanted to interview the robber who blew his jewels off. There were so many headlines about it. In an interview, Derek said it was shameful and embarrassing, and I think anyone with a good heart would feel that way about it. Today, Derek is remembered as one of the dumbest criminals ever. The victim in this next crime was framed using AI.
Call him No Dick Dared.
Recording. A disturbing AI crime occurred in the last place you'd expect, a high school. On January 16th, 2024,
That's where AI is
three
like
teachers
fucking
from
all the
Pikesville
kids
High
use
School
AI.
received a mysterious email from an unknown sender. Most people don't open emails from strangers, but this one had a subject line that was impossible to ignore. Pikesville principal, a disturbing recording. Attached to the email was an audio file, and when each teacher played the audio, their jaw hit the floor. The voice in the audio was unmistakable. It belonged to their boss, Pikeville High's principal, Eric Eisworth. In the recording, the principal was making inappropriate comments about black people, saying stuff like black students couldn't test their way out of a paper bag.
You know, I seriously don't understand why I have to constantly put up with these dumb
here every day.
In the same audio, the principal
Oh,
also
shit.
made disparaging comments about Jewish people and mentioned the names of staff members who should have never been hired.
Lawrence and Ravenel should have never been hired. And don't let me get started on DJ. I'm gonna drag his out of here one way or another.
It didn't take long for this recording to spread. Soon, other teachers heard it, then students and parents. Somehow, the audio
ChatGPT,
made
it's
its
fake.
way onto social media and it went viral, shared over 27,000 times. The school district immediately suspended the principal and launched an investigation into the matter. But that wasn't enough to calm people down.
It feels like really uncomfortable. It's like the environment at the school just starts to feel hostile more and more like every day as I'm here.
Folks in the community were so angry they tried to get physical with the principal. Others even sent him death threats. Eventually, police officers had to be stationed outside of Principal Eisworth's house to protect him from the angry crowds. It wasn't long before the story spread to the media, turning this high school scandal into national news.
Folks, the Baltimore County Public School System is investigating the principal at Pikesville High School for allegedly making derogatory comments about black students, staff, and Jewish folk.
And what's very unfortunate for him, he's probably going to be out of his job.
But there was something about this case that didn't add up. Principal Eisworth insisted that the recording was fake. He swore he never said any of those things. Unfortunately, no one in the community believed him. The voice in the recording sounded exactly like his, and he was talking about the people he worked with. Even the principal's closest friends thought it was real. There was nothing to suggest otherwise. However, the principal kept insisting the audio was fake and would not back down. Because he was so persistent, the school district investigating
It's easy
the
to
case
frame
started to
people,
wonder
man.
if he was telling the truth. The principal would have to take a lie detector test. The authorities put him through the test, and the results turned the entire case around. The results showed that Principal Eisworth did not make the statements on the audio. But this only made things more confusing. If the principal didn't say those things in the recording, then why did the voice in the audio sound exactly like
AI.
his? Experts were brought in to study the audio, and soon they had their answer. A forensic analysis revealed that the audio contained traces of AI-generated content
dude.
with human editing after the fact. In other words, the recording was created using AI. Principal
Does it take
Eisworth
you a
was
professional
relieved.
to find
He would
that out,
finally
man? Fuck.
clear his
I want that
name.
job
But
as a
there was still
professional, dude.
something troubling him. The audio was fake. Everyone knew that by now. So who would make a fake recording to get their principal fired? When the school authorities realized someone was trying to frame the principal, they informed the cops and it became an official police investigation. The detectives on the case started by making a list of suspects. They asked themselves who would want the principal out of the picture. As they spoke to people in the community, one name kept coming up: Dazon Darien. If Principal Eisworth had an enemy, it would be this guy. Dazon Darien was the physical education teacher and athletic director at Pikesville High School. So technically, Principal Eisworth was his boss. However, Darien and Principal Eisworth did not get along. The teacher and principal argued multiple times, and the tension between them kept building. Employees argue with their bosses all the time, so it was crazy to think Darien would make a fake AI audio to frame his boss. But a few days later, the detectives uncovered one piece of information that made Dazon the prime suspect. Here's what the cops found when they were looking into Darien. We know Darien and Principal Eisworth didn't see eye to eye, but they still worked together out of necessity. However, things between them went downhill when Darien made a big mistake. Remember, Darien was the school's athletic director in charge of managing the budget for PE activities. While going over the school accounts, Principal Eisworth noticed that Darien spent $1,916 of school funds to pay an assistant coach for the girls' soccer team. There was just one problem. The principal didn't even know the school had an assistant coach for the team. When he asked the girls' soccer team and their head coach, they confirmed there was no assistant coach at all. So who got paid as a supposed assistant coach? When Principal Eisworth investigated the name on the assistant coach's check, he discovered that the so-called coach was actually Darien's roommate. In other words, Darien and his roommate stole money from the school. If the principal reported the theft, Darien wouldn't just lose his job, he could be arrested. When the principal confronted him about it, Darien couldn't deny what he had done. Rumors spread that Darien's contract would not be renewed next semester. Darien was about to be fired and he knew it. Once detectives discovered Darian's motive, the rest of the case came together quickly. Investigators discovered that Darian used the school's internet multiple times to look up generative AI tools, including the day before the audio clip was sent. They traced the email that sent out the fake audio to an internet provider registered to Darian's grandmother. The recovery phone number on the email account had a 213 area code, which was registered to Darian himself. After seeing all the evidence, a judge approved an arrest warrant for Darian. But there was one last twist. Darian ran away to escape before the cops could arrest him. But Darian's time as a fugitive didn't last long. Just a day after the warrant was signed, Darian was arrested at the airport trying to board a flight out of state. He was slapped with multiple charges, including theft, retaliation against a witness, and stalking.
Mr. Darian, who was the athletic director at the high school, made the recording to retaliate against the principal who had launched an investigation into the potential mishandling of school funds.
The case against Dazon Darian is still going on as of the time of making this video, and he's probably gonna end up in jail. One careless decision can turn a good guy into a convict. This next story is a perfect example of that. A big mistake. Daniel Silva is a tattoo artist who's done work on celebrities like Trippie Redd, Ethan Dolan, and Jalen Ramsey. He was also a participant in the 10th season of the tattooing reality TV competition Ink Master, where he placed 7th in the finale. But at the time, Daniel wasn't best known for his work, but rather his crime. In 2020, the world was shocked and devastated to find out about the passing of beloved social media star Corey LaBerry. He was a vlogger who had been uploading videos on YouTube since 2016 and collaborated with popular YouTubers like David Dobrik. On May 10th, 2020, his 25th birthday, Corey was out celebrating for the occasion. He'd gotten way too intoxicated and decided to look for a designated driver to drive him home that night. So he turned to his friend Daniel Silva, who was capitalizing off of his newfound fame as an expert tattoo artist. He wanted to expand his content by also making videos on YouTube and currently has over 900,000 subscribers. At the time of Corey's birthday, Daniel was also under the influence and wasn't fit to drive. Yet, he still agreed, and Corey gave him the keys to his car so that he could take them both home. But sadly for Corey, he made the wrong choice.
The life of a YouTube reality star cut short, killed on his 25th birthday in a violent high-speed crash.
The two got into Corey's 2020 McLaren 600 LT and began the drive. But at around 9:40 p.m., Daniel lost control of the vehicle shortly after, sending it flying off the road. Daniel made it. Corey didn't. After the crash, Daniel attempted to evade police capture, trying to flee the scene, but was stopped by a passerby who tried to help out. When the police arrived, he was taken into custody and was held on a $200,000 bond. In July of 2020, Daniel was charged with murder, and he and his legal team were hard at work to get that changed. His original sentence was up to 4 years in state prison. But a month later, this was reduced, and the tattoo artist was sentenced to 365 days in a county jail, along with 250 hours of community service and 5 years of probation. It was later revealed that it was Corey's family that asked for these charges to be reduced. A few months later, Daniel broke his silence regarding the entire incident, issuing a formal apology to Corey's fans, family, and loved ones.
I want to start off by saying how sorry I am for all the pain that everybody's going through. I'm sorry to Corey. I'm sorry to Corey's friends and family, and I'm really sorry to Corey's fans.
As of March 2023, Daniel has returned to YouTube and uploads consistently. Daniel isn't hurting anyone anymore with his videos, but for other YouTubers, I cannot say the same. This next chapter is about a man who didn't set out to become a criminal. He became one by accident, or so he says. Ruben Pavon. In 2013, a store called Finders Keepers noticed something disturbing. Items from the store were going missing. Finders Keepers didn't sell brand new stuff. Everything they had was donated by the community. And when they sold stuff, they donated the money to charities for children and US troops. So when things started disappearing, it wasn't just stealing. It was stealing from people trying to do good. The thief was stealing donated items sitting outside on the porch. Luckily, the store had security cameras, so they checked the footage. And the thief was right there was a man named Ruben Pavon. One clip showed him casually walking up to the porch and grabbing a DVD player. In another clip, he came back. This time he brought his son. Together, they took off with a barbecue grill. They gave the footage to the cops. Ruben was arrested. It was an open and shut case. But when Ruben started talking, the case went from criminal to ridiculous. Ruben blamed the store for confusing him.
Ruben Pavon said he saw the name of Finders Keepers in Derry and presumed that the merchandise was anybody's to take away.
He took the name Finders Keepers literally. He figured they probably just put stuff out there for people to take, and he would have kept taking stuff if the cops didn't arrest him. But the owners of Finders Keepers didn't buy his excuse, especially because of how Ruben took the stuff.
I've never seen him in the store. He didn't appear to try to open the door to see if we were open, if anybody was there, if anybody was even there to help him load it, because the lights were off. So I assumed he knew that nobody was there.
They even posted about it on Facebook. This man who was caught on video is saying it is all a misunderstanding. He thought everything at our store was free. Is that really the best defense he could come up with? The case went viral online, and Ruben must have felt the pressure because he went on TV to prove he was not a bad person.
I just grabbed one. I thought it was there for the taking because the sign did say Finders Keepers.
He even explained why he didn't hide his face.
He even saw the camera that captured his image we showed you earlier this week.
In the end, Ruben gave everything back. That helped him avoid jail time. But it didn't save him from public shame. He became the guy who robbed a charity store because of its name. This next crime grabbed the world's attention as soon as it happened, and it was done by a 15-year-old. The boy who shut down the internet. In February 2000, the name Mafia Boy sent shockwaves across the internet. Most people thought he was part of an underground cyber terrorist group. Others said he was a dark web hacker trying to destroy the economy. The panic got so intense that US President Bill Clinton and the Attorney General announced a manhunt for Mafia Boy.
The FBI, the RCMP, they were all on the case.
But here's the twist. Mafia Boy wasn't some criminal mastermind. He was a 15-year-old kid messing around with an old computer in his bedroom. So what exactly did this kid do to become public enemy number one? Mafia Boy's real name was Michael Kelsey. He grew up in Montreal, Canada. When Michael was 6, he got his first computer for a pretty strange reason. Michael's parents divorced when he was young, so he spent time with his dad on the weekends. The problem was that his dad didn't know how to keep him entertained. So one day, his dad handed 6-year-old Michael a computer and told him to figure out what to do with it. Michael was hooked. He spent hours learning everything about computers. When he was 9, he got his hands on a free trial of AOL to surf the web. But when the 30-day trial ended, Michael wasn't ready to stop. Instead of paying for an AOL subscription, the 9-year-old hacked the system so he could stay online past the 30-day trial period. Hacking AOL for free internet was Michael's first taste of real hacking, but it wouldn't be the last. As Michael spent more time online, he stumbled onto the dark corners of the internet and found himself in underground hacker chat rooms. These forums were crawling with the world's most dangerous cyber criminals, all competing to prove who was the best. Michael soaked up all the knowledge he could, but he didn't just want to watch. He wanted to do something so big the entire hacking community would respect him. In the hacker world, respect came from pulling off bold, high-profile attacks. So in early 2000, Michael came up with a hack that was so big he knew it would make him a legend. He was going to shut down the internet. Michael Kelsey's big hack took place on February 7th, 2000. That day, he launched a cyber attack called a distributed denial of service or DDoS attack.
You can bombard a website with fake requests, and essentially those fake requests will overwhelm the website and it will actually refuse access to legitimate users trying to access the site.
But Michael wasn't interested in taking down just any website. He was going after the biggest ones in the world, sites run by multi-million-dollar companies.
Well, at the time, these companies were the most popular on the internet, and they yielded a lot of traffic. So if you really want to run a test and see how effective it is, you have to pick some of the big companies.
Michael's first target was Yahoo. At the time, Yahoo was the biggest search engine in the world, kind of like the Google of that era. Michael used a network of hacked computers to send an avalanche of data to Yahoo's servers. Within moments, the site crashed. Panic spread among Yahoo's team as they scrambled to figure out what was happening. Millions of people who were browsing the web with Yahoo suddenly couldn't access the site. But Michael Michael wasn't finished. He wanted this stunt to be even more impressive. Over the next couple of days, he unleashed DDoS attacks on other internet giants, including Amazon, eBay, CNN, and Dell. One by one, these massive websites crashed.
Every day this week, major websites have been outmaneuvered and outmuscled by someone who wanted to take them down.
In the chaos, businesses lost millions of dollars and the US stock market began to fall apart. Mafia Boy's hacking spree reportedly caused $1.7 billion in financial damage. Billion.
Where I basically brought e-commerce to a halt. And I took out some of the biggest companies in the world.
While experts raced to uncover who was behind these attacks, Michael sat in his room watching news reports about the havoc he caused. He was thrilled.
It was more, so were you just showing off to go look what I can do?
For me, hacking was an exploring. It was an adventure to me. I wanted to see how far I could go.
But his victory wouldn't last long because the FBI made catching him their top priority. After crashing those websites, Michael, using the name Mafia Boy, went on online chat rooms bragging that he was responsible for the attacks. This was his first mistake. By claiming responsibility, Mafia Boy became the most famous hacker in America. But he also became the most wanted. Even the US president knew what Mafia Boy did.
President Bill Clinton held a special cybersecurity summit at the White House.
I think it was an alarm. I don't think it was Pearl Harbor.
The best detectives from the FBI and other agencies were on the case. They needed to uncover Mafia Boy's true identity. Law enforcement followed a trail of clues tracing the attacks to a network of hacked computers in a university. Eventually, those clues led straight to Michael's home in Montreal. About 3 months after the hack, police showed up at his front door.
Investigators of Montreal arrested Mafia Boy and conducted a search of his residence.
No one was shocked that Mafia Boy got caught, but they were stunned when they found out who he was. How could a 15-year-old beat America's biggest tech companies?
Turned out to be this guy, a 15-year-old kid from Montreal who called himself Mafia Boy.
In court, Michael was charged with more than 50 crimes. He confessed to everything. His main defense was that he never meant to cause so much damage. In September 2001, Michael was sentenced to 8 months in a youth detention center and a year of probation. He was also banned from freely using the internet during that time. Today, Michael turned his life around. He's now what's called a white hat hacker. Companies hire him to identify security flaws in their systems and design better security features. The boy who once shut down the internet is now being paid to protect it. Sometimes the worst partner in crime you can have is your best friend. The story is proof of that. Jonathan Ochola. Some criminals mess up during the crime. Jonathan Ochola messed up even before it started. In 2011, Jonathan and his friend Rashad planned a robbery. Their target was Ladbrokes, a betting shop in Portsmouth, England. Jonathan was the getaway driver. He waited in the car while Rashad went inside to do the job. Rashad stormed in, waved a fake pew-pew, and got away with 500 pounds, which is about $650. Then he dashed back to the car and they sped off. It looked like a clean job. Rashad even wore a mask to hide his face, but that mask ruined everything. Right after the robbery, Rashad ripped off the mask and tossed it away, but he left it near the crime scene and it was covered with his DNA. Police found the mask and ran a DNA test, and just like that, they knew who it belonged to. Rashad was arrested and he confessed everything. He even gave up his accomplice, Jonathan Ochola. Leaving a mask covered in your DNA is dumb, but somehow Jonathan did something even dumber. When police questioned Jonathan, he denied everything. He said he was at home watching TV during the crime, and there was no DNA linking him to it. It seemed he might walk free. Then the cops
Merry
searched
Christmas,
his
yeah,
house,
filthy
and that's
animal.
when they found Jonathan's diary. But something inside the diary made Jonathan Ochola the world's dumbest criminal. Inside, on the day of the robbery, he had written, "Go Portsmouth. Robbery happens." He wrote down the time and place of the crime like a to-do list. It was basically a confession. When police showed him the note, Jonathan panicked. He changed his story. He admitted going to the shop with Rashad, but swore he didn't know about the robbery. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. The judge didn't believe him. Jonathan was jailed for 3 years, Rashad for 2.5. And as a bonus, Jonathan became internet famous. He was the criminal foolish enough to write about his crime in his diary. This next story exposes one of the most disturbing AI crimes. My daughter is in danger. No one knows more about AI voice cloning than Jennifer DeStefano. She isn't a tech expert or a scientist, she's just a regular mom. But while most people have only heard about the dangers of AI voice cloning, Jennifer experienced it in a way she'll never forget. In April 2023, Jennifer DeStefano got a call from an unknown number. When she answered, she heard her daughter Bree crying and saying, "Mom, I messed up." Before Jennifer could respond, a man's voice cut in. He sounded mean and said, "Listen here, I've got your daughter. This is how it's going to go down. You call the police, you call anybody, I'm going to have my way with her and drop her off in Mexico." While the man was talking, Jennifer could still hear her daughter sobbing in the background. The kidnapper demanded a ransom of $1 million to release Bree. Like any parent, Jennifer would have paid anything to save her child, but she didn't have that kind of money. When she told the kidnapper she couldn't pay, he instantly reduced the ransom to $50,000. That's a 95% drop. He insisted he didn't want the money wired, he'd pick it up himself. The kidnapper hung up to give Jennifer time to get the money, but instead of gathering the cash, Jennifer did the one thing he told her not to do. She called the cops. However, Jennifer didn't have a reason to be worried. In fact, she didn't even need to bother the cops because her daughter was never in danger. The voice was a perfect AI-generated clone. After making a few calls, Jennifer realized that her daughter was safe. If she sent the money, she would have been yet another victim of the AI voice cloning scam. Jennifer's story caught the attention of her local news station and she shared her experience with reporters. She explained, "It all just seemed so real. I never doubted for 1 second that it was her. That's the freaky part that really got me to my core. Even the crying on the call was perfect. It was exactly how her daughter would have cried." Luckily, Jennifer didn't lose any money, but the next couple wasn't so lucky. An elderly couple in Canada got a call from someone who sounded exactly like their son. Their son said he was in jail for being involved in a fatal car accident. Then he passed the phone to a lawyer who told him to send $21,000 for legal fees to get their son out of jail. Terrified and desperate to help, the couple sent the money through Bitcoin as instructed. But it was all a scam. They discovered the truth later that night when their real son called them. AI voice scams are scary because criminals only need 3 seconds of someone's voice to make a clone. They can easily get that from a YouTube clip, a podcast, or even a social media post. So it seems like they're not going to stop anytime soon. Up next is a crime driven by pure greed. Hugo Sanchez. Hugo Sanchez lived in England with his wife and 4 kids, but things were falling apart. By 2005, the couple was drowning in debt, so they came up with a crazy idea. Hugo would fake his own death. If they pulled it off, they could collect a massive life insurance payout. It was over $1 million, so they did it. Hugo and his wife took a vacation to Ecuador. Then Hugo's wife returned to the UK alone. She told everyone Hugo passed away from a heart attack and his body was cremated. She even had a fake death certificate to prove it. The documents were real enough to fool everyone, at least for a while. The insurance companies started paying out. With the money, Hugo and his wife moved to Australia with their kids. But insurance companies don't just hand over millions without checking. They hired a private investigator to verify. The investigator spoke to Hugo's friends and family, and some let it slip that Hugo was still alive. So investigators took another look at the death certificate, and that's when they found something insane. Hugo's fingerprints were on his death certificate, like he printed it himself or his certificate was handed to him. Now they knew he was alive. But Hugo and his wife no longer lived in the UK, so the cops had to wait. Finally, they had their chance. Hugo's wife flew back to England for her sister's wedding. As soon as she landed, she was arrested. She was jailed for 2 years. Hugo was still hiding in Australia, but not for long. He was arrested the next year and sent back to the UK. He got 5 years. They faked the death, lied to everyone, then moved across the world. But it all fell apart because Hugo couldn't keep his fingerprints off his death certificate. And today, Hugo is featured on a list of top 10 dumb crooks. This next guy started his life of crime at a very young age. Cosmo the God. When Eric Taylor was only 15, he was arrested by the FBI. At first, he tried to act like he hadn't done anything wrong, but the FBI had stacks of evidence against him. Eric Taylor wasn't just any teenager. On the internet, he went by the name Cosmo the God and was a member of a notorious hacking group called Eugene Nazi. Eugene Nazi terrorized the internet, committing credit card fraud, identity theft, and crashing websites. They even hacked Papa John's Pizza just because their delivery order was late. point. By mid-2012, the FBI had enough. They launched an international crackdown called Operation Card Shop, where they arrested 24 UG Nazi hackers in 13 different countries. Among those arrested was Eric Taylor, aka Cosmo the God. Cosmo thought he was going to jail for sure, but then the feds surprised him. Because he was only 15, Cosmo was given a plea deal instead of prison time. Part of the agreement was that he was banned from using the internet for the next 6 years until he turned 21. If Cosmo really needed to go online, maybe to research a school paper, he had to get permission from his parole officer. And even if he got approval, he had to be supervised the entire time he was online. If Cosmo broke any of the rules, he would be given a 3-year prison sentence. It was a deal meant to scare him straight, and for a little while it worked. A month. Cosmo tried to stay off the web, but the boredom was unbearable. Soon he convinced someone to send him a laptop. The moment he got his hands on it, the old Cosmo the God was back. This time he was going to cause far more chaos. When Cosmo got back online, his hacking adventures took a dark turn. He stumbled upon a site run by a very big Russian cybercrime group. The site sold stolen social security numbers, credit reports, and personal information belonging to millions of Americans, even celebrities and government officials. For most people, discovering something this sinister would be a cue to turn back. But now for Cosmo, he decided to hack the Russian site just to prove he could. Within days, Cosmo broke the site's defenses and downloaded the entire database.
So you hacked the Russian hackers?
Yes.
How did that feel?
I was 15 and it felt amazing.
Then, instead of lying low, Cosmo contacted the Russian criminals he had just hacked and blackmailed them with their information.
What were you thinking?
I had nothing to lose back then, to be honest. That's all I was thinking, was I had nothing to lose.
Instead of retaliating, the Russians were impressed that a kid hacked them, so they made a deal. They gave Cosmo free access to their site, including free credentials to buy social security numbers from them. With access to thousands of private records, including those of politicians, athletes, and celebrities, Cosmo could have kept it all to himself. But he chose a different path. Cosmo decided to leak it online for the world to see. Leaking social security numbers, home addresses, and credit information of famous people is incredibly dangerous. It exposes them to identity theft, harassment, financial ruin, and more. Cosmo knew exactly how much trouble his leaks could cause, but that only made him more eager to do it. First, he created a website to share the stolen data. He gave it a dark, sinister vibe, making it look like it was run by Russian hackers. To make sure people noticed, he anonymously reached out to a TMZ reporter to spread the word.
Like, I made the site seem like it came back to Russia, and the media published it as Russian hackers.
Every day, Taylor, aka Cosmo, would post social security numbers, home addresses, and even full credit reports on the internet for all to see. The data Cosmo released mostly belonged to famous people. He was having the time of his life, but his victims were freaking out as their personal details went public.
I wanted to make a name, but I also wanted to get a message out there.
What was the message?
That nobody's safe online.
However, these public figures had money and power, and they used their influence to pressure law enforcement to act. Soon, the FBI made it their main priority to catch the person behind the leaks. It didn't take long for FBI cyber experts to crack the case. Cosmo made the website with the leaked information look like it came from Russia, but the government figured out who was really behind the postings. The FBI traced everything back to a house in Long Beach, California. The house where Cosmo lived with his mom and grandma. When they realized it was the same teenager they banned from the internet 8 months earlier, they were furious. But they didn't want to give him a chance to escape. They wanted to catch him red-handed. In July 2013, Cosmo was hacking away in his bedroom when he received a call from his grandmother downstairs. She said someone was coming upstairs to see him. He figured it was just his probation officer checking in. He was wrong. Moments later, a SWAT team stormed into his bedroom.
Getting my door kicked down and flashbanged by over 30 to 40 Secret Service and FBI agents when I was 16.
This time, it felt like the end. He blatantly broke the terms of his plea deal, and he was so sure the prison was next. But surprisingly, the court gave Cosmo one more chance. He was sentenced to 3 years probation. It was a shockingly light punishment, practically a miracle. Shaken up by the experience, Cosmo decided to change his life. In the years that followed, Cosmo joined a cybersecurity company.
Taylor is now 21, and he says he's turned his life around.
Today, Cosmo the God helps businesses defend themselves against the very kinds of attacks he used to launch. Up next is a story about a kid who robbed the bank and then bragged about it. The German bank robber. Being dumb is one thing, but being dumb and cocky is a recipe for disaster. A teenager in Germany learned that lesson the hard way. In 2010, a 19-year-old robbed a small bank. He threatened the staff, grabbed the cash, and escaped. He made it home without getting caught. Then he waited. The robbery was on the news. Police were on the case. He expected the cops to kick down his door any minute, but nothing happened. The minutes turned to hours, hours turned to days, days turned into a week, and still the police had no suspects. That's when his ego exploded. He thought he was a criminal genius. He pulled off the perfect heist at 19, but instead of enjoying his freedom, he wanted to brag about it. A week after the robbery, he couldn't help himself. He sent emails. One to the police, two to local newspapers. In the emails, he mocked the police for getting his age, height, and accent wrong. Then he pointed out that he escaped in a car, not on foot. He was playing games with the cops, like a criminal genius. But the moment he sent those emails, he proved how dumb he was, because it's easy to find out who owns an email address. The cops traced the email back to him in no time. They knew his name and where he lived. He basically turned himself in. Days later, police arrested him in a gambling hall in Hamburg. When they put the cuffs on him, he was completely shocked. But the truth was simple. He wasn't caught because the cops were smart. He was caught because he was dumb. This next criminal was so dumb, he went viral. Anthony Garcia. Most people hide their crimes, but Anthony Garcia put his on display. He tattooed his crime on his chest. The crime happened in 2004. Someone took the life of John Juarez outside a liquor store. No one saw who did it, and the cops had no leads. Years passed and it became a cold case. For 4 years, nothing happened. Then, one dumb mistake revealed the culprit. In 2008, police stopped a man driving with a suspended license. His name was Anthony Garcia. It seemed like a simple traffic case, but two things made the officers take a second look. First, Garcia was linked to a gang called Rivera 13. Second, he had a massive tattoo. It stretched from his neck to his chest and from arm to arm. The cops had a rule. Whenever they arrested a gang member, they took pictures of their tattoos. So when they arrested Garcia, they snapped the photo. The tattoo photo went straight into the system. Weeks later, it landed on the desk of a detective, someone who worked for the Juarez case years earlier.
An investigator by the name of Kevin Lloyd was just flipping through pictures of gang members and, just taking a look at their tattoos.
When he saw Garcia's tattoo, his jaw dropped.
And then he looked at this gentleman's tattoo and realized, oh my God, this is the crime scene from that liquor store slaying.
The tattoo was like a snapshot of the crime scene.
So each key detail was right there. The Christmas lights that lined the roof of the liquor store, the direction his body fell, the borrowed street lamp across the way.
It even matched the trajectory of the bullets. It was so accurate that the detective called it a crime scene sketch and a confession. But the tattoo wasn't enough for a conviction. They needed a confession. So the cops came up with a plan. At that point, Garcia was still in jail just for the traffic stop. So they sent an undercover officer into his cell.
Pretending as if he was also a criminal. And he's like, hey, dude, I like that tattoo. What's that about?
And just like they hoped, Garcia started talking.
And he's wired, right? He's recording everything. And Anthony Garcia admits everything.
He bragged about the shooting. He explained the tattoo. He gave details only the culprit would know. All of it was recorded. In October 2008, Garcia was officially charged with the murder. He thought the tattoo made him look tough. Instead, he tattooed his confession on his chest.
I was ready to declare him the world's dumbest guy for putting the crime scene on his chest. So, he literally can't escape. They're like, but it's right there.
Up next was a teenage criminal who believed he was too smart to get caught. He was wrong. The boy who stole $24 million. Ellis Pinsky was just a teenager when people started calling him Baby Al Capone. You've probably heard of the real Al Capone, who was a ruthless gangster who ran a massive criminal empire back in the 1920s. The question is, what did this kid do to be compared to someone so dangerous? The crime that put Ellis Pinsky on the map happened in 2018 when he was just in 10th grade. What's crazy is the whole thing wasn't even his idea. It all started when 15-year-old Ellis got a job offer from someone named Harry. But But this wasn't some ordinary job, it was illegal. Harry wanted Ellis to lead a team of hackers in pulling off a massive heist. The plan was to hack someone's phone and steal millions of dollars in cryptocurrency. To pull it off, they would use a technique called SIM swapping. SIM swapping happens when hackers trick a phone company into transferring someone's phone number to the hacker's own SIM card. The SIM swap allows hackers to intercept all calls, texts, and verification codes sent to that number. With that, they could break into the victim's accounts and steal their money. But SIM swapping is a federal crime in the US, and if they got caught, they would face years behind bars. The thought of jail would scare up most teenagers, but instead of walking away from this job, Ellis said yes. The plan began as soon as Ellis joined. The target was no ordinary person. His name was Michael Turpin, a multimillionaire known as the godfather of crypto. Turpin launched the world's first crypto investment firm, wrote a book teaching people how to get rich with Bitcoin, and reportedly had over $100 million in his crypto wallets. In summary, Turpin was one of the most powerful men in crypto, and they were going to rob him. Ellis led the attack. First, the hackers bribed an AT&T employee to swap Turpin's SIM cards and settings. Once they had control of the phone number, Ellis then reset passwords and accessed Turpin's email accounts. Ellis scanned Turpin's emails and found a file named Passwords. When he opened the file, he discovered a whole list of private keys for wallets owned and controlled by Turpin. With just a few clicks, Ellis transferred about 24 million US dollars in crypto out of those wallets. The entire operation took only about 90 minutes. Before Turpin realized anything was wrong, the money was gone. For a while, Ellis thought he pulled off the perfect crime. After selling his share of the crypto, Ellis walked around with a designer wallet packed with $100 bills. He bought a $170,000 car and even took trips on private jets. Meanwhile, his parents and friends thought he was making money through trading Bitcoin and stock. But the perfect crime didn't stay perfect for long. At the time, Turpin's phone hack was one of the largest crypto hacks of its kind. Although Michael Turpin was worth hundreds of millions, losing 24 million wasn't something he could just shrug off. He was determined to get his money back. First, Turpin sued AT&T in 2018, accusing them of failing to prevent the attack. Then he launched his own investigation, teaming up with cybersecurity experts and law enforcement. It took over a year, but investigators eventually traced the crime to Alice Pinsky. But Michael Turpin didn't just want his 24 million back. He wanted to embarrass the kid who stole from him. So in 2020, Turpin filed a lawsuit against Ellis, revealing his name to the world. The lawsuit accused Ellis of masterminding the attack and described him as an evil computer genius. Ellis's life unraveled as the case went public. Suddenly, he was front page news, the 15-year-old who stole $24 million in cryptocurrency. The case went to court and Turpin demanded his money back. But he wasn't going to get it because Ellis claimed that he already spent most of the cash. Ellis found himself a good lawyer, pleaded guilty to embezzlement, and returned 562 Bitcoins, the Patek watch, and just under $100,000 in cash. Because Ellis was a minor at the time of the theft, the court went easy on him. In 2022, the court ordered Ellis to pay Turpin $22 million to settle the case, no matter how long it takes him to raise the money. Ellis went on to study computer science in college and is still on the hook to pay the $22 million. Up next is a crime that went viral, and it was created with AI. Fake news. People always say seeing is believing, but in 2023, some viral photos made everyone question that. In March, photos showing President Donald Trump being arrested spread across social media. They exploded on Twitter, Instagram, and all over the internet. A lot of people thought the arrest was real until they found out it was all a lie.
Deep fake photos like these swirled around social media, seemingly showing the former president struggling with authorities.
Multiple TV networks confirmed that Trump wasn't arrested and that the photos were fake. AI experts noticed details like strange skin tones, blurry faces, and body parts that didn't look right.
They may look real, but none of them are.
It turned out that these photos were created using an AI tool called Midjourney. The fake images of President Trump caused so much chaos that Midjourney banned the person who made those images. Midjourney also stopped taking cues with the word Trump in it. While no one got jailed for the fake Trump images, a man in China wasn't so lucky when he tried to spread fake news. In 2023, news about a train crash in China went viral, claiming that 9 people lost their lives. The story was picked up by 20 different blogs in the country and soon had over 15,000 views. People who read it were panicking, worried about their families and friends. But overnight, everything changed. Chinese authorities stepped in and announced that the entire story was fake. There was no train crash, no deaths. It was all made up. But instead of feeling relieved that it wasn't true, the authorities were furious. China has strict rules for online information, including a law about AI-generated content. This law says any image, video, or text generated with AI must be clearly labeled as fake. The fake news about the train crash broke the law, and the police wanted to find and punish the person behind it. What started as a fake news story turned into a full police investigation. After some time, they traced the blog post back to a guy named Hong from Gansu. When they questioned him, Hong admitted he used ChatGPT to create different versions of the fake story to bypass duplication checks. With this confession, Hong was arrested for concocting false information. The specific crime Hong was accused of, however, is picking quarrels and provoking trouble, which was punishable by up to 5 years in prison. This made him the first person in China to be arrested for using AI to create fake news. This next crime was designed to ruin the reputations of countless women. Horrible deepfake content. It's not every day the police show up at a school, especially to arrest a teenager. But in June 2024, that's what happened in Melbourne, Australia. In front of stunned classmates and teachers, the police put handcuffs on a student involved in one of the most disgusting AI crimes: inappropriate deepfake content. The boy was accused of using deepfake AI to create explicit photos with the faces of 50 female classmates. Parents who saw the photos described them as incredibly graphic. In this case, the school stopped the deepfake photos from spreading online, but not everyone is that lucky. Take Jody, for example. Her face was attached to so many explicit deepfakes that people started to think she was an adult star. Actually, what happened to Jody might be one of the worst cases of deepfake content. Jody was in her mid-20s when her deepfake nightmare began. In May 2020, she got a message from a friend saying that someone was sharing her pictures on Twitter and writing captions that suggested she was a hooker.
But the captions alongside her photos say that Jody wants to earn some extra money during lockdown, selling.
Jody checked the Twitter account that was pretending to be her and realized that the photos were taken from her Instagram page. That Twitter page also had photos taken from her friend Daisy's Instagram page. Jody and Daisy were determined to find out who was doing this. Since Jody's Instagram was private, they figured the person who stole the photos must be one of Jody's Instagram followers. The two friends made a list of all the men who followed both of them on social media.
Jody and Daisy go through a list of 50 men who follow them both, narrowing it down. One person sticks out to them: Jody's ex-boyfriend.
Everyone who followed Jody was either a trusted friend or family member. The only person who might want to embarrass her was her ex. Enraged, Jody decided to confront him. She accused her ex-boyfriend of stealing her photos and posting them on the creepy Twitter account, but he swore he wasn't responsible. Jody couldn't get him to confess, but she still believed it was him, so she blocked him on Instagram. Blocking him meant he wouldn't be able to see or download her Instagram photos anymore. For a while, the creepy Twitter account stopped posting her photos and she thought it was all over, but she was wrong. A few months later, Jody received a strange email from an unknown sender. The subject line made her heart skip a beat. It read, "Someone is posting pics of you online. Sorry to remain anonymous," the email read, "but I saw this guy was posting pics of you on creepy subreddits. I know this must be really scary." The email also said that someone was asking if anyone could create deepfake adult content with Jody's pictures. In return for deepfakes of Jody, the person promised to share more personal photos of her. Jody was horrified, but worse news followed. 6 weeks later, the same emailer got in touch again, this time about the deepfakes. The mysterious emailer included a link so Jody could see her photos being used for fake adult content, but there was also a warning.
Huge trigger warning. The because they contain lewd photoshopped images of you.
When she clicked the link, it opened a page filled with images of her doing intimate things, but none of it was real. Her face had been digitally added to someone else's body. But that wasn't the worst part. She realized the pictures being used in these deepfakes were from her recent Instagram posts. Jodi knew her ex couldn't be behind it because he didn't have access to her new photos. She blamed the wrong person. But if it wasn't him, then who? Which of her Instagram followers was trying to turn her pictures into this type of content? As she flipped through the deepfakes, one photo caught her eye. This wasn't a photo she posted online. It wasn't anywhere on her social media. In fact, there was only one person apart from her who had this photo. It was a picture of her with King's College in the background, and she shared this photo with only one person. The man in the photo with her best friend, Alex Wolf.
I knew that it had been cropped, and that the person who was cropped out was my best friend, Alex.
Jodi was stunned. She'd known Alex since they were teenagers. He was a loyal friend and someone she could count on. But now it was clear Alex betrayed her. Jodi reported Alex to the police and he was arrested. Investigators found out that Alex downloaded images of 15 women and asked for their faces to be put on the bodies of women doing intimate tasks. He then posted these fake images on adult websites. Alex's sentence was 20 weeks in prison, suspended for 2 years, and he had to pay each victim £100. Right now, inappropriate deepfake content makes up 98% of all deepfake videos online. Also, 1 in every 3 deepfake tools allows users to create deepfake images of anyone they want. The good news is that countries are making laws to stop the rise of this content. Like in October 2023, the UK made it a criminal offense to share inappropriate deepfake content. This next case is a serious one that takes us into the mind of a lunatic. The infamous incel. Arguably, the most infamous YouTubers turned criminal is Elliot Rodger, the man who took his hatred for those who rejected him to extreme lengths. Elliot Rodger had been diagnosed with various mental illnesses and disorders since he was just 8 years old. He received psychiatric treatments and saw therapists regularly, but refused to take any medication. From his childhood, Elliot struggled to make friends, often being the subject of bullying. So, like many kids in that sort of situation, he turned to the internet for comfort. There, he started up his online blog and YouTube channel where he openly talked about his struggles with loneliness, particularly when it came to romantic relationships. In real life, Elliot had trouble talking to women and never had a girlfriend before. As a result, he grew resentful of them. Through his content, his dislike for women was clear. He believed that his lack of success in getting into a relationship was not his fault, but rather theirs. And he built a whole online community of like-minded individuals in his subscriber base. On June 4th, 2011, Elliot moved to Isla Vista to attend Santa Barbara City College. But it didn't take long before he dropped out. He decided to still stay in the city even after leaving school, and this is where he started showing some red flags in his behavior. He became sort of infamous for being the culprit of several local incidents. He would throw drinks at couples or girls who didn't reciprocate his feelings. One time, he even filled a super soaker with orange juice just to spray it on a group of kickball players in the park. While those already showcased his terrible social behaviors and his mean spirit, this next incident was really what sent him spiraling out of control. On July 20th, 2013, he pushed several girls after he was supposedly ignored by them at a party. This incident is apparently what ignited Elliot's rage. Others had noticed what he was doing, and a group of men ended up roughing him up. According to Elliot, this was the event that led him into a downward spiral, ready to carry out his twisted manifesto. He dedicated all of his time to secretly pocketing money from his family and purchased a wide range of supplies for his plan. Previously, Elliot had already posted many videos on his YouTube channel, which all have since been deleted. His parents had grown concerned about these videos that they forced him to take them down and even reported them to the police. But nothing came out of that report, which is why Elliot was able to carry on and do what he did, a crime that would leave the world shocked. For months, Elliot had been writing a manifesto called My Twisted World, the story of Elliot Rodger. In this 107,000-word document, Elliot detailed his entire life from birth, explaining how he went from a happy and blissful kid to how he is today, all as a result of the cruelties of the world, particularly the women in it. One of the lines from his manifesto is as follows: "All I ever wanted was to fit in and live a happy life amongst humanity, but I was cast out and rejected, forced to endure an existence of loneliness and insignificance. All because the females of the human species were incapable of seeing the value in me. Then on May 23rd, 2014, his evil plan would come to life. It started with his roommates Hong and George Chen, along with their friend David Wang. All three of these were separate incidents at different times. At 9:17 p.m., Elliot uploaded a video on his YouTube channel titled Elliot Rogers Retribution, where he talked about his thoughts, motives, and plan of action for enacting his revenge on the women who rejected him.
Tomorrow is the day of retribution, the day in which I will have my revenge against humanity, against all of you.
One of the final steps of his plan was to share his manifesto with the world. So Elliot emailed the document to 34 people like his family members, his therapist, former teachers, and childhood friends. Once his manifesto and his last video were out into the world, he went to the Alpha Phi sorority house on the Santa Barbara campus. But when his knocks at the door went unanswered, he turned to the members of the Delta 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 sorority nearby. After this, Elliot got back in his car so that he could continue this mission while on the move. Police, upon several 911 calls, arrived at the area and were on active lookout. And 4 officers even ran into him but let him go because they didn't suspect that he was the culprit, which turned out to be a fatal mistake. Elliot would continue his plan, getting into 2 encounters with the police. Near the tail end of the chase, the YouTuber would crash into a bicyclist, making it hard to run. So that's when Elliot ended the chase on his own terms. He was just 22 years old. This next case is also about a deeply disturbed individual. Dark fantasies brought to life. The anime community on YouTube has grown to be one of the biggest and most engaged on the platform. But back in the early days of the site, it wasn't always like that. One of the pioneers of this niche was a YouTuber by the name of Mr. Anime, or Trey Eric Sessler. Having joined back in 2006, Trey was considered one of the more popular content creators with over 1 million views on the channel, which was way more impressive back then. Before he pivoted his channel toward anime, he'd been known as Lens Caps Productions, and he would post content about his love for film and cinematography and even upload skits. But his channel started taking off when he began posting anime reviews.
This being the first episode and review, I kind of wanted to start kind of strong and get this one out of the way. So that's right, I'm probably doing an Iyasha.
He was one of the first ever creators to do anime reviews authentically on YouTube, and many people credit him with helping to kickstart that genre of video. But anime wasn't his only passion. It soon became obvious to viewers that Trey had other interests: firearms. As time went on, his new interests became a collection and would make more and more appearances on his channel. Throughout the years, Trey kept up with the anime uploads, but would diversify his content a bit by implementing combat-themed skits. At one point, he was even posting demonstration videos of his profound collection, telling his audience about each one's pros, cons, features, and major selling points. It became obvious to anyone watching that this wasn't just a casual hobby for him. His enthusiasm for this arsenal soon became a bit concerning as he started making rant videos talking about real-world incidents that involved them. His first rant came in 2009, which talked about Trey's stance on certain world events. But at this point, he hadn't been showing any red flags in terms of his interest. And in the rant, he specifically condemned those who use them recklessly, which reassured his viewers. From 2010 to 2012, Trey's collection would make more and more appearances on his channel, but nothing seemed to be cause for concern yet, because in his rant, Trey had openly said that he was against the misuse of them, so no one seemed to think that his opinions would change. But as time went on, it was obvious that Trey was developing other interests, ones that were dark and disturbing. Although many of his past anime reviews had been shows with dark themes, Trey had now started becoming fascinated with these themes in real life. He would research actual criminals, looking into their stories, their crimes, and their motivations, which sent him to a point of no return. His behavior started to change both on and off camera. Neighbors reported seeing him running around the neighborhood at night, firing off at empty buildings and businesses. Trey had begun taking on too much of a personal interest in the criminals he read about. He would spend hours studying what they did to take inspiration from their actions to devise his evil plan. March 2012 was when things imploded. Trey posted a video called Mr. Anime is Planning Something to his YouTube channel, and in the video he expressed that he had found a new opportunity that might take him away from his YouTube channel for a while despite its growing success.
This is just an update video to let you guys know that I'm gonna reward myself with probably a 2 or 3 week break
break coming up here from YouTube videos.
Trey then expressed his gratitude to his viewers, with his voice even shaking a bit as he thanked them for supporting him.
I want to thank you guys a lot for sticking with me and watching the channel. I got more subscribers than ever. I have more views than ever, and everything is going really good.
Little did his community know that the reason that he would be taking a break would not just be a reward, but a crime. Trey made all the preparations, such as buying supplies and studying floor plans. But before all that, the first step was to get rid of his obstacles, which in Trey's case was his family. And on March 20th, 2012, that is exactly what he did. Afterwards, Trey wanted to move on to step 2. Grabbing his things, he started heading toward his second destination, but couldn't go through with it. It was at that point that the reality of his situation started setting in, and things ultimately got too real for him. He then turned around and went back home to where the police were already waiting.
It's a crime in Waller that shocked us all.
Now he is headed to prison in a plea deal that not everybody is happy about.
This devastating case was all over the media for weeks, with footage of Trey's interrogation even being made available to the public. Trey was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Every crime in this video started with a choice to hurt instead of help, to take instead of give. My friends, the internet doesn't make you a criminal. Your choices do, so choose wisely. Visual Venture. Hold on, before you guys go, if you made it this far into the video, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, because watching till the end really helps push this video out into the algorithm. And this is how I provide for my family, and you guys helped me do that today, so thank you. And if you like this video, make sure you guys click here to watch more dark internet documentaries. Love you guys. Peace.